Hello. Welcome to the Lemonade Stand. I am dark skin, sun kiss, whatever you want to call me. Most people call me dark skin off the live. They call me many things dark skin. They're all positive. But or some people call me sun kiss. But you can call me sun kiss by dark skin hypergamy, whichever one. But welcome to the Lemonade Stand, where we take life's lemons and we turn them into lemonade, and we try our best to turn them into sweet pink lemonade. So you're looking, it's the weekend, so I know it's late, but I know a lot of us are still up. At least I think so. I don't do numbers. I do those who wants to level up and not be stagnant. So even if it's just one, we can rack it up. So I'll sit here and wait a minute. Had a long day today. So, oh, hey, Mrs. 3P. How are you? Welcome to the Lemonade Stand. I lemon drop. Good evening to you. Yeah, we got disconnected. I tried calling you several times. I figured maybe your phone went dead or something. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I called you maybe like 4 times, probably more than that. And I said, well, maybe her phone went dead. But I sent you a text. Oh. Is everything good? Oh, excuse me. Everything good? I mean, we could don't go into details. We can talk behind the wall. Send me a text. I mean, if you need to say something more. Hold on, let me get my glasses shot. I can't see. I had a long day today. I had to go to the doctor's. I'm trying to organize my my place and organize that fabric and all that. Then I got the hot gluing and sewing. I got me some things here next to me that I'm going to sew while I'm on live. Hold on. I did hear a ring or have missed any calls. Okay. Oh, for me? You talking about for me? You just say yes or no. Oh, okay. Because I had yeah, I kept calling and calling, and I sent you a text. I sent you a text saying I asked, are you okay? Because the phone just dropped. But see, in my place, sometimes my phone would drop, so I thought it was my phone, and I kept calling you, calling you, calling you. Here, I'm gonna cover up your. Hold on. See, I'm going to cover up your number. Let me cover up your number. Can you see where I said, are you okay? Oh, that was you? Okay. Girl. You know what? Oh, you must have sent that. Wait a minute. You sent that. Oh, you sent that while I was at the doctor's. Because I had to go get a mammogram and I had a late appointment. And I advocate for mammograms too. Hold on a second. Yeah, because you see, hold on. You see all these outgoing calls? Hold on, let me see something. You can't see it. You see all these outgoing calls I made with you? And outgoing. And that's just the ones I'm willing to show. I don't want to show your number, your prefix or anything. That's just, hold on. Shoot, hold on. Right here, let me show you. See right here, those right there. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then, hold on, 5. I didn't even see that. I thought that was me texting you. 5, 6, 7, 8. I text you back, but oh, are you okay? I thought that was me. So I just kept calling you to make sure you're okay because I got concerned. Girl, look, I'm like a mama bear. Look. Because I was like, what is going on? And I said, well, maybe because her phone went dead or something. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. But that's okay because I ended up having a mammogram. I had a late mammogram. And I was there, they were behind. They were way behind. Which is a good thing. It's good that women are getting checked and stuff. So I didn't mind waiting for that reason. I was like, that's good. They need to be, for that reason, they need to be booked. So that was good. So, but yeah. So other than that, you good? Good. That's good. That's good. Yeah, that's good. I know I may not get that many because it's late, but I just wanted to come on live because I know we were supposed to get together in terms of what's her name. I had I've been ripping and running, and then I came home. I needed to do some more clean. And then I'm trying to organize a space where I'm going to turn it to my office. I'm trying to organize. I'd be so busy, so I have like a list of things that I need to get done. So my my counselor and all that at school, the person that helped, but she was like, because I was telling her I'm so overwhelmed, trying to do school online and trying to then going to, going on the campus and trying to, I'm starting to feel overwhelmed, trying to get everything done. And she was like, just sit down and just told me, and I'm always saying, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? And I was like, I want to, like this last week and this week, I started feeling really overwhelmed. And she was like, remember what we talk about? Remember what you say? And when she brought this to I said, oh, you're right. I have to apply what she said. And that's when she was like, sit down and get your schedule back out. And I sat down and I got my schedule back out, and I was like, and she was like, remember, even if you just touch something for 5 minutes, you've accomplished something. And that's what I was like, going back to that elephant mindset, just eating just a little bit. So that's, I've been just trying to touch little things that I hadn't been able to do, just so I can feel like I've accomplished something, so. And I have to get back up to my studio and get that material up to my studio. I've been getting some up there, but I want it to be nice and neat and perfect. Well, you know how we are. We want it to be perfect, y'all. But other than that, yeah. I'm glad you're doing good though. Yeah. But I wanted to touch on some things about force accountability. And I kind of, I don't know. I may save this what I was going to talk about. I may save it another day because I got on so late. I didn't get a chance to touch back with a few people. Unless more people get on, and I'm okay with with people not getting on and things like that. I'm okay with that. But more people on, I'll discuss it. I may wait for another day to discuss this. But I wanted to make sure that I already put that thumbnail out, which I mean, people come, we'll talk about it a little later. But right now, I wanted to just discuss. You know what? No, I'm gonna discuss it. Just discuss accountability when it comes to the red flags. And I'm not, this is just as a whole in general. When it comes to men and women, just as a whole, when it comes to that, and what that looks like. And it's not just, I think when we talk about red flags, our minds go to just one area. Sometimes it goes to just one sector of life, just one genre of life, and just we stop there and just. But I think we need to open that up more. And it is so many areas where we can touch on that. But before, I was doing some research, and before I start, it's funny because I actually wasn't. I had that in mind, but what I was going to research something else, and this actually came up during my research, and I thought, well, maybe it's good that I'm going to go ahead and touch on this. But in James 4:6, it says, God opposes the haughty ones, but he gives undeserved kindness to humble ones. And that's it. Like I said, that's at James 4:6. And it says, King Saul did not obey Jehovah, God's personal name. And when the prophet Samuel confronted him about the matter, Saul did not acknowledge his mistake. Instead, he tried to justify actions by minimizing the consequences of his disobedience and shifting the blame to others. Earlier, Saul had displayed a similar attitude. Sadly, he allowed his heart to become haughty. He did not correct his thinking, so Jehovah God, again, God's personal name, he reproved Saul and rejected him. To learn from Saul's example, we do well to ask ourselves these questions. When I read God's counsel from his word, the Bible, do I tend to justify my thinking Do I minimize the consequences of consequences of disobedience? Do I shift the blame for my actions to someone else's? If our answer to any of these questions rings true and says yes, we must adjust our thinking and attitude. Otherwise, our heart can become so haughty that Jehovah God will reject us as his friend. And it's interesting because we all know that Abraham was God's friend. So it's possible for an imperfect person to be God's friend. So I continue to dig. So I went to 1 Samuel chapter 15, verses 13 through 24. And note what it said. It says, when Samuel finally came to him, Saul said to him, may Jehovah bless you. I have carried out the word of Jehovah. Now, this is Saul. We know Saul tried to kill David later on. He was Jonathan's dad. And just the other day, I think it's interesting because we touched on that. I mentioned how Jonathan was fiercely loyal to David. Although Saul was so jealous of David because he saw David's potential. He saw that David could outdo him. Even though David had not taken kingship at the time, he saw that David had the potential to be bigger than what he was. He saw his talents. He saw David as a threat. Although David was kind and David was actually doing kind things for him, singing him songs, even when Saul was in stress. And David even saw that Saul didn't really care for him. David even knew that Saul wouldn't be loyal to him. He wouldn't show reciprocity. David still would sing songs to him, melodies, because David was a composer, in order to help Saul to ease his anxieties, his traumas, and things of that nature, because we all have trauma in one way or another. And David still remained loyal. And Jonathan was still loyal to David. So again, notice here, Saul knew what he had done. And when Samuel came to him to correct him, notice what he said, straight-faced. Saul said to him, may Jehovah bless you. I have carried out the word of Jehovah. Longingly said this. But Samuel said, then what is the sound of the flock in my ears and the sound of the cattle that I hear? Because Samuel knew that he was lying. To this Saul said, they were brought from the Amalekites because the people spared the best of the flock and the herd for sacrificing them to Jehovah God, your God, your God. See, that was to soften him, to love bomb him. But what was left, we devoted to destruction. At this, Samuel said to Saul, stop. Let me tell you what Jehovah said to me last night. See, he was letting them know, don't run that by me. Although you may have all the Amalekites, or you may have all the people around you. You may have all the people that have been following you. You may be tickling their ears and telling them the lies and saying, oh, no. No. What we did was we took all of the good ones and the rest of them, we devoted them to destruction, because what we did, we did that for Jehovah, your God. And we kept, and I had Samuel not ask, what is that I hear out there? Samuel knew, because Jehovah had already told him. See, the thing is, you have some people that likes to love bomb, gaslight. See, that's what narcissists do. And what they'll do is they'll taste a matter and they'll do what Samuel did to try to do that do what Saul did to try to do that to Samuel. But when you're doing what you're supposed to do and you're trying to do what's right, see, Jehovah will be on your side. See, a lot of times you have some people, when they know they're doing wrong, what they'll do is they'll take something shiny and they'll say, oh no, and they act like politicians. You have a lot, and so they do something nostalgic, something really pretty, and make you think that everything is good over here. Let me shine something shiny over here and get your attention over here, so you can get it off from over here, so you don't see the true me. See, this is what Saul was doing. So he said to him, speak. This is Saul telling him, speak. Telling Samuel. Samuel continued. Were you not insignificant in your own eyes when you were made head of the tribes of Israel, and when Jehovah anointed you as king over Israel? Were you not insignificant in your own eyes? So Jehovah later sent you on a mission and said, go and devote the sinful Amalekites to destruction. He gave you a specific, this is what Samuel told him. Were you not insignificant in your own eyes? Because what he was saying, don't you remember that you were supposed to be a speck of dust on a scale? When Jehovah himself gave you a commission, he told you specifically to go and devote the sinful Amalekites to destruction. Fight against them until you have exterminated them completely. Just exterminate them. That meant everything. So why did you not obey the voice of Jehovah? Instead, you rushed greedily toward the spoil. So you were being greedy, and you went directly to everything that you could benefit from. The flock, the herds, and did what was bad in the eyes of Jehovah. However, Saul said to Samuel, but I have obeyed the voice of Jehovah. I went on the mission to which Jehovah sent me. But you went, see, again, trying to gaslight. I went. I obeyed. I went. And he said, and I brought back Agag, the king of Amalek. And I devoted the Amalekites to destruction. So he said, but I went. See how, again, pulling that Amber Heard. See, that I live around a bunch of narcissists. And when empaths tend to be around narcissists, we tend to sometimes always overlook, because we really want this person to be what we make them out to be in our eyes. In our own, we really want them to be what we want them to be. But see, here it says, oh, I'm sorry, Prissy, I can't see, baby. It just dawned on me. I just saw scripture. It's 1 Samuel chapter 15. Please forgive me, sweetheart. I just saw scripture. You know I can't see. You know I can't see. You know I'm trying to get braille on this computer. You know I am. Mrs. 3P, please forgive me. I mean, yeah, Mrs. 3P, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. You know I can't see. I'm so sorry. I just saw scripture, and then I saw what? I had to close my eye up. Please forgive me. I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna go no further. I'll wait. You can just let me know when you're ready, and I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna wait and let me know when you get down to verse 20, and we can take it from there. I'm gonna let you read down to verse 21. I'm gonna let you read what I've already read because I want you to say that, show that you read it yourself. Okay, got it. We'll talk. Got it. But I'll let you read down through verse 20. So you can say you witnessed it yourself. You read it from the scriptures yourself. Girl, let me get these little yeah. Oh, child, I'm so sorry. Ooh, I just see gold. Hold on. Hold on, let me see. I see gold. My vision goes in and I go. Oh, okay. Okay. But notice he said, see again, he's trying to gaslight. Because he's saying here, Saul says to Samuel, but I have obeyed the voice of Jehovah. Again, God's personal name. He said, I went on the mission to which Jehovah sent me. He said, I brought back Agag, the king of Amalek, and I devoted the Amalekite. Notice how he brought back what's benefiting him. Not only did he bring back the spoils, which he's going to benefit and he'll be able to sell and eat off of, everything he'll benefit from. So he'll benefit financially and with his stomach. Then he brought back the king of the Amalekites. So, they probably be able to network. And then he said, then the rest, I devoted to destruction. He didn't devote the good cattle and spoil to destruction. He only devoted what? Yeah, you can go ahead. That's not going to be a loss. That's the bad parts. But the good parts he kept. So he said, but I went. I mean, I devoted, some cattle, some spoil. You did not. Jehovah told him to go. He commanded him and told him what to do. He knew. Now you trying to be, that's narcissism. That's why, that old saying, they say, if you lie, you can kill. You steal. You lie, you can steal. If you steal, you can murder, or you can kill. Or how the old people be saying. That's why a lot of that. That's why it led up to him wanting to kill David. He slept outside. He was exhausted, trying his best. Whoever couldn't kill David, he went after him. Like, let me do it. So this all makes sense. So then it says, but the people took sheep and cattle from the spoil. Not only did he say, that sounds just like when Jehovah said, why are you covering up? Why are you covering up? Because him and Eve didn't even know they were naked before they sinned. He said, where are you? Where are you? And then he said, why are you covered up? Jehovah knew. He just wanted to have dialogue. Well, why are you covering up? And then he continued to ask, why did you partake of the fruit? Well, it was that woman that you gave me. That's what this sounds like right here. when he said to Samuel, your God. That's what that's not, your God. So okay, not our God, your God. Okay, in this instance, okay. But notice he said, but the people, not us. Not just your God. Now it's the people took sheep and cattle from the spoil, the best of what was devoted to destruction, to sacrifice to Jehovah, your God, at Gilgal. Samuel then said, does Jehovah take as much pleasure in burnt offerings and sacrifice as in obeying the voice of Jehovah? Now, can you argue that question? It's about what Jehovah wants to know, because he's the one who gave you that commandment. You trying to rectify this with me. It don't matter what I said, because I didn't give you the commandment. And my commandments will probably get you killed. Because we both specks of dust on the scale here. Hi, Wondering Chick. How are you? Hi, my lemon drop. Hey! That's okay. Must be the lemons. Come on and join the lemon stand with us. You know you got a spot in the lemon basket. Okay, so then it says, notice he said, look, to obey is better than a sacrifice, and to pay attention than the fat of rams. Thanks for the lemons. It says, for rebelliousness is the same as the sin of divination. Now, first of all, let's break that verse 22 down. And we'll go to okay. It says, Samuel then said, does Jehovah take as much pleasure in burnt offerings and sacrifice as in obeying the voice of Jehovah? That's when he said, look, to obey is better than a sacrifice, and to pay attention than the fat of rams. You have so many people thinking that, thanks for the lemons. He is so many people that think that they can just go around and practice sinning and just do what they want to. Oh, but all I have to do is just donate some money to the churches. Just show up on Sunday. See, that's just a sacrifice. Oh, just read the Bible and just say what I want to say. Undercut people and do whatever I want to do. Lie and be disloyal. Be two-faced. Whatever. Make up stuff. Mislead people. Say one thing, then or whatever, and just go back and think that you can live a double life. Some people, I call it a triple life. And think that you can snowball people, pull a veil over people's eyes behind the scenes. No accountability. That's what we're talking about. See, my thing is, what color are your flags? See, do you have a problem when people call you out? Do you? Is something wrong with that person because they're keeping it, what they call keeping it real? Not only with themselves, but with you too? Or do you gatekeep? What you know to be wrong and toxic, and you call other people toxic because they don't gatekeep it? See, that's why Saul has such a problem. Because Samuel wouldn't gatekeep it. He wouldn't gatekeep what Saul was trying to do, trying to gaslight him, trying to love bomb him. But my thing is, red flags are not just with men, and it's not just with women. It is with mankind. So my thing is, what color are your flags? What do you hold yourself to? What do you say to yourself at night? Or do you talk to yourself at all? Or are you so busy shining, shaking shiny things over here constantly so people can think you are what you are, or make people think your life is what they think it is, or want to believe what it is. And the sad part about it is, you have so many people that's sitting behind avatars that has never dropped their avatar, not one time, and has been in so many chats in a certain sector. I'll just keep it at home in our house, such as Black women, because I'm always saying I'll start at home first. Keep it clean out your own backyard first. Mm-hmm. But again, as I've quoted so many black YouTuber, and I thought this was so sharp, and I'll never stop quoting it, and I pray she never does, until this system, this wicked system, is gone. When Satan is in an abyss, can't nobody hate a Black woman like another. So my thing is this. You have Black women that are going after, that are giving men, because we don't know what color these men are behind these avatars. So I won't even say white men. I won't say Black men. I won't say non-Black men, I should say. We don't know, because they're avatars that are clawing at each other, trying to get in front of the line to go after an avatar. Really? And these women are jealous of Sunkiss. And this has been going on for over 3 years. Over avatars, over numbers, people that you don't even know, you don't know what they are. What's interesting is this. You know how some things you can sign up for and they want you to hit a number to make sure you're not a computer, or hit something, hit some pictures to make sure you're not a computer. These can be computers. But today, what we're living in today, it can be computer. We don't know. These we assuming they're men, because now you can even get some computers and switch your voice up and sound just like a woman, sound just like a man. And all these, whatever they are behind these avatars, has to, whatever all they have to do is say the right things to Black women. This is why I say it's all about self accountability. Work on you. That's why I always say to us over here at the lemonade stand, we're not doing that over here. I'm not allowing it. Work on you, us. Hold yourself accountable. Because if you can let when have we ever seen a white man come off from behind an avatar? Hmm? This is the reason why the ones that tried to come after me, I would just, be not, because I'm being nice, because see, I wasn't at home at the lemonade stand. And you notice that the ones that come here at the lemonade stand, that's fine, you're welcome. And the ones that are no longer welcome, they know why. Because bad energy can't deal with the right energy. And what's interesting is when you have avatars that can speak, whenever you allow an avatar to convince you of anything or anyone of some, and you drink it up and you hold on to, that's scary. Because I had been called out the avatars. Then you can't impress me, and you won't. Because the real men can't. That's why I said it was 8 and I turned him down. But see, the ones that are questioning me, why has it been, you keep, you turn down 8 and proposals and this, that, and the other and all that. And I'll say something negative because I know what the conversation is probably stemming from. So I'm gonna go ahead and feed you what you're looking for. When really the answer is this: Sunkissed knows her worth and she enforces it. See, I'm not parched. Not when it comes to a man. So see, my thing is this. Just like Samuel wouldn't allow himself to be gaslit, we shouldn't be. No. And this was back in the biblical times. See, that's why Sunkissed can't be gaslit. And there's so many other reasons why I left and didn't go back whenever my space was jeopardized. In any space here on YouTube, it wasn't just for one reason. It's many reasons why when I left any space and didn't go back, it's so much more. But I always keep it at the surface because me and my God knows that there's so much more and so many more reasons why. The only one that knows every reason why. When Sunkissed leave, the waters run so much more deeper. But I know how to read a room, even when that person thinks that I'm not. So when I had my exit and did not return on any channel, and didn't return, that's because the waters run deeper than many will ever know. Trust me and my God knows. I have 4 friends, close ones. That's my God, me, myself, and I. He and I know all. What was the reminder? 3P? Drop the reminder in the chat again. Drop that reminder in the chat and put a couple of lemons behind it. Just like Samuel couldn't be gaslit, Sunkissed couldn't either. So just because Sunkissed was laughing and laughing and smiling and all that, I was praying for an exit the whole time. In every chat, on every panel, Believe that. Let's finish. So, 1 Samuel 15:23, it says, for rebelliousness is the same as the sin of divination and pushing ahead presumptuously, the same as using magical power in idolatry, because you have rejected the word of Jehovah God. He has rejected you from being king. Now we're going to look at that a little bit further. Let's finish. Then Saul said to Samuel, I have sinned, for I have overstepped the order of Jehovah God and your words, because I feared the people and listened to what they said. Hi, Gloria. Hey, sis. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, must be the lemons. Welcome to the lemonade stand. Now notice this. 1 Samuel 15. And I was going to actually look at something else, but when I went to research, I said a prayer and I went to read, and this, soon as I went to turn on my device to get ready to research, this popped up. This, because I read a daily text every day, and this was the text for today. That's why I'm this, because this is the answer to my prayer. Now notice here, Saul, he did say, he admitted, okay, yes, I have sinned. And he mentioned that he overstepped what the commandment was from Jehovah. But notice what he said. After he was called out and he wasn't believed, he said, because I feared the people and listened to what they said. I feared the people. As I said the other day, if you, and this is so cliche, but it rings true and it bears repeating, as I've always said. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. We've all heard that. All of us. This is nothing new under the sun. We know that's in the scriptures in Genesis. Saul lost his kingship. He was anointed. He was anointed, not by a man, but by the Almighty true God. And because, what did we see up here? Like Samuel told him in verse 22. He said, does Jehovah take as much pleasure in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of Jehovah? He said, look, to obey is better than a sacrifice, and to pay attention than the fat of rams. So here's the thing. That's why it's best to read a room. Like you said, to pay attention is better than a fat of rams. Back then, to have fatty rams, even today, a butcher, anybody that owns a farm, they know. To pay attention is better to have a fat of rams. To have, you listen, you can have all of the knowledge. You can say, oh no, I have the knowledge. But see, there's a difference when to know when to use that knowledge. That's wisdom. See, because you got some people that's been around, that's called old fools. So my thing is this. It is better to obey than to sacrifice. Because you can go to, I don't care. Listen, to serve the Almighty true God is the best thing, the only thing we can do to better ourselves and to secure our future. It's the only thing the man can ever do to better himself, to have a close, intimate relationship with him, to be his friend. Because Abraham can attest to that. But the thing is this. People think, again, just sacrifice, give money, just donate. No. Because we can see you can donate all day long. He's going to reject it, just like he did with Cain and Abel. He rejected Cain's. That's why Cain got mad and killed Abel. So you were a murderer all day already. So that goes to show. Now you see why? You gave him just a little bit already, and then you turn around and you kill your brother. So he already knew your heart. You sacrificed, but your sacrifice it was just like with Saul's. So it's best to obey. That's why Abel was the chosen one, because Abel not only gave the best, he sacrificed the best, but his heart was showing it. But because he was obedient. So down here, that's why Samuel called him out. But down here, it says that, yes, then he turned around and said, I have sinned. So was that good enough? Because he said, oh, yeah, I have sinned. You turned around and tried to kill David. Same thing what Cain did in the beginning. Up there in Genesis. Same difference. Nothing new under the sun. All the way down to today. So the thing is this. He said, I feared the people and listened to what they said. So the thing is, to pay attention is better than a fat of rams. So to pay attention, that will get you far. Learn how to read a room. Pay attention. That's why Jesus said to his followers, you are like sheep. And I'm not taking you out the world. And I'm going to put you, I'm not going to put you, I'm going to leave you on here. And you're going to be amongst wolves, talking about the world. 1 John 5:19, the whole world is lying in the power of the wicked one. But your job not only is to rely on my Heavenly Father and get strength, but your job too is to be just like a dove, which is to be mild as a dove, but be just as cautious as a snake. That means we have to work on the fruitages of the Spirit. I'm still working, y'all. I'm working. What he's saying is, just like right here, to pay attention, read a room. It's just like the fat of rams. Be like that serpent. You think Sunkiss wasn't doing that? Nah, I felt miserably after a while, but for months, I was sitting back reading the room, taking it in, one lick at a time, lick after lick, lick after lick, and nobody knew it. There are times I will mention it. I will be blamed. Lick after lick, lick after lick, and nobody knew it. Lick after lick, because you think that I wasn't paying attention to not just that. I paid attention to everybody. Everybody. And please don't water that down. Everybody. So when people say that they are cheering for you, you look at everybody around you. You start from the top, work your way down to the bottom, and go back up to the top and stop there. And you not only watch for the ones that say they're cheering for you, but you listen to the volumes of their cheers to pay attention. It's like the fatter rams. So a lot of things, it comes back to Sunkiss. After the dust settles, trust me. I've been knowing. I've been knowing. I've been knowing. Let's finish. So here, verse 23, it says, for rebelliousness is the same as the sin of divination, and pushing ahead presumptuously. You know, people look at numbers, try to be that person. The same as using magical powers in idolatry, trying to serve him like through idols. People think, oh, using idols, holding idols to them, wearing idols on their necklaces and earrings and on their clothes and their garbs and all that. That's going to get them closer to him. He says no. He don't share his attention. He don't share himself. No worship of other idols is allowed. People still do it, but no. He said that's equivalent to magical powers. He said, because you have rejected the word of Jehovah. He has rejected you from being king. Because he did not obey. And because he pushed forward presumptuously. See, a lot of times people think, oh, I'm going to do this, shine. Like I said, do this, take this and get something shiny. And let's change up this aesthetic over here, or this, make it nostalgic over here, make it pretty, make it look like it's all good. To keep this over here, keep it going so you won't go and leave. Mm-hmm. So I push forward presumptuously and pretend like everything is, oh, no, I'm happy. I want this to be, oh, and play with words so people can think that the conversation went this way and the dialogue was that way and everything is perfectly fine. Okay. I'm used to this because I live with narcissists. I grew up with them. Both parents are malignant narcissists, but I use the word parents loosely. I have siblings that are narcissists. The whole family tree, use the word family very loosely. That's why I live underground. That's why I put myself in the shelter. I walked away from everything. Give it away, I'm going to set it on fire. Mm-hmm. I'm good. I live underground on purpose. I live with much less on purpose. You wouldn't came in my place, you would think it's not less, but in comparison, it's less. So I'm used to that because empaths are like drops of blood in an ocean, in the middle of sharks and piranhas. That's what I attract. I've done the research. I do homework. I have two therapists. I'm used to it. I expect it. I have to hold myself accountable to keep myself from staying in certain spaces because that is what I attract. Thank you, 3P. Thank you. And because I was raised around that and that's all I knew, sometimes when I see it, it goes back to looking normal. And I have to be reminded with the help of my God, he gets me and out of it. Let me read the reminder that 3P is always reminding me of. She says, let me see. Thank you, Miss Prissy. You said God removes people because he heard their whispers and plans against you. Thank you, 3P. I really appreciate it, sweetheart. God removes people because he heard their whispers and plans against you. That messed me up when I first saw that. I did not expect that. When I saw it, that was like, that messed me up. I was like, wow. And so with that being said, he said, this was Saul, the same one that bucked up against David. And David, he was older than David, and David could have took him out because David had respect for him and the one that was anointed by Jehovah God. He said no. He was much younger. He was stout. He was a younger guy. He could have took him out, but he said no. I have too much respect and love for my heavenly Father, and I have respect for the anointed. But again, he said, but I fear the people and listen to what they said. That's why I'm 10 toes down for whoever that's at the lemonade stand. Until whoever at the lemonade stand undercuts me, I'm going to ride with you. Anybody in life, you stand 10 toes down because you are held accountable for whoever you allow in your space. Whoever is in your space and that's doing you right, that's who you stand 10 toes down with. And if somebody says something about them, you check whoever it is. If something don't sound right or seem right or whatever, you listen. Let me. I'm going to look. We're gonna have to cease on this because that's who I rock with him. But let me. This gonna have to stop because that's who I rock with. Let me go talk to them about this and see what's going on. But I would suggest you talk to them to clean this up. But because they're not here to protect themselves, they're not here to defend themselves. We're gonna need to squash this. I would appreciate if we go ahead and change the conversation, let this go, and maybe you and them can talk about this at a later date or whatever. But that I rock with them. But my thing is, because you listen to them, you fear the people and you listen to them for over 3 years, maybe 4 years. For whoever I left and didn't rock with no more, what color are your flags? It doesn't matter the gender or the color. And a lot of these Black women are just jealous and trying to get another Black woman out the way because they think they may have a chance. If you want to fall in love with an avatar, baby, go right ahead. But my thing is this. With anybody, I don't care who it is, if it's a man or woman, whatever. These are some red flags. These are just some flaming red flags. If this person has been behind an avatar for however long they have been on YouTube and jumping in and out of chats and all, and refuse to come off behind the flag or show a picture, and every time they show a picture, it's either the same picture or they show old pictures, and they refuse to show a current picture, red flag. Flaming red flag. It's on fire. And the only way you can put this fire out is by them showing a picture, a current one. Holding up a picture and holding up a sign saying, this is me, or either just coming off behind the avatar altogether. That would be much better. And this whole notion of, oh, because, now the stats with black men and white women, I rock with. I rock with it. But just because he shows up with white skin is not enough. And I said that before. I'm going to say that until the day I die. I stand 10 toes down on that. And always see how he is with other women in the chat. If he's just wooing other women in the chat and trying to say the right things and always trying to suck up all the energy and suck up all the attention in the chat, several red flags. That's all he wants is attention. And then you hear him just bragging about how he's living and all that, and he ain't show facts. He ain't living like that. And usually when a non-black man is divorced and in the chats with black women and has not snatched up a black woman and married her within so many months, or just even snatched her up and dated her and on his way to get married, several red flags. He's not interested in a black woman. And if he's in a predominantly white state and he's not moved to where, or either reached out to a black woman, he ain't interested in a black woman. He's toying around. Red flags. Same thing he with Saul is doing. Trying to gaslight. Love bombing. Yes, wondering chick. Trolls. They're trolls. Equivalent to trolls. Or either a troll. And if he's been divorced for some time and he hasn't gotten remarried, and especially to a black woman, after some time, a reasonable amount of time, and he's still bringing up his ex, and especially if that ex has gotten married and she divorced him and she got remarried or whatever the case, read the room. It's better than a fat of rams. Pay attention. Read the room. Be like a serpent. That's why they couldn't woo me. So if they, listen, I laugh, be nice, I'm trying to be kind here. And if you catch men sitting up in chats, putting down other women, make sure it's a man. Read the room. Just saying. Read the room. Or look behind that and find out why you're giving her so much energy. If you are in a committed relationship, why are you giving her so much energy? Especially if she's exited. Read the room. The waters run deep as to why I took the exit and refused to go back with any body that I left and didn't look back at. And when I say don't look back, I don't watch videos with none of them. I treat them like Lot and his daughters did with Sodom and Gomorrah. Because if I do, that's time, wasted energy, and seconds of my life I'll never get back. And I can be polishing my toes or picking my teeth. Okay, so going back up here. In verse 22, it says, "Does Jehovah take as much pleasure in burnt offerings and sacrifice as in obeying the voice of Jehovah?" It says, look to, oh, no. That's verse 23 I want to look at. Verse 23. Oh, notice it says, pushing ahead presumptuously is the same as using magical power in idolatry. Now, he says, that's when he said that he had been rejected. Now, magical power and divination, which is dealing with demonic forces, voodoo, fortune telling, all this, all these things that a lot of these YouTubers are into. Not shade nobody. I don't deal with it. Don't want that mess around me. Dark spirit, dark energy and all that, which is another reason why I'm glad I'm at the lemonade stand and don't deal with nobody else. Period. Not saying that I'm just saying I'm glad I got my own space. Now I don't have to question nobody's over the past 4 years. I don't have to question nobody's. So let's go with that in mind. Let's go to Deuteronomy. See, chapter 18, verses 9 and 10. Well, okay, let's go through. Let's just look at 9 right quick, because this is the meat of it. Okay, let me see. Right. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, y'all. Y'all crack me up. Right. Okay, y'all. Okay, right. That part. What y'all saying? Right. Okay, so I'm gonna say. Okay. Verse 9. It says, when you Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 9, it says, when you have entered into the land that Jehovah your God is giving you, you must, notice it says a land that Jehovah is giving them. You must not learn. You must not if you choose to, it's up to you. He said, you must not. It was a commandment. You must not learn to imitate detestable practices of those nations. Okay. Okay, let's verse 10 too. I thought it was okay. It says, there should not be found in you anyone. And notice it says anyone who makes his son or daughter pass through the fire, because this is what they did back then. Nowadays, this will be considered, and no shade to anyone that does this. This is just equivalent to now people sending their sons and daughters to fight in wars and things like that. But this is no shade to anyone that's into. I'm not knocking nobody, because I respect anybody that does it. But this was equivalent to sending their kids off to fighting wars and things like that. Once that those wars were stopped. But this is not to shade nobody, because that's not what I'm saying here. But this is what he was saying. Do not let your sons or daughters pass through fires. And because back then they did used to literally sacrifice their kids to false gods. Um, uh, but what's I gonna say? Through fire. Anyone? Okay, through pass through the fire. Anyone who employs divination. Well, we talked about that. Anything dealing with spiritism, anything of that nation, looking into the future. It says anyone practicing magic, anyone who looks for omens, a sorcerer, anyone binding others with a spell, anyone who consults a spirit medium or a fortune teller, or anyone who inquires of the dead. For whoever does these things is detestable to Jehovah. And on account of these detestable practices, Jehovah your God is driving them away from before you. You should prove yourself blameless before Jehovah your God. So he said detestable several times. Something that's detestable, again, I always say, is equivalent to a dog going back and eating his own vomit. Or when some kids say when they were badly abused, when they said they had to eat their own vomit. I have even heard of kids saying they have even had to eat their own fecal matter because they were so hungry and they were locked away in the closets and stuff. I can't go. I'll get the crying. I can't, But is that bad? That's detestable. And so that's how he views spiritism and consultants, mediums and fortune tellers and casting spells on people and all that, which is what a lot of people are into these days, and they don't even hide it anymore. That's just the thing to do. So that takes us back to the scripture that we were talking about earlier. What When Saul wasn't listening and he was presumptuous and he listened to the people and he decided to listen to them because he feared them, and he decided to listen and do what they say rather than to pay attention. In other words, reading the room and obeying what was right and doing what was right and being loyal and doing what was required of him. Rather than doing that, he listened to feared the people and did what the people wanted him to do. That was detestable, and that was on the same lines, the same class as practicing spiritism, consulting the dead, fortune telling, being a medium. And how does Jehovah say? He said, I'm driving that away from you. That is something that is detestable. He said it like 3 or 4 times. That's detestable to me. And by Saul doing that, or we do that to each other, he said, I view you, when you do that and you don't pay attention like the fat of rams and you don't obey me, and you think you can just sacrifice by saying, oh, I love God, just saying it, but you still listening to man and doing what you want to do, rather than being obedient and pushing forward and being presumptuous, and you're still being disloyal, and you rather fear man than to be obedient and do the right thing, you are no better than a person that is a fortune teller or a medium or that consults the dead. Your sacrifices is nothing to me because you're not obedient. You're listening to people. So I am rejecting you. This is what he's saying. So when I read a room, and I'm not saying I'm perfect, That's laughable. That is why I try to rock out with people. Even when I take one lick after another and I keep my mouth closed. When I read a room, pay attention, because it's like the fat of rams. Makes you rich. It's like wisdom. You learn and you benefit by reading the room. You know who's rocking out with you and who's not. Every day. What don't come out in the wash or come out in the rinse. But always pray. And those who you think are cheering for you, look at them. See how long they cheer and listen to their volume of their cheers. I always read the room. I pray first. I read the room. My God, me, myself, and I. That's first. But we have to be accountable for what we do to other people and what we internalize and how we view other people and what we're willing to sacrifice. Because a lot of times it is self-hate, self-loathing. We want to hate the other woman, hate the other Black woman, because we are thinking that she's winning. I knew better. That's the avatar. I don't know what's behind that. But you thinking that I'm winning. I'm in the same race as you, sis. No, I'm not. I don't know what's behind that avatar. But you see a white man. I see a fraud. As Wondering Chick so eloquently put it, a troll. How many years you been looking at that avatar? You in love with a voice? Is that the right voice? Because you know you can get devices. And even that's the right voice. That's all you have is a voice. You think I'm going to undercut you and put you down? You think I'm going to get up and trigger you? You think I'm going to get up and kick you in the teeth? Even if I did see a human. You think I'm going to do that to you, sis? Because at some point in life, we have to be accountable for what we do and say. I'm not going to get all dressed up and try to come at another Black woman or another woman. I don't care what color she is, but especially a Black woman. Somebody look just like me or would like to look like me. See, when I was created, the prototype was destroyed, and unfortunately, you hate that. But you think you come at me like some dinosaurs on each side, and then you try to talk to me indirectly. And from the chat, you think I didn't see the little snarky comments? Big mistake. But the thing is, the unfortunate part is this: when you think you're winning, when you do people wrong, you've already lost. Well, if it don't come out in the wash, it'll come out in the rinse. Yep, that part. So my thing is this: what color are your flags? We have to hold ourselves to a higher standard. So even if our imperfection makes us slip, we'll still be standing tall. Find out, get the journals out, and find out. Ask ourselves, why do we do what we do? If our flags are dripping any color of disdain, of disapproval, of distrust, of jealousy, dishonesty, anger, trauma. If a person's presence make you seethe, and you've not ever met them, they're sitting in their own living room. I'm sitting at home. And at one point, I was behind my avatar. I never come by my avatar. Why? Because people weren't streaming. And yet I was still hated. Wasn't a such thing as streaming. Really, people weren't really streaming. But people were jealous of my avatar. If we are known, or if you know, you like to jump ahead and say, I'm gonna jump, I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna take this spot. Or to pretend like, oh no, everything's for oh no. And you like to love bomb, and you like to have what they call flying monkeys to do your job for you and hide behind the screen. And you like to put up nice little props to make people think that everything is perfectly fine when it's not. Because see, I read a room. Oh, I read a room. If you are known to be vindictive and to get even until you find out, oh, it's not like that, then you try to go and clean it up, but you only clean it up in a way where you don't look so bad. When you like to go and do what they call smear campaigns. See, that's what narcissists do. Fix it. Wash your flag because it's slipping. Many of us see it. You may not think we do, but see, to pay attention is like the fat of rams. A lot of us, we like to eat good meat. Just saying. Let's carry on. Um, 1 Samuel chapter 13, verses 10 through 14. It says, but as soon as he had finished offering up the burnt sacrifice, this was Saul, Samuel arrived. So Saul went out to meet him and bless him. That's what Saul did. Trying to put up a ruse, trying to make it seem like everything was good. Yeah, see. Had just sinned, had just done some wrong, but he want to go out and bless him. You know, you have folks want to make folks think that They're so spiritual. Mhm. Then Samuel said, "What have you done?" Saul replied, "I saw that the people were deserting me, and you did not come within a designated time, and the Philistines were gathering together at Michmash." He's trying to figure out why the people deserting me. See, big on numbers. See, and I noticed you weren't here. See, because see, the thing is, Samuel looking at him like, see, here's the thing. See, the people, you worried about numbers? Huh. What you worried about me for? See, the thing is, Samuel wasn't brand new. Cause see, he 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 paid attention because he had a relationship with the Almighty. So I said to myself, now the Philistines will come down against me at Gilgal, and I have not sought the favor of Jehovah. So I felt obligated to offer up the burnt sacrifice. At this, Samuel said to Saul, "You have acted foolishly. You have not obeyed the commandment that Jehovah your God gave you. If you had, Jehovah would have made your kingdom firm over Israel forever." So, see, Saul did wrong, but he figured, I'm losing people. So let me go ahead and offer up a sacrifice. He wasn't even thinking about. See, he thinking he could go out and meet Samuel. Oh, hey, I come out to bless you. See that? I want to put up a rouge. Yeah, Samuel already knew because see, Jehovah had already told him. That's why he went to Saul. That's right. That's right. 3P. You will never win when you're playing dirty. That's right. That's right. She she said, I mean, he said, "Oh, the people, I was losing people, so he do someone right." Because see, his kingdom wasn't firm. Because he had lost some Holy Spirit, or see, when you have Holy Spirit, when you're doing what's right, or if when you're doing right, even if things appear to the human eye that you're losing, you good. And over here, it may look like, oh, they're winning because it's manufactured by humans. And when Satan is a god of the system too. When he don't want you to hear the right thing or see the right thing or see people that's doing right winning, mm-hmm. Just see again. Remember, he's told Jesus, if you just do one act of worship to me, the kingdom will be yours. All these kingdoms will be yours because the whole world is lying in his power. See, it's in the power of the wicked one. So here's the thing. Satan will bless you too. But he's because he's the God of the system. That's in John, book of John, chapter 8. Satan is the God of the system of things. Lowercase g, he's a wicked God. That's why this world is the way it is. However, his blessings comes with consequences and strings attached. Ask all the ones that's been following him and all the ones that ended up to their own demise. Ask them. So it says, but now your kingdom will not last. Because see, the people had started leaving after some time. Now he didn't want to got all of the things that he can benefit from. the king of the Amalekites, all of the good spoils. But all of a sudden, the people are leaving. Thought you were winning. So you were winning for some time. But see, we're reading this, but this is not a real time. Oh, see, it was over a while. We just reading right now, just like a commercial or movie. But see, this went over a course of time, and he thought he was winning. Could have been years. A year, 2 years, 10 years, we don't know. See, it looked to man like he was winning. He probably thought he was winning. Could have been longer than that. But it caught up with him. It caught up with him. See, look at the Kardashians. Look over there in the palace. See how it's falling. See? They never thought in a million years. Well, you can win for a while, but when they get the see, you can rise all the way to the top, but though that you get a big enough audience to see you fall. And oh, how embarrassing that is. How embarrassing that is. It may not be soon, but trust me, it'll be later. That means it's going to happen. But notice here, it says Jehovah will find a man agreeable to his heart, and Jehovah will commission him as a leader over his people. Because he said and he rejected him. So I'm going to find a man to do what it is that you couldn't do. Trust me. It is nothing that's impossible for Jehovah. He's like, oh, I'm going to do what you can't do. See, just like what Adam couldn't do, I already he had that figured out as soon as Adam did. Oh, I can reroute this. I'm the Almighty. And he said, because you did not obey what Jehovah commanded you. So Jehovah, he didn't say maybe he's going to try to see what he can do. No, Jehovah he's going to do this. But see, the thing is, you didn't do it. So you're going to be replaced. Just know. Now notice it didn't say when Jehovah was going to do it. It didn't say when. And it didn't say if. It said that he will do it. So just know. That is the reason why we have to be accountable for what we do to other people. And what we say, because every time we get up and we try to reach up and snatch other people down, just know, when we try to snatch other people down, and especially when we try to do it and try to look cute while we're doing it, and not literally, but figuratively speaking, try to look cute, or sometimes literally, we are actually putting more weight on ourselves when we do. We're snatching them down. Maybe in our eyes, we may think we are, but just know, you're just putting more weight on yourself when you do, because it's just if you snatch them down, they just gonna fall on top of your head momentarily, because you're going down too. Just know that. That's the point. If you think you're snatching them down, but just know you're going down either way. That's why I always say it's best to work on us so that we don't feel the need to try to clip and trip each other in life, and especially women. Again, until Satan is in the abyss, it's going to always be. It's going to get worse. But we personally, we can always choose to try to aim to do a little bit better every day. Wake up and say, I'm going to try to speak to at least 3 people today, or smile and nod to at least 3 people today, or compliment at least one person today, or speak to at least one person because I didn't do it yesterday. Something. Or I'm going to reach out and I'm going to buy somebody, I'm going to buy so-and-so a pack of Kleenex today, or a pack of paper towel, because I know she likes to have paper towel. And I say that because I have to have paper towel. Oh my goodness, I'm such a cheap date when it comes to that. I love paper towel. I have to have paper towel. And you know somebody love paper towel and they have it on sale. Oh, I'm gonna buy this, get this paper towel for such and such. Because she likes paper towel. They got it on sale, you can afford it, get her some paper towel. It's little things like that. Just little small gestures. Or, whatever. Just whatever. Anything small. It don't matter. It don't have to be much. If, or let me call so-and-so. Just to say hi and see how they're doing. Instead of waking up and thinking, how can I snatch this person down? When it's really out of jealousy. The root of it is all out of jealousy. Thinking that this person is winning when you're fighting over avatars. And all you have to do is get up on panels. And I always say, it's big enough for all of us. Get up on, it's a panel. It takes 10. When really you're jealous. Has nothing to do with just me. It's all you. It starts with you. Write down, why is it that I bother you when I show up? Why is it that we always feel we have to take another woman down? Just another woman down. But these same women would never, ever just go and say, let me see how I can look and say, sis, let me straighten you up. Let me just tidy you up a little bit so you can do just a little bit better. Let me help you out. So that a woman like me can reassure you that we are not all the same. So you won't have a trigger or a trauma. So when you see someone that looks like me, you won't tense up and wonder and wait for the other shoe to drop. Let me do that today. When I wake up today, that's what I'm gonna do for another Black woman or another woman, period. Because that is what I aim for. Especially when I see younger Black girls, younger Black women. I say, oh, you look so pretty. I love your skin. Your hat or your hair. Look at you. I'm so proud to see you looking like a beautiful young Black woman. You carry yourself in such an astute manner. Respectful man, I'm so proud to see you do that. Keep that up. Continue to do that. Oh, you're dating out. You're divesting. Good for you. You look good. I'm so happy to see you do that. Keep opening up your options. There's nothing wrong with seeing everyone. In fact, you're doing God's will. Good for you. In passing, as I'm going to my car or to the store, what is wrong with that? So when she sees another older woman, black woman, she won't get tense and wonder and get on guard, because so many young black women, especially, are so on guard when they see another older black woman. I've heard them speak. I know this. Besides, I'm one of them. But being that I am an older black woman to others, I don't want to be that. I want to reassure them that there's one, at least, today on my watch. I see you. I hear you. I feel you. If I can just do that, sometimes I say that is what I'm going to do when I leave. That's going to be my goal. I want to applaud someone today. I want to applaud someone today. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, 3P. Thank you, Wondering Chick. What's so hard about that? Do you know how hard it is to actually carry out hate? You have to keep feeding yourself that. You do. Watching it, reading it, listening to it over and over. Repetition. Feeding that imperfection, and then become a product of it. And then you can do the polar opposite. You know when they say when you don't use it, you lose it? You could just do nothing. Be a lump on the log. But you won't feed yourself. You just kind of be humdrum. No personality, just existing. Not living, just existing. But to really go out your way to feed that hate and to put it into action, and especially as a woman, because we are built on nothing but emotions. And if you can actually, as a woman, can get up and to call yourself fixing yourself up and to actually come to a woman on each side as if you are a pack of wolves. My. I would hate to be your child. Oh, I feel so sorry for the ones that try to love you. Oh, I pity your souls. I really do. You really must be in a dark, sunken place. And for the ones that applaud you, even if they applaud you temporarily, if they listen to you temporarily, if they believed you for a split second, and if they celebrated you even for a split second, they're no better than Saul. Not my words. The Almighty God, His words. My words don't mean anything. Because, see, I have to remember what Samuel said to Saul. Did you not remember that you were insignificant? I have to remember I'm insignificant. It's just on a speck of dust on a scale. So my words are nothing. See, what I'm saying is spinning from the scriptures. What's so hard about making somebody's day? What's so hard about that? There's nothing wrong with getting somebody's chat. If you see a young black woman, young white woman, young Hispanic, doesn't matter, just anybody. I was just in somebody's chat applauding her for her crochet, her sweaters, the way she crochet them. I just started following her. She's white, blonde hair, just as white as you can, white as it don't matter. I loved her. I love color. I love color. She loved fashion. I want to learn how to crochet. Let's follow her. Let's celebrate her. And let me put it in there every time. First 3, 4, I'm telling her how great she is because she's good. Why take that from her? Huh? What is so wrong with that? Just start following some Hispanic. I don't know. I can't speak Spanish, but I like what they got on. So, hey. Hola. That's all I had. And I put some thumbs up. That's universal. And some lemons. What's so wrong with that? I can give them a thumbs up and follow them. And then in the comments, hola, and some thumbs up. What? I like it, what they're wearing. What? You really? Huh? That, and oh my goodness, with the young black ladies, young black women, the things I like to say, the ones I want to follow. Good night, I go out my way. It used to be if you were a black owl, it was by default. Now I can't. I can't. I got chased away. Why? Don't know. The evil ones, the ones that are practicing what Jehovah says is detestable. The ones that are just jealous because they're in love with avatars. They want to be that chick for avatars. Getting their ears tickled. We don't know what's behind the avatars. They refuse to come off from behind them. So just imagine if you're in a room with them. And then they think because you say hi to them in the chat that you want a best friend. Nah, not necessarily. I just want to be nice and just let you know we can, if you good, your vibe good, you want to work on something, better yourself, we can build, we can go from there, we'll see. But I'm not parched. I always have room for good vibes and good people, but I'm not parched. But I can read a room. And thinking you can show up because you have white skin as a man, we know that it's a trend. Most black women know it's a trend. Most black women knows it's a trend. And let me say, just and Lemon and the ones that are in other chats, are always welcome. Long as you're kind and you respect, especially over here at the lemonade stand. As long as you respect my lemon drops, you're good. But as I've said in other chats, that I'm gonna stand 10 toes down to black women, to my lemon drops. Just because he shows up with white skin or a white avatar is not enough. You are. Because the thing is this, just because a white man is with a black woman does not mean he does not have racist tendencies. I've seen it. I can read a room. Especially if you get passionate, you still have the, oh, she's the angry black woman. And he's going to go after what he's going to benefit from, just like a politician. And he got to make it look good so that he can keep what's best for him, just like a politician. He would throw you under the truck, just like a politician. So what? Because he's married to something black. That's why you have to be full. You have to work on you. And I've said this in a white man's chat, and I say this in my own, and I will say it in another white man's chat, in another white woman's chat, and I've said it in front of white people, and I'll say it on the rooftop. I stand 10 toes, 30 toes down. That's why I say work on you. And yes, that's why I will turn them down. In fact, I just got, somebody just asked me to marry them just 2 weeks ago. Nope. So that makes 9. And he was white. Sure can't. Nope. Sure won't. I sure won't. And again, I give people what they want to hear sometimes, just to see how it's going to go, to weed out the bad. I turn down proposals because I not only know my worth enough to enforce it and stand 10 toes down. And that is what I wanted for my sister and for my great niece. Unfortunately, she was taken away, but I think I put enough there. And that is what I want to continue to share with as many women that's in my space. Because whoever is in my space, I always want to rock with them. In any way, to level up, to be better, to look better, to feel better, smell better, whatever the case is, whatever it needs to be. Let's do better in my space. So my thing is this. I also know blacks and black men. I know for a fact, when I lived in Michigan, there were so many black men with white women that had biracial kids. That were hollering, I'm pro-black. I'm pro-black. So it's just not white men. And a lot of them were with white women, starting with my own relatives, and they would start telling young guys, and in my neighborhood would tell young guys, get with white women to take their money. And for a 3-letter word, and to just get, work them over because they were easy to benefit from. But majority of the time, a lot of them will be with them because that's what they prefer. Didn't come out and say it, but that's what they prefer. Read the room. And they were still hollering that they were pro-black. And you have a lot of black women that are with non-black men that feel they have to put out a disclaimer as to why they're with a non-black man, because they are still what has been deemed as mammies or mules, as that's the new term that I've heard a lot of people say, and have to almost apologize as to why they're with a black man. I mean, a non-black man. And I'm thinking, why do you feel you need to do that? That's not fair to him. You don't. Do you think if you went to a family affair and he has to act like he has to apologize for being with you, how would you feel? So why would you put him through that? That's equivalent to a lot of black women were getting upset because their white men wouldn't go and march for the George Floyd thing. Well, what if the KKK came through for white supremacy and he's expected for you to march? And would you? That's the same difference. That I didn't understand that. So yeah. So again, we need to hold ourselves to a higher standard and find out why we're doing what we're doing. Because if find out your premise in life as to what you're doing, why you're doing the decisions we are making. Find out what we do, because we know why we do what we do. As humans, like Dr. Phil said, as humans, whatever we do, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, we do it because we're getting something from it. It's something we're benefiting from. And when he said that, I thought that makes perfect sense. We're benefiting from it. And it's true. So if you're benefiting from being with whoever you are with, then don't throw them under the bus. And don't feel you have to explain and apologize for whoever you're with. What is that? What kind of mess is that? So if you don't feel you can do that, and if you feel like, oh, I don't know why, well, you don't need to be with them, because you can't stand 10 toes down for who you with, and you're not loyal. You're not loyal. Period. The end. You're disloyal, and I wouldn't be able to rock with you, even if it's subtle. And my thing is, you cannot live up to your wedding vows if you marry them. And if you are married to them and you're doing that, you have not lived up to your wedding vows. You're not doing it. Because whoever is faithful in what is least will be faithful in what is much. You're not doing it. Period. The end. I'm telling you right now. That's why I ask certain questions with guys, and certain answers they give me, even if it's something smaller. You don't pass the test, you're fired before you even get hired, or either you're just fired. Because it's going to be an issue later on. That's why I said what I said that night. Whatever you have an issue with, and whatever is an issue with you, with your do's and don'ts, wills and won'ts, if you, like I told my brothers, if it is something that is huge to you, even if it's someone else, it may not be a big deal. If you love a woman with short hair, because he loved women with short hair, I don't like a woman with long. I mean, but she no buts. Is that an issue with you? Yeah, I said, if it's an issue, and even if she gets her hair cut right now for you, and if she goes and y'all get married later on, and she start wearing her hair long, it's gonna be an issue. And guess what? Every time a woman come around with short hair, she gonna catch your attention when the honeymoon phase is over. And I'm telling you that now. But you got these mammies, these old fools that wants to come up and hate over stupidness. And I'm like, okay. I know what I'm talking about, because I didn't talk to too many people. And I'm like, if that is something that you just cannot see yourself with, and it may not a big deal to anyone else, but if it's something you just cannot see yourself, and it just, I cannot, that's what you better go after. Because when the honeymoon is over, that's the first thing that's going to be an issue. And if other areas where you can go, oh, that's not a big deal. Well, then don't go ahead. That's fine. Do it. And that's the point I was making before, some time ago. To make sure that you are obeying your vows. Standing 10 toes down. But before you can do that, we have to find out what is going on inside of us. Who we are looking for. What color are our flags on the inside? Because if we don't know the color of our true flags on the inside, even if we don't discuss them with nobody else, we're going to be checking for the wrong color flags on the outside. And oh, baby, it's going to show. Because whatever don't come out in the wash, it's going to come out in the rinse. Because when you think people ain't looking, there are a lot of people that are paying attention because they love having the fat of rams. Read the room. Read the room. That's why I always say, sun kiss, reads the room. Even when people think I'm not. I try not to judge. I try my best not to judge. Now, I may observe. I may even call it out. But I'm not going to judge you. But I see you. And whatever I don't see, my girl 3P, she dropped it in the chat. Give 3P some lemons in the chat. Hey, Ma. Hey, Ma. I love you. I tried to call you, Ma. I couldn't get through. Thank you, Ma. Hey, must be the lemons. Miss Golden Bunny. Hey, must be the lemons. You right, 3P. Go. You better say it. Amen. There you go, Ma. You know, 3P. I love what you said, 3P. I love it. You said 40 plus is too old for messenger. I know that's right. Yeah, Ma. I tried to call you. I couldn't. I couldn't get through. I mean, I don't know if you may have had your Hold on, let me put my phone over here. Yeah, Ma. I tried to call you. You said hola, como esta? I don't know how. I don't know what they. I can't speak Spanish. Oh, hey, Liam. Welcome to the lemonade stand, my lemon. How have you been? Oh, I love that. 3P. That's awesome. I love that. Let me straighten your cut. That's what I'm talking about. Yes. Yes, yes, 3P. Yes. That's Revelations 20, I mean Revelations 12 when that what was I gonna say? When the war went on in heaven, and Michael, which is talking about Jesus, the archangel. It's an archangel, yeah. They had to um the war in heaven, and him and his demons were kicked down to the earth, and it said, "Woe for the earth." Rejoice, the heavens were rejoicing, of course, but the woe for the earth and for the seas, because the devil come down to the earth having great anger, knowing that he has a short period of time. So you're right. You're absolutely right. Yep. You're right. Wondering chick. He was not supposed to touch the those those idols. He or not, or the spoils or any of that. Yes, yes, none of that stuff. This anything that was supposed to be sacrificed, right? It was supposed to have been thrown or destroyed, exactly. But yet, no, he want to keep it. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Were you retired? Oh, okay. I've been doing good. Thank you for asking. Yeah, ma, I tried to call because I wanted to know how my brother was doing. I called to check and see how you and Richard were doing. Oh, oh, you were at the hospital. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, yeah. That's how it be. Yeah, ma. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. And sometimes it won't go through. Um, Ma, I need to talk. I want to talk to you. You said you was at the hospital. Was he at the? I want to talk to you, Ma. Yeah, we need to talk. Is he? Is he? Let me just ask you this, because I don't want you to be telling too much, on live. But let me drop the link. Anybody can come up, but Ma, I want you to be one of the ones to come up. Whoever wants to come up can come up. Okay. Ma, I want to see how my brother's doing. I'm concerned about how he's doing. Okay, Wonder and Chicken 3P. Y'all doing all right? Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for the lemons. Yeah, yeah, I'm doing okay. I've been like running around trying to I've been so busy, but being busy is good. Being busy is good. Good, good, good. I'm glad you good. I want to talk to you tomorrow too. Well, shoot, technically today. I want to talk to you too, 3P. And Wondering Chick. You in there? Ma, where you at? Yeah, thanks for the limit. Yeah, yeah, 3P. I want to talk to you. I want to talk. I want us to talk. Wondering Chick, you there? She got off. Did she go somewhere? She must be working. Um. Oh, that's my. Who's that? Oh, that's 3P. Okay.
You rang. I'm waiting for Miss Bunny to come up. I
Huh?
didn't want to come up. I was waiting for Miss Bunny to come up.
Yeah, you can come up. It take several people can come. I mean, I think 10 people can come up or something like that. So no,
Up to
it's a
10.
lot of people. Huh?
Up to 10.
Yeah. Yeah, there she go. It's a lot of people
Okay,
can come
cool.
up.
Hey,
Hey Ma, how you doing?
hey, I'm telling you, Mama's hanging in here. They're gonna let him. You know what? I took him to the doctor, and they thought he had got kind of weak, and they put him in the hospital. But they're gonna let him come home tomorrow, though. Today,
Oh, okay, you
but
at the hospital now?
it's Saturday, huh?
You at the hospital now?
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Oh,
baby. He told me to go home, but I didn't want to go home, so
I don't blame you. I was the
I'm
same
just
way.
gonna stay here until they let him go. They said they're gonna let him go around 11 o'clock. But his but
Tomorrow,
his testing,
mm,
Saturday, but his test and everything won't be back until Wednesday.
Wednesday. Okay, okay.
But he told me, he's a mess. He said, Mom, he said, don't you be crying and all worried. He said, because he feels like they would have said something before now. But that's not always true because a lot of times they be working up options if you are have a cancer or something's out of hand, see.
Mm-hmm.
But
Um,
he's always been that way though. He always want to try to reassure me and everything. And it's beautiful that he
yeah,
does, but I'm gonna tell y'all I am my word to death.
I know, man. Had been trying to
Mm-hmm.
call. I kept trying to call, and I said, "Why isn't it go? It's not going through." But I've been praying up and down for you and him. I promise you, I have.
He told me, he said he believed that though. He said because he although he had to go in the hospital, but he feels so much better. He looks
Oh,
better too.
oh, my so
Mm-hmm.
bad. Oh, you gonna make me cry, my. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna cry. Oh, yeah, I'm a wimp. Okay, look, my look. Is he
I'm
eating?
telling you. Yes, he ate really good today.
Okay, good.
My oldest son went to he's my baby, he's a Popeyes fan. So he went and got a lot of stuff from Popeyes and he ate just about everything my oldest baby brought too.
Liam,
Mm-hmm.
how are
Hey,
you?
you all right?
He okay. He ate all his Popeyes.
Yeah, baby. He ate let me see, what is that thing? It like it was some kind of chicken on a butter, look like a buttered roll or something, but it really looked
Ooh,
good though.
oh, I
And
want
then
me
he
some.
wanted some of those Cajun beans and stuff. So he ate
Ooh,
everything.
he
He
ate
did
some
all
real
right
food.
too.
He ate
Mm-hmm.
real food. Good
He ate
for
some
him.
real food. He said it felt good too. I said, well, good, because I was worried about that eating part because it seemed like he had kind of started grasping at so many liquids. And so then
Okay,
that tells me when you're in a
hold on,
lot of pain.
hold on, mom. Okay, Wonder Chick, come back and let us know what's going on now.
Where's Wondering Chick? She
Yeah,
leaving us?
she had to leave, but she coming back. She had an emergency. She said,
Okay.
she'll be okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on, mom. Hi, Liam.
Hey,
How
all
are
right?
you?
Good.
Good. You are so handsome.
I see a
Thanks.
handsome young man up
Yes,
there.
thank you for coming through. Hey,
All right.
3P. 3P up. Three. I got everybody in the house. Hey,
Hi.
Mhm.
must be the Lemons.
This is where all the energy is, baby, is with you.
Yeah, I'm so glad. Y'all are my favorites. I'm so glad. Thank
Mhm.
you.
This is where the
You've been
energy
doing okay.
is.
This is great. This is great. I didn't think it would be this. I didn't think it would be this.
Now,
Um,
this handsome young man, he's from abroad, isn't he?
yes.
Okay.
Okay. We can close the gaps one day. We can go and get you on your
Mm-hmm.
servers. Yeah. You've been
It's
doing
probably
okay.
what about 6 o'clock there, I guess maybe, huh? a.m.
Oh, is it 6
Uh,
there, Liam?
no, just 10, half 7.
Okay.
Oh,
Mm-hmm. I
really?
was close enough.
Uh,
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh, it's a big time difference. Oh, I keep forgetting about the time. Look, 3P, I know you like, I know some kids can't remember the time because I can't remember our own time, can I?
What was
He's
that?
six,
What was that?
baby. He's 6 hours ahead of us.
Oh, look, because Lim said Lim said it's 10 past 7 there. You in the UK.
He's 6 hours ahead of us.
And I said, I know you like, I know some kids can't, because I said I keep forgetting about the time difference there. I said, I know you
Mm-hmm.
like, I know some kids can remember because she can't remember our own time difference. Look, no, but you and I on the same time frame, aren't we? 3P.
Me and you, baby. I know we are.
What time? What time is it there, Ma?
It's 1:32 here. Is that
Okay, yeah,
1:32
we on the
a.m.
same. 3P, what time
Mm-hmm.
is it there? What in Texas? We on the same time. You on Central, right? 3P. 3P. I think she stepped out for a second.
In Texas,
I'll be
yes, they
right
on
back.
the same time.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. In Texas, you are.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
when you get into, I think it's in Alabama and Georgia, that's when that hour jump.
Yes, that's right. Cause Georgia is
Eastern.
it's
Eastern
12:33
time.
in Georgia.
Southeastern time. Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. And and Georgia's
Mm-hmm.
only what? Barely 3 hours away. And I think that is so weird. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
It's not far. It's not far from you though, like it is me,
Uh,
Chicago.
uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Because it take what that plane ride nonstop is what 2.5 hours for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
as soon as we sit down in the plane, we there,
Yeah,
in
by the
Georgia.
time you get in the air, see,
Uh-huh.
because even from a lot of people didn't know from Georgia to Arkansas, it's only 500 miles.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Wonder
But I
Chick,
was
get in
born down there,
get
but
in
I
the
don't want
chat
no
with us.
parts of it. Mm-hmm.
Mhm. I was telling Wonder Check to get up here with us in the chat. But look, yeah, but yes, right, because you used to be Liam, did you know mom? Well, I call her mom, but she's my mom. I call her my mom.
You my baby.
Golden Bunny, did you know that she used to be a flight attendant? Did you know that?
oh.
Yeah, yeah,
In the early
Mm.
years, too, I
yeah,
call it. Mm-hmm.
yeah, yeah.
4
So you've been doing
years.
okay, Liam?
Hmm?
You've been doing okay? They knocked mine off.
Mm-mm, I'm
3P.
here.
No, I'm adding 3P. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta add 3P back on. Okay, there we go. There we go. They want to switch. They want to play musical chairs. Okay.
Hmm.
But, yeah. So tell us. Oh wait. Liam. Wondering Chick was telling me about the restaurant that you suggested.
Mm-hmm. Get into
Uh huh.
it. I'll name my food.
Yes, I said she was like, oh, good. You know your stuff. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That's a nice area as well.
Yeah. She was like, "Oh my goodness!" He suggests a really nice place, so it was all the rave. So yes, 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 yes. So we'll be there. We'll be there. Yeah. So thank you.
That's
Thank you.
all. That's all freshly cooked as well.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, in fact, anything you can think of, that's got it.
Uh huh.
Or fresh meat and everything it is. That's like certain like when you eat like stuff like chicken and stuff, they're got like on the grills and stuff and that as well. That's
Mhm.
all. They keep obviously marinating it with the sauce and all that as well.
Mhm. Wow. I can't wait. Oh, my mouth. Okay, I'm starting to salivate. Hold on,
That's like if you like your the old desserts and that as well, you'd be in heaven. You will.
Wow. I can't wait.
It's gonna be a year, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, okay.
We're going to go in a year.
I
So
was
Mom, we
gonna
would like for you to come
start
along too.
preparing too
Yes,
to
yes, you have to
go.
come along. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I'm telling you, it'd be a beautiful time, that's for sure.
Yes. I'm excited. I feel like we're about to
Mm-hmm.
go like next week. I'm like I get all excited thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It feels like it, don't it?
Yeah, it's gonna be nice. It's gonna be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Because I was gonna try to figure out, well, when it get more a little closer and everything,
Uh-huh.
I was gonna have you to come to
Okay.
Chicago,
Okay. Yeah.
and
You
I
want me to come there and help
and
you with
we'll
something?
and we'll fly from O'Hare International to
Okay.
Heathrow.
Yeah, we don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
And you know
Okay.
what, Mom?
Yeah.
You and me, we can share a room. We can get a place, a room, share the same room together. You and
That'll
me.
be beautiful. You know what? I was gonna look at your
Go
little
good one,
brother.
didn't
He
she?
was looking at some things. He said he gonna get us a suite.
Okay. You and me,
It'll have a kitchen, and it'll be like home.
yeah, okay. You and me, we can get a suite, and you and me, we can share together. If we can get
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
because it can only be so big. So you and me, we can share a room together. We can be roommates.
Mm-hmm. A suite. See, we'll have our own room. It'll look just like an apartment.
Yeah, yeah. I've been in one,
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, we can share together.
Mm-hmm.
You and me, yeah.
Cause
That's an idea.
he'll probably, cause see what he'll do. He'll take some of his points or whatever, and it'll be
Hmm.
just about nothing.
Oh wow, okay. Well, just let me
Mm-hmm.
know. I'm willing to pay whatever I
Cause
need to pay.
he goes a lot. See, too.
Okay, okay, okay.
I'm used to, but I've gotten older now, and I just really don't. Cause I have a lot
Well,
of trouble with my back for one thing. That I think that slowed me down a lot too.
when I get there, Mom,
Mm-hmm.
because I go to physical therapy. I'm gonna show you some exercises because I had a slip disc in my back, and I was in several different accidents. And one of my accidents, I went underneath a 18-wheeler, and
Mm-mm.
and my back was really. I mean, I will go paralyzed when I go to turn over and sleep in my sleep. At one point, it was really bad. So I'm going.
Because see, they told
I'm
me let's see, what is it now? I'm going into the third year now. They said I was supposed to be in a wheelchair by now.
They'll tell you that no, no, you're
Mm-hmm.
not. I'm
But I
gonna
have,
tell you when I get
but
there.
you know what? It's just so they wanted to do a surgery, baby, but
No,
I was afraid. I was afraid to do it because so
no,
many people I know either they passed away or they're in a chair for good.
yep. Don't let them. No, Ma. I
Hmm.
mean, I can't tell you. No, I can't tell you what to do. But I will
Yes, you
highly suggest
can too.
that
Yes, you
you not do.
can.
Because once they start doing that, Ma, they will forever. And even if you end up just saying for kicks and giggles, you may not be in a wheelchair. Eventually, it'll end up getting to that, or they'll be constantly have to cut on your back. Don't even let them start.
Oh no,
That's
I'm too
all
old
the
for that
nerves in
now,
the body.
baby. Anyway, I'm past the age for all that now. Anyway, whatever happened, just have to happen now.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Hmm. But
Lim,
I
when we
being
get
a
over there,
lot.
yeah, when we get over there,
Hmm.
Lim can just
Have
punch
you
us both
thought
in the back. We'll be okay.
have you
I'm telling you, I'm gonna get
yeah,
they're
have
gonna
you
give
thought
me
about
one of
going
those
to
remote control chairs too.
You said, I'm sorry, what you say, Lim?
have you thought about going to chiropractor?
Oh, a chiropractor? Ma, had you thought about
Hmm.
going to I go to physical therapy, and this lady is awesome. Now, had you thought about going to a chiropractor?
No,
Like
honey, because you know what? My older sister was in the hospital, and I never will forget. I think I was 15,
Uh-huh.
and this lady had went to one,
Uh-huh.
but whatever happened, you could see the pulse rate, that thing jumping in her neck, and they had her in the hospital, and I believe they were gonna fly her
Oh my goodness.
to that Mayo Clinic
Yeah.
because they just didn't know what to do. Because whatever happened to her in that chiropractic office. it messed that nerve thing or something up
Oh,
in her neck.
oh
Mm-hmm.
my word.
And you know what? It's just something I just never forgot.
You know, that was traumatic for you. Of course, that you know what?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't know what they were doing. Whoever this person was, they didn't know what they were doing. Because
Okay.
you know what? And the thing is, no, I wouldn't even no. If that was a bad experience for you, I listen, I always say fear is real, pain is
Mm-hmm.
listen, if that doesn't work for you, and if
Cause
you
that lady, she was she was just in a mess. I felt like too. Uh-huh.
but you know what, Mom? What about just physical therapy? Because they give my physical therapist, she give me exercises, and I used to have so much pain in my right up in here and the nerves in my back, coming back of my neck and all that. Those exercises she gave me, she showed me while I was there and gave me the paper out. I have not literally, I really don't need to go back. But she said,
But they gave me a lot of things too, but that nerve and everything, it had gotten so damaged. And so you know what, baby, a lot of times uh I have over the years I practice in walking, but I don't have enough feeling to do anything anymore. That's the main issue. That's
when you
why I
say
went
feeling,
they made me disabled. Mm-hmm.
for as like, are you like when you say when you talking about like being numb? Is that what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's
Mm-hmm.
why
Because
I
it's
had to go because I was numb on my left side.
uh-huh, but see, it just done went almost from the waist down, see. So, but that
Oh,
therapy thing, I'm just past that. Because
Mom,
I had three opinions. See, I had one from Mayo Clinic,
what did
and
they
then
say?
they sent me.
What is it stemming from? I mean, don't say it on live if you don't feel comfortable. But what it, you when you say your nerves, your nerve, it says it's a nerve damage. I should say.
It's nerve damage, see, and then I
Okay.
got a degenerative disc too, see, in my back. My spine is messed up too, see. And
Okay.
you know what, baby, and I don't know what, but you know what, probably from lifting too much, see.
Mm-hmm.
In that nurses thing. And then when mama was sick, see, I lifted her a lot too.
Mm-hmm.
See.
That'll do it.
And at the time I was too old because I think mama was, let's see, I was what, probably almost 50 then. See.
Hmm.
Mama been gone 13 years, I think, since '09. See. But
Mm-hmm.
it just kept progressing. But I exercised and did what I could, and I believe that they say that's what kept me up as
Yeah.
well as it did. But um, I can tell it's coming to that chair though, because I just don't have enough feeling almost now to really do too much of anything. But it'll be okay because it'll be one of them remote control deals on it. I'm gonna drive that thing just like I'm not gonna just fall out, like a lot of people do when things happen, because I'm older now and I had a good life and
No, Ma, you
so
can't talk like that. No,
things,
we
but
gonna
things happen,
no,
so
but still,
but see,
Ma,
only chance I have of that deal would be to try to repair, do something. But after they really look at that thing with that nerve thing, see, they're not gonna do it anyway now. See.
no, but you know what, Ma? You don't
Mm-hmm.
you um there are different stretches that you can do to stretch and all that and just do
Oh,
different
not but see, not anymore, baby, because see, it just
really?
done that part just done went. See.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Ma, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. But like I say, it's the kids that when they redid my kitchen and everything, and they did it to where if it comes to that, everything is at a height to where I'll
Oh,
be able to still move around in it.
oh, good, Ma.
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
do you think
I just
do you
don't
have
worry about things.
do you have a ramp and stuff like if you need if it comes to that you'll be able to get a ramp
That'll
and
be
all
the
that?
next step.
Okay.
Hmm.
Ma,
Hmm.
I'm gonna
But
come
it's
out
all
there. I'm gonna come out there. I'm gonna come out there to visit you.
okay.
I,
Everything is just kind of all of a sudden, it just really changed within the last maybe 4 months, 3 or 4 months. I could really
Really?
tell. That's one. You know what? Just
Well, I'm coming.
the kids. With the kids caught on though.
This,
That's one reason why I don't drive. Because see, I don't have. You have to have that feeling to handle that accelerator and that pedal. See.
what is this? Is Ma, you know what? I'm
Mm-hmm.
fixing to come out there to visit. I'm,
Okay.
I'm coming out in July. I'm coming out there. I'm coming out there to
Okay.
visit you in July. I sure am. And if I had
Okay.
known, see, I ended up setting it up where I need to get. No, you know what? No, I'm coming out there. I'm not even come out there in June. Look, little mama wimp. I get it. I'm such a wimp.
Mhm.
I'm so much of an empath. Look, I call myself the empath whisperer.
I'm telling you, everything's all right though,
Look,
baby.
you know,
Mhm.
I know,
Mhm.
mom, but still, you need. And then with Richard, I was. Okay. We'll talk about Richard. I'm just glad he's eating and everything like
Yeah,
that.
he's
I
in good.
really am glad
He's
he's
in
eating
good spirits though.
good.
Yeah, he's in good. Yeah, he's in good spirits though. He was just so tired, kind of
Okay,
at first,
good.
but they kept giving him, I guess, those what do you call them, baby? Those liquids and different things, and it brought him
That's
around for sure.
and,
He's ready to
okay.
go home, which
Good.
I'm
And
sure.
my and don't
Cause
forget when he. I know he is. And being at home makes you feel better. You know, he come on, get him a good bath and, put on some
mm-hmm.
pajamas, clean sheets and stuff. And then that for some reason, well, I know that sounds better, but for some reason a hospital is not the same as, their clean sheets, not still. It's the difference when you at your home on your own clean sheets. You know what
Oh
I'm saying?
yeah,
It's just,
but the girls is
no,
fighting over him. I laughed one day. I said I went on down in the cafeteria. I said I'm gone. So they be changing his bed and giving him rubbing his back and patting extra pillows and everything. He's living the life with the
wherever you can get
nurses.
that love, that's so funny. The girls are fighting over. Well, Liam, y'all always get chosen first. The men always get the better loving. I don't care where y'all go.
Oh,
Y'all
they
always get the best
do.
loving. They do. I don't know. It's so funny.
We getting a lot of static, baby.
They always get the best love and the best attention. The women are always fighting. It never, ever fails. We go to the hospital and it's like, we be like, okay, when am I going to get my water? It's been 6 hours.
Yeah,
Baby,
Sun Kiss.
your connection to something is happening.
Is it me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on a second.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Wandering Chick what come on. Wandering Chick what come on.
Huh?
I think Wandering Chick want to come on.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Thank you for saying that. Listen, I can't walk and chew gum. Hold on a second. Thank you.
Hey, everybody.
Oops.
Hey,
Okay.
beautiful. How are you?
Is Prissy on here? Oh yeah, Prissy's still here. You back, 3P?
Yeah, I'm back. I just been listening and changing my avatar.
Why are you so quiet?
I don't know. You have a lot of static. You may have to restart that mic.
Mark wants to come on too.
Mark who?
Your Mark.
Oh, well, I got to be my Mark. Hi, Liam.
Hey.
Hey, Liam.
Oh, you want what you?
Hello.
Hey, 3P. 3P.
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Text me and let me know what's going on. Huh?
With what?
Yeah.
With what?
The baby told you to restart your mic or something.
Yeah, you might have to. Your mic is real choppy.
Okay. Oh, okay. 3P, you know you're the one that's smart about all this stuff. You don't know what I'm doing. Hold on.
So, Liam, where are you from?
From the UK.
So, how far is that from London?
About 2 hours.
Oh, that's not bad. Okay, cool. Okay, so we'll have to make sure that we come and see you when we come over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ever check that place out even more?
Yeah, I did. Oh my God. Yeah. So that place is definitely on the list. So we're gonna make sure that we get there, and we got some other places that we're gonna go. So yeah, I'm excited. I can't wait. I'm excited. I can't wait.
3P, can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
I hear you fine. I hear you fine.
Can you hear me, 3P?
Oh, I got an echo.
Okay,
Yes,
Liam.
I can hear you. I can hear you. I'm sorry. I was trying to get to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me, Liam?
Yeah.
Okay, Ma, where's Ma?
She popped
Oh, it's
off.
gone.
Did I drop Ma off?
No, she popped off. She'll pop back up.
Okay, 3P.
Yes, ma'am.
Shoot me a text to let me know what's going on.
Okay,
What's
you
up?
said going on. Okay, I'll send you a text, but I don't know what's going on.
Mark said,
Okay, let me send you a text. Okay, hold on a second. I'm trying to get this going. Hold on. I'm having a difficult time. Not a difficult time. I'm trying to set some. Hold on, y'all. Just be careful. Patient.
okay, when you get a chance.
And Mark said he wanted to get on.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, he said he waiting.
I'm trying to fix. Hold on a second. Give me a second. Hold on 1 second.
So Liam, why aren't you out tonight? It's Friday, Saturday. Yeah,
Saturday morning.
yeah,
He's
it's
gonna
Saturday
be at the
morning.
lemonade stand.
Oh, that's right. It's Saturday morning. So you
Mm-hmm.
was out last night.
I had a night last night.
Okay.
And I went to bed about 9.
Okay. Hold on a minute. Where did I see it? Hey guys, if I have to pop off, I gotta go and meet the fire truck.
What do you mean?
What happened?
We have storms here in South Florida, and lightning hit one of
Oh.
my buildings.
Oh wow.
Wait a minute. What?
The lightning hit one of my buildings.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it ain't on fire, but you know
Are
they
you
have.
okay?
No.
Are you
It's
okay?
it's not my building. It's another extension building. It's not on fire, but they have to come out.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Hold on, Mark. Just give me a second, Mark. I'm having some problems. I'm having some difficulties.
Okay, we'll be
I mean,
here.
Wonder Chick. I understand whatever you have to do. I mean, y'all can go. I'm just trying to see why I can't get mine to come back.
She'll be back.
And that's not like her to just. She's back.
No, did she hit the link again? Tell
Let
her
me
to
see
hit the
what's
link.
going on with her, because that's not like her.
Okay.
I bet you that. Hold on 1 second.
All right.
Oh shoot.
So, Liam, what do you have planned for your day?
I haven't thought about it, to be honest with you. I decided, well, around about 7 o'clock, I had scrambled egg on toast with some strawberries.
Okay. Okay. Are you a foodie?
You.
Well, I am in a way. I think like not one for really for corns, pasties, anything like that. I like trying all different cultural food. I do.
Uh-huh.
You get
Okay.
it, 3P?
Yes.
Okay, text me what to do because I don't know what to do for this thing, trying to manage this thing. Manage me. That be you because you know I'm slow. You got to be more specific. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. I'm managing y'all. Give me a minute. I'm trying to get my mom on.
Okay. We'll be right here, honey. We ain't going nowhere.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So Liam, when you coming to the States?
I don't know yet.
Yeah. You need to put that
Yeah,
on your bucket list.
Yeah. I'll just wait for all this stuff to calm down a bit first. What's been going on?
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
can we okay, can we okay, all right.
Can we?
Okay, hold. We're gonna further this, okay? Okay. Can you see me?
yeah, we see you fine.
Can y'all see? Okay, Miss. All right. You can see Mrs. Mrs. 3P. Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay. We all gonna further this. Okay. Mrs. 3P. Can you see me? Can you see me?
Yeah.
Am I choppy? I'm choppy. Okay.
No,
I can hear myself. I hate it. Can you see me?
You might have to refresh.
I hate my voice.
I've
Okay,
got,
let me refresh again. Let me pull him up. What you
I've
say,
got
Liam?
one of them. I got another one of them tabs open.
Oh, you know what it is? Let me pull my phone down. Maybe that's it. Let me see if that's it.
One of your microphones need to be muted. That's what it is. Mute.
Oh, wait, let me
YouTube.
see something. Let me see. I think that's what it is. That's it. 3P. Hold on. That's it.
you okay?
Huh?
Who you asking? Wondering.
Sun Kiss. I'm asking, is she okay?
And she just popped off.
Oh, okay. Ah, there she goes. Hey, Mark.
How you doing?
Hey, Mark.
Oh yeah, how you doing?
You alright?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to get what? Oh, I know what I did.
You sound good now.
I know I don't. Okay, am I better?
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
But I'm missing somebody. Okay, hold on. Who is this right here? Okay. I got Mark, right? Is Mark in here?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Wonder Chick.
Uh-huh.
Liam. Okay, there we go. Okay. I was looking for the purple hat. That's what it is. Okay, now we on to something. Okay.
Purple hat.
But I still you know what happened? Because I'm like, well, how can I get my on? She's at the hospital. She probably dropped off.
Oh,
Remember,
okay.
she said that it was hard to get in? That's probably what it is with her. Okay. Okay, I'm a worry word. I want to make sure she's okay. But somebody said let me in the chat. Oh, is that what you wondering? Okay, that's
That
earlier.
was me.
Okay.
Yeah, that was me,
Okay.
honey.
Okay. All right. I think we're on to something. Hey, Mark.
Hi, how you
Mr.
doing?
B.
I'm doing
Good.
very
Welcome to the lemonade stand. Hey,
good.
must be the limit. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm okay. It's official. I know I've lost my mind. But the thing is, I keep hearing somebody pop. Don't you hear somebody popping up?
No.
Okay, don't answer me.
No.
It's okay. I keep thinking I hear somebody pop up like they want to pop up on the thing. Don't answer that, y'all. Keep it a secret between us. Just keep it at the lemonade stand. But
Okay. No
it's
problem.
okay. I got papers. I got papers to prove I'm crazy. But what were we?
Not that you're certified.
You so funny.
Oh my goodness. Look, yo, I had a crazy day today. Oh my goodness. Look, guess what, y'all? My thermostat. Was it one that chick? Who was it?
It was me. Yeah, you told
It was
me.
you. I told you 2-3P, didn't I? Who did I tell that the
You told me, babe.
okay, my thermostat one, I said it my mother voice cut get fix it. Now I'm freezing. Look, now I'm cold. But I was like, no,
You got your
this is the
arms
wrong
out. That's
time.
probably why.
Huh?
You got your arms out.
Yeah, I got my arms out. Look, because at first I was burning up. Now I'm freezing. But look, and I was like, what are the odds for my thermostat to go out when what's her name's thermostat? I said, why everybody thermostats want to go out? All of a sudden, now it's getting hot. We can't have that. That going out right there. Good. My officer dropped the link to have you up. We all gonna be up here. We finna have a slumber party.
Who's sleepy?
Nobody. I said we about to have a slumber party. I'm finna drop the link.
You funny.
What everybody else about? Anyone got plans? Plans? Anybody?
I'm about to sew. Look, I'm old. I'm about to sew for my living room. I'm making some home decor. I'm so old. Oh look, I gotta show you my pillow I made from sewing class. It's so cute. But girl, look, I'm old.
I got plans.
Yay.
Yay.
What you got plans to do?
I'm pulling a double.
What you about to do? What doing you?
I'm working 2 shifts.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I'll be working until
Oh, you trying to pull on that
7
moolah.
o'clock tomorrow.
What you trying to get?
Oh, really?
I gotta get some money to buy my new camera. So, I gotta put it in.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that
Oh.
camera costs a bit.
Okay, come on, Ma, get it. Get the link. Grab the link and come on.
Little bit of money. I'm trying to find a new avatar and I can't seem to change it.
You looking for a new picture? I like that.
Yes.
I want to create one
that hat.
for
Ooh.
Sunkissed. I think.
Is it gonna be like a cartoon?
You said what?
I'm trying to finish up the avatar I got for you.
Huh?
I said I'm trying to finish your avatar.
Oh, you making my avatar?
Yeah.
I thought I heard something pop. That was mine. I knew I was okay. I know I'm crazy, but it's not official today.
It's working for you.
That was her. I thought I heard somebody. I could be crazy tomorrow, but today, I mean, okay, give me the Monday, but not tonight. Okay, Ma, try it again. Oh, that was her. Yeah.
Sunkiss, I'm gonna have to come by and do your lives, I guess. Be in the studio.
Yeah. Yes. That's for sure. Yeah. Because that was her. But why can't I get her up? Oops, I
Is she
muted her.
putting the hyperlink
Okay.
in?
Yeah, I muted her. I've just got to figure out a way to pull her up. I can't. It's like I can't reach her.
Is she still on
You see
backstage?
what I'm saying?
I can't see
I just
her.
got to figure out a way to pull her up. But it's like she's down there. I don't know how. Okay, Ma, just keep swimming. Like Dory told Nemo, keep swimming before she forgot again. That's me. I'm always forgetting. Okay, just 1 second, Ma. Just keep swimming. Keep swimming. Oh my goodness, my mom can't get up.
Did you make that wig, or you went and got that wig?
This? You said I did what now?
Did you
This
buy
wig
this
here?
wig, or did you make it?
No, I bought this wig. Girl, no, I ain't making this wig. Child, please. I used to do a lot to my wigs. I'm lazy these days. No, I bought it like that. It's so old. You can tell it's old. I bought this wig.
It's salt and pepper old.
Hey.
Yeah, look, I know, right?
Don't be talking about salt and pepper.
Look, this all the rave now. Yeah, look, 50-year-olds trying to walk around with salt and pepper now. Grab it again, Ma. Okay, hold on. But you see what I'm saying? Like, it won't let. Oh, hold up. Look, I'm so stupid. Oh, okay, no, words are powerful. Okay, I'm so sorry. It was. I didn't. Okay.
There she is.
Yep, you got it.
Okay.
Whoop, whoop.
Are you? Well, there's the live.
It said okay, because it said my mic was muted.
I'm sorry. Okay, I did that by
You
mistake.
can hear me now?
I didn't mean to. Yeah, I didn't mean to mute your mic.
Okay.
Huh?
I was in.
Yeah,
It said
I'm sorry.
I was back of the studio, but it said my mic was muted.
Yeah, I was trying to pull you up, and I hit your mute button by mistake. So I was trying to unmute
I guess
you, but
that's
when I
what
tried to
kept me
unmute
from coming up.
it knocked you off.
You gonna get it though, baby.
But you know what? I was.
It's a lot of work.
It is, but you know what? It wasn't even hard. I promise you. I was way over to the far right, and you know what? I shouldn't have been so far to the right. I should have just been right in the middle. I'm like, oh, and I never even paid attention to this button until now. Hey, must be the limit. What are you drinking? It's yellow. Is that lemonade?
She says, no, it's pineapple crush, the powder drinking water. I'm drinking water, powder water.
Oh, okay. You look so cute. I love your hair over your shoulder.
I got my arms out. I feel naked.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Oh, wondering chick. Oh my God. Put that camera back on. Let me see you in your uniform.
Yeah, why'd you turn it off?
Is that a badge? Is that a badge? Oh my God. I'm scared of you.
She come to take us all in because she fits to wrestle me to the ground.
I can't say stuff in the chat anymore. You're gonna arrest me.
No.
I got my badge on, y'all. I gotta look official.
If you arrest me, can I get a private room?
That sounds like something the Kardashians would say.
I need my own private room.
That sounds like something the Kardashians are asking.
Yeah, we aim to accommodate. We'll even give you some fresh running water.
You know what?
That was funny.
I don't know how he was in jail. He ended up getting what do you call that? H. pylori in jail from the water. I thought I had H. pylori, but I didn't. It was just
You got what?
What do you call that?
H. pylori.
It's called H. pylori. It's some bacteria. It's some bacteria in the water, and it can mess up the bacteria can get in your stomach. stomach lining, and it's real painful.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
Like
real
it can
painful. They
happen
thought
to
I
you
had
like
it because
in Mexico
I was
too.
in so much.
When I was a PO, I used to walk through the prisons, and I was all like, I'm never gonna get in trouble. Because I hated the living conditions. It was not a place that
When
you
you went to the prison?
I was
You
a
went to the
parole
prison?
officer, so I had to visit. I had to visit my parolees that I had put a warrant on.
Oh, that's right.
That's my dream
my
job.
goodness.
I want to.
Is it be a parole officer?
Really?
It's so stressful. I didn't like it. I did 3 years. I did not like
Have you
it.
all
Sounds
ever worked
dangerous
in
though.
It is. It is very dangerous. I didn't have a
Obviously.
weapon by myself when I
Mm.
do home visits.
Uh-uh.
So
You did home visits without a weapon?
Yes.
Girl,
Yes.
no.
I mean, that was
I'm
the
glad
state.
you changed positions.
Oh,
I did.
everybody would have got away with everything.
But there's a way that you
They would have
protect
got away with
yourself.
everything.
No, you
How?
would have got fired or maybe arrested if they got away with everything.
Yeah, I'd have got fired. I would have got fired. Because they'd be like, how did she get it? Well, how did he get I'd be like, well, they told me. So I took their word for it. I wasn't going in the house to check.
There was a lot of people scared of me.
First, I wouldn't even think. Huh?
A lot of people were scared of me, though. They didn't like for me to be their parole officer. Because I didn't play.
Oh, because you have to put on this tough exterior. But I mean, I can look. I would take you serious. I would look and go, no, she don't play that. You know what I'm saying?
My mouth was very, very rough, so I did get in trouble for that. And when I would go off, it would be very politely. And I remember one day I was going off on people, and everybody in my office was crying. And other officers, they were passed by, and they were like, I can't. They would say, I saw your mouth moving, but I didn't hear anything. And this person was bawling, and this person was bawling. I was going off. I'm like, if the director comes down and I have to come look for you, I'm like white on rice. If I had to ride all over Texas looking for you.
Let me ask you. But why when you don't have nothing? I mean, I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just saying you don't have any other recourse. I mean, you know, I could see if you had some type of protection, you know.
No,
but what other way? Did they think you had protection?
I mean, you're trained.
Oh.
On how to defuse. Mm-hmm. So I was trained on how to taking a gun out of your hands.
But I think it's the same as being a teacher, working with. I mean, seriously, because I used to tutor kids years ago. You know, and I was young.
No, I'm not fighting them kids.
I was 120. No, I was young.
She's in a whole different ball game than kids, bro.
This is why I didn't want to be. I don't like telling people.
But the thing is, one thing you have to have the same mindset. You don't have any protection. I mean, no other recourse. Because now you can't. Kids don't have consequences anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you
so
can check
you
them.
have to kind of like.
Not
yeah,
like
that's what I did.
You know,
I had to teach them. They said, "You don't play." That's right. Let's get that. Let's get that tonight. I don't play. As soon as the class start, I walk in. What? You don't play. That's right. Because all the other kids were just running. They were running amok. What they, you know. You don't play. That was in the morning. As soon as I got there. And my kids were good, and they were crazy about me. They used to love all on me. I go, hey, hug on them and everything, you know. And they were good, but every other tutor had a hard time with their kids. But so you had to come up with a strategy. I'm not saying that you having a potty mouth was okay, but you had to have a strategy, right?
Yeah. It's not the. Yeah. You're not always on edge, but you have to be very cautious. And then when they gave me the caseload of sexual offenders, I had to find me another job. I can't do that.
Ladies, can we let the gentleman have the floor?
Oh, excuse me.
No.
We're gonna let the gentleman have the floor. Can we?
I'm
Let
gonna
the
have
fine,
limit. I'm gonna have
I
limit
can
around
leave.
here.
I can leave. Miss Wandering Chick.
No, why? Who
Because
that men
she
don't
just
have?
shut
They only
me
have
up.
5 words.
Oh, okay. It's cool.
Okay,
No.
so it's Mark's turn. We already
Let them
talking to
chime
me.
in, jump in.
Say something.
Say what? But it's nice to be on the panel with my fiance.
Who is that?
Okay, now Liam. No, I'm just kidding. Because you know men only have like 3 words. Okay. Liam, you can give your
Yeah.
4.
I'm just happily listening in.
You can give your
On
4
air.
words. You don't talk. See, they don't talk. That's what we have to talk.
So what's the weather like, Liam?
Don't talk. We're ones who don't.
That's not too bad at the moment where I am.
Okay, so what's your favorite sports team?
I didn't really probably anything I like watching is really like boxing.
I forgot 2 words.
Not really into football.
Mhm.
I prefer rugby to football.
Oh, okay. So who's your favorite boxer?
Depends what year. But I'd probably say Muhammad Ali really like lifted it all up.
I don't know who's out there now. I was just Pacquiao, whatever his name is.
Well, Manny Pacquiao, he's retired.
Oh, see, well, let me be quiet then.
Yeah,
Wait a minute, what type of sport is this?
Manny Pacquiao's actually going into politics.
Oh,
What type of
boxing.
sport?
Boxing. He's into
Okay.
politics.
Okay. I thought it was
Okay,
football or basketball.
England or Spain?
I did. Huh?
England or Spain? World Cup. England or Spain?
Spain.
Spain. Okay.
Go Mexico.
Okay. All right. I'm
What
done.
is his
My questions
favorite
are all-
sports car he likes?
Oh, wait. Cars. Okay.
Oh,
let's
that's a
talk
good
cars.
question. What
Okay.
His
what
his
sports
favorite.
cars
What kind
do
of
you guys?
sports car does he
Good
like?
question.
Wait. Okay. Cars. Austin
Yeah,
Martin
what's your
or
favorite sports cars? That's a good
Porsche.
question.
Huh?
What you say? What's your
Okay. If we're gonna talk cars, Aston Martin or Porsche?
Porsche.
No. You said let them have a floor at the floor. Just let them say what they want to say. Because they only have 3 words. So let them just take it. Just have at it. Just take it.
Because he may like a Ferrari or Lamborghini or something.
Yeah, what's a
Yeah,
good
because
sports car?
they're not. You can't give them options because they're gonna just give it to you. You let them have it. What you say?
No, I was asking what's the best sports car?
Yeah.
I was-
What's
okay,
their favorite sport? Sports car.
What'd you say, Mark?
I'd say I know that McLaren have made a sports car for the road, so I'd say that.
McLaren? Never heard of that one. What about you, Liam?
What was the name of it?
Nissan Skyline.
McLaren.
Oh, okay. I've heard
Oh,
of
McLaren.
it.
I never heard of McLaren. Oh, I'm gonna Google. Somebody Google
How do
that.
you spell that?
I'm sewing. Is it like the way it sounds?
You
MC?
know, like the racing cars. Well, they've developed a normal sports car that you drive on the road, but with a racing car engine in it.
Oh, it's a British-made car. Ooh,
so
I've
that's
seen this car.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I bet you that's sharp.
Oh, it's
Let me
nice.
see. Let me look. Let me Google. Let me stop sewing.
Do you gentlemen like horse racing?
I like the Grand
So you can
National every
tell
year.
my
Yeah.
I wonder what the price of one of these is. Boy, I just see speeding tickets for me. I am gone. I am out of here.
But see, once you get into those foreign countries, see, they've got their expressways, you can put the pedal to the metal.
Oh, I know you can in Mexico because you can make your own.
Oh,
In
these are
Germany, and
nice.
there
In
is no
Mexico, you
speed
drive on
in
the pedal.
Germany.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're quite passionate there for certain sports in the UK. We are.
you can too in the UK. You can go as
I,
fast
th-
as
I
you want.
say we're quite passionate with certain sports in the UK,
Hmm
especially like with football and boxing. I'd be like, "Who are you? Who are you?"
Yeah. Yeah. But
So,
if they've
so
got a chop once,
we're gonna have to all
hmm
pitch in and ask for Uber and ask her to show up in one of these.
That McLaren. I don't know.
Yeah, we're gonna have to ask for
Driving in
Uber and say,
UK.
"Can you please show up in a McLaren?"
Ooh, I don't
Well,
know.
we
This
can
is
rent
nice.
one before we get there, if you want to.
We
Really,
have to find E's
Ma?
husband
Hmm
because he has all the race cars.
You want to rent one? We'll rent one when we go if you want to.
You got to make sure you drive on the right side,
This is
though.
nice. You know what, Ma?
Hmm
Oh, I better tore somebody up. I better forgot. You do have to drive on the road.
Left side. You have to drive
left
on the
side
left
of the
side.
road, correct?
Yeah.
hmm
Yeah, left side of the road. I've been a bit busted up out of there, be like, must be the limit, boom, and yeah, we be in trouble. Limit
the thing driving left side, but the
You a smart woman, baby. You can master it. You can do it.
I'll be weaving in and
Yeah.
out of traffic. Oh, my bad. My bad. I'm sorry.
I think what I'll do, I know, right? You know what? I'm a visual learner, so what I would do is just constantly watch. I would have to really, I wouldn't be able to listen to music for the first hour. I would just have to, let it compute. And once it computes, I'll be like, hey, what's the limit? Yeah.
Sure, because anytime you get in unfamiliar ground, you always have to have quiet. Especially when you're driving too.
Yeah.
You have to have quiet because you don't want to you're already kind of distracted because you're in an area you don't know anything about.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would probably drive real
But
fast.
unfortunately, my kids always thought I drove too fast. But I'll be keeping up with the traffic because in the city you got to get in there.
I know that's right. Yes.
Because
when
your
I
little
went to
brother
Georgia,
Richard,
I
he
was
said I
driving.
was going what? Oh, you got to get it in Georgia, baby. You got to put your foot in Georgia. You got to put your foot. You got to put your foot in the tank, honey. Because when you when you enter into the expressway, you got to be doing at least 72 miles an hour anyway.
Don't be like me. And when I was in Memphis, the highway split up. Don't either go to the right or to the left. You go to the right, you're in Mississippi. You go to the left, you're in whatever. Okay.
That's what. Hold on. That's me. I'm trying to get. Okay. That's what. Who was that? Told me when I went there the first time I went. Very first time I went, and it was my cousin. He was like, "No, baby girl, you gonna have to you driving a little too. You gonna have to you gotta keep up. They gonna run. He said they're gonna run you off the road. They ain't the way they ain't the way it is and see." And I was like, "Oh," he said, "You gonna?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah, you are." Oh, I was like, "Oh, drive like that." And I said, "All right." And he only had to tell me one time. I was dangerous.
Anywhere in the South, you got to get that accelerator right, because some people will run you to death.
Try to drive in Dallas.
But I overthrew a guy on a motorcycle in Florida one year because the highway had ran out, and I seen him, but then kind of like, I guess, traffic some kind of way I didn't. But that highway thing, I was in the far left. I think it was 5 lanes, but some kind of way that thing ran out into 4. But evidently he must have got in behind me and was gonna kind of go around. But see, I didn't see him because it was so much traffic. But the kids, they said, "Mama, you going 105 miles an hour." But see, I was keeping up with the traffic. See, I didn't realize it. See,
you were going 105.
The kids, they said, "Mama, you really driving?" And I say, "Baby, I gotta keep up."
I would have been loving.
I was driving a Mercedes Benz at that time. It was an S560.
People be asking me, am I scared to drive? I said, I don't care how fast you drive, as long as I know you handling the car. You good.
The kids said I could really handle it too. It was an old big Mercedes Benz.
That Mercedes Benz got a compressor on it.
It was about a year old at that time, because that was, let's see, what year was that? Must have been in 89, and the car was an 88. Husband was down there on business, and I took the kids up to Fort Lauderdale. They have a big flea market, but anything you want is there. Mink coats, and it was different than a lot of flea markets I had, been to. But naturally, I can kill. Yes. Very interesting.
I didn't know they had a flea market there. I love me some flea markets.
Oh yeah, because I bought 2 mink coats, and I think a diamond ring, and I bought the kids a lot of their school clothes and stuff because it was getting near that time. So I just shopped.
Hey, ladies, I gotta pop off for a minute, okay?
Okay.
You coming back?
Yeah, I'm gonna come back.
Be careful.
She gotta go make her rounds.
You be careful, okay?
I will. I'll be back.
Okay.
Her job, baby, is what is your famous thing you always say to do when you be talking about situations?
Who, me?
Sun kiss. Always, because your job is tedious, but I was thinking maybe when she always say read the room, and that's what you have to do.
Yes. Especially a job like that. Man, where you think you going? Especially a job like that. Whoa, yes.
You want to go get him some drink.
That is, because you know what? Wow. Being in, you know what? I admire, especially a woman though, because I'd be scared even for me in a bit, and I don't know, because I heard different ones say, well, the prisons aren't what they portray on movies, and I'm sure, but see, a lot of things is not too far off,
Well, it depends on what type of prison. It depends, because the federal prison is nicer than the state prison. Texas prisons, they're not meant for comfort. You're not gonna find
about them because you
They don't want you to stay. They're not trying to get you to stay.
I heard about the Texas prisons. I heard ain't no joke. Because my uncle, before he unlived himself, he said before he went back, that's what he was going to do, because he said they threw him in a bed of red ants.
There was one prison they closed down because they had 5 murders in a day. The inmates were killing each other. but it was
Yeah.
a lot of gang. The gangs are not on the street anymore. They are in the prisons.
Yeah.
To be
Yeah.
honest. So
So they kind of run the show in a certain scenario of that deal, don't they? Too.
mhm.
Mm-hmm.
But I
Mm-hmm.
was even told by a lot of people that used to work at the prisons. They said them prisons, those wardens and all, they don't run those prisons. They said the prisoners run the prisons.
Yes, they can.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a lot of stuff that be going on. I don't know. I'm thankful that I'm out of it. I hate the
Mm-hmm.
smell.
How long did you do it for? 3P.
Almost 3 years.
See, no, that's too long. You
What are
good?
the young men? Did they leave us?
I know the man. They
Um,
just
Lamb.
they ran out of words.
Mm-hmm. The men don't have much to say when they get around a bunch of women, don't we?
We get the
That's
captain.
normal.
Look,
Mm-hmm.
this is 3P.
You know, they just don't. Men just don't. They don't have much. When they get around a bunch of women, they get quiet.
They just sit back and be like, okay.
They be like, "What are y'all talking about?"
Mm-hmm.
And I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to I want you to tell me more about automotives, and then they were just like, "Okay, yeah."
Because they think they think we talk too much anyway.
I know. I forget. I be forgetting within. I get to laugh and talk and be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, my bad." What you said? You want to say?
I was looking at them though, but I don't think they weren't getting. They was losing interest. But I see a young. He popped back on, but it went out.
Oh, y'all losing interest, Mr. Mark?
Yeah.
I think they're losing interest because we're talking so much.
So I missed that.
Oh, we're
Tell Mr. Mark to start the conversation, and we'll join in.
Yeah, he's talking about really nice cars. He got something to say. I mean, he got a beautiful woman. He got nice cars. I mean, he got plenty to say. He just
tell us about some cars.
He's got good taste.
Me,
Do you?
At the moment, I drive a Mercedes.
Oh,
What
you got
model?
it like that.
Huh?
What model is your Mercedes?
It's a Mercedes CLA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You're on the ball.
Yeah, so it's about a year old.
Okay, you in the mix. I'm telling you.
Do you let other people drive your car?
No, only. I'll let you drive it though. When you come over.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Wonder chick says, "Son Kiss, you're so very funny."
Son Kiss, that's what your little brother. That's what he drives, a Mercedes Benz.
Oh, really?
Mm-mm.
It's like everybody has a Mercedes Benz or BMW here.
It's like
they do.
They're giving them away.
And Teslas. I'm just like, come on, do something different.
That's one car that doesn't appeal to me. I don't know why. Maybe
that's the up and coming car, the Tesla.
Yeah, I think it's also because of the person who owns the company as well.
Well, yeah, he lives here, so.
Mm-hmm.
But what other kind of car? What is that Italian car? Romero?
Alfa Romeo.
Yes.
It's not bad. I prefer German or Japanese cars.
What is a Japanese car?
Like not Japanese, but Hyundai. You got Toyota.
Mm-hmm.
Nissan.
Mm-hmm. Those are Japanese cars.
Yeah. I didn't know Toyota's a Japanese car.
Mm-hmm.
I drive a Toyota.
That's a Japanese car. Uh-huh.
Well, they're supposed to be some of the best cars, long-lasting cars.
They run forever. Everybody I know that owns one.
What I find with German and Japanese cars, they're about 5 to 10 years more advanced than what Ford over here. and a lot more comfortable to drive.
Are they over there? Do they drive their British cars more often than any other car?
Oh, what you mean, like the Vauxhalls and things like that? Don't get me wrong, the Folds and Vauxhalls are cheaper, but I think as much as I think there's more of these what I call the foreign cars, like the Volkswagens and all the German and Japanese cars coming. Sorry, are being driven over here. But yeah, people still drive the Folds and whatever.
Those are British cars.
Folds are British.
How is the weather over there? How is the weather like majority of the time? Is it it seems like whenever I see it, whenever when I was young, whenever I watched TV, it's like it was always so dreary. But is that true? Is it?
No, it's not. It's actually quite sunny over at the moment. It's obviously, don't think it's about 8:30,
Huh?
35 in the morning, and the sun's just coming up. It is quite windy. It's quite warm.
Don't they have a season where it's like real windy and it'll knock you over or something like that?
Yeah, that can be either October, November time or February.
Yep.
Well, that can't be.
Go on.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, we had back years and years ago. We had a hurricane come through, and it took out because there's a place called Seven Oaks, and they were famous for 7 oak trees all in a row. Hurricane came along and took the whole out.
Wow.
I had a cousin, my mother's, some of her family, they lives in that area too. One of them lost their lives too.
Wow.
Oh wow, really? Oh my goodness.
Because see, mama's people, a lot of when they left St. Antigua, they didn't come to the States. They in that London, Paris area when they left.
Yeah.
They didn't come. Some of them came far as New York, stayed about a year, and then they left.
Couldn't take America.
Wow.
Prejudice is so heavy in America. See, when you go in London and Paris and around, you kind of free. Interracial things has always been in those countries too. You're not noticed. You're not put on. You're not under a spotlight so much in those countries like you are here.
I hear that a lot. I had some relatives.
I've heard that
America,
so
they
many
never
times.
want to. America always want you to know your place, so to be, to America. But in foreign countries, it's not like that.
I had some relatives
I've
that
heard that
defected
so
to
much.
Germany. Yeah, they just.
That's why a lot of your movie stars in America, black, when they made a lot of money, like Tina Turner and different ones, they sold all that mess in LA and around. That's what they went.
You know where I want to go? Do you Tina Turner? Since I was a young girl, I've always wanted to go to Switzerland. I always wanted to go to London, of course. To go to Paris, yeah. But I always wanted to go to Switzerland. That was one of that has always been one of my dreams. But when she moved to Switzerland, and
she's somewhere in France. But Diana Ross was in Switzerland a lot of years, though, with that man she used to be married to, though, too. The last husband Diana Ross had, she was in Switzerland.
I know Tina Turner lived though. She actually had some land over there. I mean, like bought land, a house over there, stayed there. Not this, because this husband she's not been married to a long time. But
she's in the south of France somewhere now, though.
Oh, she's not in Switzerland anymore.
Because she
stayed in London.
But they move around because they have money. They in so many months they here, and then so many months, they be somewhere else.
Yeah.
Too.
don't blame me.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be the same way. Mhm.
Oh yeah, baby. That's why you work and have goals, a lot of people so you can do things, just travel the world, live in it.
Because I want to go to Sweden and
Mhm.
Austria.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go
Austria
to
is beautiful too.
Denmark.
Oh yeah,
I want to go to
Denmark and
Denmark.
Paris.
Mm-hmm.
No, we gotta cut back here because we're losing our young man here. Got too quiet.
Oh, I think
Okay.
you might know.
I was just wondering if he
They're
was
like,
getting a nap. Good. I can hear him laugh. Beautiful.
No, I was happily just listening
hey,
in.
Michael.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, welcome to the lemonade stand. Hey, must be the lemons. How are you?
Oh, I just love it.
You want to join the panel? We're all up in the panel.
Well, if I do go to Denmark, I'm just interested in their red light district. I just can't believe it. I have to see it to believe it.
Really? Really?
It's off the chain, they say.
Yeah, they say it's out the chain, but I'm just all like, it's just out there. Like, coming from a conservative state, something like that is like blow your mind, and it's like normal every day. Like if I would go to Vegas, I would be interested in just just taking a peek into a brothel, because that's like something totally out of,
Out of the
everybody's.
pocket.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like, it's a no here. It's like a definite no.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of activities in that Tokyo, that Japan area too. A lot of things that you just wouldn't normally see in our states too.
If I do
Mm-hmm.
go to Japan, I think it's
Everything is, let's put it like this, anything is accepted.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It breaks my
Mm-hmm.
heart because a lot of those girls are trying to eat, just trying to, survive. So
Medical is even good too, also too, in those areas too.
I think it's Tokyo, where they think that every time they see a black person that they think they're famous, and they start taking their pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
So
Crazy.
yes. So everybody starts taking pictures. Yes.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
And so I want to go real dressed up so they can go and take my picture. And I just pretending to be somebody.
I would crack up. I wouldn't be able. They were like, okay, she's not famous. She's laughing to her. I'm a goofball.
And when you go, baby, mama want to go too, huh?
How are you doing? I would love to go just to be able to get the experience. But I'm telling you, yeah, Mom, we would have to go. We definitely have to go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm such a goofball. They would be like, she's nobody. She's laughing to. She's a nobody.
Well, they'll get to laughing too, because they real giddy like that. They'll be laughing too.
They do.
Mm-hmm.
They do.
Mm-hmm.
They do.
Good spirited people though, because they live to be way up in the hundreds. They don't check out early like we do. Because see, things that concern and worry in America, they don't do that there. See, they don't worry about putting nobody old in no nursing home or nothing like that. You'd be 500 years old. They keep you and be good to you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they just put them up in the mountain. I'm sorry, I just thought about that movie with Chris Tucker. He's like, "What is your name? You?" No, I'm talking to you. I am me.
That was funny.
You're deaf. He said, "No, I'm blind. You ain't blind." No.
Oh, I just love it.
You know what? I was he came here. We went to go see him. That was the worst show. And I said, as talented as he, I said he needed to pay a bill. That's the only reason why he did, because it was last minute, you know. And I said he needed to pay. He needed to pay, and it was such a good turnout. It was horrible.
But it was a bad show, though, huh?
And it was a good turn. I mean, everybody showed up, and then when we were leaving, everybody was like, "That was horrible." It was horrible, but we just knew it was gonna be good. He ain't been back. He ain't been back since because Okay, Michael, thank you for the support. Must be the limit. Thanks, Michael.
He left.
No,
Yeah.
no, he's hanging on. He said his eyes are heavy, but he's just gonna listen till he dozes off.
It's
Okay.
because Kiss, she squeezed some lemon in his eyes. That's what it
I know,
is.
right? You need to squeeze some lemon juice in his eyes. I don't know if that'll put him to sleep or wake him up. It'll do something.
I'll let Mrs. 3P do that for me.
Do what?
Squeeze lemon in my eyes, keep me awake.
No, that ain't gonna keep you awake. Your eyes gonna be shut. You're gonna be, next thing you know, you're gonna be asleep.
Yeah. What are you doing, Liam? Are your eyes dim?
No, just lying on the sofa.
You know, both of y'all are from the UK and your accents are different.
I know, it's two different areas, that's why.
Yeah.
So different areas have different accents.
Yep.
It's just like in America, the South and the North. You have a deeper tone in the South than the people in the North.
Well, funny enough, Liam's about 2 hours away from me, and obviously, as you can hear, our accents are different. Yeah, you go to Manchester or Liverpool, and they change completely.
Yeah, that's more like squeakiness over there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Liverpool. Yes, it's Liverpool. Oh my goodness.
Because a lot of people used to say they knew I was from the Georgia, Alabama area. They say the way I sound too.
Do I sound like a Texan? When I went to Atlanta, they said I sound like I was from Florida.
You have a deep South tone too.
I do.
Oh, they say because one guy told me, he said, I know you from Alabama or you from Georgia. And I told him I'm a Georgia girl.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. The first time I went to Atlanta, I kept saying, "Come again? Huh?" I did not understand what they were saying. That's the same thing when I went to New Orleans. I said, "Are they speaking English?" I swear everybody's speaking French.
But I sound better now because I've been here, in the North so long. But it was, for some people, it was different for them to understand me though too.
But I like that Boston accent. I can tell them straight up.
Oh, that Eastern brogue they call it. That's between English and Scottish sound they have though.
I like the British accent. Some of those. I used to like hearing Prince Harry talk.
Yeah. He is so handsome. Oh.
Good eye candy.
He got, but you know what? Everyone's like, "Oh, William, he's
going bald. Like he's getting old really fast."
Yeah, his attitude. He's such a narcissist. I can't. But Harry,
is he?
Yeah, Harry's more normal. Harry's more normal.
Yes, he is. Yes, he's a human. That Harry, he was standing up there with that black suit on. I said, that's somebody's husband. I was like, okay, somebody's husband. I said, she did a good job for herself. She really did.
You know what? I've never seen her in anything before. I've never seen her in any show or anything before.
She was in a show called. I didn't see her. I just know what her in the show. Yeah,
I didn't know who she was. They were like, "Oh, she's an actress." Where and what?
Yeah, she wasn't big. She was on her way to, start doing things, but she wasn't. I understand why you didn't know who she was. I get it. Because she was trying to get on the Wendy Williams show before she got, she met him. So that goes to show,
Oh, okay.
she was
One
trying
must
to.
happen. I didn't think.
Huh?
Or I never paid her any attention, put it that way, because she was on a soap opera that I used to watch all the time. And I was like, I don't remember her. And I've seen the game show a few times, but I never paid attention to her. So
That's something I never did get a chance to get into is soap operas.
well,
I used to watch
stay with
General
my
Hospitals when I
grandmother
was
a lot.
little. I did.
Mine
Which
was all
one?
my children,
General Hospital.
and because of my grandmother and my aunt, I stayed with my grandmother a lot. So we watched that, and that was when General Hospital came on. That was my nap time because I knew when to go off. Cartoon time.
Oh.
I looked at that General Hospital a little bit with my granny too. I remember too a little bit. I
But
think I
it
liked
was
that Jason character back in the day too.
I like Luke and Laura, and I liked Luke and Laura, and I liked was Blackie on there at the time? Was it Blackie on there?
I don't know. I like the black couple.
I
David
didn't get to
Morgan.
see it too much though.
Oh, Angie and I almost said his
Because
name.
some people
Angie.
would die and come back.
I know she be like, okay, so who are they today?
Like who shot JR, and then next season JR is back. It was all a dream, like Biggie.
Knots Landing and no, it was not. Those were the shows. They were called Dynasty, Knots Landing. Those were the shows.
And
back
Dallas.
then. Dallas. Falcon Dynasty, Dallas. And you know what? He was hated for real. I had a T-shirt, but I had gotten it from probably from Goodwill. I don't know, but it was called. What's his name? What was his name that played on Dallas? And people hated him for real. And they said, I love to hate RJ or I love to hate JR. JR. I love it. People hated him for real.
But it was just a show.
I know.
And he really could portray that character.
Yes. And Alexis, what was Alexis' name on there? That was her name, Alexis, right?
Alexis on Dynasty, that was Alexis.
Yeah.
She was a hot mess.
I was looking at the wardrobe the whole
time. But honey, when
Diane
Carroll came in there, that just killed her. She looked like a washerwoman.
Yeah. What she tell that man at the hotel? I have 2 rooms. And they were like, why you need 2 rooms? One for my wardrobe and one for me.
Yeah, I remember that.
My wardrobe. I was like,
well,
she said she didn't sleep. She said she didn't sleep with her wardrobe.
I remember saying that's gonna be me. That's gonna be me because I always love clothes. That's gonna be me.
Prince Harry, I put something in the chat about him.
You did?
Huh?
Yeah.
Have I eaten today or yesterday?
Ouch.
I didn't eat anything. I need to stop doing that. This is dawned on me. I haven't had anything to eat. No, I just don't, and I forgot. I totally forgot that I have not had anything to eat all day. Or just since
Miss Bunny, you're gonna have to go over there.
I keep doing it. I keep forgetting.
And feed Sunkiss.
And I have too much food I get frustrated because I have so much food. And my pantry is full of food. It's just
Baby, I didn't eat. You know what? After you said that, I didn't eat nothing today either, though.
Really?
When I be worried sometimes, when I worry a lot, my appetite runs from me.
Yeah, mine do. I do too.
Well, I need to go by your house with a grocery bag then, Sunkiss.
You can come by mine too, because there's too much stuff here. You're welcome to get anything you can use. You're welcome to get it.
What state are you in?
I'm in Illinois. I'm in Chicago, Illinois.
Oh, ain't nobody near me.
Hmm?
Nobody's near me. I'm in
You're
Texas.
you said you were in Dallas, right?
I'm in Texas, Central Texas.
Okay. Because I have an older sister that lives in Dallas, Texas.
I used to live in Dallas for years. I used to love Dallas. My
She
job
worked for the state, and that's how come she just stayed. Ended up there too.
it's
What
so
made you
much
leave Dallas?
to do. My job transferred me. I got a promotion and I had to come to Austin.
I'm telling you, my babies is on the ball too. Got good jobs.
It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Uncle Sam, if you're not married and you don't have any kids, they just take everything out your check before you get it.
Oh, tell me about it.
And they expect for you to eat ramen noodles, I guess, and some soup.
I'm telling you, that's what.
But you know what? That makes me so. I couldn't get resources when I was in need because I didn't have kids and I wasn't married. I said, oh, so if I actually like, I will have to go out and just run amok. And not saying that women that did this. I was just being nasty with her because I was in a bad mood. But I said that to her. I said, so if I go out and run amok and just have a bunch of kids
Where did Mark go? Mark left the chat?
He said he was sleepy though, didn't he?
That was Michael. I just realized. I just looked up and I didn't see Mark.
Oh, he must have fell off. He'd probably be back because it's the streams that knock him off sometimes.
Because he just got off of work, so he's probably tired too.
It put me on the. Something happened. I was back. I ended up backstage. It kept saying my mic. It said my mic was muted. That's what it kept saying too. Mom was mute. My mic was muted.
I'm probably gonna have to. I'm gonna get sleepy. I done had these chicken and waffles.
Oh, that sounds good.
That sounds good. I know, doesn't it? Ooh.
I need to buy some groceries.
Well, honey, if you near me, I would just send you groceries because the kids got too much stuff over here.
I need to.
I never did really eat a lot. No way, though.
Well, I can't say that. I used to eat too much.
I used to eat a lot. It's definitely when I'm stressed, but I haven't. I'm stressed. When I'm stressed, I eat a lot. Otherwise,
you do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because that's the first thing go when I get upset. My appetite runs from me.
No, mine don't. Mine don't. That's when it really picks up, and I'm just like eating. I'm just sitting there thinking, you're upset, just stuff in your mouth. So I buy stuff that I have to cook and not snack. So I have my crock pot going. This is what I miss about working from home. Now I'm in the office. Is I would have like oxtails in my crock pot. And then I'll go and fix me some mashed potatoes, some creamy mashed potatoes or something. While I'm at my desk working at home, I will be peeling potatoes.
Well, honey, y'all's little brother, my son, I'm telling, he's got 5 crock pots and 3 Dutch ovens. And he get in that kitchen, and I'm telling you,
that's what I want is some Dutch ovens.
He can turn that thing out too. He's a good cook. I'm not, though.
You're not a cooker, but see, you were a flight attendant. So you didn't really.
Lost in the wash. For cooking.
I used to not be able to cook, but now, I mean, I get in the kitchen, make it happen.
When I left home, I didn't know how to cook, and I used to call my aunt all the time, and I would ask her after she cussed me out. Then she would give me directions.
I love it. That's an aunt for you, ain't it? That's just an aunt. No, that's a
I
PP.
love and miss her so much. And then because I
Oh.
can't cook like she was. Let me tell you how good of a cook she was. She used to work at this restaurant, and they got so much business because they love her food. If she wasn't there, people would complain, like she couldn't miss work. And
That
she
would be
asked the
me.
lady to give her a raise or something like that because she was making a lot of money, and the lady didn't want to. She was like, she refused. So my aunt went and got another job,
Oh,
and people were complaining so much because she wasn't there. They eventually had to close the business.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
True
She
story.
would rather close her business than to give your aunt a raise.
Mm-hmm.
That's
That was
ridiculous.
silly. Wasn't that
She
silly?
shot herself in the foot.
She
That
did.
wasn't that silly?
Mm-hmm.
I can't. Okay, I'm gonna say this. I forgot I was on live. No, I wasn't gonna curse, but I was gonna ask a question.
Well, you know who it
what we
was. I
talking
mean,
about earlier?
if we're in Texas, so you know who the owner was.
But what we were talking about earlier, right?
Yeah.
I
She did
knew
that
it.
to herself. She did it to herself. So, and my aunt just stayed working at that place and until her health got bad because it was a factory. But you know, she had 4 kids she had to feed. Divorced, newly divorced. So she had to do what she had to do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. She couldn't play around. She had to get her,
Yeah.
get everything in the right place.
She
Sure.
had to make it happen. She got time for that mess.
Mm-mm.
But you got some people, boy. That's just. Mm-mm-mm.
And then
Okay.
I don't know why she spoiled me. She had 4 kids, or she eventually had 5. But she was just all like, "Get off of me," and I just kiss on her all the time and tell her I love her. And I would tell her, "You're my favorite aunt." She was like, SHIT, I am your only aunt. She was. My dad didn't have any siblings, and that was my mom's only sibling.
Oh, that's so precious. Oh.
But when I would ask for those homemade biscuits, I got a whole batch of homemade biscuits, and she would, and you
That is
better
not.
not touch them till I get it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I can't
Well,
make
you
biscuits.
were a
But she did.
favorite.
I don't know. And my other great aunt, my grandmother said she doesn't know what I did to her because she was real tall, light skinned, and her hair was black and shiny and straight, long.
Wow.
And my grandmother said growing up, she did not like dark skinned kids or dark skinned people, and she would mess up the little dark skinned clothes, their clothes, or the dark skinned kids, and make fun of them, all this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So her first child was jet black.
That's usually what happens.
And,
That's,
and
that's
she
what
was like,
happened.
don't make fun of, but
That was her payback.
that was her
Yep.
payback. But
Mm-hmm.
of all her nieces and nephews, her little great niece, she fell in love with, and she would ask my mom, "Can she come stay with me?" And she would try to teach me stuff, how to cook for one. I was like, I don't know why I thought I was gonna grow up and be a princess, and I was like, I'm never gonna learn how to cook because I'm gonna have a chef.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I used to say
I
that.
said I was gonna have a maid and a butler.
I used to say I don't even know how to learn. I'm good. I don't even know how because I'm gonna have look. I'm having to where I'll be able to eat whatever I want to eat every day. Anyways, even if I don't have, I'm be able to buy something to eat every day or have something to cook for me. I was just like you. I'm good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I was all like, they was like, well, come in the kitchen and learn how to cook. I was like, no, I'm never gonna have kids and I'm never gonna get married.
Girl, you sound just like you know what?
And what am I today? I'm engaged.
Yeah.
And it's so beautiful
Hey.
too.
But
It's
you know
just
what?
beautiful.
You engaged and everything, but you know what? Watch when you start cooking. Watch how cold you be with cooking. You're gonna be cold blooded. Watch.
Well, I made a lemon chest pie, and I
See,
took
look at
it to my church for Black History. And one of the older ladies, she tasted it. She said, "I will pay you to make me a check.
Get out of here. And when you have see, you know what? You just had to hone in on it. You just had to have a reason. You wanted them. You like me. I just got to have a reason. Once you give me a reason to do it, then I'll be like, okay, well, move over. You know.
Mm-hmm.
If I feel like I really, really need a reason, if I have another option, yeah, I'm chucking you the deuces. I ain't doing it. You know. Mm-hmm.
And they was like,
I
why did
would
you
have
only
loved to
bring
have a slice of that and a strong cup of black coffee.
Ooh, look at
It
you.
turned out so good. And
Mm-hmm.
I was just all like, I gotta make another one. And they were like, why didn't you make two? I said, oh, the crust was cracked, so I couldn't use it. I had to throw it away. And they was like, oh, you definitely know how to cook. I was like, oh, okay.
See, look at you. Getting all ready for marriage and everything.
So
Have you girls
You said,
were you
now.
familiar with I know it was in the early years. I know you all are young though, but did you girls ever know about they had a society for light skin? It was called the Blue Vein Society.
yes, yes. And the paperback test. You know, they
Because
had churches for
I
blue veins.
remember the Jet magazine. They used to have a queen for a princess. They picked every year in that, and when you married, you had to be that person. Also had to be a part of that society too.
Yes, it's for
Really?
the light skinned people. I never
Mm-hmm.
would have passed that test. You know, they had
Me
churches
either.
before you come into the church. You had to pass this paper sack test.
Oh, I remember
Mm-hmm.
that. I didn't know it was a Blue Vein Society and all. See,
Mm-hmm. I wonder, is it still alive? The Blue Vein Society.
They just call it
Probably is.
colorism now.
Oh, they do. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because it was
It's
real
still
big
here.
down the south. Down here, it was real big.
It is. Okay.
It's
Okay.
still prevalent because they test
It's
they
big
test-
here. It's huge on the internet. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
But I don't know the fact.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's a mental thing. It doesn't apply to me. That's just
You
how I
know,
look at it.
well, I thought it was over until it hit me at church. So, you know, because I was too dark, too black, and so that made me ugly.
Mm-mm. It's funny because what I get from a lot of women, regardless of what their complexions are and what race and all that, when they see you walk into a room, they'll read your energy, your vibe, and the way you carry yourself, and they look you up and down. This is what I get: look me up and down. You know, because when I leave my house, I'm always dressed to the nines, dressed up nice. You know,
Mm-hmm.
even I always try to leave my house looking decent, at least decent or
Sorry,
or
y'all.
better.
I'm still eating on these waffles and stuff.
Oh, girl, you fine. And
Mm-hmm.
so I never did the whole light skin, dark skin thing. I just never did. It wasn't an issue with me. If anything, my ex best friend, I realized she had a problem with the fact that I didn't have a problem with her lighter skin. If anything, she was more intimidated by me. But
Mm-hmm.
when I walk into a room and I look, I have seen very pretty light skinned women that are just stared at me and look me up and down and just stare. And I said, she's looking for a flaw. She's looking to say, okay, wait a minute, you're decent looking to be a dark skinned black woman. So I look, and they're just being this trans. And I'll be looking.
When you react to them.
No, they don't be knowing that I'm looking. You see somebody at your peripheral. And then I may turn and look at them to let them know I see, I'm acknowledging you. And there's be standing there, then all of a sudden they look off like, oh, you know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because I know you looking for
my mother was a dark skinned woman, and mama was kind of conscious of it. And you know what I used to tell her all the time? I said, but one thing about it, mama, I said, your skin tone is what counts. I said, because you're a white man's first choice.
Yeah, that's true. But
Mm-hmm.
but then too, I've had some light skinned women that has been very,
Yeah,
very
it's
sweet.
definitely true, that is.
And they have said, you have
What'd
some
you say?
really pretty skin women.
Wait a minute, Lim. What did you say?
Sir?
So,
then
us white men, we'd more likely go for the dark black women compared to the light women.
Oh,
So
that.
basically, if you more light skinned, not many white men will go towards her.
Oh,
They're more
really?
likely to go. Yeah, they're more likely to go to. They're more like darker black women.
Oh, why is that? Why is that the case? I mean, what that's fine, but I'm just saying, why is it a certain reason for that?
Yeah, 'cause I think it's a I didn't mean to sound just like horrible, but just like they're they're just like basically just all like all natural like one then like no like light complexion they actually just like per themselves, if you know what I mean. There's no like colour in between, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And
What
it's
is he
just
saying?
that
More
I
light?
like
What he say? More light-skinned women marry white men? Is that what he's saying?
No,
No,
he
the
said.
darker.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the darker. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Liam,
yeah,
have you ever heard this phrase? The darker the berry, the sweeter
the
the juice.
sweet the juice. Yeah,
Oh, okay. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't know if you heard it over there.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Liam, you
yeah.
doing the
It's going
stuff,
around
huh?
for years.
Mm-hmm.
So what I think what it is as well. That's like with with that's not the truth. That's just like a known fact as well, right? You picture, right? Well, I didn't make. Oh, this might sound a bit horrible, but you picture a black man, right, with a white woman, right? Now you picture a white man with a black woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
the truth is, the white man and the black woman look more better together compared to the white woman and the black man.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
It may be all, but that's the actual truth. Because a black woman and a white man look more better together. Because like when you're like taking the picture or whatever, they complement each other as well.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And just like even just like in the clothes store and other stuff as well. Because
Now,
because
okay. And what else?
because like I just thought I was sitting, you know, just like I've been in four interracial relationships, and I've always got this. I don't know what it is, but I think well, to me, come across black men who are intimidated by me, because like they said, oh, you're more or less taking my woman and that. You go, oh, the white man always get the baddest black woman and all like that. And I'm like, well, end of the day, I'm just me. I can't help it
Mm-hmm.
if I get the baddest woman like in my area, because like a lot of white men are taking the most beautiful souls, like the black women we are, and that is just a known fact. Because was it Chris Rock or someone said, or this other guy, okay, when white man get with sister, he get the baddest sister out of them all.
Mm-hmm. You said get the baddest
Mm-hmm.
sister. Listen, but you know what? Um, I I don't know if you're familiar with um. Remember that this this guy made some T-shirts and it went viral. And the T-shirt said, "I want." It's a black guy. He wrote, and he. Well, I'm gonna be nice, but he wrote. He made some T-shirts, and it says, "I want the black woman that the white man can get. I want the black woman that the white man is getting or got or something like that." And of course, it went viral, and oh my, he got roasted.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, they roasted him because
I bet.
oh my goodness, I'm sure I'm sure he hates that he ever said that.
Said that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but at any rate, so it is true. A lot of them are getting the black women that the white men are getting, wanting what the white men are getting. So that is true. That is true. But that's funny. Let me ask you this: now over there, are they ages like the over
Chrissy, go
over
ahead.
there?
Pardon?
Are they ages over there in your country? Because
What do you mean?
for as you know,
Make an
wanting,
example for her, baby.
are they wanting, for instance, are they wanting to always be with older guys? Always wanting to be with younger women, or old, younger guys having a problem with older men, women, and all that? I mean, or is it the same as it is here?
Well, I
Well,
don't really know, but well, personally for me, I would go like if someone was younger than me, I'd probably go someone around about 5 to 6 years younger than me. Not any more than that, really.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I'd probably
That's
go
like over
someone
here then.
because
Okay.
what I tend to find certain men over here, but like especially they're boys back then, but like especially like in their teens and that, they've still got a lot of growing up to do. I don't think men really switch on until like the mid 20s. Really, they start to like switch on in life. But I think a lot it depends like how you grew up and that as well. That's like with me, when I like growing up, I went really like forced into it. That's just like a natural habit. You got to go out to work, and like if you're with a woman, she hasn't got to work as long as you provide for her and stuff, and like she can actually be a woman instead of like they say, oh, the woman's sort of masculine. The reason like people put women in masculine because obviously they're taking a lot on, whereas like the bills and all that other stuff as well, because they got to sort of be like two parents in one, like whereas like in the like kids sense and that as well,
Mm-hmm.
they can't really like
Mm-hmm.
even they are women, but like they think, well, I can't really drop my guard, uh, drop my guard down too much because otherwise things won't be as smoothly what it should be.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, are they marrying older? I mean, and I'm just being nosy. I mean, but are they? Well, do you see older men? I mean, younger guys into older women over there, quite a bit, or?
Well, I haven't really seen it that much, but I think a lot of women, like especially like in their like mid 20s or 30s, they wouldn't really go with a younger man because they're obviously they still got like growing up to do. To be honest with you, they want someone who's got obviously got a job, got their own home, not in debt. Hopefully, they actually like bought a home, or like at least they got like other like they just got their stuff together and
Mm-hmm.
because
Mm-hmm.
like one of well I'm not gonna well one of my side jobs is like I hire out like a caravan. Oh, that's just like my side job. It is paid like my normal job, so I always got like that come through every month. And that's
Mm-hmm.
just like my side job compared to what I do. But because I was trying other ways how to make money, but make it easy to make money. So you haven't got to be that stressful to make money.
Mm-hmm.
I know money
Mm-hmm.
everything, but you try to have like a more like stress free about it.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
I have a question. I was talking to this lady that's married to, well, of course she's a black lady, but she's married to a Nigerian, and he spent some time in London, and he was saying that it's more accepted if white man is married to a black woman than if two black people are married. Like he can get more things and a promotion.
Say
I,
if he said if what now? Say it again.
That if the white man is married to a black woman, he can get like promotions and it's more accepted there in London than if two black people are married. They're looked down upon.
Oh, I don't. I wonder. Is that true?
Have you heard that?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I think in certain ways it's true, but I think I just like what I know because I used to work in certain companies like it's just like whereas like celebrity sort of stars, there was like sort of like C to D in celebrities, and I see a lot more black women in the more higher up in them type of environments, whereas like many black men working there as such, and the black women get more appreciated in them climates. The more
No.
like the more top level jobs and that you got as well. Because like I don't know what it is, but to me, black women tend tend to see more things where whereas to a black man.
Hmm.
Because
That was the
like
first
to
time
me,
I heard that.
if a black woman's more switched on to compared to a black man.
Mm.
Well, that's just what I've seen and noticed. And
Hmm.
because what I was saying when I was like in my teens as well, a lot of black boys back then they were sort of like flexing what they were wearing, but they ain't got any money.
Oh, and that's Chrissy. Yeah. You said because what did you just? What did he say? What did you just
Tickling my
say?
baby, huh?
Hi,
Hey,
Chrissy.
baby
Welcome to
lemon,
the lemonade stand. Hey,
baby
lemon
lemon.
drop.
Hi.
Oh, Mom, did you get that drop?
Hey,
Oh, there you go. Okay. Hey, must be lemon.
you missed
You're
my
home.
parents a little while
Hey,
ago.
Ellie. Huh?
Chris, you missed my parents a little while ago.
yes, I
You're
made
not.
my
You here?
parents today.
Oh,
Yes,
there
I'm
you are.
here.
You said, yeah.
I can't really hear you. You sound far away.
Hold on 1 second.
You okay? Are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Uh-uh.
Can you hear me now?
A
Yeah,
little
that's
bit.
better.
I can tell when you're saying something because a little circle,
Yeah, it
Okay,
vibrates.
what about now? Is that better?
Okay,
Yes.
yeah, that's better.
Awesome.
You
What
have a
you
soft
doing in the
voice.
closet or something? You sound like you whispering. You hiding somewhere.
No, I
You at
no, I
work?
Is
just
it
woke up.
me you're looking for?
No, I just woke up. Like I was working earlier, and then I had to like literally cram for tests, and I just knocked out. And when I woke up, I saw you guys were on. I'm like, let me get on here.
Oh, thanks for coming. Welcome to the lemonade stand.
As always, I'm happy to be here.
Yeah.
Hey, my little poet.
You've been on here running our mouths.
We
I'm
done ran
just
some folks off.
really.
No, they just dropped off.
Yeah. How was your day other than or yesterday, whichever? I mean, even though it was busy.
It was actually really good. I passed both of my tests, even though I
Woo!
crammed for them.
Well done.
Oh,
Hey, get
Lemons in
in.
the
good for
chat.
you.
I'm
Good
finna
for
put some lemons in
you.
the chat for you.
Yes, drop some lemons.
Yes, and I didn't think like I was going to get as high as I did. I know I was gonna
Hey,
pass.
don't doubt yourself. Don't doubt yourself.
That's
I
right.
have,
But it was like I hadn't read every single chapter like everyone else, but I was able to still, come in and just drop bombs on that test. So I got an 85 in one and 100 in the other one.
Look at
I'm
God.
not
Look
shocked.
at God.
I'm not shocked at all. Not shocked at all. That is. Let me have been up in there. They'd be like, "We need to talk to you. We need to talk to you." In the other room, I'd be like, let's just schedule for another one. I already know what this looks like. This I already know. That is awesome.
All these private conversations, I'm just feeling left out.
You feel left out. I'm ready to go. What's up here?
Ma, you there?
No, I think it's gone, isn't he?
Yeah, baby,
What?
mama. You know what? The oldest boy brought me some fruit, so I'm just sitting here eating some fruit.
Oh, mama, you know what? I'm supposed to get my. I got some organic fruit from Publix. I'm about to smash them. You know what? I'm about to go get them. I haven't eaten, but I'm about to smash those grapes. You know those organic grapes? They taste like candy. From Publix, they are so good.
I heard that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
See, you speaking my language.
Sounds good though,
Yes.
baby.
I'm just wondering if it is some type of added sugars in it.
I don't know. You can tell they come from the earth with an F. From the earth. Oh,
I get sleepy. I gotta get my hair done. I have a hair appointment tomorrow.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, they tighten up this sew in.
Girl, you still rocking it though, for real. It still looks good.
This weave is almost 2 years old, so I need to buy some more.
You paid good money for that, didn't you?
Out of my store, yeah.
Oh, you have a store. You know what?
I told you that I sell bundles and eyelashes. Remember?
You told me eyelashes. I know you sell bundles. Huh?
Yes.
You know what?
No,
I
I'm
don't
not
know
coming
you
close
did.
to the screen.
You sold me. Okay. I got it. Let me ask you this. How long you got? Okay. You know what I want? That natural wig I got that I have on my shoulder, the big I don't know if she did I name her? I don't think Afro named her.
Oh, she did the other night. I don't know. You picked up one and she gave it to you, but I can't think of the name of it.
No, it was the big natural one, and I said the big full natural one. I had the green.
Foxy Brown.
Is it Foxy Brown? I think she did name him a Foxy Brown. I think she did, but I want a bundle like that. But the where it could be really big and full. Where I can put it on. It's really big and full and long. You know that video that Kelly Rowland did, Ice or something like that. What's his name was on it? And I'm not really familiar with it. What's his name? Oh, I got some problems. Well, Lil Wayne, years ago, I know Lil Wayne was on one of her videos. I'll just pay attention to look at her hair. I'm gonna be honest. Not that I don't like Kelly.
I think I know what you're talking about. I don't know the name of the video though, but I know like the type of hair she wears. It's like a
Is it the soldier?
afro.
The soldier? I'm a soldier? No.
This is her by herself. Oops. This is her by herself. You know that she did a video. It was just her video.
Oh, okay.
And she
I know, and she was kind of like in a dark. It was like blue. Looked like she was in a hallway.
It was her and two girls. They were like in a warehouse.
Yeah, and it was kind of dark.
Yeah, and she had one of her. What am I trying to do?
Something about her legs shaking.
Yes.
I
don't remember that, but yeah, yeah, that. And one part she was no, bend it over, lean up against the wall, and that's what I
Did you
took a
say Kelly
screenshot
or
of that.
Michelle? Because that's Kelly. Wait, hold on. Where'd you go?
What happened? Oh, she kicked off.
Because that was Kelly Rowland. But I don't remember her wearing no afro.
I think she like a curly fro.
I
No,
know
like
who those girls are, baby, but I've never seen any of their videos though.
I haven't in a long time myself, so I don't know the videos. I just know, like the hairstyles that they sometimes rock.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Me neither. I mean, I don't. I guess it didn't stand out. Oh, motivation. Oh,
Okay, I'm
that
gonna try this
curly
one again.
short.
Yeah, that was her and Lil Wayne.
Oh, was it motivation? No, it wasn't motivation.
I just looked it up.
Was it motivation? I don't know, child.
She did Ice, but Ice, she doesn't have her hair. It's not curly.
Yeah, Ice. That's what I thought it was, Ice.
But
no, it
in
was
motivation,
big. It was
her hair is curly with the bangs.
No, not that. It must be Oh, that's Oh, you want me to let you in, girl? Okay, hold on. Why don't you? Hold on, baby. Okay, you see the hold on. Oh, wait.
Oh, I like some of these styles. I never paid attention to Kelly.
You see what I'm saying? Do you have that big long hair like that?
I can.
It's big. They're big.
I do have long wigs. Most of them are different colors.
But no, I'm looking for the bundle because I want to wear a ponytail.
The bundles you can get it up to 30. Yes.
Yeah. Do you have a natural and big like that, like hers?
Natural, I think I have. I would have to go, and I don't have it right now.
I mean, yeah, just like that. I've been wanting to get that for years, and I cannot for the life of me.
The kinky straight
hair. Yep, just like that. And I want it to be 30.
30.
Okay, you said wondering shit.
That's a bundle deal. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Kinky straight, the Brazilian kinky straight. And my sister likes that one too. Only have it up to 26.
Okay, what you got? What's that? What price is that? Oh, you can text it to me if you want to, whichever one.
Okay. How many did you, just one, the price of one bundle?
I think I might need two because I want to be full.
Yeah, this is good thick and it's gonna be full.
Buy just one?
With two.
Okay, yeah, I want to be full.
This is an all over wig, baby.
It's gonna be a ponytail. It's a bundle, just a ponytail. You just wrap it around the hair. I'm gonna need two for it to be full.
Oh. It's gonna be pretty.
So that it's already full and it's got a little wave to it. It's nice. The Brazilian kinky straight. That's what my sister wants.
I'm sorry. Yeah, see, I can't walk and chew. I just gotta learn how to walk and just chew it. I'm sitting up here. She asked me a while ago to let her up. Baba girl, I'm sorry. You understand? B-U-B-B-A-H-H.
Hey, y'all.
I'm sorry, Baba.
Hey. Little voice.
I've been sitting here listening to everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I gotta let her up, and forgot. As soon as I said I gotta let her up, mine just went blank. Liam.
Yeah.
I gotta get my allergies acting up. You gonna get you some bundles?
Of course.
You gonna
Why
get
not?
straight or just straight?
I am
Is that
done.
better? Should I talk like this now? How you doing, ladies?
Let me know before you start ordering so I can find a.
I want a
Fun.
24 and an 18.
What you gonna do with the 24 and 18? That's so stream.
Lim, you gotta put the 24 on this side and the 18 up here.
I'm
That's
done.
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's how you're gonna do it. You're gonna rock it like it's hot.
Yeah, of course.
You said do what?
Just let me know when you're ready, and don't order till you tell me first. That's all I'm
you gonna let me look at it? I'm gonna look at it.
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Okay. Oh, you sent it? Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
So they have the Afro style hair in bundles too, huh?
Mhm.
No kidding.
Do they have afro hair like this?
Oh, pretty.
Yeah,
Hey.
yeah. Yours be easier to find because that's the end color and everything.
Yeah, I need afro hair to match my afro hair.
How long you trying to get it?
As long as it'll grow. I've had it cut. I've had it cut short for about 5 years. Now I'm just letting it grow out. You know, so
So pretty.
it's an
At least you
experiment.
can put it in a fro. Mine don't do that.
Yeah,
Her hair is pretty though.
I got a fro,
Pretty and white.
Mm-hmm.
and then it'll curl up. I got stuff on it tonight because it was raining, but it's naturally curly. It's curly, but I got it froed out because it's raining. So yeah, I
So
need hair
pretty.
to match my hair that I already got. I don't want too much
Yeah,
because foam it.
I'm just into the froze and stuff now. I love them. I love froze.
I want
I can't. I don't know.
I
Maybe I
have to
shouldn't
tease
say
my
that.
hair. I have to tease my hair a lot in order to even get it that way.
to. Yeah.
So much
You know
hair.
what? Remember we were saying if we snatch our wigs off, how we be like, was it you and me, Prissy, and who
Yes.
are we talking about? Huh?
Snatch that wig off. Somebody kept
Yeah.
saying. Somebody said that.
Yeah, we were
I,
talking about that. I said, honey, ooh, child, because I'm in the middle trying to let mine grow out so I can do this certain cut on my hair. I
mhm.
said, oh my goodness, this thing, I look like Frederick Douglass.
I'm done.
Oh, that's what I said. I said I look like Sarah Breedlove, and then I walked out looking like Madam C.J. Walker because when she was Sarah Breedlove, baby, she had them patches. Patches.
Hmm.
What'd you say, Chrissy? Pippi Longstocking.
Yes.
That's how she looked too.
You know what? I cannot. I can't.
That's gonna be me tomorrow. I'm gonna come out there like Madam C.J. Walker.
But you know what? I think that stems from our childhood because I think every black family, when it comes to doing their child's hair, I don't care what style, texture, whatever, like when you get your takedown done, washed and everything, you get those two Miss Silly plats in your head,
Yeah.
no matter what.
You know what? That's child abuse. I don't care what nobody say. That was child abuse. That was child abuse. I don't care, hands down. They should have been locked up for that. Period. The
But
end.
see,
Because especially when it's little black girls that really cared about their appearance. Okay, I'm about to
but
let me
see, I didn't
let
go
the
out
room
like
breathe.
that. Like that was only for nighttime. Um,
We had to sit on the
when she
front
was
porch.
No, see, my grandmother wouldn't even let me go outside like that. It was literally just for me to go to sleep after she be done put up the whole can of blue magic in my hair. So,
Only
Let me see
after
if
you
I
have
can get
it
this picture on
washed.
here.
Once you have your hair washed, then you gotta plait it up.
Oh shoot, I can't do it. Cause I had these. My mama let me go to school and take this school picture with these twigs in my hair, looking like Pippi Longstocking.
No.
You wore yours to school?
My mama, she didn't know how to do hair.
See, that's probably why though. Cause I'm not a hairdresser neither,
What
like at
her,
all.
my aunt did. She knew how to do hair. My sister knew how to do hair. Then my sister I'm in elementary, and then she wanted to leave, get married. And I'm sitting up there crying because
She
I
said
was
she
all
wanted
like,
to.
Mama.
Girl, Prissy said
I'm
she
for
wanted
real.
to
My
leave
mama
the
called. She stopped me in the hallway and she said, "Your sister got married." I said, "Who?" She told me that I was in class crying. They had to send me to the counselor because I said, my sister's not coming home anymore, and they thought she died.
Oh. Okay.
And so I was just so hurt. I was like, "Who gonna do my hair?" This what I'm talking about, like this.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
Poor
I'm
Prissy.
sorry.
I'm
I'm
so
sorry.
sorry.
Oh shoot.
I'm so sorry. Oh, bring it in. Bring it in. I'm so
Oh
sorry.
Lord. Yes.
And you know
But
what?
I wasn't forced to go to school like that. Like it was literally only for nighttime. So I had my little cap on and I was getting ready for bed. But she only embarrassed me once with the hairstyle because she was pretty good at doing hair. I had Coolio braids one time. Remember
What is
how
it?
Coolio used to wear his
She
I
said
saw somebody
Coolio.
like that one
She
time. They were
embarrassed
like,
what
me.
"Stop
kind of hair?
staring."
She
And
said
she had the
Coolio.
audacity to curl them up. You know, Coolio wore his stuff straight up and they were just going in different directions. She curled them up at the ends. So yeah, it was
And my
like I had
My
a
mama did
ex,
pitchfork.
some.
did my hair and curled them up with the paper bags. Mom, do you remember that? Rolling your hair with
Yes.
the bags. She did
Uh-huh.
mine like
Look
that
at
and
this.
had me thinking I was gonna be cute. I went to school looking like Big Worm. You remember how Big Worm used to
But
look?
you were so cute
Chrissy, look at my
though.
ponytail at the top. It's pretty
Lord.
little second.
You look adorable, but
Lord. But you were
braid,
so pretty though.
that braid
No,
is doing
y'all
something
could
on its
lie.
own.
I told my mama, I said, I looked at my second grade picture and I was just cheesing, just as big with no front teeth. I said,
We
how
don't
you
get
let
no.
me take this picture with no front teeth?
You know what I just said? Forgive them for they know not what they do. I don't
Exactly.
think because that was just the black thing to do. That
Hmm.
I look back as I
That's
went to
so
a,
country though. You see
it
how
is.
country I look? I
I
was like,
mean,
I'm gonna
but
pick
you
that.
were such a pretty baby though, so it
Don't
doesn't
do that.
even matter.
Don't do
Mhm.
that. Don't
But
do
you
No,
that.
are a cutie pie though.
seriously.
Seriously, I wanted me a little chocolate girl though. Seriously, little chocolate girls are gorgeous to me.
Please
Seriously,
don't let her pigtails. And then my mama said it was my fault. I was
What?
playing and I messed up my own hair. I
But
was
she
like,
just didn't know how to do hair.
yeah, we figured that
now
out
that
after
braid,
that.
now that braid was doing if that braid was doing the let me
The
see. It
most.
was doing no, it was doing a crip walk. I call it the crip walk. That braid was doing a crip walk. But you were a cutie pie, I have to say.
What happened to Chrissy? She got kicked off.
You were a
Who's that?
cutie pie girl.
Oh,
Oh, there she
okay.
goes. Hold on a second, Chrissy. Liam,
Yeah.
Liam,
Yep.
where were your braids? Where are your pictures with your braids? Did you have
I wonder.
did you have what you call that braid? What's his name? The one with the little boys?
Pfeiffer.
L5. You was your L5 for your L5 for whatever his name is. Bro, picture when you were little. You got one?
Oh
Huh?
no.
I don't know.
You got a picture like what's the name of the what do you
The
call
Like a
it?
Little
mohawk.
Rascals.
Did you have a mohawk?
Yeah, the little rascals. You remember
No,
the
I
little
didn't have
rascals?
any mohawk. I didn't have any of that, no mohawk or anything.
I used to wonder
I'm
who
just
somebody
dying.
would wear a mohawk. Why did Mr. T come up with that mess and all that? Now I'm letting my hair grow out so I can get a mohawk. Ain't that something?
I
You
mean,
let
his
Well,
me
he
dicks
had
wear
to,
changed over the years.
he had to
Huh?
have an English baby.
You said what, Ma?
He had to have an image.
Yeah, and that image has not. It won't go away. I mean, I'm telling you, it is. It has been almost timeless.
You know, you have to be creative, you know.
It worked.
You
I used to be like, "What?"
a mess. What you say? It was. It worked.
It worked.
Mm-hmm.
That was so cute. It worked.
I remember him from all of his commercials. I pity the
18.
fool.
You just be
See,
tickling me to death.
18 was like before my time, but I mean, I've seen the clips.
I don't know.
He,
Sometimes
Babies,
I be
y'all
looking like
babies.
Miss Seeley when she first saw what was her name? Suge. When she was on the porch.
what you say? What you
Oh,
say?
I
What you?
said
Wait a minute.
sometimes I be looking like Miss Seeley. And when she the first time she saw Suge, how she was looking. And then she told me, you sure is ugly. But and then when her sister got kicked off the property, that's all. Anything come for me?
I'm done. I'm done. I cannot with you.
You tell my baby to stop that laughing.
She is. You ain't finna worry me. You know like, that we all had some ugly kid pictures. We all supposed to have some ugly pictures, but it's not
mm-hmm.
where you come from. It's where you in. So you good. It's not,
How is it 4 o'clock in the morning? Almost 4 o'clock
You're
in the
a
morning.
mess.
My phone's going
Some
off.
kiss.
huh?
You're a mess.
What?
I don't know. I always want to hide my little kid picture until after I got married.
Oh no. Why?
I can't. You
So
know
they
what?
get scared. They might change their mind. Like, I don't want to have
I'm
no
not
baby.
doing
But
it. You know what, Miss
but I
Seeley? I'm
see it
not
as
doing it.
cute.
I'm not doing it.
He might
You.
not
It was
think
your
it's
hair.
cute.
It wasn't you.
Exactly. You couldn't help it that your mom couldn't do hair. I mean, you still gave much face. Like you were looking pretty.
It was not you. It was your hair that was just doing a crip walk. We all got crip walking pictures when we were little.
And I
I'm
used to
telling
say I
you.
want to hide my family till after I got married, so he would change his mind.
On my stand hidden. I listen. I'll be 30 years in, and he gonna be like, so "What about that family?" I'm gonna be like, "What about divorce?" He gonna be like, "All right, I'm gonna lay it on down and keep it down. We gonna Hirsch, Hirsch."
I gave them a briefing. I was like, look, if he comes here and he comes to visit, don't ask no stupid questions.
Oh no. You know what? Because black
Not.
families are just ruthless. Black families, we ain't got no grace. You know what I'm saying?
No cool.
No cool.
None.
We just have no cool. We don't have no grace for other folk. It's just we don't act. We just clum.
Mine seem
We don't
like
know
more
how to
like
play it off,
colonists.
huh?
I said mine seem more like colonists. Like they're heavy into the colorism thing. So they'll
Mm,
be done said something stupid for sure. Like, oh, you finally turned over to the white side, huh? Finally got you one.
mm-hmm. Yeah, mine had
And
me
it'll just be
choked
like,
at the hospital
mm-hmm.
because I told my niece not to marry a white, and she only what? At the time, she was 8, 9, 9, and got me choked, and then the police officer let them get away with it because I said it. So I can't no more. I just Lord, let me shut up because I'm starting to tremble. I just mm,
I
mm,
just,
mm.
I have a rule like nobody would meet them. So I mean, we don't even have to worry about that. Everybody's in a safe space, so they wouldn't even have to worry about those people.
Uh-huh. I'm gonna tell them if all you gonna hear, but you hear me say hoo hoo, that means keep walking. They circling around. Just keep walking. I'm not gonna point them out. Just keep walking. Just look right ahead and keep walking.
Just keep
If
it moving.
keep it moving.
Mm.
And if they walk up on us, just start macing. That's just no. Just
But
start
that-
Mason.
Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I
A
can
little
now.
bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
hold on.
You kind of staticky.
Okay, you know why? Because I had my iPad. I had my iPad on my table. Anyway, what about when you bring home a Puerto Rican guy and your dad says, "Oh, you don't switched up."
I'm sorry.
I don't
I'm
know. My
sorry.
mom was gonna say. I figured. She already said it. I figured she was like, I'm gonna ask. I figured. I was like, Mom, you've been knowing since daycare. What did you say when I was in daycare? My daughter's gonna marry a white man.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Everybody
But
around me said it.
what's
They just
wrong with
know.
that?
Nothing. Cause see what happened
Like,
was, um, we were at the grocery store and I'm riding in a cart, in the shopping cart, and she was going one way and this lady and her son was going another way, and he was like, "Look, mommy, there's my girlfriend." And so
Ooh.
so
Yeah, good.
she was
You was
like, from that
you
day
was a
on,
pretty
I
young thing.
knew, because I
Pretty
was
young thing.
in daycare. I don't know where I got it from, but them little blonde head boys was getting all kind of kisses, and I had
mhm.
them bringing me flowers, even though they were weeds, but they were bringing me flowers.
It was the thought that
Eh?
counted.
That's it.
Aww.
I had them lined up.
Girl. So you had
He's
folks bringing
letting you
you stuff that
know
was
they
starting your
were back
allergies
then.
up. They would love. Mm-hmm. Sure
Yes,
you
they
did.
were certainly letting you know back then. They were.
Yes, they were, and we were like what, 3, 4.
Mm-hmm.
But that's like the sweetest thing.
Mm-hmm.
So
I wouldn't even
I don't
tell
know.
my child anything like that. Like, oh, you shouldn't or you should. Like, no,
Yeah.
no.
You just do
Let
you.
live and yeah, live and let live. I mean, I do tell
Mm-hmm.
her not to get with the Dusties when she gets older, and I put
Yeah.
out
Yeah.
why.
Yeah.
But
Keep your standards high, but don't worry about the color.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's about who's gonna treat you well, who's gonna
Yeah.
celebrate you as a woman or a young lady, who's gonna
Yeah.
add value to your life versus making
Absolutely.
it,
You make sure he
double
take
hockey
care of the
sticks
bills.
hard.
You gonna pay the rent? He is?
Yes.
All right. Tell him he's walking over. Yeah. I got a
Mhm.
plate warmer. He gonna pay the car note too? Oh yeah,
Mhm.
the pay gonna be warm. All right, just gotta make sure. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Just
Mhm.
make sure you pay the rent in the car note. Well, no,
Because what I've noticed,
as long as he's gonna celebrate her well, that yes, of course. Everything, all of the above. I'm acting silly, but all of the above. Yeah, of course.
because what
You
I've
know,
noticed is our if you want to call it a community, I don't know what it is at this point, but whatever it is, with black identifying people, a lot of time these boys are not given these conversations by their parents. Usually, especially if they had parents that were like part of that civil rights movement era, most of them, their whole thing was if I have a black son or children that didn't end up in a penitentiary, they're alive and they managed to graduate high school, I'm a success. That's their 3 lives
Okay,
of success.
you're so right, Chrissy. Let me tell you something. My sister, her fiance was bragging one time. You ready? Y'all ready? And I'm so serious. I'm not. I wish I was making this up because. Well, okay, I take that back. Her glorified boyfriend, because it's pushing 13 years. Okay, so anyways,
Wow.
if yeah, that's I heard. Um, and I was told by some that he said he wasn't gonna marry. So I at this rate, I think it's just back to boyfriend. But anyway, that's not the point. Is this? He was bragging, said, yeah, he was saying it to me, and I was just standing there. I hope my mouth wasn't open, but I'm sure it was. But he said, yeah, he said everybody he brought over was his brother. He had just got out of prison, so I understand. I understand. But he said, yeah, yeah, my little brother. He had just got out of prison. That was his little brother. So he said, yeah, my little brother, yeah, he's 20 years old. He ain't never been to prison, never been locked up or anything. Wait a minute.
Mhm.
And he
That right
was so
there.
proud. He was so proud, and I was like, oh, okay. And the guy was just standing there, like, and I was like, and I almost said, "Is Ashton Kutcher around?
Mm-mm.
Am I being punked? Am I being?
Mm-mm.
Where's Ashton Kutcher? I know he ain't looking for me because I'm not. I'm not a slick. Did he? He was so gassed up when he. Yeah, what I'm saying. That is good. And I was like,
Hmm. That right there.
has it come to this? Has it really
Yes. Yes. Because as long as they're concerned, like as long as their children aren't dead in jail
I can't.
and they've
No,
graduated,
she said ain't
they've
dead. I
they've
can't.
hit
No.
success.
She
Yes.
said, ain't dead. I'm not.
Mhm.
You know what? I'm not
You
doing
Mhm.
it.
well
And
down
that's exactly
here
how they
when
phrase it. Ain't dead. Hmm.
on that dead port down here in Texas, that meant
No,
they
I'm
weren't
supposed to
lit.
say. We have to say unalived. I'm sorry. My bad.
Okay.
They can call us any and everything on other channels, but we have to keep it PC and say unalived.
Okay.
Our bad. But go on.
So they're
I
no
can't.
longer
And
here.
I'm done. But go on. I'm being facetious.
and down
But
here in the
uh,
south, it would be they're not strange fruit. When she
Got
was
you.
saying everything else like the unalive,
uh-huh.
because they weren't caught up and strung up. So that's why a lot of them were happy that they actually survived. You have to think about all the other barriers that people before the civil rights movement went through
I do, especially coming from a family that could have happened to any one of them at any moment. You know what I
at
mean?
any
Because they
moment.
were in racially diverse relationships. They produce what they used to call um mulattoes back then.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
they could have been L word at any time, but it's like even the later generations nowadays still use that same rhetoric and they don't come from those times. They didn't have those experiences. Their ancestors, yes. Them, no. It's
But
like
like
they
they were
even brag
showing.
about having a job. But like if you don't work, you don't eat. If you don't have some form of income coming in, what are you gonna do? Starve. So it's like I literally heard a black man tell a lady like it was his, I guess, cat call or trying to have an impression on her. Yeah, I'm young. I got a job, and it's like, okay, that's what you should be striving for. This was someone that
And
was
they be
over
so
30.
proud. And I'm like, I don't care what race of man it is that's saying that. You're supposed.
If I have to work, why shouldn't you have to work? Like,
You are
You're
supposed to. A
supposed
man
to.
is supposed to, but just because
exactly.
he's supposed to, don't mean he's doing it.
No,
Yeah,
but my thing is, but don't walk around beating your chest, bragging like, because I'm supposed to work, so you're supposed to be celebrating that. No,
no.
But if
you
you're in
supposed
a
to celebrate that.
neighborhood or community of men who are not doing it,
Say that
But I
again.
still won't celebrate it. I mean,
I
it's
guess
like
people are
me.
bragging about it because they may be products of a man who didn't work, or
Yeah,
in
that
a
is that's
community
yeah.
or neighborhood that they are, look, I made it out. I'm not like everybody else. Oh Lord Jesus. I didn't know
But
this
the
was
thing
open.
is, but they look at they get heat. They no, these are the
The ones
incels
that
that
get gassed up.
they get gassed up and want to get aggressive because
Yes.
we're not celebrating it. And it's like celebrating for what?
If I'm gonna celebrate you for that, then I might as well go in the bathroom with you, and when you take, a dump, I might as well pat you on the back and say, "Yay, you made a poopy," because I
Yeah.
see that like as a form of, coddling. Like I
Oh,
would do that for a child, but I'm not doing that for a grown man
because
who, isn't really all there. That's the
Like
nice way to
the
put it.
guy that passed the bar, it went viral. He was like, "Yeah, because now I'm a what did he say? Now I'm a high value man." Wait a minute, I think. Now I'm a high value man, sir. You passed the bar. You have not been in the courtroom yet.
Exactly. You don't have a record yet of wins, losses, or anything. You're literally
Are
just
you a
starting out.
trial attorney or you're a corporate attorney? What
He
kind
Right.
of
don't
attorney
know.
are you?
He
And there's a
didn't
difference
know.
between an attorney and a lawyer. So which one are you?
Are you just a working
And an
attorney? I just
esquire.
want to know if you go ahead. Are you just work? You ain't. I can't even get it out.
Are
My
you
thing.
an
He
esquire?
still had
Are
on his
you a
robe.
lawyer? Or are
He
you?
still had on his robe. He still had on his graduation robe.
I'm
He
done.
just. I mean, he still had on his cap.
Okay, I ain't gonna lie. If he graduated from law school and he passed the bar, I'm celebrating him.
The thing is, nobody told him not to celebrate. What we have a problem is now you trying to rub it in our face like, yeah, I'm high value. Now y'all supposed to
Okay,
look.
that part. Okay.
That's
So
what
Mhm.
shut
that's
up,
why he
Kevin
did that.
Jr. Shut up,
That's
Kevin
why he
Jr.
no, seriously. And you know, and they were even saying that to us that yeah, y'all are supposed to look at him like that. No, sir, that's the point. Everybody was like,
I'm gonna clap for him like they did Randy Watson. Sexy time. Put your hands together for Randy Watson.
And when you tell them that you aren't gonna coddle them, they take offense to it.
they
It's
take
like,
Yeah,
offense
they be
to
trying
it.
to fight you for real. I
oh
do not
yeah,
They
want
do.
mama's boy.
oh yeah.
And
Like, no, don't fight. Don't try to fight me when you won't fight for your kids in court. Like, sit down.
right.
Have several
You
seats,
know what I
please.
told one of them, Chrissy? I said, go argue with your mama.
Thank you.
Go argue with your mama.
Thank you.
But that's
Because it's more befitting.
a mama. They don't want a wife. They don't want a real woman. They want a mama.
No,
Hmm.
I'd be like, go see what your mama doing. Go to your mama's house. Go see what she doing. Go see what she cooked.
But
I
my
can't
thing
do
is,
it.
I'm not negating the fact that what he did was great. That is no,
Right.
that's hard, great.
But
But
that's
now
the other part.
you just tripped out the door from getting that piece of it's the ink is still drying. You like I'm high value, sir. Gather yourself.
Kevin, slow down.
It's
Kevin!
like it's like someone graduating from high school and saying, "Hey, I's a real adult now.
You
Mm-hmm.
know,
I could do whatever I want."
when
Yeah, go get your job.
I was like, somebody get him.
The bare minimum. The bare minimum.
Yes, it's celebrated and glorified.
Okay, like it was one guy, and this was years ago in the 99 2000. Okay, for real, look,
Is
it
Sir
was
Lynn,
there,
is he still with us?
huh?
Yeah,
Is
I
Sir,
heard him
is
laugh.
he still with us?
I
Sir
sure
Lynn.
am.
Oh,
Oh,
Okay.
and he it was a guy. It was one guy. The guy I told you it took 10 years for him to try to get my attention. Try. So and this guy, I'm telling you, the guy that tried to mention, he was really, really, really good looking. Seriously, model material. What a waste. But he saw me that I bumped into him. And he was like, well, you like you about to cut a video and all that. I was like, that's how we do it. You know. So just to tell you how I was dressed really, really to the nines, right? So okay, I'm getting embarrassed all over again. Why I bump into this guy and he could not even look at me. Now I'm thinking about it, I feel bad. No, okay, it's over. So, anyways, this goes to show how they aim. He was looking like the guy, not the guy that was trying to that was pursuing me, but this other guy that briefly tried to get my attention. This is what he had said to me like some weeks earlier. Hold on, he said, "My sister, we always go out," and he was like, "Yeah, what's your name?" This is when I used to be really, really nice and just try not to hurt nobody's feelings. I'd be like, my look I give, I'm like, don't. So he was like, "Oh yeah," and I was like, oh, "Okay, all right, okay, okay, yeah, sure." I was one of those nice girls, How about I bumped into him, and that's my sport. I always do this. Bumped into this guy. And he looking like, dang, you gave me the wrong number. I'm so embarrassed. And so Okay, that's over. So, anyways, he was like, looking like, dang. Why? He told me, he was like, you come up to, okay, he said, if you come up, do any of y'all know what Crystal's chicken, Crystal, the little Crystal burgers?
Yes, yes.
He said, if you come up, I work at Crystal's, you come up to Crystal's, I can give you, all the free burgers you want. Okay, I can't.
I'm done. No, he didn't. He tried to feed you, and that's it. That was the consolation prize.
He said, yeah, I'll give you all the free Crystal burgers you want.
Oh,
Breathe.
I'm just gonna let the room breathe. Y'all just take it all in. Now, mind you, this guy that had been trying to get me for 10 years, he's model material, and I was turning him, these guys, and I bumped into the same guy after like ducking and dodging him, and I bumped it. That's my fortune. My sister said, you have the worst fortune. I said, I know. Where do I sign? And this guy had said, yeah, I'll give you all the free. And I said, see how they aim
So low.
high. That's why I said something about this guy. Said, yeah, I'm a high value man. You're not even high value, and now there's like they're saying now high earner. You're not. You got to reach up to lose right now, sir. At this point in your life, because you're not even you.
And it's all about, even when they do get to a status of, let's say, having a middle class or white collar job, right? Something more corporate or that has like a pension attached to it. Even then, sometimes you can take them out of the hood, but you can't take the hood out of them because you can hear it in their casual talk, like when they're off duty. They're still calling women, oh yeah, that B right there. And mind you, these are women that they do not know. We're not talking about women that they probably had a bad experience with. No, these are
Just every day
strangers. Oh, that MF or this and this and that. Like, how do you wake up and just have casual talk or informal talk with a friend about strangers that you do not know and call them all these belligerent names? Like, make it make sense for me. And it's okay. And they will have a whole dialogue behind it. And it's just regular to them.
And that's the scary part. It's regular to them.
Yes.
It's every day. It's just like seeing that girl over there. That it's like, is that really that's how? And then they'll turn around and want they look at you like you crazy because you won't reciprocate the same sentiment. It's like, for us, how they feel about, like, you first wanting to get with you, you're supposed to want to get with them after you've heard how they put it. And it's like,
yes. And the verbiage that they use towards women in general, it's like, why would I want you to be with me or want to pursue you or have you pursue me? Either way, like, why would I want to have anything to do with you if this is the type of language that you use? If you use that in your casual talk, what are you going to say when you get upset?
Yeah, it's like you germ. Oh my goodness. I can't. I can't. And I was in Publix I was shopping, getting those grapes and stuff I didn't need. So, okay, chips and stuff. Okay, I'm back. But anyways, it was this guy. I'm not going to even describe. That would be so unfair to describe how he looked. But so we're going to swipe left. I was walking up the aisle, and he was in a freezer. You know how you look in a freezer, you kind of look, when you get to grab something, you kind of look over, So he opened the door and he went to grab something. He kind of looked over. And as I was walking up the aisle, he did like this, like looked and did a double look and just stood there and stared. I hurried up and turned my head to the left and was walking like I was one of the stepdad's wife, like I was in speech with somebody else. Just Don't shoot. If you better, boy, I would. You would need therapy. I promise you, if you're gonna need therapy to come up out of this trauma. I promise you, if you do, you're gonna need therapy. And first, what made me upset was that I said, "See, is that right there? Is that right there? Right there? That right there? That right there? It's because of the male worship that goes on in this country that make that right there feels that he can step to me." Now, I had several men in Publix, good-looking men. The manager came up to me and said, since I had complimented a young lady at the deli that fixed my sub sandwiches the way I wanted her to fix them, and I wanted her to get a free sub. So you shout them out, they get a free sub. So that's something y'all can do just for just people talk. And he did a good job. And the manager came to me and he smelled really good. I said, I like the way your cologne smells. He said, I love your hair. And I said, my hair look. Have a good day. Because he was very good looking. Like I already said, my hair loves you too. But I had to catch myself. Very good looking, smell good, dressed nice and all. And there was several guys came up with saying, oh, you look nice, and I was like, thank you, very, nice looking guys. And then for him to take a double look at me, like he'd lean over like hope. And I said, see, it's this male worship in this country that makes this right here. This cicada. This cicada. I'm just gonna call it a cicada. Think and feel that he can step to Sunkiss. Mm-hmm. And if I had to make myself do right with these guys here, do you think, sir, I wasted this outfit on you, sir? Huh? Okay, this trauma coming in. Okay, hold on. Let me this PTSD. Hold on. I was like, and if I really share with him what was going on in my faculties, he would have snatched my wig off and he would have been thinking he was talking to Frederick Douglass. But so I had to digress.
No, you did not just say Frederick Douglass.
I'm in the middle. I want my hair to grow out, so I want to get this really cute buzz mohawk. So my hair is like, it's like that. But I want it to stay natural. I don't want to put no chemicals in it. And so it's the sick hair that I can pick out. It's so sick. And then watch I change my mind.
But see, that's the thing. You can rock it for a little while, and if you get bored, you can always change up. That's why God invented wigs and hair pieces and everything else.
What? My biggest, this has happened to me before, and I'll go, this is what I go and come out looking like Gumby.
I doubt that you're gonna look like Gumby. Like, you have a natural face shape where you can literally rock anything.
I would love to think that. Thank you for saying that. But I have been in trouble before. Mm-hmm. This girl did my hair, my Jerry curl back in high school. And as you can see, I still haven't gotten past it because I'm talking about it today. Yep. And I had to go to school. My egg daughter made me go to school, and I know it's because she hated me. And you know how you always put your hand over your head because you pretend like the other side of your ear itch?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. My other ear itched all day for about 2 weeks. Yep. Trauma. But anyways, it's like when you, that's, I'm going to have to learn how to cut my own hair on my own. I really believe I can do it. I do believe I can do it.
I say go to, like for your first time, go to a male. And I mean, I'm not trying to be rude,
no,
but go to a
barbershop,
a gay man. Mm-hmm.
No, I believe you. You ain't the first person. You're the second person to tell me that.
That's who cut my hair. The picture that I sent you, it was
Mm-hmm.
a gay male that did my hair, and it was a really great barbershop. Like they were known even by the guys to like
Mm.
really do some different styles, like basically whatever you wanted, plus the regular. So
Mm-hmm.
that's who I went to. And I just did it off a spur of the moment thing because I didn't want hair anymore. I wanted to be, just be able to roam free.
I wonder if I should do that. I want because it's this hair is sick, and I said okay, I don't have much to go long to go because I wanted to. It's got to come over a certain way, just hang a certain. I
Hmm.
just gotta it's gotta be, just I could just play with it, snatch it, and just
I feel like
throw in
if
the
you
big
go
thing
to
of
a gay
earrings.
man,
So,
I feel
oh,
like
I
if
would
you go to
definitely
a
go.
gay man, you're gonna get the best of both worlds. Like you're gonna get that edge up how you want, on
Hmm.
point, like a guy would get, but then at
Hmm.
the same time you get that feminine touch.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. 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 And I want to walk up out of there like, what's love got to do? You know how Tina Turner was walking out like, how she's walked like,
Hmm.
I just want to have that. Just, Liam, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, she's
You got,
highly respected here in the
huh?
UK, Tina Turner is. She's really respected over here.
Yes. You know that lady's legs are still dynamite.
Hmm.
I'm like, how do you have legs? Really?
She's
How
almost
is it
80 if
that
she isn't
younger women are
already.
looking to have your legs? I mean, seriously, huh?
She's almost 80 years old and she still looks fantastic.
She's amazing. She's simply amazing. She is amazing. She's seriously.
Shaka Khan is another one.
Yeah,
Like, she looks fabulous.
yes, she
Who is
does.
that, baby?
Shaka Khan.
You know what I was thinking about? I was wondering how does she look up today?
Oh, she looks
She's
gorgeous.
she still looks like herself.
Because she
Hmm.
always had that figure.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And all that hair is her. Her sister
Mm-hmm.
has a lot of hair like that.
Mm-hmm.
She said they have a lot of. I forget what they have a lot of. Native Americans is something she said, but all that hair, that's just all of her hair.
Hmm.
Um,
Like my mother had a lot of Blackfoot Indian in her.
mhm.
So I think that kind of rubbed off at me why I got so much hair too.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Cause see, when I was young, I used to wear it waist length.
Oh, that's right. You did say that, Mom.
But as you get older, you just don't want it.
But that
What?
is
So many women
beautiful.
says that. It is
Mm-hmm.
that is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
My great grandmother was like that. But she always kept it very simple. She just literally did the Pippi Longstocking braids, like down the middle, like with the part, and on either side you'll see two long braids.
Was pretty too.
Hmm.
Gorgeous. But I guess
But
that
I
was
got
simpler
too
for her.
happy one time and Daddy said he wanted to talk to me. He thought I had it too short, but he thought maybe I was crossing over, he said.
I was wondering if that's what the when son he needed to talk to you, Mom.
Mm-hmm. And
That's
I would always tell, I said, well, Daddy, sir, you always have the floor.
hmm.
And
That's
he
funny.
wanted to know. But I told him I was just trying something different. I said, you just don't know how good the shampoo feels with the hair short.
Mm. It was
Hmm.
she passed away a car about 2 years ago, but this girl named Shayla. I remember she was in here. She was in cosmetology school, and then she got to where she was really good with hair. But we used to hang out all the time. Her and her twin sister, my sister, myself. We used to go out and we would have so much fun. But she would wash my hair, and she would always massage my hair. She was just good with taking her nails, and she just knew how to wash hair, and I would be like just falling asleep while she was washing my hair.
Because she hit all your pressure points.
Yes, but her twin sister hated it. Her twin sister hated for her to wash her hair. I said, "Are you crazy?" She said, "Oh, I hate it. I hate it." And she said she's been like, she ain't stop. Oh, that stop. I hate when she washed me. I said, "Girl, look, I loved it." But soon as she would order wash my hair, the way she would take her nails, and I'd be knocked out, or just I'd never wanted her to stop. But
And it make your hair grow too when a person can wash hair like that too.
Really?
Boost stimulation.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even pay attention to that.
Always go from the back to the front.
Good night, y'all. I'm falling asleep on y'all.
Okay.
Nice.
You can't hang? You can't hang?
I can't hang, girl. I didn't already got on the sheets.
Okay.
Oh.
I done stretched out on y'all.
All right. It was good. Thanks for hanging out.
Wasn't that sweet?
There I am.
Gotta go.
I was sitting up here worried about this boy. That's why I know I ain't sleeping nothing.
Hey, ladies, I gotta go.
You gotta go?
Good night.
All right,
Yeah,
one
I actually got a whole job I gotta go to, so let me get to work before they come in.
Okay.
I have to pretend.
All right.
like
Thanks
I'm
for hanging
busy.
out.
Did you hear what I said?
Huh?
I said I have to pretend like I'm busy.
Oh. Fake it till you make it. Fake it till you make it.
There you go. But hey, we'll catch up Sunday, okay?
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Bye now.
Like if you ever get your hair done down here, Sunkiss, I know the perfect man. Like I don't trust any other male with my hair. His name was Cyrus. He used to be a celebrity stylist back in the days, and he is still fierce with his hair. Like still
Really?
fierce. Yes.
Oh wow.
Every lady of all ages loves to go to Cyrus. It's almost like you're getting that luxury treatment.
Wow. I might have to have him do my buzz cut. Cause and let me ask you this: is he one of the types when you give him a picture, he can stick pretty much to the picture?
Yes. And then whatever other changes you want, like even if you just tell him verbally, he can go from that. Like he's so good with the aesthetics. It's crazy.
Wow. Cause one time, my aunt daughter, my aunt daughter went to the same girl I was telling you about that did my hair. The picture that she gave the girl, the hairstyle was sick. It was like really, really, it was a shower haircut. Girl was like, yeah, so, okay, first of all, you get what you pay for. Okay? So, the girl charged $10 for my egg. She, not me, the egg don't, my egg don't. So, my egg donor was wondering why the girl was cutting holes in her hair with the clippers in the top of her, and she was trying to figure out why was the girl wrapping her hair a certain way, and then taking the clippers and cutting down into her head with the clippers.
You're right. She definitely got what she paid for.
She was doing too much.
So back in the day, you probably remember when they used to wear them hairstyles. I don't know if you remember, Chrissy, when they called them hairstyles wraps, when they used to be wrapping the girls.
Mm-hmm.
She was supposed to wrap her hair and then brush it out to be a soft wrap and do something all kind of. It was supposed to be really, really pretty. Well, you're not supposed to cut certain styles in the person's hair with the clippers. That's not the way you're supposed to do.
She ended up almost had a mohawk.
It was
or mullet.
It was a bunch, all of the above. So, anyways, she stood there. Everybody, because they were going to take their mother to the boat out in Detroit, for a Mother's Day, not Mother's Day, but for a mother's getaway, just because, yeah. And everybody came in. Their hair was all cute and everything. She said, "Look," and put her hand up on the wall, and what was left of her hair fell down in her face and came asymmetrical and dipped up.
Mm.
And all of this was all cut up some kind of way, and the rest of it drooped down on her face, and it was stuck. It was like this big cuff stuck because she had put some of that. What do you call that purple stuff? It's different.
Well, from back in the day.
Yeah, it was a purple solution. It was called what is the name of that stuff? Hold on. Everybody used to use it.
How far back?
Huh?
How far back?
It was in the 90s, the early 90s.
I don't know what you're talking about, baby, but I don't forgot.
It's almost lot of body.
Okay.
Yes, that's right.
It was then if you use so much of it, it stiffens up, and she didn't put water in it. She didn't she didn't dilute it.
She didn't dilute it.
And it would just droop down. It was just stuff. And my air donor couldn't see because when it dropped down, it went over her eyes and just sat there stuck. And and then all the middle of this was just super just kinky and stuck. It just like a bird's nest. And everybody was
It looked like it had a sugar effect.
Yeah. When I said everybody, her sisters, because it was 8 of them, and it was only 2 boys, and the rest of them was girls. And they all compete with each other. And when I tell you, they were all falling all over each other, laughing, crying, tears, because they all had went and got their hair done, by their beauticians. And this girl's like, "No, yeah, I can do it. Yeah, I'll just charge you $10." And so my egg donor, of course, she didn't ask for the $10 back. Somebody had to go, she talked all this junk, and she had to have somebody else go ask for the $10 back. But so she got her $10 back, but she was
she did.
Yeah, but that's somebody else had to do it for her. She was too much of a coward to ask for it back.
Okay.
But she talked mad trash, but
she couldn't man up face to face.
No, and that's another thing she couldn't stand about me. But it took me to get this big age, 46, to realize it. But
you 28
time. But at the time I was 46, and it took me to, here I am 49, but I was 46 years old when it dawned on me, you just a big coward, which narcissists are, But that's what she couldn't stand about me too, because I used to be like, just flat in front of a person, be like, "Oh no, that's gonna be a problem. No, I'm gonna need you to run me that $10 back." In fact, I'm gonna need 20 because to repair my edges, But that's what she couldn't stand about me. But yeah, they had how you gonna come home and then all of a sudden you demand to get your money back? You could have got your money. Your hair was ugly when you were you were sitting in the chair. You look like a big bird. Okay, let me come back. I should have said that. I should have
something else.
I could call her a big bird. That was wrong. But anyway, her hair wasn't that good looking while she was there. So, but yeah.
I'm so afraid of things. Who does my hair?
Why is it knocking Chrissy off?
Like she's going and coming.
Yeah, why is it doing that? You said what, Chrissy?
I was saying I'm so afraid of instances like that. That's why I'm so particular about who does my hair, even though I don't have to worry about that anymore because I don't even do all those things. I just rock the wigs, and then when I want to wear my real hair, I wear my real hair.
Mm-hmm. See, that's what. Now that I'm close to having the length. Well, I'll not have the length. I want it to just be. I'm a perfectionist. That's my whole problem. It's got to be perfect or nothing. All or nothing. And so I still am terrified when I go sit in people's chairs. I'm like, what are they going to do? It's got to be cute. And I don't want to have to come home, even if I have to play with it and tweak it at home. I don't want to have to go get the lawnmower. You know what I'm saying? I just want to be able to tweak it.
If I have to do that
and get the lawnmower and start all over again. You know what I'm saying?
But if I have to do anything, to my hair,
Mhm.
like other than, just the simple maintenance when it starts to get a little bit older.
Mhm.
Um, I don't want it like because I do not do hair at all,
Mhm.
like at all. So I'll snatch it out. Like if I don't like it, I will snatch it out. Definitely. And they will never hear from me again.
See that? See, yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. If I tweak, because I can, you can always tweak it to where you like it when you get home. But I know I'm gonna clean it up right here. I'm gonna lay this down. I'm gonna spike it a little bit here, and I'm gonna, twist this a little bit, because that's what you do with your wigs. Of course, y'all probably can
Mhm.
deal with this one. Because I just, she's just, this little muskrat. She was in the corner shaking and twisting. She was twitching. She got Tourette's. She just, no shade to people with Tourette's. I'm sorry, but she didn't had her better days. But that's okay. Who cares? But the thing is, the ones that I'm really rocking, like I'm really going somewhere, that I really get. You get them when you get them. You just play with them to make them fit you. You be like,
Mhm.
okay, this thing is ugly. I got to go ahead and tweeze this a little bit more. I got to put. You know what they do on YouTube. And I get
Mhm.
they get them in the mail. And they be like, no, we're gonna have to clean you up. I get it, but I
Mhm.
don't want to have to get one. I'm like, who sent this possum? They knew when they made this thing that this was not no human hair. Was nobody's baby born with this type of hair. Nobody's child was born with this type of hair. This ain't no human hair. You didn't know this not no human's hair. Who? I'm finna send this back across the water. And I'm gonna send it with a letter. And I sure hope they don't call the government. Because I'm in trouble if they do. And I have actually sent them back and said, I want my money back, and I want the money that I sent to ship it. Well, we go, yeah, huh? We don't want you speak English. You speak it. You speak it. Because now all of a sudden, you talking about, when I talk about the money, all of a sudden you understand. You better send me my
Mhm.
money. And trust me, I'm not going to discuss this. We online, but trust and believe. I got all my money. I think they sent me a tip. I can't remember. I'm on, but just know I got all my money. I got all my money. I put that thing on. I said, I was like Al Sharpton. And that wig was so pretty in the book. I said, I took a picture. I had that picture for so long. I said, just in case my phone gets stolen, I don't want nobody to have proof. Because they, nope. I look like Al Sharpton. I deleted the picture, and I know it's in the cyberspace. I know it's out there somewhere. I just hope nobody don't retrieve it. It was a wreck.
You're a mess.
It was a wreck. I had popcorn waves, pineapple waves. That's back in the day. Chrissy, you probably don't remember these type of waves. Mine, you do. You remember them pineapple?
I do.
I had the finger waves.
Because a
And
lot of them hairstyles to me was comical anyway.
no, but the thing is,
Back
I
in the
that wig
day.
wasn't have waves. It was supposed to have been long and straight. I said, who asked for waves?
So you didn't even order a wavy wig to begin with.
It was supposed to be long straight. Y'all just
I'm
gonna send me what y'all want.
done.
And you
And
know
then,
what? That's why a lot of businesses go out of business too, because
uh-huh.
they too busy doing what they want to do.
And then you're just gonna cut it back here. So you're gonna put the bang in the back, huh? That's so you just gonna put the bang where you want it. That's so you just had enough to do. The little girl cutting it up, so you thought, I'm gonna try to get rid of it and make a buck. That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna send me what your little girl is playing with. Okay. All right. Cut it. That. And you know how you be so upset that you. This is what I do, because I'm good at being in denial sometimes. Well, I used to be anyways. This is when I was still in a toxic home with the narcissist. I put that wig on 6 different times and thought, well, maybe it's not that bad. And you look at it going, and you know, you looking at it and you know it ain't nothing, not nothing, nothing you can do with this wig because the bang is back here. And then you got the crown in your ear. It is nothing you can do with this wig, but you're looking to go with if I fluff it. Or if I put some dippity doo on it. You don't remember dippity doo, but Mom, you remember dippity doo, right?
I do.
Okay, I'm like, if I put some dippity doo, that means hashtag jail. Gotcha. If I put some
That
jail.
was a girl's best friend back in the day.
Girl's best friend. If I just do some baby hairs or something, I don't. No, and dog was not gonna do with that wig. Because I just did not want to go to the post office. I didn't want to
She
go.
came out with a gun. That's what you should have did.
You said, what, Mom?
You should have came out with a gun.
Rolling around on the ground like like the Otis Omar. Just I said, see, these are the times when they say, you know what? We're gonna give her just one more time. But this she is a loud one. This she just flipped. She's a loud one.
Like one of my girlfriends did at the beauty shop that time. She waved that pistol around her and shot that thing one time. It was so funny to me.
You don't mess with a black woman with her.
No, you don't. Don't fool with her hair now.
I'd be like,
Now listen, you just got to understand what you're doing.
Yeah, I know. You think like that? You think like that with the hair? You can like that with the hair, pictures, and you got that hair to go. Like that back and forth with that.
Everybody's hair was for free that day at that shop, honey. But all I ever got was just a wash and a warm press anyway. So
yes, wait a minute.
No, see, I went through an ugly phase. I definitely had to get something done to my hair because I had this girl, you know, Sunkiss and Ma, like how some people are in the community. They're like, oh, she has that good hair. That whatever that's supposed to mean.
Curly wavy, yeah.
Yes. So a girl got jealous in the foster home and put Nair in my shampoo bottle. So I went in with a head full of hair and came out with God knows what. Like I had a little boy in the back. I think I was doing like my TLC T-bars because on one side I had like the long and then it was choppy in the middle. So yeah, I had to get my whole life together at the beautician.
Yeah. She messed you up like you had alopecia. Yes,
so bad. And I only had alopecia on one side. It wasn't even, like all over.
Wait. She gave you instant up. That's not right.
It was like T-bars on steroids.
I can't. Wait a minute.
Yes. The friend.
Did you look like Martin when he said, I don't want to fight no more?
Worse, in my opinion. So much worse. Like, because I literally almost died. I just looked and I just wanted to faint.
See how evil? It's some that is nefarious.
That was evil.
That is your kid.
It took me a year of going through, like treatments, and I had to get like this really ugly Shirley Temple hairstyle.
Not the Shirley
until my hair grew back. Yes, and it was the worst.
Temple.
Yes, it was terrible. I didn't even want to go to school. Yes, but I had to rock the Shirley Temple for about a good 6 months, and then I was able to get like plaits and braids again and stuff like that. But I had to wait another 6 months before I had a ponytail again.
And you all were see how evil.
But I understand why, because she didn't have any hair at all, like to do a pony or a tail. And she had no edges. Yeah, she was bald like a baby on either side of her head.
But that wasn't your fault. I mean,
I know. Right. I never picked on her or anything. It was just, I don't know. I don't know.
But see, you got grown folk walking around here doing the same thing. I
But you
don't know.
know, with the old women in my time and back in the day, they used to say, "Yeah, say she bald head, she like one of the man things."
But she did that to her own hair though. Like, because you guys remember like in the early 2000s when the girls
Mhm,
would go to like the hairdresser and they would get
mhm,
all of these like curly styles with the weaves, but it was like
mhm,
frozen in place. They
mhm.
used so much bonding glue that she eventually ended up balding because of the bonding glue because they used so
Oh,
much
that's
of
how
it.
she lost her hair.
Yes. Hmm.
Well, she should have missed. She should have just missed some appointments and just.
Yes.
Yeah, that's her
But
fault.
instead, to cover it up, she would just go and get more weaves and slap on more bonding glue. Um, but it wasn't my fault. These were like 16, 17, 18 year olds that had money to go and do this. So
But
I
you
didn't
should
say
have
yay
asked
or
her, well,
nay.
honey, what are you bonding? What was
Her
you bonding
scalp.
at?
She was bonding her scalp at that point because there
Now
was
I'm
nothing else
concerned.
there.
And you were younger, right?
Yeah, I was like 12.
Oh my. You know what? I can't. Where am I
Should have
shocked?
been my child. I would have whooped her to death.
I know.
She would still be feeling that them licks I'd have been putting on
But guess what? When that year was over, my hair was bobbling and then it got back to being to my back and she still didn't
I'm,
have any hair. So
you
I
should
was
have
like,
said,
see,
see, yeah,
oh, I did.
see, you should have
I
said,
was
see, the thing
mean.
is, your follicles are bonded.
What I did
My,
was I rocked the Mufasa. I literally let all of my hair out after it got washed
mhm.
and just walked around just like that, just waving my head back and forth in front of her. Like, all of
I
this hair, I
know,
wonder what I'm going to do with it.
I know she was sick, sick.
She just looked stupid in the face.
It's some evil. I don't get it. I don't want to get it because if I understand it, then that means something is wrong with me. So I don't want to I don't want to get that mindset.
I never
It
understood
was
it.
just all about jealousy.
That's it.
But how
Mm-hmm.
do you hate on a 12-year-old
Mm-hmm.
year old though? Like, I feel
That's
like
your baby.
you're not supposed to hate on children. Or, I mean, I know you're not supposed to, but I get it. Some people do.
And that's
But,
because, especially when they older, baby, they feel like they can get away with it too. See.
true.
Yeah, that can book because yeah,
Mm-hmm.
'cause yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But see, you had been my child, and she did it. Like I said, she would still be feeling them licks, honey.
Mm-mm. She'd be still in the paper. I mean,
Because
no,
I would have wore her out.
they'd be still asking, "What's that smell?"
Mm-hmm.
I'd be, "What smell? What you talking about?" Like what's in Mrs. 3P said it'd be a lump in the backyard.
Be telling us that you better get on away from here, because you may end up in the same situation.
Hmm. Yeah, I be. Y'all know she went on a vacation, a long one.
Mm-hmm.
She said she may not
One
come
of
back.
them, they be looking for them, and they be somewhere buried, be walked over them.
I'll be like, no, we're gonna put the doghouse on that. Mm-mm.
Mm-hmm.
We find a new doghouse. We're gonna sit
Cause
on the
I
lawn.
didn't play them games when it came to kids.
Yeah, no, yeah, because older people and kids and animals and stuff, it's no, no. I don't do the bullying and stuff. I'm like, no, this is gonna be a fair one. If we're gonna do this, it's gonna be a fair one.
Mm-hmm.
No, mm-mm,
And I
mm-mm.
always felt like, why bully people that do nothing to you? You know
That's
what I
what.
mean? Like, if they're not trying to come for you, if they're not trying to pick on you, like, why would you want to bully somebody who literally does nothing to you? Unless you just like to pick on people that you consider to be weaker or whatever than yourself.
And see, that's what it is.
Because they're miserable.
Because see, you could have been just as bullyish as her at that age. See, but you
I
weren't,
never was. Mm-hmm.
and that's why she did it. See. Mm-hmm.
I've
got
never
some.
really been a mean person.
You
I've
can
only
tell
ever
in your
been
sweet little voice. I can tell that.
I've only ever been mean like if someone was mean to me or in defense of someone else who like was being bullied. But for me to just like raise heck with people for no reason, you haven't done anything to me.
I
There's no
know.
legitimate cause. No.
I've always been the type if you come for me, you doing it one time.
Mm-hmm.
But I've always been a protector my whole life. I've always been the type to walk other kids home to protect them from other bullies, stuff like that. I've always been the nurturer.
You like me? They call it nip it in the bud.
Yeah, yeah. You
Mm-hmm.
only gonna do it once.
Mm-hmm. That's the way I
To this
was
day,
too.
I do that. I hate that. Most times I cannot turn it off. I hate it. I almost sometimes I envy narcissists. I kid you not. There are times it's just traces of them that I envy because they know how to turn off their emotions, and and I don't know. I'm in therapy trying to learn how. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm swimming. But I don't know how. And even when
Because
I
it was
say
just like this older woman. She was meddling this guy on the bus, and he was mentally challenged, and everybody could see it.
mm-hmm.
And she just started going off on him.
Yeah, that happened to me when I was homeless and I had to take public transportation before. I thought it was so cool. I was taking selfies on it. I thought it was so cool. I took a picture of my
And I told her, I said, he's mentally challenged, and you shouldn't be doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And so
I
she
got
had
this guy.
enough nerve to
I
turn
got this
around, and she was trying to tell me she
guy.
had a mouthful for me. And I told her, I said, well, if you got a mouthful for me, you better stand up and be a whole lot of manning up.
You see that
Because
part.
you're going to need it. Huh?
I said that part.
Oh,
You
yeah.
exactly.
Oh, yeah. I told her, I said, you're going to have to man up. I said, because, honey, you're going to need it.
Yeah.
I said, with your pigeon toed self, I said, so if you ready for that fire, then I'm game.
I got a guy. I got a bus driver in trouble, and in fact, I talked to the people that I told them I was gonna call in the city because I was the bus, and of course I was crying inside. I'm such a wimp. I can't stand up by myself. But let's just say it was two. And one guy, he was homeless. I got him a room for a whole week. He wasn't supposed to take his dog, but I told him I didn't know. I didn't
That
know.
was nice. That was so sweet.
And the other guy, because the guy was, I always see him every so often. Him and they have a learner disability, and they got it from their parents, but they're so sweet,
Sure.
And the bus driver yelled at him. And then the thing is, this bus driver gonna say, he already made me mad when I was sitting there and I said something. I didn't know how to write the public transportation. I was ever running the wrong way.
And he got smart with you, I'm sure.
And so, yeah, he gonna try to flirt with me. And I said, every time I would be running back and forth. I literally probably lost 10 pounds trying to learning transportation. I did not know where I was going. I was going the wrong way. So, and I said, okay. And I got on there. I said, I'm gonna learn one day or something. I said, and he said, yeah. No, I said, I'll get it right one day. He said, oh, you'll be getting it right if you went home with me. I was seething. And I was already because I had just walked away from everybody and everything. And was in a shelter. Didn't know, I'm going from wearing nice shoes and nice handbags to I'm wearing clothes that's donated to me, which I didn't care. I mean, I was still putting them together nice. I didn't care about that. But I'm highly stressed, And he said, and I'm sitting there weeping because I'm like, what in the world is wrong with me? I ended up in a hospital that weekend from my anxiety being up because of what he said. It triggered some childhood traumas. So at that point, that's when I knew that my life was about to take a turn. You know, childhood was catching up with me. And so for him to say that, and then sometime later, he said that to that guy, the guy didn't know something about his ticket because he has a learning disability. And I remember saying hi to the guy. He's, this is how I said, this is not to be funny. Hi,
Mm-hmm.
and every time I would see him, and I would, I would laugh and talk with him. He would be so sweet, and the way you better get your ticket. This guy was, he's an African guy. The bus driver was, and he was always just so nasty. And I asked him, I said, "Why are you always so mean? You always have a nasty attitude. I'm sick of your attitude."
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of laughed. After that, I don't know. It's like he wanted to take me out after that. I was like, this guy's sick. And I said, and when he said talk to that guy like that, I reported him. And I said, the people that I told him I will call, his boss, the people that I told him I was getting ready to call, he said, please hold off. Please, just, okay, if you could please give me your name and number. Please don't call them right. Just don't give me a And I told him about,
he know that was gonna be it.
And I told him about the harassment, and I got to drop in information, let him know. You don't know. I said, and I know you know what that's called, what type of harassment that is. He said, oh, and he said, well, what can I do? I said, no, you don't have to worry about me because I'm a survivor. I didn't think I was, but I'm a survivor. I said, but what you're going to do is you're going to get and I told him, that homeless guy, I said, you're going to get him a room for at least a week, at least. I said, and the other guy, I said, you're going to get him some bus passes, free bus passes for however long. I'm going to say how long. I said, that's what you're going to do. I said, this guy here, the bus driver, you're going to make him give them an apology. I said, and this is what else you're going to do? I'm not going to tell you, you're not going to take away his bread and butter because I know this guy needs his bread and butter. I don't believe in doing that because I could have took several people's bread and butter. I said, but this is what you're going to do. And that's not going to happen again. I promise you, I'm getting on it right now. You should have heard it. He said, but if you could just promise me not to make those calls, this, that. I said, I'm giving you less than a week. And if I don't hear from you by this day, I'm making a call. I'm just going to assume you didn't handle it. Oh, got a call very next day. It was handled. The very next day.
That is awesome.
Trust.
You learned him how to handle his business.
And I know, because the homeless guy had a cell phone from the government. He told me the homeless guy called me. He said, hold on. Yeah, I got me a room. I said, good for you. His name was Ronald. Hold on. Donald. Hold on. Because he told me, he said, don't you dare call me Ronald McDonald.
That was so cute.
Because he said that he got bullied and that was a trigger for him. He was in a service. So I got to make sure. I can't remember. I don't know how. I don't want to butcher his name. But anyways, that was about 3 years ago. I can't remember his name. I can't remember. It don't even what his name is. But at any rate, yeah, he had some nice food to eat. Everything. Oh, he was really, really. Yeah, they did him well. But I said, don't worry about me. But this is what you're gonna do for them, because I noticed he was nasty, kind of flip with the homeless guy, and the homeless guy said, he's always like that. Okay, we're gonna take care of it.
Mm-hmm.
I know how to take care for myself. Trust, I'm good. But the other guy, you're not gonna talk to them because you feel that they're beneath you. No, that's not how we're gonna do it not around me. You're not.
Mm-mm.
We took care of that.
You sure my baby too, I'm telling you. Because to me, everybody's equal.
Yeah. You don't talk to them. I keep
We
saying
all
that.
God, honey. We all God's children,
Yeah, you
Just
don't
like
talk
this
to
one
nobody.
lady, she was saying, like, oh, well, he's a bastard because his mother wasn't married when he was born. And I say, God ain't said nothing in that Bible about nobody being a bastard. I said, I can tell you how that came about. I said, that came about that particular situation but in the law's hand, that's how in the law written it like that. I said, but in the good Bible, it's not like that.
It's not a word nowhere in the Bible they're calling a child nobody that.
No.
That's what I told her. But I told her, I said, but the law did that in order to make, to go and grab that particular man or whatever that made that child. And they just made that awful statement. But it's nowhere in the Bible that says that. We're all God's children, regardless of how you get here.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
And I told her, I said, and you don't know the situation. I said, because she could have been raped or anything. I said, everybody don't go for an abortion or an adoption just because things happen.
You know what? I admire the women that decides to have their kids and all that in spite of it being difficult, because you have so many women that decide, and I'm not knocking whoever decides to do. Listen, I'm just making a point here, but you have a lot of women, and I'm not. It's someone that I know that I knew for years that will always look down on other women because, again, narcissists are, and this is nobody I'm kin to, but so I had to leave alone, but they were big on everything looking a certain way. And so they didn't want to have more than 2 kids, although they got married to someone, and the guy raised her 2 kids. He always wanted a child. And she got, let's just say, flushed his child. Because it wouldn't look good with her having 3. That's just too many. 2, it looked like a perfect family, but they were her 2 kids by 2 different guys.
So it was okay for him to raise her children, but on the other hand, it was bad for him to want a child of his own because it wouldn't look good.
It wouldn't look good. It was just, I don't want to have no 3 kids. That's too many. That's too many. We're not playing house. We're not playing. You say that when you playing house when you little kid. I used to say that. I don't know. I wanted my Cabbage Patch and maybe 1 human. I have no more. That's too many. When you're playing house, you can pick and choose. Really? So, that I knew that just is certain thing. That's the same one when we were talking about the other day, Chrissy, about feed. When I said she wouldn't put her dogs away for kids to come over and play or for a human to come over. That's this is the same one. So she wouldn't, and he always wanted a child. To this day, in his 50s.
And they're still together?
To this day. Them be the ones that win. Narcissists always win.
They do.
I know some girls, they've had so many procedures like that. And in reality, they should be having like at least 5 or 6 kids.
Oh, if not more. Because I think you can have so many before they reject you, unless you're doing it,
And I think they were illegal because, you can't even get your tubes tied at a certain age. You know what I mean? Like, because they're going to tell you that you're too young. So to keep getting those type of procedures, then it had to be like some black market shade tree type of a deal. But they judge other people.
You used to have 5 kids before they would do it.
Well, I guess it would be time to stop then, huh?
You're a mess. You are. You know what? You a mess.
I don't Well, you're in the bathroom. Just throw me about $5-6 for some gas, or a bag of chips.
Mhm.
My goodness,
Mm.
But
$5.
homie, they changed that thing because so many women just started getting a hysterectomy.
Mm.
So they hurry up. They soon changed that deal. But
What
I think I wanted 6 kids, I think, but
did you?
timing had just was changing things, was leaving America, and I was young enough to have did it, but you just couldn't keep a job because I was just going to school, taking little courses and trying to recreate, just to stay above water, really.
Yeah.
But kids and pets never bothered me, no way. Because I used to keep my brother. In fact, I raised my brother's kid with my kids because they felt like they had got 42 years old and had a baby late and they didn't want it. And I said, well, y'all got drunk and he got the baby and you don't want it, so just give it to me.
Oh, it was okay. I see.
I just told them because don't be trying to be all up and like you so much and ain't nobody else nothing. I just told them like it was. They didn't want to hear it, but it was the truth. They couldn't say nothing.
It's real. It's true.
Because they had got drunk and got in there and got that sweet baby and was gonna put it in a home. And I called my attorney and he said, I know your record's good and everything, and walked in that court. And I was just lucky that they let me have it right away because sometimes they put them in a home before they let you have them. But I was lucky and I raised it. So,
I'm so
boy.
glad you got that baby.
A blessing.
But they so up in the air and think they got so much. They don't talk to me. And I told them, I said, you know what? Anybody that's walking around here that's still alive and 2 monsters, you don't never have to talk to me. And they were like, what do you? And they're like, well, what do you mean? I said, anytime you mistreat a child and a pet, to me in my eyesight, I don't see nothing but a monster. I say, to me, I don't even see a human being.
You would like my egg, don't
See, so don't be trying to be all cute and thinking you so. I said, well, you just keep that dream alive. I said, but as far as I'm concerned, you are 2 monsters.
And the climate of change, things are going to change now anyway, because they are going statewide and they're putting stricter enforcement on abortions, and some are just outright banning them altogether.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes, Oklahoma was the one most recently in the news that they started talking about that they successfully overturned certain things and they've completely banned it. I think the only time it would be a special case is if it's something like incest or, force.
Life threatening.
Yeah. So
But
if it's not,
these young girls, they finna be not younger. I mean, not take them not younger. This is people finna be trying to abort baby some kind of way, and people gonna end up being killed and dying trying to get rid of babies.
Sure.
yeah.
Because in the state of Alabama, I think it's been 5 years now. You couldn't get one for 5 years, I think now in Alabama.
A lot of people from Alabama and Georgia were coming down here to Florida
Oh,
to
because
get
That's
the
right.
procedures.
And listen, I'm not advocating for abortion because I personally don't believe in them no way because it goes against my Bible trained conscience. Not to sound mighty or anything
Sure.
or
I agree.
mighty and righteous. I'm just saying that it just goes against what I believe in anyways. But I don't know anybody that chooses to do it. Listen.
Because I never thought it was a choice of being what you call it, birth control.
You said what now?
I never felt like that it was birth control. A lot of women felt like it's like birth control, but I never felt that way about it.
But I said a lot
That's
more people.
self-murdering because you murdering a
Yeah,
child.
that's murder.
Yep.
Yeah, that's murder. But my
And
thing
I
is,
used
however a person choose to do it, I'm not gonna knock you. That's on you. That's between you and your God.
Right.
I'm not
That's
gonna judge. I'm
between
not
you
gonna
and God.
Yeah, that's on you. Am I gonna look at you differently? No.
Uh-uh.
But do I agree with it? No. But do I look down on you? No. That's on you. Whatever you choose to do.
Because that's gonna be between them and God.
Yeah.
I ain't got nothing to do with that.
They ain't got
That's
nothing
why
to
I
do.
told my brother and this old lady just shut the hell up and come on down here and sign the papers so I can go back to work.
I can't.
But the silver lining in it that I saw is that a lot more people are gonna have to start taking accountability. Like, I mean, even though we should have been doing that, like that's not nothing that is just came up overnight. That's common sense. But they're gonna have to start taking more accountability. And I made a joke. I was like, "Oh, the child support claims are gonna be through the roof. They thought it was bad before. It's gonna be up there now. Like everybody's gonna be walking around with bus passes because everybody's gonna get their license back now,
And
especially the
these
intake.
men, they put their jobs and stuff when they get near time to have to pay.
Yep, they're gonna be right outside selling oranges and water,
Uh-huh.
trying to skip those payments.
Like this one guy I know, he said he owes $75,000.
And it's crazy because it's like they start taking away your rights after a certain point. When you don't pay them, you can even be jailed for these things. So
Because they got his driver's license and everything.
yes, I've met so many that are like that. Like he literally had to get him a job under the table because they snatched away his license. He was jailed possibly before. And I'm just like, when does it stop? Like, how far are you gonna go to not take care of your child? Like,
Long as that man feel like he's right, and like the majority of men do feel like they right, and they just drag that thing out.
ridiculous.
But
Then they be
I have
sleeping
known
up under that bridge in that tent, but that's what they choose. So
yeah, I have known for some to quit their jobs to keep their jobs. I'm like,
Yes.
that's right. They do, because this one guy, he told me, he said, hell yeah, I quit my job. He said, cause I wasn't paying her nothing. He said, cause the kid probably ain't even mine. I said, well, you sure need to go to an optometrist. I said, cause honey, she couldn't have did a better job. I said, cause he did baby just like you.
hmm And a lot of times, before child support payments are even put in place, you have to actually sit there and take a DNA test. Like they will do a paternity test on the child. It's either that or you acknowledge at some point that that child was yours, which is by signing the birth certificate.
yeah, but yeah, because you have it's by law they have because so many were saying, oh no, that's his that no, I thought we're telling two different men at the same time and all that. So yeah, they have to do that. Because I had a relative that had two different guys paying child support in two different states.
I'm done.
Hundreds
That
on the
sounds like
ball.
my
What is it?
niece.
That was sharp.
Yeah.
That
So
sounds like my
that's all
niece.
they have to do it now. I was like, well, I mean, you get it how you live. I mean,
It was a hustle.
Yeah,
It was definitely a
Yeah.
hustle for some people.
Yeah. This was
Because
years
I
ago.
was telling my one cousin I worked for an attorney once, and this man said that the child wasn't none of his, and like this other baby say, he had signed the birth certificate, but when they went in court, they did a DNA test, and the child wasn't his, and so he got out of it. But a lot of people didn't know that though. But I said I don't see why you figure that it couldn't happen, because I mean the law is not going to make you pay for something that's not yours. If you
Exactly.
don't want to, since I mean, if you take it that far and do a DNA test, how they gonna make you pay for something that's not, related to you?
Exactly. So a lot of these
Signing a
guys,
birth
and you
certificate
should
don't mean anything. He did that out of the goodness of his heart. See,
they
but
make you
see,
take
a lot of times when that man get mad at that woman, see, that's when the ball game changes.
Yeah.
See, it goes from heaven to the World Series. See.
This is why I only have one.
See.
Yeah. Oh, exactly.
And I
That's
wasn't
right.
even trying. My
See,
daughter is
right.
an anomaly.
Yeah.
She is an anomaly because when I tell you birth control, protection, all of that, and she still made it here, an anomaly.
Yeah. And so,
Mm-hmm.
you know what? But but the thing is, like you said, okay, all right,
Yeah, I didn't
it's
bother
okay.
to pursue
She's
him
a
for
blessing.
anything.
She's a blessing.
Um, I didn't reach out to anyone. I didn't stalk anyone. I was like, I got this.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I knew it was gonna be hard, I was like, I
Mm-hmm.
got this. It's cool.
Mhm.
That was beautiful too, baby.
But you
'Cause
know
I
what?
mean, if that man want to walk around and act ignorant, you just let him.
Yeah.
You like me.
And the thing is,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of times you be because sometimes you just know how they can be. You just be like, you know what?
Hmm.
Look,
I
I'm
saw
good.
it too
I'm
many
not gonna go through
times.
this, huh?
I saw it too many times, like in the
Hmm.
neighborhoods where I grew up. Like it was so commonplace to see that whole baby mama, baby daddy dynamic. It was
Hmm.
not co-parenting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I was like, I want none of that. Like whatever it is, I will
Hmm.
literally tell you that this isn't your child, so you can keep it
Hmm.
moving, type of thing. Because I
Mm-hmm.
didn't want the headaches or the drama.
Mm-hmm. You like
Hmm.
me. You just want to keep that thing peaceful.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Because you're
Mm-hmm.
like I said, sometimes you just be like, you know what? I'm not. You each situation is different. But my thing is
Sure.
this: look? Do you? I'm gonna do me. This
Mm-hmm.
this is my if it ever comes today, like I said, every situation. If your mindset is that, just say, you know what? I have one. She's a blessing,
Mm-hmm.
but don't do it two and three and four and five and
Exactly.
six and seven and eight and
In
nine.
the same predicament. Hmm.
Then that's when you lose. You really done lost that fight.
And
Hmm.
it's like what you do realize that you
You're doing
it's
this to
gonna keep
yourself
happening.
and your children.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you let them, it's
Yeah.
going to keep happening because they can
Mm-hmm.
stick their, in anything a lot of times. Incels
Right.
will do that. It doesn't matter if she's on the streets, if she's this, if
Mm-hmm.
she's that. Like, they might make jokes about it in public, but when it comes down to the boom boom room, they're down for the get down.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times when if it's like you said, the boom boom room, a lot of times they're gonna keep that a secret
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely.
because they
Mm-hmm.
ain't gonna
Absolutely.
tell how if they participated there.
Hmm. And a lot of times it's because they have other relationships, so they don't want their
That's my
other
point.
lady friends to find out that they even
Mm-hmm.
And
cheated on them.
and how much and the fact that they have to shell out
Hmm.
just
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
yeah,
Oh, exactly.
you know, because you ain't
Mm-hmm.
got it like that.
Hmm.
You incel. You know what I'm saying?
So when I saw that, I was like, I'm good. And I found out later on in the game that I
Mhm.
was. I think I was about maybe 6 months.
Real,
Mm-hmm.
you must have been small.
Mm-hmm.
You must not.
Yes. I will show you the picture like of how my stomach was. And you're gonna be like, huh? And during that time, like I was carrying. Hmm. I didn't even know. I mean, I was on the track team, still running. I was lifting medicine balls for shot put. I was fairly active. The only thing that would alarm me is that like my sense of smell was super heightened and I
Mhm.
had to pee a lot. Other than that, nothing much was different.
Mm-hmm.
You know that
Sugar
show?
was on. He
That
was on. She
show
was
that's
on
called
your bladder
Are
too.
You
Hmm. Huh?
Pregnant?
Mm-hmm. They should
That's
have
where they
turned that baby over
So
to
I
you.
really didn't start to show until I
and I
was
believe that.
actually almost about to give birth.
I believe it.
Uh-huh.
They did that
Uh-huh.
whole show on that, and it was one lady. She looked like she was a size zero her whole pregnancy.
Yep. And I used to think like that's unheard of, couldn't be. And then when it happened to me, I was like, okay, so it is possible.
Yep. And people and I used to be like, no, she can't. How do you go a whole? How do you go 9 months and not know you pregnant? Hmm.
Because a lot of times they still have menstrual
Yeah.
cycles. You don't get any real like symptoms. Some
Mhm.
people are asymptomatic. So like for me, I didn't get any nausea or anything like that or have food aversions like some people get. Literally I just couldn't wear certain perfumes or fragrances that I used to because it stunk to me at that point. Like It was so strong it would give me a headache. But other
Mm-hmm.
than that, I ate the same. I was able to still do the same things that I was used to doing. So I didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they were gonna tell me I had cancer or something. I know it's crazy.
Mm. And
Mm-hmm. Just
some
like my
people,
mother's baby sister, she had a baby and didn't even have no labor pain.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know, so everybody just come out different. But I'm gonna tell you, hell, it was hurting. Hell, it was hurting me. Hell, I'm gonna tell you.
It didn't
Not,
hurt me so
Mhm.
much. But I
But
heard
the
some of the
second
other.
round, it really didn't. But boy, that first time, I'm telling you, if I could have kicked the stable down like a mule, that would have happened that day.
It didn't
mm,
hurt like as far as the contractions or anything, but because I heard other people like on the delivery floor screaming, I was like,
Mm-hmm.
"Yep, go ahead and give me that epidural." So
yeah,
if
go ahead
worse
and run
comes
it.
to worse,
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I don't want to feel anything until afterwards.
I'd have been like,
Mm-hmm.
go ahead and put it on a rock so I can get to drinking it.
Hmm. And I
Uh-uh.
was so close. I was so close to having to do it like almost completely all natural because I was like 7 centimeters dilated at that point.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That I've heard some people, women say they wanted to have it a natural, everything natural. And they be like, I tried, I was almost there. And they say that, and
Yes.
they said, but right towards the end.
Hmm. And it wasn't because I
And
was
I have been
experiencing
there, like
pain.
with women holding their hands and all that, and it'd be right at the. Okay, so, oh wow, I've heard them say that. I have.
And mine wasn't because
Mm-hmm.
I was experiencing pain or anything. It was literally because I heard other women screaming like they were dying, and
Oh,
it
you got
terrified
scared.
me. Yes, I was
Mm-hmm.
so chicken crap. Like it was
It
like, you
might
know
not
what?
have
Nope.
hurt it. It might not
I
have hurt it. Not that bad.
listen.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, when I first found out, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do the water birth thing, and I was gonna get a doula. And then when I saw pregnant women and I heard them on my visit, I was like, yep, they might have to give me
Mm-hmm.
drugs. Hmm.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
But I always said if I had, listen. I am going to have a whole board meeting on the drugs that I want them to start me off with.
But
A
some
board
women died in childbirth too.
Hmm.
Huh?
Some women passed away in childbirth too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because you're the closest to death when you're giving birth.
Mm-hmm.
that is. It's true.
Like
Mm-hmm.
those pain parameters are up there. Like it's the equivalent to somebody almost being murdered. So
Hmm.
it's
Mm-hmm.
like it's so surreal.
Then this girl was in the room with me. Then 3 days later, they found her in the room. She was dead.
Huh?
Hmm. I
You
always wondered it was a girl too. So she's probably I guess she's my baby boy's age now. I always
wait,
wondered whatever happened to her.
Nah. Let me ask. Were you in
Hmm.
her? You thought she was asleep?
Cause
You
she
did.
said she was just.
Wait,
She said she
Ma,
told me she
wait.
was just so was tired and sleepy. And said, "Babe, I'm telling you, she just slept on away from here. I'm telling you."
No, it's not. I'm not laughing.
Mhm.
It's you just if it's your delivery. You said I'm goofy. I just have a morbid
Mhm.
sense of humor. It is very morbid. Okay,
What
so look,
happened?
when you said when I said, did you think she was? See, I'm not. I
Yeah,
have no
she slept.
observation, but
Yeah,
I'm
she slept her little life on the way because she was younger than me at that time. See, cause when I had this boy here, I was 30. Well, 30 was going on 31 years old. See, cause
mm,
shit, I'll be 62 this year in September.
mm,
Hmm. See, and then that baby, my baby, when January what 5th come, he'll be 31. See.
mm.
Oh,
Hmm. But see, she was, let's see. Oh, she was 24 years old.
she was
And
so
gave
young.
birth to a girl.
What was wrong? I wonder what was wrong with her. But she didn't. Her was
You know what? Because a lot of times, see, it mess your insides up. See,
And you could be perfectly healthy. Like you don't have to have any type of health issues or anything. Like some people
no.
it just goes south a lot of times after they give birth. Their bodies
It
weren't
sure
able
does.
to withstand it.
Mm-hmm. Because that's a lot of pressure on your body giving birth.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. That's why a lot of women don't want to have a baby too. Two reasons they used to say in the early years, my time, it mess your figure up and you can die from it too. Mess your insides up.
I still
Mm-hmm.
got a fupa to this day. I don't care how much I exercise. I mean, I just spread out since her.
Mm-hmm.
I just spread
Mm-hmm.
out like all outdoors.
But no, you
Mm-hmm.
have your body. No, ma, Chrissy's body. She has the typical black woman's, but her body is beautiful. Her behind is so big.
Mm-hmm.
I said, listen, she could give three women some of her behind, and she'll still have plenty of it left. So I was
Mm-hmm.
this woman, and I mean, waist is cinched, everything great. Her body is amazing.
But see, my abdominal
Mm-hmm.
muscles never came back the same. Like my stomach
It don't
isn't
matter.
big,
So,
but it's like that flat fupa, if you want
well,
to
at
call
least
it
you,
that.
I got one. At
Uh-huh.
least you say, at least you got a baby to say, at least you got a child.
I mean,
I got one
yeah,
that never had a child.
but I mean, I went through like I was so vain, Sunkiss. Like I literally went through. I think I was maybe 2 months out of the hospital. Girl, I went on a whole crash course of nothing but leaf eating for maybe 6 months straight. Lost
Mm.
every pound that I had on me from pre-pregnancy and from the pregnancy, and then got down real small, exercised every day, and I still couldn't lose the flab. So I just went
Oh,
back to eating donuts after that.
you just whatever. It ain't
Mm-hmm.
gonna hurt no way.
So they usually go in and get that what they call that tummy
The
tuck
tummy tuck.
when that
Hmm.
happens.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when they be like
It
this
wasn't
sweet,
your
this
fault. That's
I'm
just
like,
the
get
way
that
it
shit
just
out my face.
happened that way. Just stretched out.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the stomach muscles be.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like, I'm fat and happy. I'm okay. It's all good. Like as long
Mm-hmm.
as I got clothes that fit, it's all good.
And I'm like, you know what? I listen.
Cause I
One
just put
thing
on
that
a
you both
lightweight
do on
shaper
my
and mine. You can't even see it.
Yes.
and listen, if a man loves you, I mean, and my thing is always over. I mean, we always want to do what we can do. And whatever is just impossible to do,
Oh
he's gonna
yeah.
love you. My point is, as long as you love you,
Oh
and
I
whatever
yeah.
he
want to
does on
shoot
you,
my husband from that pain I had. I'm gonna tell you.
huh?
I want to shoot my husband from that pain.
And I've heard women say, uh,
Oh yeah.
they've gone off. They went off on their husband. Say how bad they. It was this girl I know named Crystal. She said went off on her husband.
They
So
say I was a mess. I told them, I said, I ain't gonna never have sex with you no more.
oh, poor thing. But you know what? I have
They say
had.
Frank had started crying because he thought I was gonna divorce him.
Oh no.
As
Oh
long
I
as I
told him, I
had
said, I
food,
ain't
I was
gonna never
happy.
sleep with you no more. Never.
As long as I had food, I was happy. Like it was really easy to please me. Like if I didn't have my food, I would be mean as a rattlesnake. Like I would just use all kind of colorful words because I was that angry. Like, and it can be the simplest things, like a pizza. You better not touch my
Mm-hmm.
food, and you better bring me my food. Like that was my
So
whole
no.
thing.
What we used to say back in the day, it didn't have to come from the colonnade room as long as it was food.
Hmm.
Oh, Liam's got kicked out. I didn't know. We just sitting up
Mm-hmm.
here just running our mouth. Liam got kicked out.
He did.
Oh wow, I didn't
I
even
know he's
notice.
like they just don't keep. They just talk. I ain't paid attention to the chat. You said what? Ma,
He
or
probably
who was this?
go, you know what, he probably got sleepy.
No, he just said I got kicked out the chat.
Oh, he did.
He said. I mean,
You
I
gonna
think he said.
redrop the link?
Yeah, I'm gonna redrop it.
Okay.
And some kids, I didn't have no food aversions. Like so, okay, you know how I love to eat, right? It
Hmm.
was like I took that whole eating for two literally. That was my scapegoat. Like I was eating
You,
waffles and chicken and all types of things, just
ooh, you gonna make me
meals
go in
meant
there
for three or four
some
people
more.
by myself. And it was wonderful. I loved every moment of it.
Oh, I got a message. I want to ask a question. It says a site is using your camera and microphone. Tap to return to StreamYard.com.
Yeah,
Huh?
that's StreamYard doing that.
Oh, that's
What is that
normal.
about?
Hmm.
Okay. That was crazy though, huh? I had never seen that come up before.
Oh, is that normal? You're like, I'm not
Yes,
online.
it shows up on mine too because I'm doing it from my
Okay.
phone.
Okay. Just curious because
Oh,
I
tell
ain't
me something, because I'm
electronically
getting
inclined. I had to ask.
look.
No,
Tell me,
it's totally
oh,
legitimate.
I
Oh,
thought they
because
was
we are on StreamYard. That's right,
yeah,
huh?
we don't see. Oh, I
Okay.
even know. This my channel. Don't even know.
Mhm.
Sorry, ma'am. We just running our mouths talking. I'm sorry. I'm
That's
so
all
sorry.
right.
You like she's a horrible host.
Did you find Mr. Handsome?
No.
There he is.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Ah, that's a secret between me and someone else.
You what?
It's a secret between me and someone else.
I gotta turn my air up, y'all. I'm freezing. Ugh. I got my thermostat fixed, and now it's working way too good. Hold on.
See, you should be in heaven right now.
I was at first
Hmm.
I was loud. I had an attitude. Now, no, that this girl I know, her son used to when he was little, he used to say, Daddy got an attitude.
It's gonna be
Hmm.
cold here today, considering it's gonna be only gonna get to 59 degrees today, if that.
Oh wow, where are you located? Because I
In
would kill for that
Chicago,
to happen.
baby.
Oh, you guys get real
Mhm.
snow and everything up there. Like that
You
is
know how
awesome.
Illinois is. Oh yeah, ice and you name it, sleet and everything.
See, we don't even
Mm.
get real winters down here. No snow, no anything. Just
And it sounds so
hot.
good too.
We just
It
get a lot of heat and
does.
rain.
Okay. You in Florida, right?
Mhm.
hmm
I love the rain. I just don't like the heat.
Okay. And see that he's good for me because I'm always on kind of on the chilly side all the time.
I be wishing for that so much because my body conducts so much heat. I just love it cold because I don't want to
Okay.
perspire at all.
Because my family, they didn't understand that when I would come to Georgia, they had an area that didn't have air and it had a ceiling fan. And that's where I would be hanging out at all the time.
Mm, that is awesome. And it
Because
looks
I
so
was
pretty up
running
there.
from that air.
But at least you guys have like a real winter wardrobe.
Oh yeah, honey, you have to.
I love the fur coats and all of that, but
hmm
I have no use for it down here at all. Like, not unless I'm just gonna wear it in the house for my own sake.
hmm Because the weather is so nice there all the time. I just love it.
Really? See, we can trade.
Okay. Because I used to have my father, some of his people, they used to live in the different parts of Florida. hmm
I always felt like I was born in the wrong state because I've always craved like to be around the snow and to experience like real winters and something
But
like
you
at
get
least below
so
60.
tired of it, baby, because it lasts so long. See, because a lot of times up here, August 15th, you may have a 38-degree night.
Ooh.
Seeing it might not get no higher than the next day. It just depends. Sometimes it might be 40 degrees. See, and then you got to fight that. See, that's what we doing now, fighting this all the way through maybe next month. See,
Oh
But see,
wow.
we had some warm days. Now it was what 78 degrees today, yesterday. See, but it's only gonna be like maybe 59 and raining all day today and chilly.
Ooh.
See, then what was it? Thursday, it was I think almost 88 degrees. See.
Oh, that's awesome.
But see, then it's gonna turn around and it keep. I don't think we're gonna see a warm day until not this coming week, the next week. See,
It's just
I'm
been really
coming. I'm
rainy
making
down
coffee.
here because they say that we're approaching hurricane season. So
yes.
it's just been showers after showers. Thankfully, I live in a part where it doesn't like get flooded and stuff like that when it does rain. So I get to actually enjoy it.
Y'all gonna come down there and get me a husband so I can move to Florida, get out this cold weather.
Or you could just visit me.
Okay, that'd be beautiful too.
I'm coming. I'm making coffee.
So this child ain't planning on going no bed, huh?
I don't think so.
Wait, are you wanting to get off?
Hmm?
Hmm.
Are you all wanting to get off?
No,
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
just
Okay.
rocking out.
I'm not getting off. I'm just making coffee. I'm cold.
Okay, I
Got
do
you.
the same thing. I started to drink me a cup, but I got a little heater thing I got running now.
Oh, and those feel so good.
But you
Like,
gonna have to have it.
yes, I see down here we have to have the central air on. Thank God for that. Like,
And I used to come down there and visit daddy's people, and they put me in the area where they didn't have it. I didn't have to have it, baby. It just be too cold for me.
mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Because even the the old school AC units, they do no good down here sometimes at all. The little
Okay.
window ones. So I
They
love
don't
the
do.
central air.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That's what they yeah. Cause they say them window things don't be hitting on nothing.
Mm-mm. Not unless you have like a
Mm-mm.
really, really small space and you're like
Okay.
right there up on it. Like if you're sitting by it, then it'll, kind of help out. But if you go to a different
Mm-hmm.
part of the house, it is not going to help out, especially if it's a bigger area.
Cause see, like me, like I say, baby, you just turn that on for me. You just gave a fan for me. Mm-hmm. It's how we say, baby, it's good enough. Be so chilly. But the kids, when they come, though, they go ahead and turn it on. It's okay. But for me, I just don't have to have it. I just put on me a sweatshirt, see, and let them go ahead and turn that thing on. Mm-hmm. I don't want nobody to be visible because, see, everybody can't handle that heat.
Oh, yeah. I would be sweating like the Dickens if it's anything
Mm-hmm.
above 70. Like, I just
Okay.
can't.
My mother, she was the same way.
I don't know
Mama,
where I get this from, like, at all.
during heat, she couldn't handle it. Mm-mm. But me, the warmer the better. What you gonna do today, baby?
Me, I don't have any classes today and I'm off of work, so I'll probably just do some reading later on, to get a jump start on my work, but it's really not due until tomorrow, so I'm gonna do it ahead of time.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Where your baby?
Oh, she's right here next to me.
Okay. She sleep though. Mm-hmm. She sleep. That's the good old days.
Yes.
Hmm. Just lay up and rest.
This is my cuddle partner.
Okay, I'm telling you. Just can't get these men to get they can't get them together. Look like. hmm I was seeing a guy for a while, and I guess you could say he got fired or fired me.
I think he got fired
Okay,
because you are gorgeous.
me?
Mhm.
You think so?
Yes, and I love your hair. Like it is so beautiful.
Thank you, baby. Yeah,
I,
mama.
I've always
Got
wanted my hair like that, but like it just won't get that way. I don't care how much I tease it, how much I try to use like the little spray on it or whatever. Like it just won't get like that at all. And I've always loved that. It reminds me of like the Foxy Brown, Pam Grier phase. Like I just love it, love it, love it.
get you one of them wigs, honey, cause that's the goal now. And fix that thing, that fits your personality, and will nobody never know.
I'm gonna try that.
That's the way them women did back in the day.
See, I always thought
hmm
that a lot of them that was their real hair. I never know.
hmm Cause you can get them wigs and curl them and open your hair up and add that thing into it and comb your hair in it, and won't nobody never know it.
Okay.
Cause that's the way them women did in the early centuries. Them what was it, them 16th centuries and everything. That wasn't all their hair. Them old
No.
queens and thing, them was wigs.
Yep. A lot of them didn't even have real hair. Maybe a
Mm-mm.
few strands.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So honey, they could do that wig and do that makeup, and I'm telling you, they can be just beautiful.
I think my hair is
Mm-hmm.
like sort of weird. Like it has like wavy and curly at the same time.
Got pretty hair.
So it's
Mm-hmm.
like I don't know what to do with it. So I just throw it in a ponytail or do like my great grandmother used to do and put it in the Pippi long stockings, part it down the middle and
Mm-hmm.
put it on the other side and keep it moving.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's one thing about hair. It's always been something, baby. It's a lot of work.
Hmm. I hear you, Liam, over there laughing.
Is he laughing?
Yeah.
No, I just coughed with it.
I forgot he was on here.
Sorry.
But that's all
I
right
just
though. We
say
we
Wigan.
don't have no secrets from him, do we? Mm-mm.
No,
I
not at
just say
all.
Wigan. Hey, did be eavesdropping now?
Hmm.
What did he say?
I think he said he has his ears open.
Okay.
I said don't be eavesdropping.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Got it.
When
Mm-hmm.
someone's talking in the room and someone's going past the door being closed and they're like listening in like towards the door, and sometimes like they miss heard what the person say or actually hear what they shouldn't be hearing.
Hmm.
Telling you, sweet as he can be. What that baby said she making coffee, huh?
Hmm.
I'm telling you, I could go for a good cup too. It's
Yes,
kind of
and
my
I want
Yeah,
the big.
favorite.
and a bologna sandwich. If that ain't hood,
Get in. Right time you should be eating.
yeah, yeah, I went in the kitchen. I was ruled by the gut. I said,
Don't feel
you know
bad.
how you look at you have to. Wait a minute. You know how you look at your refrigerator? Excuse me for talking with my foot muffle. And you have so many choices of food,
Mm-hmm.
and then you just be like, I ain't got nothing to eat. You know how you?
Yes, because you want what you want.
I just said,
You
forget. I'm.
always want what you don't have, look like,
Mhm.
to eat.
And I think I want to. I think I'm gonna cook tonight. Mm-hmm.
I had
I
me
will.
some
Mm-hmm.
ice cream sandwiches that I was eating while I was talking to you guys. That's why it probably
Mm.
sounded like I had a mouthful because I actually did.
Okay. Because I ate some sherbet and everything. Ice cream, sherbet,
That is
ice
so good.
cream. I just ate one of the boys had a half a roast beef sandwich, and I just ate that half.
Mm.
See,
I'm
you guys know how to
enjoying
eat.
myself. I'm with the family, so I'm good.
Yes, you guys know how to eat. You are my type of people.
You know.
Mhm.
You know what? I used to when I was little. I used to hate sherbet because my egg donor's mother used to eat. I used to be like, "Oh, that's so good." Now I can eat it. I can eat tons of it now. It's just
Mhm.
great how
So
you
good.
learn to appreciate things when you get older. You know how your
Cause
taste.
some of it they don't. Some of it don't. Some that brands of sherbet don't taste good too.
That's true.
That
That's
be a lot of it too, baby.
mm-hmm.
Mhm.
I like the Greek. You guys eat the Greek yogurt with like the
Mm-hmm.
fruit at the bottom? I
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
just got some of that. Oh my goodness. It is so
It's
delectable.
good too.
Mm-hmm. I love it. The first, I mean, the first one was all the rage. I had to get learn to appreciate it. I was like, it's too oily. At first I was like, it's still too oily.
Yeah.
And then I kept it. And I said, no, I actually like it. So yeah, I still have some in the refrigerator.
I brought like a whole bunch. Cause I don't know. Like thank God for I guess like just genetics or whatever. Because I swear I'm supposed to
Mhm.
be at least 300 pounds the way I eat.
Mm-hmm.
But
You got a
somehow
good metabolism. You do.
yeah. And I mean I
Mhm.
don't do very much. Like I don't know. But I love to like get everything that I love to eat, especially like on my cheat days. And I mean that could look like anything. So sometimes it's guavas, other times like it's croissants, and I stuff like a
Okay.
lot of junk in them. I just have like a whole session of food, and it feels so
You eat
great.
good though, baby. You do.
You know
Mhm.
what? I forget the name of that store. It has the little mini croissants. I think it's like 12 in a pack.
Mm-hmm.
The butter croissants.
Yes.
Oh
See, you get it. Mm,
my
Mhm.
goodness. They need to be somebody need to go lock them up. Whoever. Mm, I'm telling you, I can't have them around me. Not all the time. I would have to have my stomach pumped
I
if I
just eat
had them
them till
around
I
me all
get
the time.
sick. I just eat them till I get sick. That's how when
Mm-hmm.
I told you guys that I had like 10 cups of coffee that day, that's what I had them with.
You're
The
kidding
Okay.
me.
croissants and the coffee.
I
And the
love croissants.
croissants, huh?
Yes. I mean,
Mm,
I just love
Mhm.
pastries and food in general. So I'm not gonna lie, like
yeah.
I would eat a little bit of everything.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's good
Just want
though
it.
too.
Mm-hmm. But oh,
Now, what about Mr. Lean? Is he a food person too?
hi Robbie.
Are you a foodie, sir?
How are you? I didn't even know Rocky was here. I was in the kitchen.
The
Welcome
chat
to
room is
the stand.
growing.
Thanks for coming by. Must be the lemons. Thank you.
That is so sweet.
Wait a minute, Rocky's been here. I need to put my glasses on.
She probably left and came back.
No, because you remember when I said, Lim said I got kicked out?
Mm-hmm.
She was over him. She
Oh, okay.
was over, and I didn't see Nathan.
Oh, well, shoot, me neither. I didn't even know.
Because see, by me being on the phone, I can't see the chat, the room.
My,
Mm-hmm.
how did I? You know that wasn't there. No, seriously, that wasn't there. She has 2 comments. Thanks for the lemons, Rafi. Be careful because she's drunk. She has 2. And I didn't see that wasn't there. Okay, I don't know. Oh, I want to say I know for sure. That's scaring me. No, did you all see Rafi?
Mm-mm.
See, I can't because I'm on my phone,
that's
so
right.
it takes that away. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, because I
But if
remember
I'm
last
not,
week on
but
my
if I'm
phone.
not in the chat, I can see it. I mean, if I'm not in the studio, I could see it. But by me being in the studio, it takes that from me.
But Chrissy, you didn't see Rafi, no, did you?
No, because I didn't check the chat, so I didn't know.
And then I looked down and saw Liam, so I didn't see. Well, I like I said, I need Braille on this computer anyway, so it probably was up there, and I just didn't see her. If I don't get my dog, I ain't sitting here.
But they say you're supposed to watch it in case you get something that ain't supposed to be there, though, right?
Yeah.
Right, yeah, but I have my extra sensitive on, anyways. Yeah,
Because
but I
sometimes we would be with Miss.
I do watch the chat, but sometimes I get distracted for a while.
Okay, because when we used to be over Mr. Brent, see, sometimes something would jump on there.
No, I do watch for the
Because one time it was something about an adult, something jumped on there.
I had those come on here too. I have to watch for those.
Okay, I didn't know, that would happen. But they just wiggle their way in.
Yeah, the freaky people be just jumping out of nowhere.
I see.
That is scary.
But they say your phones and things be open, be open too.
Let me say you something. Have y'all ever mentioned something on your phone? I mean, mention something while you're talking, and all of a sudden that comes up on your YouTube feed, and your phone you're not talking on your phone, you're just talking.
No, but I've seen that with people that use like the Alexa devices and all of that, or with the iPhones. I have seen people reporting things like that in regards to Siri and Alexa.
Oh.
But I have an Android.
ODT of Android.
Yes.
I've heard y'all remember when that guy was talking to the woman to the little girl through the what was it? Through something. Through the
I think it was the at-home Alexa device.
Was it that?
I think so.
I said that I would have got to snatching stuff out the walls that we needed and didn't have nothing to do with it. And just stormed out the house.
I'm right there with you. I'm freaked out by a lot of things.
They would have been like, Mom, that's the old school record player from when we were little kids. I've been throwing out.
But that's okay. We know for certain that it isn't watching you, recording anything that you don't want recorded, or talking to you in weird ways. Because I get freaked out so easily.
Everything. I be get the toaster, the microwave, tear it out the wall, throw it out. Everything going. Everything. We ain't even using cell phones no more. In fact, we fixed to do sign language. We ain't gonna talk no more up in here. That would have scared me so bad. Can you imagine? Forget about the fact that it was my child. let me tell you something. With my niece, I took a picture of her every single day she went to school. Because if something were to happen to her, I wanted to be able to say, this is what she had, this is how she looked. This
Mm-hmm.
because the thought. And
But
just to think that's in your that oh my because she
that's
didn't
real
have
though.
to, but just to think.
Mm-hmm.
Because
It is.
the day and age that we're in, like, the technology age or the age of computers started like in the early 2000s, as far as when it really started taking off and hit the ground running. So nowadays you have to be more worried about your children than any outside
Mm-hmm.
entities, like, because
Yeah.
there's chat rooms and there's this and this and that. And they even got the remote technology where someone can tap into your computer. Now, you didn't give them permission, you didn't allow this, but they can take a hold of your computer remotely, and they could be in a different part of the country and access all of your personal files,
See, that's great. See, and
everything.
yeah. Hi, CJ, the diva. Thanks for stopping by the lemonade stand. Hey, must be the lemons. Thank you. How are you?
So that terrifies me personally.
That's insane.
Hmm.
It
There's
does.
nothing you
True.
can do. It's
Yeah,
not much you can
there's
do.
nothing. The thing I was telling you and Flawless about before, like that
Mhm.
happened to me, that's how they did it. I mean, they didn't stay in like a different country or anything like that. They literally lived next door to me. But
Oh
we weren't
wow.
friends. Um, we didn't share like Wi-Fi passwords or anything. They literally were able to hack into all of my devices, and just steal all of my personal information and look at me even when I wasn't, using my computer. So now I turn everything off and I unplug it from the wall. Like, I'm so paranoid.
Mm-hmm. Or they could still see you. No
Crazy.
Mhm.
kidding.
And track my
Good, good.
locations. It's crazy.
You got anything planned for the
Scary.
weekend? You gotta be kidding me. And they were watching you?
Yes. And they were able to follow me. Like, I thought that I turned off the location, like on my phone, and they were able to still tap into like the Google thing or whatever to locate me, and they would show up where I was. And I
Mm.
wouldn't mention it. I wouldn't say like where I was going or anything. So literally they had to tap into my device to find out where I was.
That is sick.
Was it some guys though?
It was like a family. It started off with two women, and then they
Oh.
got their brothers involved and some of their other friends.
Oh wow.
And these were black people. Um
What?
yes.
They
These are
were?
women? What? Oh
Yes.
my.
These were all black people. And one of them now works for the police department. But I still feel now that they, like followed me and stuff like that. Like I still feel like that to this day, and it's been months.
No, that's gonna bother you for a
And
long
so
time.
they didn't get in trouble or nothing for it, huh?
No, because literally my only witness was my daughter. And down here, like that's not permissible, quote unquote, unless something physically happens to you.
See, of course.
Oh,
The
you're
innocent
kidding.
always get blamed, always the guilty always get protected.
Because they were
Uh-huh.
able to corroborate stories with one another, and they had been beyond institutionalized, so they had like a lot of connections and knew a lot of people, so they were able to get off. Because I was trying to get a restraining order, to be honest, just in case I would have to protect myself. I would have necessary precautions in place if I had to do so.
But it didn't work.
No.
Mm-hmm.
So you about to run the errands, huh? I did mine yesterday, so it wasn't pretty. Those errands were not pretty. So I started my no, actually I started mine Thursday. Yeah. You be safe. I'm so glad you stopped by. I really am.
I believe it's going on 6 o'clock here.
I can't see. Yeah. Hold on. Yes, it is.
Okay. Uh-huh.
I cannot believe. And it was so these women they weren't typical women, right? I mean, not that it matters.
I mean, typical as far as like anything that you would find in the hood, like with a certain mentality, like that same pathology we talk about with the incels, they have that type of thing. And again, I didn't know these people. I had already moved from like a really, really bad situation. And with the owner, I let him know, like, I can't handle certain things, and I'm just the one to avoid things for the most part because I don't like confrontation. So unless it's like you causing me bodily harm or, trying to hurt my child, I'm not really going to pursue anything for the most part.
So
Yeah,
you
that.
had to move.
Hmm?
So you had to move.
Yeah, I had to. The police were on their side. Yeah, because it was more of them and it was just me. Basically, I was the only adult in my household, like speaking up for myself because it was literally just me and my daughter. And they have like they're like a Caribbean family or something like that. So it's a lot of them. It was two that stayed next door to me, but they had at least like 6 or 7 other brothers and sisters and stuff like that. So even those people, even though they weren't there when these things would take place, they would show up every time I would call the police, and they would basically lie for their siblings.
See,
They try to make like it never happened.
see, that's
Yeah.
why I was just. That's the reason why so many cops. I said, it was an undercover cop that was attracted to me, and he was saying when he was in uniform. And this was back in the early 2000s. And he said a lot at the time. He said a lot of cops always wanted to brag that they were a cop and all that. He said until they started seeing it was hard to get dates.
Mm-hmm.
And he said we should try to tell them you guys might not want to brag about being cops until they realize it was affecting their love lives. And that's the very reason why that they can't get dates and can't
The
because
things
it's stuff
I've
like that.
experienced. The things that I've experienced, and I mean, like I even had an old friend, like she got uncomfortable when I said this to her, but I said like majority of the trauma that I've experienced or like any type of abuse period, it's come from the Black community, like majority. People that identify as Black, whether they were born here in the States or they were born like in Haiti or wherever, like these people still identify as Black. And yeah, they're the ones that would call me out of my name, threaten me with bodily harm. And again, these are people that I don't know from Adam's house cat that I've never done anything to. If anything, like I would just mostly keep my opinions to myself. But I usually don't think about people that I don't know, like good or bad. It's not there. I'm so involved in what I have going on or my responsibilities that unless somebody calls my attention, I really don't pay much attention to what other folks have going on. And I try not to be involved. So I've never done anything. It's just by me being different or me identifying as a Christian
You
point.
drop off, Chrissy? Oh, you
I
back.
think
Okay.
it is. Um, things or I've changed my life, a lot of times that would be the trigger point. And it's not because I would be like, oh, you're a sinner or you're doing this, that, and the third. So you're going straight to HE double hockey sticks. No, like I don't judge. I don't say anything. If anything, I'll probably uplift them if we do have contact. But that right there will always put a target on my back.
Yeah, that's how it be. That's all preaching to the choir. That's what my place before this place.
Mm-hmm.
So going to find out the girl that lived next door to me, I had given her dishes and all that stuff. And she was, a trashy girl. She only dated black guys, and she was on meth. But it was a nice apartment complex, but it wasn't in her name. It was in this black guy's name. I had learned she had just got out of jail, and he was giving her a chance. The guy she was working for, it was his company. He was letting her run his company. And he was helping her get back on her feet. And I learned later on, she told me towards the end, she had 6 kids, biracial kids. She had a 1-bedroom. Only people that was black that was over there were those losers. Guys in and out. It started, her true colors started coming out. And then all of a sudden, I know that I said, when I did look at her months later, I didn't even, and I said, she said something to me, and I was like, when I did look at her, because I just started seeing how she just started running. And I said, you have lost a lot of weight, and it going from her trying to do something, all of a sudden she was wanting to borrow my broom. I'm like, what kind of,
What?
who borrowed somebody's broom?
That's crazy.
God.
What? You don't want to start with a cup of sugar?
The sugar, right?
Whatever happened to a cup of sugar?
Oh, dropping milk?
Start with a cup of salt. Go about it delicately. What a broom?
I'm done.
Because that's one thing you cannot be loaning out as a broom, because you don't know what kind of habits these folks got
Lenient.
in their house.
I wanted to ask her, ma'am. Hey, Rafi, how are you? I'm sorry, I didn't even see you. I can't see you, but I was looking for I didn't brought it in a little bit. I can see now. It's good to see you. Welcome to the lemonade stand. Hey, must be the lemons. How are you? I said,
Who does that?
What the oven? I can't see it on here. They gotta keep it. I don't know. But what the oven? I said, what? She just said, because she brought my broom.
Let me see. What is-
You do know there's a Dollar Tree. You do.
Right. Because it
If you,
used to be
because I'm
everything
all
in
for
there
if
was
times
a
get too
dollar.
hot. Huh? Who said
It
something?
used to be everything in there was a dollar.
Yeah. And I heard they done went up to 5. I said, now, you know what? Satan really is angry. I said, Satan is very angry. Yes.
They have on certain items.
Yeah, I heard they went
Sure
up.
have. And they don't have a lot of things like they used to have, too.
No, I know they went up a quarter, but they said certain areas are more than that.
Oh, yeah. Because so many people has owned them places now, too, because they don't have any of the original owners. Because even the Dollar General, it was a dollar when it first started out back in the day.
Hello.
But after,
So, I'm
they
sorry,
got
Mom.
bought out, then
It's
everything is
Mackenzie.
price
Hi,
different.
Mackenzie. Excuse me,
I
Mom.
love
Hi,
Okay.
Mackenzie. Hi, my niece. How are you, baby?
good friend, and I love glitter, and I love playing with Barbies and dresses.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna have to keep that in mind.
Okay. Can we do like the glitter face stuff sometime?
Huh?
Can we do like the crafting thing sometime?
You like crafting?
Yeah.
Ooh, we're gonna have to do something. We gotta take care of that. We're gonna have to make that happen.
Well, yeah, it's my mommy first.
Okay. All right. We're gonna talk to her about it. Okay.
That was sweet.
She's so funny. Okay, CJ. You see the link? That's, you see, you know what? Now see, you read right here, Rafi. I said, and then I learned she was good because she never dated a white guy. She said she's never dated a white guy. But oh, let me let you up, CJ. The hi CJ.
Good morning, all. How you doing?
Good. It's good to see you.
Good.
Right.
She said that, but what she did was start what was I gonna say? Oh, she started finessing the manager. The manager, he liked, I mean, he was, his dad owned the apartment, and they kept him on really well and all that, I have to say. But what she does, she started wooing him, and she had never been with a white guy, but the black guys told her what to do to get him where they wanted him, so that.
Sound like I hear an echo.
Oh, is that?
Yeah.
Hold on. Can you still hear it?
No.
Okay. To start wooing him so that he could drop his guards, and they got him back to drinking again because he had just got he had just gotten dried out, clean, sober, and so they got him to back to drinking, and she made him think that he had a chance with her, which he didn't. He was an older guy, and she was younger, and by her making him think that he had a chance with her, they ended up getting a master key. And I want to go, when I said I would go to the gas station and do a lot of sewing and all that, right? So I would go up to my favorite gas station before I got my studio. Oh, okay. Oh, you back. Okay. Before I got my studio, before I moved here and got my studio apartment, my sewing studio, I would go over there whenever my anxiety would be up and I couldn't sleep. So they would say, yeah, the cops are real sweet, and the people at the gas stations, really nice gas station stuff. They're like, yeah, you can come up here. So we always gonna find out. They would watch my schedule. Hold on. They were watching my schedule, and couldn't find out she had been in jail and everything. Like I said, that's when I learned a lot of her history. But I wasn't judging. I had forgotten about. I wasn't thinking about it. Hold on. And that's when hold on, you all. And then she had gotten the master key and was going in my apartment while I was gone. And I said, I had learned that, and then they started coming over in my place. And now that because I started packing my things up, because they knew I had said I was thinking about moving and all that, but they wanted to have him, that he started dropping guard, the manager, so that they could start selling drugs, and that's what they started doing. And so when I started seeing that, I said, I'm about to go, because I'm not standing. I'm not about to stay not in this. And even though the apartment was not, I said about to turn these apartments out. It was all about a matter of time, because the traffic started getting real high and all that, and all the derelicts and all that stuff started coming over, and then they would try to talk to me. Then she got jealous because all the guys that were coming over there for her was asking about me. And I said, oh, and she was like, yeah, something she said to me. I said, let me tell you something, because I would just be in and out. I was in and out. I never dealt with on both sides of me, they both only dealt with black men. I said, let me tell you something. I don't do black men. Just so you know. I don't do black men. Oh, you seem like you will only date white guys. I said, I didn't say that. I just said, I don't do black men.
Mhm.
That's what I said.
Mhm.
As if
Oh,
there's only two types of races in the
just, yeah,
world.
that part. Like I
Uh-huh.
said, I didn't say that. And then as she continued to talk, like I said, she just knows how to read a room. And it was something she said, running her mouth, talking. And I said, can I talk to you for a minute? I'm laughing and talking with her on this day. And they broke in my car too. See, she talking, and I'm laughing and talking with her. And she thinking because I'm laughing. I mean, this day, a couple of times I laugh and talk with her. See, I'm laughing and talking with you, but you don't know. I'm assessing you too, boo.
Mm-hmm.
So she laughing and talking with him. Mm-hmm. And I said, can I talk to you for a minute? She said, yeah. And she thought because she was in jail, she was a fast talker. I said, you said something earlier, but I couldn't talk because I had an appointment to make. I said, you said something about bed bugs. Where did you get bed bugs from? Because I've never had bed bugs. In fact, I've never seen one. But it was mentioned to me that you made a report and complained about you having problems with bed bugs, and they supposed to came from my place. See, I don't do bed bugs. I said, but didn't you say you were in jail? Oh yeah, and then I said, explain something to me. Why did you mention bed bugs? Oh, see, when I was because I'm real sensitive to bed bugs, so because my mother, she and give you too much information real fast.
Automatic lie.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I said, and she said, and because like you know how they bite, and she, you know what I'm saying, if they bite you, she steadily do, you know, and this is that and the other and all that. I said again, I've never seen a bed bug, so I wouldn't know about that. Continue. And so she started, you know, trying to and I wanted to say no. That bug that you have laying in the bed with you, that's probably all of maybe 200 pounds. Maybe that's what's making you itch. Possibly. But I said, hold your tongue. Just shut up. Because I want to hold your tongue. Just sit here, let her squirm. But she had her door cracked this much. And she thought I didn't see him sitting in the living room. She said, have you ever had any problems since before I moved out here? I said, not one problem. Oh, I'm sorry. I said, why do you apologize? And she said, and she has something to say right there, and her over there, and this, that, and the other. I said, how do you know them?
Because basically they all click up together and talk.
No, they didn't know her. She went to their houses.
Mm.
But what she did is went to fill them out to see if they saw anything, because the doors were closed. That's all. I'm not stupid. Just to fill them out. She was in and out my place. They were the only ones that would really know, because they were the ones that were in jail too. She thought I didn't know. See, my thing is this. Don't let the verbiage fool you, because I'm from the same elements as you. See, I'm a girl from the hood too. My name's just not Jenny. Don't let this fool you. And I let her know that. Don't let it fool you. Just because I'm no longer in the hood is by choice. But don't think Sun Kids don't know any better. I chose not to stay there. I chose to leave. See, we all have a choice.
Mm-hmm.
But like I told you, I have a do-rag. And she has a name. I choose not to pull her out. But she's still right there. I will go from Becky with the good hair to Bebe with the bad bangs in a half of a millisecond. You don't want it. You don't want it. Good day.
I bet you her face was stuck.
Good day. She was like, oh, good day. And she got up off the ground, breaking her behind and went on. So later on, she thought, I believe there was another guy that broke in my car. And I told her, I said, I believe that guy over there. I wish I had known what all she had done. I'm just looking at her. I said, thank you. So later on, this is what, this is why I say I get triggered when that Karen mentality is gate kept. Because even though she was on meth, and it was known, and no matter how well I carried myself, she still could trump me, and she did. Now I'm not saying that because a woman is white, she's automatically a Karen if she acts up. They're black. There are times that sometimes we come out of character, no matter what color we are, because it's something we all can be wronged. I don't care, I watch Dateline. There are a lot of times that non-blacks are done wrong too. I watched the crime shows. It doesn't, so it's not just the, you know what I'm saying? And there are times that we are expected to march when we couldn't as black women. So but because they always say there are black Karens and there are white Karens. And that Karen mentality is gate kept, pure at the end. So I don't do the whole race thing,
At all.
Now there are a lot of times that if there's some racism involved, no matter how well that in that situation that I carried myself in the way I presented myself, she trumped me because rotten teeth and all she had to do was show up with tears and all that. She trumped me. Long as she just kept her Tyrone out the way, she trumped me. So what happened? I chose to live out of my car. Because after that, I said, I definitely don't trust anybody else. I can't trust my egg donor, so I definitely don't trust. I definitely ain't going back to them. So I don't trust nobody at this point. So I live out of my car. And I'm not going to a shelter because I know how that is. And the guy that's supposed to be so religious and, oh my God, he's blowing the money because he's on, everything that's illegal and pocketing it and spending it on women that weren't his wife. Not doing good things with it. Nothing legal. So my thing is this. No matter what and how many times I call the cops and how much paper trail I had, she's still trumped.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I say this world is safe. And here it is with you and and that is the reason why so many women or people, mainly women, will not date a cop. And the cop can be a black cop because I won't date a black cop.
Me neither.
And it was a cop, good-looking cop. That woman, his name was Justice. He was a white cop. He was good. Oh my, he was gorgeous. I was like, you couldn't melt him. Fine, worked out. He was he was gorgeous.
When I got to really see how the justice system was, like actually factually, versus the ideals that I had in my head, it made me not want to pursue law anymore because when I was in high school, I was actually in a law magnet. So I was like, when I graduate, I'm going to be pre-law, and
Really?
I was going to become an attorney. But it
Mm,
made me not want to have anything to do directly with the
yeah.
judicial
You
or
don't
law
want to have.
enforcement,
You don't
period,
want to be staying like that. And it's so
at
I've
all.
heard other people say that. I want to let CJ. I'm going to invite her into the conversation too. I'm sorry, CJ. CJ the diva. CJ the diva. I mean, something's just going wrong. So again, it's not just. It's not. This is just a people thing here. This is not. So hold on one second. But I get what you're saying, Chrissy. Okay, CJ, welcome to the Living Aid Stand. We want to invite you to the conversation. Thank you for your patience. What is
No
going on?
problem.
Okay, come on,
I,
chime in.
well, let me give you a little background. I know I spoke, on the with you before. I live in the Washington D.C. area,
Mm-hmm.
and I was growing up in D.C. That's where my parents had me,
Mm-hmm.
it was a little before the where we used to live. The neighborhood started getting bad.
Mm-hmm.
So my parents, who was trying to get a head start in their careers, and once they got it, they decided to uplift their family and move to the suburbs
Mm-hmm.
because I guess my father saw the handwriting on the wall at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Let me give you a little background on my father. My
Please.
father, he's he's from a mixed race. He's really mixed. He's Native American. His mom was Native American. His father was black, and they were from Raleigh, North Carolina.
Okay.
My mother, her people were very mixed on all
Mm-hmm.
sides. For some of it was forced, white and black, and came out light with the hazel eyes.
Mm-hmm.
So you can kind of imagine the mixture I have.
Yes. Yes.
So I kind of was running into people, adults, as I was growing up in elementary.
Mm-hmm.
People with my little girlfriends and stuff, and they will actually point out me, and show that there was a difference the way I looked, compared to my, little girlfriends.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, "Oh, you like a little Indian girl."
Mm-hmm.
With the long black hair and that stuff. And I was like, oh, I'm looking at them like this, and it made a difference to my little girlfriends. Eh, that you're saying that this looks better than that, and it didn't. It was just we just little girls, and all us looked different. So,
Mm-hmm.
as I said, my father, he had a business background. He was into construction.
Mm-hmm.
Also, he was a family man, and then he had one foot in the streets. It's like he always wanted to take the pulse in the streets. So he had, like the street smarts of people, which are like the thugs.
Mm-hmm.
So, and which was very helpful because he saw, and I mean, never forget this day. I was probably about 13 or 14 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He had come home and he sat me down and my mother and had this talk about this girl who was going to Howard University, which was in
Mm-hmm.
DC.
Mm-hmm.
And he had a friend that had a little cleaners in a shoe repair shop. How the kids from the university come in for their clothes to get cleaning shoes. But it's one particular day, this young lady got out the car and came on into the shop, and they kind of noticed the car that she got out of. So they asked her, "What are you doing with him?" It was a drug dealer at the time. And she kind of smiled. Oh, and then they were telling her, you need to go away from him. Your parents sent you to school for a purpose. That's what you need to do. So anyway, she kind of dismissed it and went on about her business. And the next time they saw her, she's still with the guy. So they warned her again. He says then it would may have been 6 to 8 months later. He said the girl had dropped out of school and she was just cracked out, looking. I mean, looking like the hedges of torment.
Mm-hmm. Hold
So,
on.
mhm.
Hold on.
Well, somebody snoring.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. Okay, it's not here. Sorry, Mom. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna let her sleep because she hasn't been sleeping. I'm not gonna wake her up. She's at the hospital, but go on.
Hmm. So
Mhm.
he let me know then that there are men out here. They're grinning your face. They'll tell you how pretty you look or whatever. But they got a mission to destroy you. So he
Mm.
wanted me to be aware that there are men out here who actually hate women. And
Mm-hmm.
he told me you will may have a problem out here.
Mm.
So um he was like, any guy that you're going to date, I need to see him first. Of
Mm.
course. So there were kind of, and I remember there was a black guy I dated, and he was going to the same university I was, and and he happened to live in the same town. So they were on like spring break one time.
Mm-hmm.
So he came to the house to pick me up, and my father told him, "Look, she's not on drugs, she's not pregnant, and she better come back that way." Not pregnant, and she better not come back on drugs. You understand? I was like, what in the world? What is it that he saw in this guy that he would
Mm-hmm.
even come out? Because he would never, be like that. So I can tell you what, I was back before midnight. I was like, oh my God, I'm grown him back before midnight. The guy was like a little shaken. So later on, I asked my father, but he said, I've seen that guy, uptown. He said, no, I don't like him. Don't date him anymore. I was,
What?
mm-hmm. So as things went on in as my father's life, because he was moving, pretty much as a black man with his friends, and there were incidents, I guess, with black guys acting straight fools and whatever. I remember he came home and he said, "I'm done." I was like, "You done what?" He said, "I'm no longer black. I'm using my tribal card. His Cherokee tribal card. They
Mm.
identified me as being a Native American, and that's the way I'm going. You got that choice. You better pull your card out." He said, "I'm done. I have divested from these black men out here." He said, "They're stupid. They don't want to learn nothing." He said they're crazy, straight crazy. He said he is done because he had some friends that he was associated with.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, their wives were really good women doing all they can do. Like he said, they were working like mules, and they take the money and blow it uptown at the pool hall or at the crap games or blind prostitutes.
Mm-hmm.
He
Hmm.
said he was done with that. He just, and he said the wives used to, cry in. Just one wife, she was in tears. She was pregnant, and she came, and she said he called her. The lady called my father. She didn't know how to tell her husband that her husband had infected her with gonorrhea while she is pregnant.
Oh my.
Hmm.
Well,
And he
Oh.
said it was just the craziest. Then he said he saw one guy, his wife, and then my father, had employed people, working construction jobs. Oh, a lady, just you notice this pattern on Friday. This lady will come up and get her husband's check. And he thought, "Yeah, okay, she gets the check, go, bank or do whatever. And they probably had to do shopping." And he said he got word what happened, what was going on. She got the check before he could spend it. Because if he spent it all, there would be no money to pay bills. And because she would come up to get money, the money, he would beat her. How
What?
dare you? Yeah. So he was like, done. He was like,
That was to keep. Okay.
that's
But you know what?
crazy. Mm-hmm.
That is the same legacy that you're describing. And I'm so glad you said that because you will have men saying that it's the government's fault where they are no longer in the houses and this and this and that. When this was going on way before the government ever got involved, way before food stamps, Section 8, and everything else was ever established. And these are why those things were established because those things were happening.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. In a sociology class that I am taking,
Mm-hmm.
we did like an open panel where we had invited the public to, participate, and it was like mainly women.
Mm-hmm.
And they were asking them, how old were their grandmothers when the grandmother was, had their first child. And a lot of them said they were 13 and 14 years old.
Mm.
And then they said, well, how old were the man? He was, oh, well, in his 20s or 30s. So you got
Mm-hmm.
all this derelict behavior going on.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like to try to trap, the women into kind of, to me, if you ask me, a color purpleism, you
Mhm.
know, it's
Yeah. Yeah.
crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's so
And
true.
that's why it has is down. What's interesting is that I don't know where that's coming from. I hate that. I might have to redo it, refresh it. But what's interesting how these same people will say, "Oh, the Bible is outdated. Don't listen to the Bible." Da, 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 da. Okay, but the minute you say to them, I can't do this. Hold on. Hold on. The minute you say to them, okay, well, the Bible is outdated, so we need to make sure that kids are protected, and you only be with one woman, and we're going to do it the way that the laws are today. Where the Bible, back in the Bible time, they had more than one wife, and they did the girl. Oh, no. So which one is it? Because you just said minus up the Bible, because back then, even then, that wasn't okay. That's why the book of Ephesians had to be, like I said, the root, it was never okay back then. That's why those accounts were put into the Bible, because it was a problem back then. That's why it was so much of a problem back then, when it was all these it was when they had more than one wife. All those accounts were put into the Bible to prove that it could not be more than one wife. That's why it was jealousy. When you think of Sarah with uh, whatever her name is, it don't matter. And then when God said, "Listen to your wife," and Ishmael, her and Ishmael had to be driven away. Although Abraham had to take care of her, but she had to be put out the home. Even with Hannah and her husband and his wife, Peniel, or whatever her name was, and she would pick with her all the time and give her a hard time out of jealousy. Even with Jacob, Rachel, and her sister. It dawned on me. I'm only forgetting because I'm talking about it, but there still was some tension. It's not put in the Bible just for kicks and giggles. It is to set or for a reason. So it shouldn't have been more than one. But let them, the minute you say something about the Bible, oh, they don't want to talk about it. That's why Ephesians had to be rewritten. Book of Ephesians chapter 5, Galatians chapter 6, Timothy, Titus chapter 1 and 2. That had to be put back in. Titus chapter 1. Why? Because he was never okay with it. That's why it was only Adam with Eve. Because it was a problem. Because it was never okay. And you want them to come and say, okay, let us have more than one wife. But we don't want the responsibilities of our kids and wives. We just want to be able to live like they did, like kings and queens. Who lived like kings and queens? Who?
Kings and queens. That's it. And that's all.
Who? Yeah. And if the king or queen, okay, if the king was a king, he owned something first, foremost. He had to
That's
own
right.
something.
A kingdom.
Exactly. And
Can't be a
he
king without a kingdom.
successfully ruled over it, and he had those under him to assist him because he owned it. He had land, he had a kingdom, he peasants, he had everything underneath him down to the peasants. It was
Even
level to that. And
even
his queen was
Solomon.
sitting proudly. She was dressed to the nines, sitting perched up, looking good with three teeth.
Hmm.
She
Even
was
Solomon,
heavily
who
taken care. So my thing was, kings, what are you talking about? A king don't walk around with his pants hanging off his butt, with no shirt on, with tattoos everywhere, with no job, asking folks for $2,
Hmm.
and kid and not taking care of his kid. Who's the king? I don't get it. And then
Because
hollering, you want to quote the Bible over here, but reject it over here. What? I don't get that. And then you turn
mhm.
around and blame this person over here because your queen ain't got nothing. And your little shots, we won't even go, just your little shots, as you want to call it. Your little shot ain't got nothing because of the white man. But I thought you were a king, but he was holding you down. So you look at him as the peasant, but your peasant hold you down. Help me to make this make. I don't get it.
I
And
don't
even when they
either.
talk about the Bible, like even King Solomon, who had over 600 or 700 wives, every
700.
last one of
Mhm.
those wives was taken care of.
They were.
Every last one of those children he produced with those women.
We're
And
taking
he
care.
had a lot of children. He
Yes.
took care of them all. Not one of them was on the streets begging for bread or holding a cup asking for change.
Mhm.
All of them were taken care of and housed.
They loved good, and he
Hmm.
was very rich, very, very rich. And for the life of me, I don't understand. Who gave them that definite? Oh, I'm sorry. They'll tell you. My mama said, I had one tell me that. My mama said, I'm okay. I said, I believe you. But you
Well,
did.
you know,
I'm not arguing that. I believe you. I'm not arguing. I believe you. Your mama's, I believe you. Seriously, I do. I believe you.
well, I live not well where I am. I'm not too far, for maybe about 30 miles from Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Do you have on the corner in the like the black neighborhood,
Mm-hmm.
the black Hebrew Israelites
Oh, don't.
standing on the corner with their biblical, I guess, clothes on, hollering and screaming and acting a straight fool. And they
What? How do
think,
you see? What do they
yeah,
do?
they stand like on the soapbox with the Bible, screaming, and especially with black women. It don't matter whether you're black or white, belongs you're a female, you're a whore, you're, you're a slut. And if you have like a little child with you, like a little girl, oh, when she get her period, we're gonna run through her.
I believe them.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
yes, they're hauling this stuff. It's like it's saying it's quoted here in the Bible.
Oh, come on.
People say these things through their mouth holes. Oh my gosh.
Hollering and screaming like a fool. And you know, in the news, it was was the Black Hebrew Israelite I guess camp where this lady, black lady, she's been arrested, and I think they gave her 30 years. And what she had done, she's into the group. She had a little girl
Uh huh.
that she took to the doctor. The little girl's
Yep.
12 years old,
Yep.
and the girl, and they found out some of these injuries, like in her vagina area. And the little girl talking about her husband. They were like, "What husband?" And then when they, um, further questioning, found out that she supposed to had gotten married to this man when she was 11 a year before.
Mm-hmm.
But her mother consented for her to get married. But to consent to get married, consent of getting married means I allow this. What this guy was 39 years old. I allow her to have sex with him. That's consent of being married. Long you having sex, that's mean getting married. That is the craziest thing. So they locked her up, locked him up, took the child and put it in foster care. Now this child's destroyed the rest of her life.
You know
Also,
she's going to be messed up.
Hmm.
All and it's
I'm glad I wasn't born back though there in those days because it's really terrible. I
it's
even
going
saw
on
some.
now.
this just happened.
Yeah.
Yes, it's going on
This just
now.
been in the news.
Yes.
I know what you're talking. I just read this the other day. A
Oh
black woman,
Lord.
a heavy set black woman, brown skinned black woman.
Right.
Yeah, I just
And
noticed
there's
it
a
today.
there's another young lady. I think maybe she's 21 or 22 now, but she went through that as well with her stepfather. He actually impregnated her. So like her firstborn child is actually her stepfather's biologically. And the mom knew about it. The mom, I guess she had that internal denial thing going on, but she knew what was going on. And then they had a DNA test to legitimize everything to make sure, that the daughter wasn't just saying things. And it came back that it was biologically his child. The
Hmm.
mom was still showing up to the doggone prison to see him, did
Right.
not divorce him, but still expects to have a relationship with this young lady and doesn't, for the life of her, understand why the young lady wants no parts of her. And he started abusing this young lady when she was about 11 years old, all the way up until the age of her being like maybe 16, which is around the time when she got pregnant by him.
Hmm.
And it was just wild, like that people think like this and they make these things okay.
Women.
But, but you know, some women who have children, like girls or little boys, and they get these little dust mite men, if you want to call him a man, and see
Right.
that the man is interested in these children, they will use their children to, sexually to keep the man.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Sorry. He
so it's
would
just
be,
crazy.
how
Mm-hmm.
do you guys term it, a lump in the ground? That's what he would be, because every trigger in me would just be
Mm-hmm.
on full-fledged mode and I would just literally black out. I
Mm-hmm.
couldn't.
It, I, honestly, it would really have to take you know, it comes to when you hold on, I can't even form the sentence. I'm
It's
just gonna say
sickening.
this much, and I'm gonna have to be really careful about how I say. When I learned that it was a close relative of mine because of what my egg daughter didn't do, and she lied and said why she didn't. I learned. I dropped that in her lap later. Like I said, some kids can read a room, and it took me well over 20 years to drop it in her lap, and then it took me 15 years to wrap up the second line to connect to let her know. See, you thought I wasn't paying attention, but this is how I know you were lying. When I walked away the last night, when I walked away, I dropped that last lie that she told. 15 years later, I said, "This is how I know you were lying." And when I dropped in her lap, she almost, I know, if she ain't found her tongue yet, she's still looking for it because I know she's charged. She about swallowed it or she did. I said, "See, you think I don't read the room and see, I was cleaning your behind better than mine, but I knew it. Some kids can read a room. It's called wisdom to know when to make a move. I can read a room. See, I wait on my God. I pray and I wait on the Lord. When I make my exit, I don't look back. The thing is, a part of having with wisdom, just make sure when you make your move, everything is lined up and you wait on Him. So you'll have no regrets. And don't nobody get hurt in the process. And when I say that, I mean you. But see, I know if I ever become unhinged and let out any rage from childhood, I ain't getting hurt. Trust that part. So, oh, I'm sorry, Chris. Did you get? They keep knocking them out, knocking people out.
I don't know why it does that.
So, hmm but if you got some sorry, I don't know how people can be so thirsty for a man, parched. But when well, I'm gonna say it. When the person came and told me, it was something that went through me when they told me. I must say this, and I'm so glad my God watched over me when she told me this. See, it's one thing you do something to me, and I said, see, but when see, I've taken some things from people, but when you mess with a person that can't protect themselves,
That's the lowest of the low.
it's just something that comes across.
That's the lowest of the low. Like, you really can't get any lower than that because you're literally messing with someone that is defenseless for the most part. And you have to be sick to want to prey on somebody or
Yeah,
to make fun of anything, to want to harm someone that is basically very innocent because they
yeah,
cannot cause you any real harm. They are literally defenseless.
yeah.
And that goes for the mentally disabled,
Hmm.
children, the elderly. Like, come on.
If I didn't know the Almighty true God named Jehovah, if I did not know Him, if He wasn't protecting me, I'm telling y'all right now, y'all wouldn't know Sunkiss. I'm
Mhm.
serious, y'all wouldn't. I wouldn't be sitting right here. If y'all, wait a minute, now I'm about to laugh because okay, what I was about to say, hold on, and I'm so serious right now. I'm about to laugh because you know how you gotta. Let me tell you something. You know how you know you telling the truth, but you gotta laugh.
Mhm.
If I didn't know him and he didn't protect me like he does, if y'all did see me on a screen like this, it'd be via satellite from a pri- from a,
Right. I I get it.
from a prison, and I'm dead serious. Um, I can only say so much because my body is starting to tremble because I'm starting to think back on when she brought me this information. She was 16. I was um I was 23, 24. And I knew what had happened to me with this person because she wanted a man, but she was pretending like she was not going to have a man. But what females? This I call these females. This is responsible. And again, I don't have any children. I've never been pregnant. Never, I mean, I just raised up, my other people's kids. But hmm, I'm gonna have to.
Hello.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Since I kept losing connection, audio.
Okay,
she
can
did
y'all
that
hear
to
me?
get rid of the echo.
Can y'all hear me?
Hmm.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I had to give you that echo. But when she told me I had just went through some stuff, moved back home for 2 years because from being depressed. They know I was suffering from depression because folks didn't know what that was, but and I learned it. So I'm not gonna say what I did. Had I followed it through, saw it through, hands down, y'all wouldn't know me.
Preaching to the choir. Trust me, I get it.
I do too.
Because you don't mess with my child. I was like 23, 24. She came out your loins. That's mine. Well, I'm on live, but they're blown to me. Um, yeah, I wouldn't know me. And for somebody that comes through your loins, you don't allow it to happen just once, not twice. But then I learned that you allowed it 3 times, or 3 of you, then possibly 4. And then you watch Steve Wilkos show and you dog other women for doing the same thing.
Why do we do that? Like, that's what I don't get. Why do they do that? Because
That's so narcissistic.
they will definitely
Because
watch
that's the
Steve
right thing
Wilkos,
to say. That's the right thing to say.
but they're not living that truth though.
That's the
Because
thing.
they allow the same things to happen or turn a blind eye to it.
If you only knew what she used to say, what we would, and I used to think as a kid, okay, I know to think, take that and try to push that into the brain of a little tyke. Me being an old soul, trying to process that, knowing what I knew, and then we in a family picnics or family gatherings, and here she's the loudest one saying what all she'll do. I I know more than what I'm willing to tell you all. And I'm thinking, and then I learned much, 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 much more. I didn't know who this person was. And you think I'm finna keep watching you? Not just what I didn't learn and what me, I'm thinking I'm a strong mind. That's how narcissism is. I have always been a reader of a room, but when it's your own, you think, oh, this is mine. This is no. This is
Well,
that's why.
sometimes they're not no better.
But that's why I don't. When I see narcissism, I leave and I'm not looking back. I'm out. I ain't looking back. You can make folks think what you want. I'm gone. When I see it, I smell it. I'm out. Nope. 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 I'm done. I'm gone.
That behavior is actually accepted in my family. I'll
Yeah.
say my
Yeah.
grandmother
Yeah.
wasn't with the radio. She carried a pistol and she was not afraid to use it. She would turn, like how you said, you got your do-rag. I don't know what she called hers, like a bonnet or
Yeah.
what, like, but she would pull it out on you and cock back and be ready to aim and shoot, especially about things like that,
Mm-hmm.
because so many women in our family had been abused. You
Mm-hmm.
know, some of it was from relatives, and some of it was just from, guys that they dated or had
Mm-hmm.
personal relationships with, but that struck a chord with her. So she would be, I don't care if you weren't her child, her grandchild, she
That's
would
fine.
hurt someone in regards to you
Mm-hmm.
messing with the child or messing with the elderly, basically anybody that would be deemed defenseless.
Mm-hmm.
But then on the other side, you have like her sister's children that they know, like some of my cousins that are along my age, for instance, I guess it got handed down. They participate in things like that. And when I heard it, I couldn't even believe it. And then when I started hearing more accounts of it, I'm like, wait, but you still invite these people around. These people have never been jailed, in prison, questioned, nothing. No form of investigation. And you still allow these people around your children? Like, are you serious?
Well, my egg donor had the cops called on me when I got the day I walked away and told she wanted to leave. You ain't get nothing. And I was on my way to that. She decided she just wanted to call the cops on me just for kicks again because I said you never did that with any. Do
I
you never even put in the people I can name that you really you invited them into our house and lived and gave them my babysitting money. You even had your brother come And you rolled a red carpet out for him and cooked him food and everything. You never cooked me anything. I ain't never like that. You served him well, him and his kids. You know, my cousin too that he was totally with. Totally. Now, totally when they were younger. And one is a vegetable because she DRUG
Right.
from to deal with it. Now she's a vegetable. And the other one is in a wheelchair with no finger because
Mm.
she and everybody looked at them like y'all just need to get yourself together. And y'all knew
Right. Why they were like that? Because people develop coping
I had
mechanisms.
no idea. They kept that off of me. Well, she did. The egg donor. Really? And I said,
Yep.
why didn't you all say anything to him? Because I was that kid wanting to, well, why did well
Right.
we figured he wouldn't be able to deal with it if we took it to
Um,
him. Couldn't find out
um,
she was lying. She wanted to be his favorite sister.
oh, so it's
It
permissible.
was me because it was just me. It was just me.
It's permissible for him to abuse innocent people
And it
so
was
that you
throughout
can
my
be the
whole.
favorite.
It was all my cousins that was in my peer.
That is so
It it's
sickening.
it is because it's the women. See, the whole thing is, and women are taught as little girls, some of them, that you have no value because you are female. You're born female. You're just here to serve man and man only. So, and because I've seen it, in some of my girlfriends, the way they move, they just worship man. He can't do any wrong. Just like I
Mhm.
just got in this little debate with one of my girlfriends. She and I, had gone to high school together. And I know that the family in which she came out of, although she came out of a two-parent household just like I did, her father was running the streets. I mean,
Mhm.
running the streets. He took his money and ran the streets. Her mother worked as a
Hold
registered
on.
nurse.
Hold on a second. 1 second. Um, Mr. 1204, you don't want to try it with me. I'm the last person you want to try that with. If you bring that over to my channel and to the lemonade stand, I promise you I will be over in your country making your life miserable. You better stay over across the water where you belong, okay? Because this is going to be one black woman that's going to strike back at you. Let this be your first and last time coming to the lemonade stand with that, okay? Stay in your lane. Take this mess back over there, okay? Don't bring that over here, especially if you're going to hide behind your avatar and just saying 1204 strikes back. No, real men strikes back. You're a coward, okay? So if you want to be a real man and you want to claim that you're a real white man, come on from behind your avatar and be one. Or either just keep being the coward that you are, since you're claiming to be a white man. Because as far as I'm concerned, you could be anything. So man up and step up, or either stay across the water and be who or whatever you're going to be. But you're not going to play coward and try to be a man at the same time. So you stay across the water with that. But what you're not going to do is try to bully me, because that's not going to happen. But what I will do is do what I have to do to bring your channel down. Now we can do that. Now you're not slinging mud over here. That's what you're not going to do. And one thing you're not is a king. Because to call yourself a peasant is laughable. And that's like reaching up just to call yourself that. And what you need to do is try to read one. Try that. That's what's wrong with you. By hide behind an avatar and trying to talk big, that's your problem. That's been pretty much that's been stemming from your history. Try picking up one, and maybe you won't be so miserable and thinking that you have to hide and sling out words. And then when you pick one up and read it, why don't you try to make that go viral? While you trying to get other people over here in the States to help you to go viral. Okay, I'm sorry.
No problem. But as little girls, they're just raised. I have heard, you know, women say that back in the day, if you were having a little girl, they're all they're so worthless. So you've already got that grounded in there. Then, like I was saying, with my girlfriend, since high school. Now she had a father that ran the streets, and but he was in the home, but he ran the streets. The mother had to work two full-time jobs to pay the bills, um, put her children through Catholic school. So
Mm-hmm.
so now she has a brother who learned the same thing, and he started with doing the same thing with his wife, but at some point he straightened up. But my girlfriend, she's still stuck in that mindset that, and she was like trying to tell me, black men have it so hard in this country. I said,
Mhm,
harder than a black woman? Oh yes. I said, how? I said, we got
mhm,
two strikes, one being a woman and one being black. So I mean, he only had one that's being black. But then that shouldn't
mhm.
stop him. He could just have to work harder. He does. They do not,
Their
because
Mm-hmm.
she has this guy
excuses.
that she's been with for 20 years. 20 years. They've been supposed to be dating for 20. He only surfaced when it's time for her to get paid on a Friday, every other Friday. So he'll surface Thursday. They hang out that weekend, so because he got his hand out, and she won't see him for another 2 weeks. And it's been going on for
Ain't
20 years.
Yeah.
no way.
Oh my
If
god.
she did
I'm
that, she'll
sorry.
be a gold digger.
I'm sorry. I dropped the ain't. But yeah, ain't no way. I'm sorry.
I just can't do it. And so, with me, then she and our little other girlfriends, they'll look, well, with CJ, she don't date black men. I said, not that type as you all, and I can't. I just cannot. I'm not used to that because my father has always preached in us because he has a daughter from a previous marriage. I set the baseline for the family. Don't deal with any man who can't pay the bills of the household,
Mhm,
can't provide, you and your family. That's baseline. They need to be able to do more than that, but you don't go below that. It should never be
Mm-hmm.
no 50-50, no 70-30, no
mhm.
nothing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And if it got to be
Absolutely.
that, it's y'all. You can't. You shouldn't be marrying him.
Exactly.
It's
And I don't understand what's so hard about understand what is so
it's not even a matter of not understanding, right? It's just the number one thing that they will throw up is, oh, feminism and the modern woman. Yeah, but those women are working by choice because that's what they chose to do. And it's nothing wrong with that, whether a woman wants a career or wants to be a homemaker. That should be up to
Mhm.
her and her partner.
Mhm. Mhm.
But the baseline is what you guys just described. It's supposed to be the provider. If you want to be with this person, it's supposed to be through marriage. You're supposed to provide for the woman and the children and da 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 da. But they weren't told this by their parents a lot of times. Literally the same thing what we were talking about earlier. The only baseline that they do is, hey, my son isn't on any drugs. He isn't in the penitentiary. He isn't dead. I've succeeded.
Hmm.
I've raised a successful black man. That's their baseline right there.
And it's sad.
They don't have talks about, oh, before you think about being with a woman, you should do this and that. They just tell them don't bring home no babies, if they even have that conversation. And some don't have that. So these men go out here, then pregnate this woman, that woman, or would date her for like 20 years, like you said, 10, 15 years and play house, and they're nothing but a glorified baby daddy or a glorified boyfriend. And some of them don't even want to take care of the children that they help make.
That's true.
It's like,
And
oh, she's trying to take all my money. Huh? Were you thinking that when you were sleeping with her? You didn't think about that then, did you? As if the child doesn't need clothes, formula, diapers, just the basics.
and child
The bill.
support isn't that much. Just like with my
No,
girlfriend, her
because they
daughter
don't have any money.
look, my girlfriend, her daughter has a child. Child support is $17 because she got
Right?
a bum. $17, and he crying about his child support. $17 a month.
Yes. Listen, some cry
Yeah.
about $20. Like, I have met, like, these people really exist in the world. For real. Like, they really exist. And they're breathing. They walk into bubble gum at the same time. Like, it's just mind blowing. But they complain about $20 a month.
Hmm.
Like, where is she gonna spend all that money? Or they tell a girl, like, I'm happy that you just want me for me and you don't want me for my money. You don't have any money, sir. How is somebody gonna want you for all of something that you don't have? Huh?
It's just it's sad. And then with my
Oh
girlfriend,
dear. Oh.
with my girlfriend, and when she had her daughter, she got no child support because she refused to go to the courts to get it. And her thing was, why should I have to make a man pay for his child? And I was like, because he helped produce this child, you know? And she was like,
True.
oh, I could do it on my own. I said, it's not about what you can do on your own. If you were to just take the money, whatever it's going to be, because it ain't going to be that much, and just put it in the
Right.
bank for that child until she get ready to go to college. She had a little nest egg,
Right.
but she, but
Because I mean, you can't buy the child shoes with $20, not even at Payless.
but
And I think that's
I
one
don't
of
That's
know.
the
not even enough
cheapest
for
places
food
to
for the
buy.
month.
Who's that?
Not even that was Leah.
Oh,
But you,
okay.
you can't buy these
That's not even
children
enough to
even
buy
shit.
them. Sorry, so interrupt you. That's not even enough to buy their own baby formula.
Right.
Who
It's
who is
not.
this? Who is this
The
person?
That's Liam.
Liam.
Okay. What
He's
happened
the
to
one at the
Sunkiss?
top.
What happened to
I
Sunkiss?
don't know. I think it kicked her off.
Oh,
Oh, I'm
yeah.
But
sorry.
she
I'm
back.
just turning my mic off. I didn't. No, I had to refresh because I
No,
needed to.
no problem. I just heard another voice that was like, wait a minute, this kind of sound like a male's voice.
Yeah, we have a guy on the panel too. He's like
Oh,
right next to yours.
okay. But no,
Yeah.
I learned a long time. I don't think I wasn't what you would call consciously not dating black men. It just happened because my first boyfriend was a puppy love. I was probably 12 or 13. He was a little white boy. I guess we went to the movies maybe every weekend. Our parents would drop us to the movie theater and stuff. And after a while, I don't even want to deal with him anymore. And then when I get into something, I was just getting to different things. But I would say I've probably dated maybe five, which are African American men. I've dated African men. I've dated a Jewish guy from Morocco. I've
Mm,
dated what else? Cuban, Afro Cuban, one that's not Afro Cuban, it looks more white, like Ricky Ricardo looking. Um, Native American, and now I'm with a Sicilian, so that's who I'm engaged to
oh,
now.
cool.
Yeah, so and it's kind of it was, and I said, well, it was probably good that my options were open, that you have a bigger pool of men to sift through.
Yes.
Hmm.
Because I mean the bar is set really, really low if you just stay within one confinement.
Right.
Because a lot of times, even if you're in the suburbs and you're dating the more affluent or educated type, a lot of time they really aren't much different. The difference might be that they have a two-parent household and the father was actually present, but the pathology is the same. Like,
Hmm.
they don't get that talk about being a provider or anything. The educated ones concept in pathology is all about trying to compete with the white man. That is
I
it.
know.
And blaming the white man because they want some form of validation.
Well, what was so this let me tell you about this occurrence about let's see, this was like in the middle of COVID when it started. Um, I was at work. I'm a network engineer, so we were getting some fiber put in. So my boss asked if I could meet with the representative from this company that they had hired, the contractor. So just go over to show him, some of our land rooms. I said, okay, no problem. So the guy was a black guy that I met with, and I was like, off the top, we're gonna have an issue here. The way he was like, I thought I was gonna meet with Al. I said, well, Al have me to meet with you. So he said, but are you the secretary? I said,
Mm.
secretary. I said, no, I'm the senior network engineer. So he stopped and gasped, and he said, oh, I never seen a woman do it, and especially a woman of color.
Who
I
said
said,
that?
okay. This guy for who's this company that they were hiring to put in some of drops fiber into our network. I said, okay, well now you're seeing one.
Right.
So now he has to try to validate my credentials by trying to give me a quiz and try to use like
That's
network
making a mess.
lingo. I said, yeah. So I said, so anyway, I was like, okay, here we go with this silliness.
Yep.
So then I
Microaggression.
started. So I said, let me just switch up on him and start questioning him and see where his credentials. So he was like, then, and so then at some point he calmed down and we went through the little tour of the different areas. So he said, can we get lunch and talk? I said, talk about what? He was like, oh, I just want to go over some stuff. I said, okay, because I'm at an airport, so it's places to eat. So we sat down. He was like, I see that there's no ring on your finger, and at that time I wasn't engaged. I said, okay, what that got to do with this network that you. He was like, well, because you're nice looking and everything, but and I would like to know if I can take you. I said, oh no, I can't do that. I'm not going to fraternize with anybody that we be working on a contract with. No. So he was like, well, he said, well, then again, I would not date a woman of your credentials because you have, being a professional. You're probably making more than I do. And I said, well, I don't know. I'm not going to compare. So he was like, because I'm not. So he said, how long have you been a network engineer? I said, for about 10 years now. So he was like, oh, no, no, no. I know you make more than me then. No, I wouldn't be able to deal with you. I said, well, that's good. I love to hear that.
Yep.
I
Yep.
mean,
That
They're
is
right in
so
the
and
sad.
bag.
he worried about how much I make. I'm like, this guy is crazy.
Because it's like all he has to bolster his ego is his salary. And
Hmm.
he would need a woman that is a lot lower on the totem pole financially in order to feel like something, to
But
stroke
that's
his
sad.
ego.
But that is so sad.
Very
That's
much.
sad. Nope. Mm-mm.
That is so sad.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I can't even.
Yeah. They
That's,
they
that's
prefer.
beautiful.
I
I
say you
guess.
dodged a bullet.
Oh, yeah. It was no question. I wasn't even going out with that anyway because
Right.
somebody from the a contracting company that we were dealing with. Oh no.
Yeah.
Because
That's unprofessional.
that can go south in within a week's time, and then you got to sit there and look at that person. No, oh
Hmm.
no, nope. So
That is so that I oh my but you know what? I saw somewhere where they were saying I was talking to a lemon drop yesterday and I was saying that she was asking me a question and I said, let me tell you something. And just like that, Mr. 1204, whatever that thing is that just dropped in a thing. Anytime you throw a rock, and y'all know this saying, it's oh, older people used to say this. You throw a rock in a pack of dogs, and whichever one yelps, That's the one that got hit.
Mhm.
So anytime you say something, and if you're not talking to them directly, if you know that that person is not talking to you directly, or trying to be nasty and come at you and talk to you and be passive aggressive and talk to you indirectly and covertly bully you, if you know that that's what they're doing, that's one thing. But if somebody's just talking out, just talking, like for instance, us just out talking, right? If you know that person's not talking directly to you, why would you respond? So
If they
my
was
thing is
in the
this:
church, you went down
if
their
you,
street.
yeah. So my thing is, if someone asks you a question and you answer them, then they just the person can just say, "Oh, okay," and just go on. Why get all bent out of shape? You know how much you make, and if they tell you or you happen to find out how much they make and they make more than you, if you're a real man, you just say, "Oh, okay, I can rock with. I ain't messed up about it. I don't care how much you make. That ain't my business." Or if you happen to find out, if you can't deal with it, okay, I'm gonna go on. But to make a big issue of it
Yeah.
and to try to knock somebody down, to step on top of dead bodies, to appear to be taller and bigger than what you really are.
Makes no
But
sense.
I find that a lot that it seems like black men compete with black women. They don't
Yes,
compete with men. They want to compete
nope.
with the women.
That's
That's crazy to me.
that's it. Because nowadays, someone said that men these days are they have more estrogen than they do testosterone, and I believe that.
Absolutely,
I really believe that,
absolutely.
and they do. But the thing is, they know they cannot compete with non-black men. They know that's laughable.
Of course, which is why they take out all of their aggressions on us a lot of
Yeah.
times.
Well, and even if you think about like years ago when they were saying like the Loveless couple, the couple that the white
Oh yeah.
woman or woman
Oh, the Lovelings.
loving,
Mhm.
they're loving, whatever.
Uh,
It is. And um I was watching that a while ago, and then I watched it again, and I'm thinking to myself, y'all were willing to sit outside and eat, and y'all were fighting in a war while they sat and really
They weren't. They weren't
right.
even
Y'all turn
protecting
around
us.
and y'all say everything and do everything with your chest when it comes to. I see why.
But they weren't even protecting us in Africa before colonization. There were
I
very
know
few
that.
tribes, just like how we have very few, unicorns as they call them nowadays, that are in the community that are, that exception to what we're used to in the pathology.
Mhm.
These people weren't even protecting people from colonizers back then, tribes. It was literally only a handful that was doing that were known as warriors that were fighting back. So it's
That's
like,
true.
yeah, not much has changed. Whose fault was it then? Because you blame the Europeans for everything. So if colonization and this and that, they oppress you, then who was doing the oppression before these people ever came to the continent?
Mhm.
Please let me know.
So that's what I'm saying. So, but I just read something somewhere. I was going to answer that question as to how that worked out. I just it, I just read that just it was yesterday, and I was going to answer that question. I just read that. Hmm.
Yeah, it was literally only a few. Some are known historically, like their tribes that still exist today. are known as like the warrior tribes and stuff like that, but that's all for namesake because even their ancestors back then were not warriors. They still allowed little
No.
women to be raped, pillaged, children killed, villages burned down. So it's like, yeah.
And then once they did that, they captured them and they
Mm,
sold us off. They sold you to the Portuguese. They sold them
mm,
to the Arabs as slaves. They've
eh,
been so. I mean, this has been going on. It hasn't
yes.
stopped yet.
And even
It has
before
not
these
stopped yet.
people, yes, and even before these people came over and colonized the areas or whatever and started doing all this pillaging, they were already trading with the Europeans, selling different
Hmm.
types of black people already. They were selling people from their very own hometowns to be in slavery, well before
That
slavery was even enacted.
sure did. Selling them, selling them for what was it?
For
What was
different
it?
exotic silks and
Alcohol
different,
and
yes.
firearms. Hmm. So hasn't stopped. So
And
that's
then
why I
that's when
don't.
these people came over and, scoped out the landscape and started, taking over. But even when they were just doing business with one another, these people were trading off their own people in order to get whatever goods and refineries that they felt like they wanted. So it's like,
That's
yeah,
something. But you
But
you
but
can say
see,
any.
even even with the Belgian conference when they was started, you had it circling what land Europeans. Okay, I'm gonna be the colonizer of this, some of that. I'm still saying, why did y'all let them do this? How
right.
all continent of Africa would have about 1 billion people on it. How in today? Now they got the what Chinese over there taking over, and they're just sitting
Hmm.
back. Okay.
They sold out to them as well for the same thing, for resources, monetary resources, not for,
Hmm.
like land or anything like that, because they have a ton of it. They have a lot of natural resources, diamonds, all of these things, but they sold out to other countries and then get mad when these people overdevelop or take over. No, but you signed up for this. This is what you asked for. This is what you have already been doing. So how are they oppressing you when you signed up to be oppressed in the first place? Like, I don't get it.
I don't
Do
either.
they know what oppression means?
I don't think they do. Because if you
Let's
signed
see.
up for something,
Hmm. Huh?
I don't hear.
Chrissy?
Yeah, I think she's lost.
Oh,
can you hear me?
oh, I can
We
hear you
hear
now.
you now.
Oh, I was saying, like, no, I don't think they know what oppression really is because if you sign on the dotted line for something, you basically signed up for whatever comes afterwards. So, if anything, it wasn't a form of somebody overthrowing you or hostile takeover. No, it was a form of indentured servitude. That is what you signed up for. That's
Hmm.
like me playing a poker game with you and then showing you my hand and then blaming you for cheating. Huh? How? I just showed you everything that I had in my hand.
Hmm.
So you couldn't possibly cheat. If anything, I helped you cheat. I
Hmm.
gave it to you willingly.
I don't. I mean, as I've always said, when it comes to what was I? Oh, let me. This is this right here. Everything we just talked about. When you feel you have to go up against what's weaker than you, again, that takes me back to bullying, and I can't stand bullies. I don't care what gender, what race. It doesn't matter. I cannot stand because you earlier when I said he said don't call me Mister don't call me Ron McDonald. um, he was the white guy, and he ended up getting the room. You know the room that I was telling you about. Um, So my thing is, I didn't like the way he was being treated. It was him and his dog. And the thing is, I don't know how and why he was. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how he was. The thing is, he's still a human at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And the one he was telling about his ticket and all that. He was a black guy, but he
Mm-hmm.
was mentally impaired. You don't talk to them like that
You know?
because at the end of the day, the one that had somewhere to go home and live at, go home and live at, that had an address, was the one that was mentally impaired. I was
Mm-hmm.
homeless at the time when I walked away from everybody and everything to start over. When I walked away from that whole sick family, those old relatives of mine.
And even
But
if he wasn't
but
like
yeah,
having
but
a
the
place
thing,
to stay, it's
but my point
wrong.
is this: you trying to push up on me, and I was homeless. Even I didn't look like it, and I didn't smell like it, but I was homeless. So why are you mistreating them? But out of us three, I'm one of the ones that's homeless.
And they
So
wouldn't want to be
you
treated like
trying to
that.
treat me, huh?
I said, and they are the main ones that wouldn't want to be treated like that. They do the disrespect, but God forbid they be disrespected. Like they
But
wouldn't want
mm-mm.
anything to do with it. They would probably have picket signs and rallies and all kind of marathons going on.
But the thing is, he was from Africa. This bus driver was from Africa. So make that make sense.
I mean, no
After
different
he
than
had
the bleaching.
harassed me. Oh, I said I'll get it right. Something one day I get something. I eventually get something. I said, oh, yeah, you do doing what's right. If you come home with me or something. Oh, so you way over here across the
Solicitation,
water talking junk. You way across the water, harassing, huh?
soliciting, and sexual harassment. Mm.
Oh, I was all so are you doing it like that? Okay,
Sounds like an
see,
American thing to me.
yeah, but you about to see how Americans get. Yeah, you gonna learn today. Yeah, you gonna learn today. You better hope your car stay green, cause you gonna learn today. But like I said, I told him, don't take away his bread and butter, cause I could have taken away a whole bunch of people's bread and butter. Uh-uh. But you better reprimand him. That he better be reprimanded. And it don't have to be because of me, because I know how to handle myself. I ended up in the hospital because it brought back some trauma. That's like I said. That's when I started realizing a lot of things about to start back from childhood. You know, that was on its way. 3 years ago. But the ones that came, you want to take care of them. Oh, please just don't call. If you don't make no calls. Well, I'm gonna drop a couple of names. People let you know. You gonna take care of it as his superior, or I'm gonna make these calls. Please, please, just what can I do for you? I'm good, but this is what you're gonna do. You're gonna get them some rooms. I'm gonna get him a room, him and his dog. I ain't say tell him about the dog. Dog wasn't supposed to be there, but you ain't gonna know about it. And then this man, you're gonna take care of him,
Down
so
here, he
you
would have
won't have to
totally
worry about
gotten away
nothing else.
with it.
Huh?
I said down here, he would have totally gotten away with it because it's just normalized. Like if I tell you how graphic, like it's normalized.
I think because it takes you to
It's
know, know who you know and who the you know.
you
Hmm.
are higher up or in a hierarchy status, they don't do anything. They dismiss it.
Yeah,
Like if
I
you
got
haven't,
yeah.
you got to be
Had I not
raped.
known, yeah, it would have been. But see, I had to take what was said to me and let them know that what was said to me was not okay, and I ended up in the hospital.
Mhm.
But I tell you this, because I had paperwork. What you gonna do? I have a paper trail, and I have a case manager, and I also have to go to therapy because of. So what you gonna do? Hmm? Raise your hand if you have a case, and then I know the people to call. I only dropped one. By the time I got to the second one, he was begging me. And I said, if you could just not call, let me hit you better. I haven't even mentioned anybody representing me, but you better do this for them. The next day it was taken care of. Hmm. They ain't brand new because I was just so messed up because after walking away from narcissists, like I said, narcissists people underestimate what narcissists could do. I was just so it.
I see. I don't need to be in Florida then, because I'm telling you, down here, even with the paper trail, like they will dismiss everything, and it's hard sometimes to even find a lawyer to even want to take your case. Like, even though you can have a win-win situation on that, like a legitimate case, they still bypass it.
No, I can believe that the paper. I mean, the lawyers. Now that I can believe. That doesn't shock me. But to tell them what has happened to me on and then everything is recorded, and the way the way that you say it, what it before is me finding representation. I'm not shocked. I would have been shocked had I not found it. I would not have been shocked. But I can believe what you're saying too, because it all depends on what area you live in. Not to say you have to live in the slum, because you don't have to live in the slum.
Oh no, but
But I'm
Florida
just saying,
has been notoriously and historically documented to be very corrupt
yeah. Oh, I
and a
believe
lot
it.
of times
I believe it.
racist.
Oh yeah, I
So,
believe that. I surely do. Oh, I believe it, big time. But I could tell because here's the thing. I knew all of that, so I just said, well, let me. Cause I'm too right now. My mind is not. I didn't walk away from all this. It was brand new, pretty much brand new at the time, and that's when I was dealing with them YouTubers harassing me, the black women looking like I said, can't nobody another hate a black woman like another one. And then
yes.
it just went on right down to today, right down to recently. It's just, so I said, but we're gonna make it work for them because my mind was messed. I was just and walking away from an egg donor that was more vicious than these, YouTube streets. So, and then I realized there was more connected to that and went all the way back. So I was just like, she was jealous of me from way back from teenage years. I was like the new chick on the block once I started getting curves, you know.
That
So,
is crazy.
and I learned all that stuff. I had just learned all of that. I had just learned that stuff. So my mind,
Oh,
like
as a
I told
recent?
you, my mind was messed up, huh?
Oh wow, you had just learned that stuff?
Yeah, I had
Oh
just learned
wow.
that. And I just started to lose. I was and then she took my niece from me out of spite to try to control me, to make me chase after her. And I was determined not to look back. I literally that's why I wasn't shocked that I ended up in the hospital. Because a lot of the
Overload.
trauma was coming. So, yeah, that weekend, I think it happened on a Thursday. And then by that Saturday, I was in a hospital from anxiety. Because he had just tripped and all that. It just, and I'm like, what is going? Because I'm sitting around. After he said, oh, guys have flirted with me before, and I just like whatever, like I do now. And I'm just sitting there like, don't you cry, don't cry. What is up? What is going on with you? Why are you crying? It was like, what is going on? I'm weeping because this guy said. And it just took off from there. It just, it took off from there. And I had no idea why I was, and it went from there. So no, I didn't know how to process things well, and it literally from that weekend. and everything. And the guy that wanted to marry me and everything, I just, and it's been, and then the last, one of the last people I learned that was supposed to have been my friend, I learned a little over a year ago that she was jealous of he and I. And I met him on a cruise when both of us went on a cruise together.
Oh
And I
wow.
met him when we were on a cruise together. It was me and it was the two other females. I call them females. And they were jealous because guys were trying to talk to me. And I'm like, y'all acting like I'm walking around saying, put your hands up and try to talk to me, not them.
Yep. Been
I'm like,
there.
what do these females be getting? What is wrong with y'all? And
Because there's
here's the thing.
somebody out here for everybody. I don't get that.
I was actually I was walking around saying, you, she's like, he's y'all so weird. Let me hook you up. No, no. Well, how do you do know you're gonna have, it's gonna take human dialogue content. I mean, you do know you're gonna have, but because I'm laughing and talking and having, people will hate you for stuff you don't even know you. I learned that my egg donor and supposed to be relatives and childhood friends will hate. They will hate you for things you don't even realize is something that's supposed to be a gift. Because I'm laughing and talking and having a good time. Oh, that's something to be hated for.
That's just to show how miserable they are.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what it is.
And I went home from here. The first time I moved here, moved home for 2 years. I was in a bed for 2 years. I literally would get up to go to the bathroom. I ate my food in the bed. I did not get up. If my egg donor checked on me, one time y'all did. My sister checked on me. The few times that she checked on me, and she told me she was crying. One day she said, "You scaring me." I didn't know what a panic attack was. Even when I had one, I didn't know what was a panic attack. I went from being this diva to walking around with my hair matted to my head, with this cap on with lint balls in it, wearing the same pair of run-down boots, a blue jean skirt that was ill-fitted, and a sweater with knit, knit, just stuff here. It on it, whatever caught it. That's what I wore for 2 years. Whenever I got out the bed, and she never. Oh, one time I decided to put on some makeup, and her mother said, "Oh, baby," her mother called me baby cakes. "Oh, baby cakes, you look really pretty." And my egg donor looked and said, "You should have ironed them pants you got on. Why you think you looking cute?" And I cried. I just stopped crying a year ago because I kept saying, "Oh, I guess I thought I had stopped crying." Because I kept saying, I let her down because I didn't iron my pants. I let her down because I didn't iron my pants. And that was in 96. And when
Well,
I
that
moved
is a true.
home, I'm sorry.
That's a. I was saying what you're describing is a true narcissist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you know that they try to manipulate people. You know, to control them, control their thoughts, to control their emotions, and it's like they want to like they want to be the puppet master.
Oh,
And
she
some
was
and
really,
mm-hmm.
and she called up my, I learned that she called up some of my, I thought were friends, but I attracted narcissistic friends. Some of my friends I thought were friends in Michigan. I had just bought her a house and gave her a key. She called them up because they were looking for me from it, and she called them up. She don't know that I know this. It's the first time I have ever mentioned this aloud, so I'll be sharing it with you all. She called them up and told them a bunch of lies because she always wanted them to be her friends rather than mine. And I was 17 when I met them, 16 or 17, and they were in their early 30s because I always had older friends. A lot of my friends were older. When I was younger, that was considered older. And they always preferred me over her. I didn't know. I didn't know. I mean, well, they knew. I learned later that they knew her. They knew her. They avoided her. They always thought I was genuine and sincere. They sought after me because I just learned why, and it all makes sense why they prefer me over her. I didn't see that as a kid. I was a kid, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But and when I would go over to someone's house that they were nearby, she would come over there and she would come in, hey, laughing and talking. She would look at me and say, go home. So I would get up and go. And to their husbands would say they didn't want her back over to their house. But when they moved, the wives would come and pick me up so I can stay the night at their house across town. And then they would drop me off. I had no idea that she was building up hate for me and this true disdain for me. I didn't know. I was a kid. At that time, I was 12, 13, 14. You know, I didn't. And so she was building up. So she still had a child like mine because she was 25 and my younger siblings, they're twins, and their dad was 12, 13, 14, something like that, I was told. So she was still. And so I wasn't allowed to go outside after I hit a certain age. You know, I started developing because the guys like me would prefer, you know, would try to get to know me. I wasn't thinking about them. They always called me mean, you know. They thought it was funny because I was so mean. Um, but she was attracted to them. So to keep me from being now I know, the new chick on the block or being competition, I would have to sit in the house. No kids, not being a troublesome child. But the other kids can be out doing other things they shouldn't be doing. Her oldest, the golden child, having kids and selling illegal substances and um, doing other illegal things, I won't say. But I'm the one that financed him out of the streets to help him to be in the state that he's in now. And he's been off the streets as you know, he was a kingpin. I raised his kids, grandkids, and he's been off the streets for 15 years because I financed him off the streets. And I used to always tell him, keep that a secret. Don't tell the relatives. And we never did. And she made sure they never did. And the very thing that he did to show his appreciation for that years later, the very thing she used to have him take back from me while I was raising his grandchild. And then she had him take your grandchild. That's gonna get her. So these are the narcissistic old nannies that I'm in therapy for to help me to stop being triggered.
It's understandable.
Mhm.
It is very understandable.
I'm
You,
right there with you.
yeah, you see this Nick Naw. You see him in my bed. You side with him. You want to come back around, and then you want to tell all these lies. And I learned all this maybe not even a month after this, and that messed me up. The things that I learned about this person. That's not a mother. That's the egg donor. And then you have old fools that want to scrap with someone that looks like them over an avatar. That's not okay. So that's why my limit my lemonade stand is not for
I will say that you are a very strong woman to have gone through such a very strong fire. I cannot imagine my immediate family is putting that type of, to me, waste. I mean, just think you what you've gone through and still going through, but you're strong, and you have shown your strength, and you're truly blessed because a lot of people couldn't have made it through that from what you dealt with.
it's a blessing. I have to say.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Because the mind is very fragile, and you have to be in a good state of mind to even toughen it up that you can go through something that you don't, permanently crack, break. And you are truly blessed. I can tell you that.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I value that. Thank you. It's I just but I don't want to be that angry black woman. I don't want to be that person to say, you know what, I'm tired of being loyal to people and they only turn around and spit on me, spit in my face, kick me in the teeth, pretend like no, it's not like that, and no, 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 we're free. No.
I understand what you're saying. Um, Last year, that I had a girlfriend who she and I became friends in college, and we were very close. I thought she was my best friend, and I found out she wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
My father had passed away. He passed away like 2010 from prostate cancer. Then my mom, she passed away uh to March of 2000 from the of symptoms of Parkinson's. She was in the
Oh,
final stage of Parkinson's, and my mother, I would say she has been my strength. She's been
mm,
my everything. She's been my girlfriend. She's been everything to me.
that's
I really
wonderful.
appreciate, everything. I felt, and after her passing, I see how lucky I was to have my mother.
Mm-hmm.
As a little girl, my mother treated me as, I don't know. We had this special bond. She took me everywhere with her. So when we would go, like, hang out with her girlfriends, it seemed like I knew to act like a little girl and play with your doll or color while the ladies talking about their personal business or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been going on for years. So as soon as we would leave and get in the car, I'll go, Mom. So why did she let that guy do what? What did that mean? And my mother, so my mother would break it down to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, and this particular one, it was about the lady talking about oral sex. Well, that she performed oral sex, and I'm thinking oral. I'm thinking, I'm coloring, saying oral sex. Now I know oral means to speak or speak out loud. Sex. So what are they talking about? Sex? What is she talking about? When I got in
Mm-hmm.
the car, Ma, what's oral sex? You talk out loud about sex. What to him? What? She said, honey, that's not me. So she told me exactly what that was. I was shocked, right? Did anybody did anything like that? So my mother was a tiny. You ask her a question, she's going to tell you what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And it got to a point where my mom said before I could start kindergarten, I was giving the children outside sex education class because my mother told me how babies got here and the whole nine, in which their parents were not pleased with that. That they had a meeting with her. Why are you telling this child all this information? And my mother did not want. She said she did not want to raise a dumb child
Mm-hmm.
because what had happened to her mother, because her mother, fell prey to that, where her mother was raised on a farm, and when she got 15 or 16 years old, this trickling down her leg, and she didn't know where it's coming from or what caused it. Her brother looking for stuff there, so they take her in the house. I couldn't find the stick, but she's bleeding. You help her out, and the mother's like, "Her, I've already told one child, I'm not telling anyone. Go talk to your sister."
Mm-hmm.
Her sister just gave her some rags to put on, but still didn't tell her what this blood was all about. My grandma said she was panicking. She didn't know what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
She said when she got to school, so she said that happened like maybe a Saturday, and on Monday when she got to school, her favorite teacher, who was a home economic teacher, she went to talk to her about it, and she broke it down to what was going on. You're having your period, and told her whole 9 yards. She said she had no idea what a period was, and took her to the little library and got her a couple of books to read. So she was like, she felt embarrassed how her brother had her legs up in the air looking for a stick and all this that could have poked her. And so she decided, I'm not going to ever raise children like that. So when she started having her children, she started informing her children, about sex education and self esteem. So my mother did the same thing. Um, so I understood about sex. My mother was involving me into self esteem, self awareness, where you need to go in life. That men cannot be the center, but do you need to understand how relationships work? So I was
Mm-hmm.
understanding that. And then with my father, I was going places with him, but he wasn't trying to have me in no talks.
Mm-hmm.
So when I became, I would say about 16, 17 years old, um, I wasn't really interested in guys at that point because I was doing all kinds of stuff from tap dancing to gymnastics, softball. So you didn't have time to really, get all that involved in thing about the boy part. But I remember my mother had told me because she had male friends, although she was married, she male friends from work. She didn't like the way they were moving, using women and stuff. So my mother was telling me, listen, when you get out here and start dating, you're gonna have to make sure you're protected. We already had that sex about contraceptives. And when you're ready, you want me to go with you, I'll go with you to the doctor. But you also have to understand sex have to be on your terms and your terms only. Not because he wants to do anything, it's gotta be because you want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And how you want it. If you want it in a relationship, okay. If you don't, she said, okay, you can also do this. If you want to have casual sex, don't have it with one person, have it with like two or three people. Because in casual sex, he's not making you his universe, so you shouldn't make it his either. But you're gonna have to be very careful on how you move being with casual sex because you'll get labeled. So you have to move in a way in which you are carrying yourself like a lady and not like a tramp. She said it's easier for a man to do it. But I mean, she broke down a lot of stuff, to me. So how you
Mm-hmm.
wanted to, carry this. But I could never do that casual sex. I didn't understand how you could do it. It was not me. I was
Mm-hmm.
always a relationship type of person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So yeah.
But you had a but one thing about I have to say about with your mom, you and your mom, you your mom stayed true to um, your relationship, her relationship with you. She didn't. She didn't
That she
pretend.
did.
She didn't pretend to be something that. Cause see that for forever. That's what what you have to just imagine what you had with your mom, and then waking up one day and realizing everything that you thought you knew and what you believed about your mom was the polar opposite, that the complete opposite of that. You learned others around that it was nothing like that. That you learned the absolute truth. And then, you know how it's like a movie.
Right.
You wake up and all of a sudden, or someone in a movie, you know how the cameras get to spinning and then like old memories get to coming back. That person starts to becoming lucid and they start to realize, wait a minute, you know, and they start to wake up from from everything. The memories start to the trigger, and you go, oh my goodness, that's what that meant. Wait a minute, and in that movie, everything's spinning. You go, oh my goodness, all of a sudden they become afraid of whoever they're in the house with.
Right.
Mhm.
Right. Just like, okay, with that, what the background of in my mother's relationship. So I kind of try to carry my girlfriends in that type of relationship too. So the
That's
girlfriend I
good.
had from college, now I was in and out of relationships through our whole time from college to, up to now. But this guy, and I would say the last 10 years, almost the last 10 years, my social life was kind of cut, down to because I was taking care of my mom. Because when I got off work, I was the caregiver for my mom.
Hmm.
As she was, declining. So my girlfriend, who I was really close to, she's single, so she was dating, and well, she dated bums, and that was her type of guy. She liked dating. Okay, that's what you do. You do you.
Hmm.
So when after my mother passed, and I went through a grieving period, um, and which I had to get counseling too, because I felt I lost my best friend and who was also my mother. So after I went to that grieving period for a while, and I started to put my foot back out into the world, and I met the man that I'm with now, and that was really crazy. But we're starting to date now. I'm very cautious because I'm like, oh my God, I've been out of the game for a while, so I dragged my feet. And as my best girlfriend, she and I used to talk every day. So I'm telling her, play by play, like he asked me, he took me out for lunch and we talked about this and we went out to lunch. We went to dinner and he
I think you're cutting out.
Yeah. CJ?
CJ.
I was like, well, it was among
Oh, you.
friends. So I had my
Wait a minute.
keys. So if anything would have popped off, I wouldn't gone home.
But
So
CJ, you went out for a second. You went out for a little bit. You were saying something about what was the last thing she said, Chrissy?
That she would tell her friends things play by play.
I told my I would
Yes.
tell her play by play as we were going out, my
Hmm.
girlfriend, with the guy and I. So anyway, I remember just this one that I thought was kind of crazy that we were going to have. He was having like a game night with some friends. He had invited me over, told
Hmm.
me, I got a spare bedroom. You could stay in the spare room, so you don't have to go home that night. So I told her about that and went over. Had a blast. So anyway, she was like, "Well, I wouldn't have stayed." I said, well, I didn't really want to drive, in the middle of the night, going back home. So then we started. This is what the clicker was. So anyway, he called me one evening and we talked. We would talk every evening, how's your day kind of thing. There's one evening he called me back and he's like, I'm coming over your house. I need to talk to you. I'm like, coming over my house? He said, yeah, I don't need your address or anything. I figured out what it was. because it's all over the internet. So I'm over. Anyway, so he comes over with wine, and we're sitting down in my living room and talking, and he was letting me know that he would like to, pursue a relationship with me. And I was like, yeah, I would too. So I'm telling her about this. Anyway, how we just sat and just talked about our lives and stuff. And we fell asleep sitting up in my living room. And like 4 o'clock in the morning, that's when he got up and said, "Oh, I got to, rush home, start getting ready for work."
Mm-hmm.
Her response was, out of that, when I'm telling her that I should not have let him in my house. And I'm like, why? Oh, because he's just trying to control you. I said, control me? No, he told me he was coming. And when he got here, he told me he wanted to pursue a relationship. Okay. And she was like, well, he would have came in my house. But see, she has a hoarder situation going. I was like, girl, ain't nobody coming up in your house. So anyway,
That's the
then,
reason.
yeah. So, but that's the reason why he couldn't have come in her house. But she's going to reflect that it was a problem of me letting
Yeah.
a man in my house. And I'm like, I don't entertain out in the middle of my street. What, are you crazy? So anyway, as this guy and I, pursued our relationship, I mean, we've been having a blast. And she backed off. But before that, he had a friend at the time who was single that I met. And I'm thinking, oh, good, I could hook her up with him, and because this is a cool guy too. And there have been times in which I tried to invite her over, and it was always, I'm cooking greens. I always something silly, right? So I was like, oh, forget it.
He said, I'm cooking greens.
Hmm.
He said, I'm cooking greens.
In love
That
with,
would be
and
her
she,
flimsy reason.
can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, but that would be her flimsy reason because she cooking.
Well, I think she was kind of scared or something, because that would have been, out of her range. She only dated black guys, but she wanted to move to something different. So I'm
She was
trying to give her
jealous of you.
something different. Yeah. So anyway, as time went on,
I'm dead.
it was something she had borrowed from me, and I needed it back. So I calling her, texting her, no response. And she lives with her sister. Her and her sister live together. And I think maybe something happened to her sister or something. So I said, well, I'm gonna go over there after work. So I go over there, and she opens the door and said, "Oh, it's you." I said, "Yeah. And why haven't you been responding back? I've been asking a certain question, like, where's my stuff, right?" And she's like, "Oh, um, you and I have nothing in common anymore." I was like, "What? What are you talking about?" Now her sister and I have been friendly. Her sister sitting in the pile of rubbish, working from home, and she didn't see me. I was like, "Oh, here we go. What this is about?" So I said, "Well, let's step out and talk." So anyway, we go into my car to talk. She tells me that, well, you have moved on because you have a new family now. I said, "What family?" "Oh, Jason, his family. They embrace you. His mother and his son has embraced you." And so, I mean, I said, what that got to do with being a family? I already got a family. Well, I'm not married to him. What are you talking about? I said, I've been trying to carry you the whole way of this relationship. So what are you doing? She said, well, he takes you to nice places. Like y'all went to Ruth Chris, you went here and you went there.
That's
Yeah,
what it
he,
is. That's it.
y'all then flew you out to Las Vegas, and he, all,
Oh,
New
so now
York, and
because you got flued out, all of a sudden now she jealous.
yeah, and she said, and if I couldn't do that with you, because the guys that I go out with, they can't afford stuff like that.
Okay, that's her fault.
I said,
Right.
well, you pick those type of guys. I can't rock that way. And I
Hmm.
said, but I was trying to put you in position. You could have been doing the same thing, but you
And
were
she
cooking
probably did.
greens. You were doing this and that. And I said,
Hmm.
the main thing I told you you had to do was clean up your apartment, because a guy at some point going to come to visit. If I had to introduce you to a guy, he's going to come over, and you can't keep the stalling, because then it's going to look like something suspicious. And it can't come back to me as why she won't let me come to her apartment. I can't answer these questions. But then so then that broke up our relationship. I couldn't believe this broke up a relationship because I'm dating somebody who's taking me out places.
That's not
Because she
it.
wanted me to do struggle loves. But
That
anyway, so I was telling my other girlfriends about it. And one of them said, well, I she said, well, I really didn't care for a while because I could see that there was some jealousy that she
yeah,
had against you,
it's her
for
broken.
years. I said,
Sure.
really? She said she was calling out some stuff that, like little snide remarks she would make. And this was going on for years. She said, well, I thought maybe that's how y'all roll, but she said I thought it was kind of tacky that she would always have to little snide remarks, you know, say it to you. But I was like, this is crazy. It's crazy.
And it took me to go back to my old my childhood. It was 38 years, and I had and narcissistic. I had to go back and I didn't know it was such thing as a narcissistic friend. I did. All this was new.
Right.
I didn't know. This stuff is just we call it selfish, self-absorbed, and all that. And it took me to go through all, and everything was just hitting me all at once. I was just like enraged when I realized after all of these years, everything just started hitting me, like I said in that movie, and I was like, "That's what she." And every time I would go to try to do so, everyone around me, I was rooting for, trying to get them to win, help them to win. That's why now, the minute I'm out, I'm not sticking around. I don't care. Call me what you, but you will not call me love bomb. You will not call me gaslit. I mean, even a second and I see now, do the smear campaign. Do it. I'm used to it now. I'm used to it. Once I crumbled, and once I pray, my God, give me strength to get back on my feet. A good pill and a good prayer is all I need, and I'm good. Okay. And once I'm back, I'm not. I make peace with it. You can tell people what you want people to think and feel. That's fine, even if it look like you're winning. The old saying, "What don't come on the wash, come on the rinse."
Yes, it
But I
does.
tell you one thing, I
Sorry,
ain't coming
Chris.
back.
Sorry to
Huh?
interrupt you, but quite once in the chat.
Huh?
Quite once in the chat.
Oh,
Oh, can I see anyone?
oh, hi, creating one. She just wanted to stop in and say hi. Oh, okay. Hi, hi. Hey, Lemon Drop. Thank you for stopping by the lemonade stand. Hey, must be the lemonade. Thank you for stopping by. I hope the packing is going good for you. We've been out just going at it, having a good chat. Thank you. Girl, I can't see. What is that? Oh, okay. I can see. Okay. I'll talk to you soon, okay? But but I'm gone. I'm not. Excuse me. Gotta go. Gotta go. Gotta go. I'm out. I gotta go. But with your, I had to walk away from, and I were looking at the way that they were. Like I said, don't look at it. People are cheering for you. Listen to the volumes as well.
Hmm.
Listen to
That's
the
true.
volume. Watch and see how long that length of them cheering. Because a lot of times the person be like, "Oh no, I will. I will." Watch the vibration.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Listen. And I had to go back and say, that's, oh my, oh my, are you kidding? And it all just hit me all at once. The first time it hit me, I was in the hospital. My anxiety hit me, and I literally, it messed edge. I thought, oh, you're kidding me. You're, and that's when I thought the people that I thought I knew from the elementary birth, I raised you. You called me your mom. It's just I'm in a hospital cleaning your husband at work, playing the game. He only You only call me when I'm staying nights and days. I'm cleaning your. I'm doing all. I'm killing myself. I'm I'm killing myself to do all this. I'm raising your kid and your kid and and I'm still waiting to get a thank you to this day. And you're behind the scenes pulling all the puppet strings. And then you say, don't nobody treat me the way that you do. And then you will sit and urinate on the floor on purpose. And I learned through narcissism, through the classes, through research, that you did that to see how much control you had over me. And the whole time I was cleaning it up with a smile, telling you it's okay, I understand. You were laughing at me.
You're better than me. I could tell you that because I flew into a fit of rage with mine. Um, the same young lady I told you about that I would literally snatch off my wig or my weave ponytail for and stand up to her abuser and everything like that was the same one that was doing years of snide remarks, colorist remarks. Um, all along, she was waiting for a chance to be able to one up me. And when I was at my lowest of the low, even though I had cut her out of my life, she, showed back up and put herself back in place to be in my life. And then when I was at my rock bottom, I remember she made a comment to me, calling me pathetic. And at this point, like I had been, trying to take care of my child alone for all these years. I was dealing with family issues. I was about to face homelessness, like all of these things. And the girl called me pathetic and then tried to throw God into the situation as if God had anything to do with her shady ways or pettiness. And I blacked out. And if it hadn't been for her child being right there, I would have probably hurt that young lady.
I just don't know why they do that kind of stuff. Just like the lady I was telling you about, my girlfriend. When my mother passed, like I said, I mean, that took a lot out of me. Because, I saw her going down. And, and I knew, it was coming, the day was coming. And then when the day got here, I had to be the one who had to pull off the plug. So I
Mm,
went through all that. My mother tried to prepare me to with that. Her doctor tried to prepare me,
you
when
can't
she
prepare
would
for that.
yeah, but just until that day happened, you just.
Yeah, you just
So
trudge along. Yeah.
yeah. So my girlfriend at the time, she and I called my job and I my after they told them because I had to leave work, so and they after they learned my mother passed. It was understood I'm not coming to work until I'm ready. So I stayed off about a month and a half to get myself together, go through grief counseling, just do me for a minute. Her response was, "Oh, I don't know what you're going, what you lying around for, grief counseling. Oh, that's just and that's for weak people." All you gotta do, just for weak people. All you gotta do is just move forward. I don't know what you're doing this for. I said, well, that was my mother. That was the love of my life. What are you talking about? And she just blew out, and yet, and then she go, oh, let me go. But
Oh,
that
okay.
it was so insensitive to me. But in retrospect, this girl was showing me how much she did not love me as a sister to her. You know, I'm thinking you're my best friend, and you say crap like that. Then when I get back on my feet, I guess it really pissed her off that I get back into the swing of things and
Yeah,
meet
they love
someone.
it when you're losing. They love it when you're losing.
Yeah, and when I'm winning, then it was a big ass problem.
Mm-hmm.
So she and I can say we have spoken, but I had given her a good read one day, went up one side and down the other,
Mm-hmm.
and we have spoken since. But it's like we kind of like strangers, like in the passing. That's about it now.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like she's been really exposed, and I let her know I see what your cards are,
Mm-hmm.
how much I did not appreciate it, all the stuff I have done for you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's what really got me. I mean,
Yeah.
there's times when they were about to get evicted from their apartment, and I caught them up in their rent. Y'all pay me back whenever you can. I never pressed them about anything.
Mm-hmm.
But she was always coming to me for finances or whatever. I've never asked her for anything. So I don't know. I just don't get it.
It's usually like that.
People don't. People when you. It's always. I don't know. Like I say, whenever a person is really true to who they are or true to who they are loyal to, 9 out of 10 they're going to end up being true to another. I don't know why it end up being that way, but that's just the way it always end up being. 9 out of 10, because it just starts off that way until what's his name said on Fire Heartbeats, and I always quote this because this was told to me in so many words when I was in my early 20s when I first moved down here with the person that I moved down here for, because I learned that she used me to get me down here. I came down here to visit. I fell in love with it, but to get me to come down here, she was all talking up because her fiance was here. This is supposed to have been another childhood friend of mine, and she was real meek and smiled and soft spoken and sweetheart and all. And everybody, you could barely get her, So like I said, they come in all forms, but you just got, I was a kid, so we were friends until, and I actually taught her how to take up herself, because this one girl she was friends with used to treat her like crap. And I'm like, you don't let nobody treat you like that. And I used to take up for her and then treat her, and then she started, bossing up to me. I'm like, it's funny how, and I have to even say that now down to this day. The people that don't mean people any good, those be the ones that they kiss up to. But every time I try to be down for people and be there for, all of a sudden they got so much smoke for me. You got so much smoke for me, but you reward that bad behavior. That bad behavior with people that don't, that's not right true for you. You want to reward all of that type of behavior. But okay, but you better hope. And I tell people that this usually is going. This is going to happen. This usually is what happens, because I done been through this before. And they say, okay. And I said, I like to keep the lines of communication open. If it's a problem, come to me. Clearly you can tell I have no problem with talking. I'm not, I'm a big communicator. I ain't got nothing to hide. Look, I'm not afraid to let you know, look, yeah, I said it. I'll tell you if I said it. But I'm the type of person like this. If I have a problem with you, if you don't know it, you're about to know.
Exactly.
Everybody knows that's how I've always been. Or if I'm rocking out with you, you're gonna know it. And this one thing my brother said, the one is under me. We have the same dad. This one girl, these girls, because my brother is super, super, super handsome. We have the same dad. And my egg donor was married to him. He divorced her, but I can see why they couldn't coexist. I told him this because y'all are both narcs. I but this girl that liked him, you know, a lot of times girls try to get close to you because they like your brother. And I told him, you better get your girls, get them, because that them trying to come through me, and And one girl said, your sister seems like she don't like me. He said, well, I'm gonna let you know about my sister. If she like you, you'll know it. If she don't like you, you'll know it. So if you're getting that feeling, then he just stared at her. Oh. He said, so I told her, I mean, I just want to write. Well, you told her right. Tell her to go that way. Because she's not in my face because she likes me. We didn't grow up together. We about 10 years apart. And we just moved down here. I don't like her. Now what? Let her know. If she can come, I'll tell her. No, I'll let her know. You about to want to do that. So when the girl that I moved down here with, she was hee ha ha because her fiance was down here. And we were in Michigan, we used to all hang out together because I had she had done, see, when you're young, you're dumb. She showed her hand before we moved here. Now all of a sudden she wanted to be close, and we ended up moving down here. And she told me, leave your car in Michigan, and then we can just use my car together because we were going to be roommates. And that way, she said, besides, you know, she was going to share her car with her, at the time, her fiance. And I said, okay. She got a car the same color as mine, looked just like my mom. Was a better model, a newer model. But she got one look just like mine. But I wouldn't care. I didn't care. Because when I had gotten my first credit card, I was like, oh, okay. I signed her as a card holder. That's how stupid I was, but young and dumb. And so we get down here. We weren't here, not even, I know it wasn't 48 hours. She covered her car up. This was in 95, 94, 94, 95. I'm still waiting for her to uncover her car for me, so to speak. I had to walk, catch rides, to walk. She told me, she said, everybody always choose you to want to be friends with you, and the way that I dress. And I'm like, you act like you talking like, and she was ironing her clothes. Or was I ironing? I was ironing my clothes. And that's when I liked ironing. Some got to iron now. If I can't spray it, and then wrinkles fall out, and I give it away. But anyways, but she said, I am. I feel like you're jealous. I said, you talking like you jealous or something. She said, I am. And it comes a time when something is so big to you just make, at least that's what I do. It can't fit. So I won't allow myself to believe that that's what they said. Because it's too big. And I think because in fact, now I don't allow myself to do that anymore because of my prayers. But because I was in such a toxic place in my life and didn't know it was toxic. And the things she said and did to me, why? And then turned right around. She told me she didn't want me around her and her fiance because she was jealous. Okay. You know I don't. You know I don't get in the middle of people's relationships. If I can't make them better, I don't. If y'all need advice, you know I don't interfere with nobody. That I don't touch nothing that belongs to anybody else. You know that.
Mhm.
And for her to say that, and the guy that I was seeing when I moved down here, then he got married, and she started hanging out with him and his wife,
I'm done.
and then her husband. So they were hanging out as couples.
Trifling.
She loved it as if I was her enemy, just so she can be able to have something to rub in my face. I didn't know when I was ever her enemy. I didn't.
Because all along you were showing love and she was competing. And you didn't know that you guys were competing.
I had
Because
no.
you came from an honest place. That's usually how it is. You don't even know that you're in competition because if you truly care about someone and you view them as family, friends, whatever, you're not trying to compete with your friend. You're not trying to compete with somebody that you call your sister or brother. But they are sometimes. Like, narcs, they are. They want to one up you. And you can have the most or you can have the least. And they will still find something to be jealous of you about.
So what she doesn't know is she thought she had something on me, but he actually when that's when pay phones
Mm-hmm.
were still being used before cell phones.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you remember that, Chris.
Yes, I used to play on them.
She don't know that I never told her, but see why she thought she was doing something. And all the ones thought, oh, Courtney, no. I actually had his wife was hating me, and before they got married, and she was hating my guts, and they were probably filling her heads. And she was. I'm like, she don't even know me. She don't even know me. But I actually lived up to your vows more than your husband did, because see, he was on a payphone on your honeymoon night, literally on your honeymoon night, trying to get a date with me, bro. And
I I
no,
wonder if he had made some type of remark to her, about you, or showing some type of interest that she took it upon as he had some type of interest in you, and
she
that's
knew
when the
about me before they
jealousy.
got married. She knew about me before they got married because I was living here.
Mhm.
She knew about us, but he was coming over. He was coming over all the time before. I didn't know. It was just how you just get weird vibes. Something wasn't right, and it was nothing there.
Right.
It was over between he and I.
Mhm.
I mean, it was just nothing there. Okay, it's clear. It's nothing between you and me. So why are you constantly coming to my house, to my apartment, and I gotta go to work? You breaking my sleep? What? Because don't nobody sleep over here. What? You live about a good hour, a little over an hour away from me, about a good solid hour away from me. What, sir? And you just sitting there staring at me. What? Okay, well, the remote is right there, and I'm on the other. I'm trying to go back. I'm sleeping, but don't touch this couch over here because I'm at 9/11. all day long. Which that wouldn't have been a problem because he did, and then that he did respect. That's what he admired. Raise your hand if you're that chick.
Mhm.
And so for you to be threatened by me when you don't really know me, and when you see me, you have this contempt for me. I didn't even know you knew my name. And if you know my name, then Sunkiss does it better. Because I don't get down like that. If you don't see a doorknob on this finger here, cancel it out. So now what? What? What is he telling? I don't know what he's telling you.
And even if he did tell her something, like that's not something that a woman should approach another woman about. Like, why are you talking to the woman that came before you?
That's
You
what
had
they
you,
do.
you
She
That's
knew
what they
for a
do.
fact. She knew for a fact it was over because it happened. It happened. It was us three. Well, it was four. Her friend, her, and him, and
but she
me.
should have took that up with him. Like
No.
whatever issues she has, jealousy, insecurity, whatever, like that should have been taken up with him.
And after that, I will see her and speak. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. You say you won. You won. That's
Enjoy
what
your pride.
you the smear can't do whatever you're gonna do. You appearing that you won. That's why even now smear campaign you appear. And I was only what 23, 22. You think you won? Okay, you got him. If that's what y'all telling her, I mean, I don't know. If that's what he trying to make you think. You trying to make them think. Okay, good to see you. Cause see, at the time, my best friend at the time, she said he looking at body parts he not supposed to look at. I said he know to look when I walked away because he know not to do it while I'm in house. Where I can see him because he knows how I work. He knows. Because when I was seeing him, hey, how you doing? Hey, how's your better half? How is
Mhm.
she doing? That's the only that's all we're gonna talk about is your better half. How is she doing? Tell her I said hi. Good to see you. Take care. Good day. That's it. That's it. Oh, tell your mom I said hi because that was my girl. Ain't nothing gonna change. And she would call me. I would laugh and talk with her whenever I had a chance. Good to you know, good to talk to you. Until she said he came home one day and said, "I wish I had a married." No, we're gonna stop this conversation right here
Mhm.
because I don't want to disrespect your son because that's your job. Out of respect for you, no. So since I can't disrespect him, I can, but I choose not to. So since I won't disrespect your son to you, what I will do is this: redirect the conversation and let him stew in it. And I sure hope different ones start to realize that it wasn't his decision after all, 20 some years later. But see, since whenever it's a black male and a black woman, they always think that she had no choice in that matter. He didn't want her. He just didn't want her. And what am I gonna do with that? Ran and said, "Yeah, you know, she's sleeping with a married man."
Mhm.
I had just found that out 3 years ago. I said, what are you talking? What? Well, I was told, and and then I said, I know that she was like, you mean to? So this is y'all gonna talk about that thing? Yeah, but I didn't think you last you did. You had to. This is why I didn't deal with you. I stopped coming to family functions, even funerals, at the age of 4. I stopped. This is why. Because y'all stood up and entered. Because even when things were happening that were illegal, was just sick and illegal, that y'all knew, y'all stood up and y'all gossiped over that. And now you want to sit up and exchange notes with me over what my egg donor did to make you lose your child. And now you want to sit up and say, well, my egg donor, what you did with you to make you go through this, and she was supposed to be your big sister. And now you want to sit up and tell, I'm cutting all y'all off. All of you. I'm cutting you all off. All of y'all. Because you're no different from the R. Kelly victims. Well, y'all are from the R. Kelly clan. And I'm no different from the R. Kelly victims. Start with Aaliyah. Y'all can sit up and see that's what's wrong. And now y'all want to talk. Now y'all want to call and beg me not to cut you. Now you want to call and check on me. Now I'm half of 100. You think I need you calling me? Now you want to be my father. You think I need you now? And y'all generate, y'all want to keep perpetuating this and sitting up in my face, thinking you gonna keep on doing the same thing. You got me messed up. Now I gotta learn how to deal with it better, handle it, approach it different. Now that I have to take accountability for. I need to know how to unpack it better and to attack it better. That means know how to handle it better, gain better control, better spirit. But if you honestly think you just want to sit in front of my face and y'all put on y'all little decent little garb, the best that y'all know how, and get up in my face and keep me spit in my face directly, so rather than in the chat, you think I ain't been paying attention? You got me messed up. You think I ain't been reading the room and taking one lick after another? No. You ain't finna come up in the chat when I've been saying many times I have been in the chat waiting for people to go up. And then I get up just so the live can be somewhat decent. And you think you gonna come up and spit in my face? And then everybody else join in, and then everybody's rewarded for it. And then, oh, well, it's because I wasn't protecting her. She's upset. I don't need your protection. I got a God to do that. And that's not what we talked about. That's why I have a problem with people pretending to be things. And people pretending to be stuff that they're not. Stuff that they're not. That's what I'm tired of. Is it going to stop? Not as long as Satan is not out of the abyss. I know that. But I don't have I don't have to not address it. But I have to learn how to own it, be accountable, and learn how to address it properly. Now that I have to own. And I didn't do it properly. Oh, but from now on. But see, my thing is this. I get so tired of people, decent people. When I hear stories like yours, Christy, you report it. And they have what they call flying monkeys. And then, narcissistic lingo. Flying monkey. They know that you're telling the truth. But the narc is so good at convincing them that no. The grass is purple. And you look and go, it's purple. No, 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 no. It's purple. See, think, pay attention. It's purple. And here's why it's purple. And they go, yeah, it's purple. And then they start sprinkling mud on you. I get sick of people like that. I get sick of narcissists.
I
I was
told them they wouldn't have to worry about me calling not one other police ever again in life.
mm-hmm.
Because I'll take the law into my own hands.
But
We're
see,
going to be
but then
protected.
now they won't go to jail, but you will.
Right.
See again, that's how this is Satan's world. So you'll go. Just like Jesus said, why are you treating me like a murderer? First, you were ready to make me a king.
Hmm. And if it's
Now
not
you
that,
treat
I'm a
me like me.
nutcase.
Huh?
I said, and if it's not that, I'm a nutcase.
Yeah. See, people are just, yeah. And I think about the thing, and I'm like, oh, and then when I think back on my childhood ex best friend, and when I last went to her because I'm like, she can't be this. I didn't want to deem her as a narcissist. And when she came to me the first time, she was like, yeah, I'm going to go to her so she could say the same thing because I will never tell her the truth. And when I told her, she was like,
Couldn't handle it.
she couldn't, she literally had she had a panic attack.
Hmm.
But I want to meet with her again so she could finish because she was about to have a panic attack and I haven't seen her from that day on. And that was 2 years ago. And she said to me the last time, how could you keep coming to me and I keep telling you that I'm having a this, this, that, and the other. You keep making this about you. I helped you. I gave you a key to my brand new house, but you wouldn't even let me spend the night at yours when I was homeless. I helped you raise your kids. Your man don't know the reason why y'all still married is because I could blow your stuff wide open if I went on his job and told him just this much of the truth. If I was a hater years ago, they'd be divorced. Easy. And by the way, if I was trifling, I would have your last name. Just saying. But see, he knows not to do that. That's why, even though you taking everybody you in everybody else's room, the bedroom with other people's husbands, and you scared for somebody to be with yours. That's why you didn't mind every last one of them. And the one I was telling you about that was with the one guy that I didn't want to marry, one of the
Hmm.
many, they including her, they all left me with their men. And I had to call and tell them, don't be leaving me at home when I woke up. Don't leave me here with your man. All of them. Every last one of them. Sister, all of them. I know you would never do nothing like that. Every last one of them. Even this one a year ago, the one I met the guy on the street, she just told him a lie and told me a lie to keep us away from each other and told me us both not to ever talk to each other because we never want to talk to each other ever again to tell each other that. To really tell him that and for him to tell me that we never want to talk to each other again. Kind of find out she was lying. Because she was jealous when she said, I forgot how he looked. And I showed her a picture. See, that's why you got to keep, when you think people lie to you. And if you met her, she's the sweetest person if you ever want to run up on. Biggest knot, and she's married. The stuff that I know on her, I can blow her stuff wide open. She ain't working. Her husband take care of her. I can blow her wide open. All these females, I can look, include my relatives and all. I can blow their stuff wide open. But one
Yeah.
thing I don't do is I don't go until the nitty gritty. Because my thing is this: if I told the nitty gritty, they wouldn't have Jack. Life won't get them back. Life will get them back. Because what I have dropped is public knowledge. It's already known. They've told it. But what they've confided in me in, I ain't gonna tell it. Because I said I wouldn't. But life will tell it. Life won't tell it. Life has whipped them down. And now they're mad at me because I want to deal with them.
There's a lot of the same people that they sometimes laugh with and talk about these evil things with are sometimes the same people that end up falling out with them. And those people end up being on the butt end of everything. And they're
Mm-hmm.
like, oh, wow, she was right. He was right. That really
Mm-hmm.
did happen to them. They
Mm-hmm.
did that to me.
Mm-hmm.
I should have listened. Then it's not funny anymore because now it hit home to them.
And she would just, and I would wonder, why is that a big deal? Why is she acting like it's not big? And I would go on. I look back, and now that's why if I got just this much over her, now I realize why she would act that way. They were all competing the whole time.
Hmm.
Every last one of them. That's why now they can't say nothing to me. I'm not mad, and I don't have to hate you,
Living from a distance,
but
wherever
I'm
you
done,
are,
and that's why I'm gonna love you. What you gonna be right over there. And if I
no
saw them
more
in public, they
access.
spoke, hey, how you doing? And I'm gonna keep it moving. But you can't know where I live at or have my phone number.
Absolutely. No
Mm-mm.
access.
I no, I can't read your heart or your brain, and that's unfortunate. That's scary. I'm human. I can't read you. I can read the room and I can pick up on, but I can't read your heart. So if you tell me you're sorry, I can just say, oh, okay, and go on. That's all I got. But because that's all I have, I got to love you from over there and from over here. Go that way. Because you told me that you did. Like you told me you loved me all before. So that's all I got. Mm-mm,
Once you betray me, you'll never get a chance to betray me a second time. We're good.
I
mm-mm,
I
know,
wish
because
you
you know it's
nothing
going to
but
be
Godspeed.
worse.
Yeah, I
right.
wish you nothing but Godspeed. And I bumped my head enough with
Mm-hmm,
that, people change and all of that. Yeah, people do change when they want to or when
mm-hmm,
God causes them to change. But a lot of people, they're so far removed from God because they rejected all of that altogether
mm-hmm,
to the point where their hearts are beyond hardened. So it's like, hey, we're good. You just can't have access to me.
mm-hmm. What'd you say, Liam? Did Liam say something?
No.
Okay, that's with me. But I know somebody said something. If nobody said anything besides you, Christy, just tell my story. That's all I got to say. I done lost my mind again. But just tell my story. Just say once upon a time it was a girl named Slinky. But you're right. But I'm like, okay. And it's so funny. It's funny how it's just interesting. The way that, because I had gotten so sick in a way that the way I told you, I described I got to how I was, they all walk around looking that way. Every last one of them. And because my sister allowed her boyfriend out of jealousy, and I'm the one helped her to fight. Well, not me. I prayed and screamed, but she said she heard my voice because we were there waiting for her to pull the plug. And I went in because I know through all her everything, all of her information, her physical, everything. She could do. She was, and the one friend that I don't deal with none of them anymore. But the last person, last female, she said you came in regulating, and that head nurse said, out of everybody that's been in here, she said I'm gonna talk to you. And one nurse slipped up and said it. She didn't mean to. It was she worked under the head nurse. It was in a trauma, not the trauma, but the you ICU. She said because the way my sister was responding to my egg donor's voice before they came, before they got here, my sister's vitals kept changing for the worse because they kept getting, they was trying to keep an eye on it, but they said they said she can hear you, but but they said what we're trying to work with, and that's when she said whoever this person is who called out my egg donor's name, they said whenever they hear her voice on this tablet, it gets worse. And I had explained to him what happened. And the other nurse said that worked there, she didn't mean to say it. She said, wait a minute. She said, that's my mother. And she said, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say. I said, you can be honest, And she looked ahead and she said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean. And I said, no, she didn't mean, you didn't mean, please don't. And she was like, oh, you sure? I said, yeah. She said, oh, I said, please, you're human. You just being honest. You don't have, you're fine. And I said, it's the truth. If that's how you feel. And no mother allows that. She's not one. And so I said, that's why she's responding that way. And so that's when they start monitoring everything. Well, my egg donor says to my sister after the fact. Now, my sister, because of what happened to her and what they had to do to revive her, my sister had amnesia, temporary amnesia for some time. My egg donor blamed her and said, I'm mad at you because you hurt my feelings at the hospital because that she chose me over her.
Wow.
I am done. And
Wow.
this lady is in a whole coma.
But my sister was literally lying there on life support, and my egg donor was sitting there.
They made it all about her.
Well,
Wow.
before we got there, before they got here, she was already orchestrating stuff because I can tell her boyfriend started acting. I said, they on the phone talking about me. I don't care. And then, so she set it up for when they got here. And when they got here, she's sitting on the side of the bed, calling around, trying to find out who was I on the phone talking to and what was I talking about, and starting up stuff so that she can manipulate or orchestrate it so that everyone in the room can be mad at me at the hospital room. My sister's lying there on life support. All because I wouldn't speak to her or in her golden child, her oldest son. And because I hurt her golden son's child's feelings because because I wouldn't speak. That was the first time she had ever seen him upset because I was rejecting him because he had never been rejected. And especially, no, and she had no control over me. Because once before she could just go off, pick something, go off on me and be good. See, and they still run around trying to get me to make up. Because with him rejecting me for all these years, that was fine. He's like, man, that's, yeah. But for oh no, we can't have her upset with him because his feelings, you can tell his feelings are hurt. He's been drinking and, upset. He's pacing back and forth trying to say, I still love you. You still my sister. This is that. And oh my goodness, not him. Not the cream of the crop. We got to get you up, man. I said, I don't care if I never see them. I don't care if I never talk to them. I don't want to talk to them. And the big mouth of the family, the baby sister, No, because and now she want to try to, love bomb and try. No, because every time something go wrong, she always trying to talk. She always trying to. She's always there. Y'all always want to run to her. Since when have they not ran to me? And you were the main one with the big mouth, always keeping stuff started, and you always gave me a hard time too. So you shut up too with your big nose. Now, next. Oh, you hungry? Nope. And my stomach growled. And when somebody else said, "You hungry?" Yeah. Could you give me some meat? Because I had just gotten out the shelter, got my plate. What you want to eat? Could you give me some Chinese food, such and such and such and such? Yeah, what you want to drink? So and so, so and so, so and so. Thank you very much. And everybody just sitting there. Yeah. See how uncomfortable y'all are? Okay, for years y'all made me feel this way. I didn't enjoy it, but this is how y'all made me feel. So then I just stopped coming around because y'all listen to this loser over here. That's the egg donor. So I don't care at this point. Run up, and I promise you, y'all in the right place, the hospital, but it won't be this floor. It's gonna be the one that's upstairs, the one that's worse. Okay. And she doing a little better today. Go right ahead. Y'all in the right place. Do it. And she continued and continued and continued and convinced my brother to church. He had never cursed around me. Kingpin, never cursed or smoked a cigarette.
Mhm.
And she didn't stop until then. And then she convinced him and talked to the nurses on the other side because eventually she started doing good. And she even said, "I heard your voice, real faint." And then it started, and then they convinced her it wasn't her. It wasn't her voice. It was all of our voices.
Mhm.
And the main, so it was another nurse. She comes standing in front of me at the hospital. I'm here. I'm slipping into a depression, and I've been at this hospital while your man is hanging out with your friend, drinking, and he want to stop in when he want to, and he don't even know how to read, but
I'm
he
done.
managed to get a power of attorney.
How? Don't you?
He's from New York. He don't even drive.
You
I'm the
have to
one
know.
who moved here, huh?
You have to know how to read and know what they're talking about. So how can you be power of attorney if you can't do those things?
Because her friend helped her go do it. Helped her go do it, and the nurse at the hospital um told him what to do because she was mad because her little Karen tears didn't get her off because she lied and told the cop I had cussed her out at the hospital. I said that's not true. So it was a black female cop came and I talked to her. I said I don't care what is she talking about? Because the white male cop came and threw his weight around and I talked to the female cop. I said she pulled the Karen tears. That's not true. And I told her. So she said I'll be back, and she went in there and said whatever she said to her. So the next day, oh, they all got together, and they came in, started picking, just like what they did over at the other channel. Then had the egg donor involved, and I'm at the hospital. I had moved in. I had suitcases and all that. And they were saying, "My goodness, you're such a good sister." And I was like, "Oh, thank you." I'm saying to myself, "This has been since day eight because she has, she suffered with this with the sickness. The egg donor ain't gonna do it. She back going out of town because she don't care. She better not do it. She used to me doing it. They know I'm gonna do it. The big brother, no, no, no. They know I'm gonna do it. But when she learned, they all kept it a secret because my sister had temporary amnesia. But see, my God made sure it got out, and she forgot where I lived. Because 2 days before she almost died, she came over. I let her find out where I was at 2 days before she almost died. And the reason for that, this is at my old place, not this one. Because if that had happened and I hadn't been able to tell her those things, I would not be sitting here talking to you. It would have been too big. I know it would have been too big. There is no way I'll be seeing her. And she lost her memory, so she forgot where I live. Because I didn't want nobody to know where I live. And then she said, I kept trying to find out where you live, because and I eventually had my chance to tell her what happened. And she jotted it down. And she was like, how did I get these pictures of you? And I said, this was 2 days before you almost passed away. She said, yeah, because these are my shoes you got on. And I don't understand how you got these shoes. And she had to relearn things. I said, this was 2 days. You have to keep. And she would look and say, your hair is so pretty. I said, thank you. And she'd look and say, oh, you did your hair is so pretty. And I said, oh, thank you. And I would tell her. And she'd look off and she'd go, where did you get that hairstyle? It was like that, you know. And
Mm-hmm.
so she jotted everything down, and she went to every last one of them and told them about themselves. Dropped it. Boom. Why? And they couldn't understand how she was able to remember with no notes, word for word, verbatim, about what they did to me at the hospital. When she checked my brother, he said, I'm gonna have to call you back when I get off work. He called her back. You good? She said, no, I'm not. She checked him. Let him know you're not a real man. She called my egg donor and ripped her hole in her. And she said, you don't never let a man put their hands on your daughter. Do you hear me? You know, she held the phone
Mhm.
because she was jealous, because she looked at it like, she taking care of you, but she won't take care of me. That's what she's jealous. But I didn't bother to go into details because I was done completely. Because what I went through at that hospital, he signed up, all of them got to, and had me escorted out the hospital with my bags by the cop. The very cop that was jealous because I was telling my niece to don't just sit and wait on a black man. Because he was saying little indirect things to me. Yeah, do this, that, you know, he think because he's from New York. He said, so I said, well, Turtle, yes. I said, well, when you get older and it's time to get married, because I had a long talk. I said, you do know they took you from me, right? Yes. I said, you know I love you, right? Yes. And she said, Mama. And it just, oh, killed me. I said, yeah. She said, I miss you. So I'm giving her cute little things off because I had no idea I would be able to see her. And she still remember my code to my phone, everything his brain. So because I said, you don't stick with just a black man, because usually they make you wait 10 years longer
Mhm.
before they're married. So that's when he said, keep doing big things, da da da. Because she was the best dressed kid in her school, her elementary teacher and her school teachers and all that. I moved into a nice area so she could be in the best schools. She got the best of everything. I made sure my God blessed me there to take good care of her. Then you want to say picking because of my egg donor, and they steadily sitting back, letting it happen. Like I said, which is what she's always done. I've always had to do the protecting, but sat back, and she has always set it up and sat back and let people attack since I can remember being a very little girl, since I can remember. And I have always said that's why I don't want to do youth, because I'm like, don't. And I had before I done my YouTube channel, and when They sitting back allowing different ones to say in things to me indirectly at the hospital. Okay, let's do it. You want to do it? Let's do it. So I waited, and they out drinking at the hospital, 30 of them in her room. Now they finna go celebrate. Now my sister on the life support. Now I'm bouncing back and forth. She on the life support. And y'all supposed to go celebrate the Super Bowl. Y'all drinking and under the influence. And but that's normal. They laugh. Yeah, they all laugh and everything. But y'all so pressed because I'm sitting off in the corner watching my child, making sure she's good. But that's not enough. Y'all got to keep cooking the egg and saying little things to dig at me and dig at me. All because she's sitting and stewing because I'm not buying her mess no more. So what? Because she's trying to be nice to me. So, so that dog don't hunt no more. You can't love bomb me no more. See, I prayed before you got here because I knew you would do it. And I knew she would be jealous because I was caring for my sister and not her. And she did exactly what I said that she was going to do. It never fails. There's nothing new under the sun. And sure enough, I said, I knew it. And when he choked me, they was pushing her out in a wheelchair. And she was like, sitting there just like what happened over there. And I said, see, that's why. And then she was rewarded, except for one aunt told her about herself. And then the love child that did the choking, he crying and oh, that's my sister I love. And then the boyfriend, yeah, he said something, and then my brother, the one that choked me, checked him and told him you be up, but that's still my sister. Let him know you better back off. All of a sudden he's shutting up. Oh, I thought you were so tough. You did 20 years in the pen, and you from the BK. You from Brooklyn. What happened to the tough boy? Because if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't y'all would have been homeless because you didn't drive and she had to have surgery, get a kidney transplant. Where was everybody then? Because my egg donor was talking about you and was mad because I was taking you back and forth to work and I was falling asleep in your parking lot at your job because I was too delirious to drive back home. See, but that's okay. But see, now you done got a little leveled up. See where you come from. It'd be back around. But but see, here's the thing now. My sister's kidney stopped working. And since you signed me out the house, you had me escort out the hospital. See, I'm no longer around to support you. Cause see, now you're the boyfriend. The husband is gone. You're the boyfriend. You thought you came in trying to prove you was out until you got tired. Guess what's going on now? I'm gone. Guess what? She has to go to the hospital, and I'm sick about it. But now she want to ease and let me know I gotta go to the dialysis clinic now, 3 days a week. Tell your man that wasn't driving at the time that's not my problem no more. Once before I couldn't dare tell her because she knew all I have to tell her is that I'm sick and she gonna come running. Not no more. I'm tired now, so that's not gonna happen, Liam.
So, Miss Sunkist, are you
Mm,
seeing anyone special in your life?
I'm not ready.
Yeah.
I'm not ready. I I don't want to take my insecurities of me not trusting anyone out on him. Um, is it on its way back around? Yeah.
Okay.
Am I going to label it? When I say I'm not ready to label it. In that sense, I'm not ready. It's nothing physical because but I don't want for making sure it stays healthy in a sense of being able to say him looking saying, okay, us us learning each other. He can say, okay, so this is I can say we're it's at this point. I'm saying this is what has happened to me. And this is what my triggers are, and this is why I do this. It's not because of you. And if this happens, don't take it personal. But I want the lines of communication to stay open. And I want to not be afraid of your imperfection and think I need to run because of your imperfections, because of my imperfections, and because of my traumas. I don't want to do that. And that's what
Right.
I mean when I say that. I don't want to, because I'll take off running because I'll think of what I went through in the past and I think, I'll run and won't look back because I'm afraid that you're going to do it next. I don't want to do that to him. So I want him to be totally aware of me and I'm totally aware of him and us be totally aware of each other to the point to be like, okay, we can mesh these imperfections together and we're good and we're perfectly aligned. That's what I want.
Right.
Yeah.
Understand.
hmm I don't want to do this whole I don't want to be a statistic. I just don't want to be, and it may end up being, for as relationship is concerned, but I want to be able to say I gave it all I had, you know. So,
Mm-hmm.
hmm so everybody want to jump in and dive in it and give it a title just like that, and I don't want to do that. I just want us to take it slow and really do the homework and see, to really do the homework. But I want to make sure I focus in on me more than I focus in on it, you know.
I
So,
understand.
hmm
Well, that's what kind of scared me with this relationship that I'm in now.
hmm
Um, I was engaged before I've been engaged. This will be the third engagement, but the second engagement. Oh, this guy, he showered me with gifts and travel and you name it, he did it. He was a real nice guy, very protective, everything.
hmm
And we got engaged. But before we got engaged, my mother had said, he is giving you a little bit too much. And I'm like, me giving me too much? He ain't giving me enough. But she thought that he was just going overboard. And anyway, she kept telling me to be cautious. We got engaged. And once
hmm
we got engaged, and that's when things started changing. He went out and bought a house for us. And I was like, wait a minute, I didn't even get an input on, the house, whether I, wanted the house that house that you picked out. He went to closing. So then, my name is not on the house, right?
hmm
Then he started decorating and I'm not picking out anything. And I'm like, what the heck? Right? So
Yeah.
so red flags were going off in my head. Um, and at that point, I decided that I needed to have finished school. I said, let me finish school because I guess I got kind of nervous. And my mother had been pushing me, girl, go back and finish school. So I decided, I guess this was probably a trigger within me to go back to school. So I
hmm
went to called University of Maryland, signed back up because I already had credits because I had dropped out, so I dropped back in. So I announced to him that I was going back to school, and he said, "What? You
Whoa.
are not supposed to be getting married. You instead of you going back to school, you should have been picking a wedding date." And I was like, okay, we could do both. And he told me, oh, no, it's not both. It's either school or marriage.
What?
Yes, he did. And I said, well, I'm going to school because like I said, things were changing. His attitude towards me was changing. Like now he was, like he became very, in control and I was like, no, this ain't gonna work out. So when I said went on to school to finish up and we didn't talk for 2 weeks, he called me up. Now I'm just thinking he's gonna calm down. So he invited me for dinner to meet him for dinner. So I met him at the restaurant and he said, I can't believe that you actually um, selected school over marriage. No, I said, I can't imagine that you put that I had to select. It couldn't be both. I said, I have to make sure I'm secure. I said, I should have never dropped out of college anyway. So he said, well, I see that you went ahead and pursued your dream. So, the marriage is over. I said, no problem. And because I said no problem, that really got on his goat. So he said, that's
Mm,
why I brought you here because at the restaurant in public, because so you wouldn't show out. And he's getting loud now. And
mm-hmm.
I kindly got up, got my purse, and I walked on out, got in the car, went on home.
Good for you.
You're not gonna embarrass me. I mean, he thinks I could just see it changing because you put a ring on my hand, and now you thought you own me. No,
What is with that mentality? Why do you have to? Why does it? Why did you have to dumb yourself down or water yourself down in order to feel like to make him feel like something?
I didn't understand that because see, this guy, he had a very good job. He was established, so I didn't understand dumbing nothing down. I mean, if any, I had to level up, and that's what I wanted to do. Because I mean,
So, so his money wasn't it. He thought it was his position. He thought that was going to be it.
yeah, I guess because I now his mother was a housewife. So
Oh,
if his
okay.
mother was a housewife, so
Mm,
you got to wait and beg and all. I don't have time for that, and I didn't see that growing up because both of my parents, were professionals. So
why didn't he just
I
look for that?
I don't know. I do not know. I saw him maybe a year after that breakup, and he said, "Did have you done everything you wanted to do?" I said, "Yep, I'm still doing more." So
Ooh,
he asked, yeah. So he said, you don't think that we could get back together? I said, oh no. I said,
no,
you know what? Once I put trash out, I leave it outside. He never put trash back in my house. He
no,
was he was furious, but I meant it.
no.
You act a fool. You showed your
Wait
card, and I was not going back. I'm not going to go into hell. I already saw that I could have been in hell.
a minute.
No.
What did he do with his car?
No, I'm saying he
I didn't hear
showed
what you
his
said.
card. He showed his
Oh,
face
he showed
as
his car.
you,
Oh, okay.
as you
His car.
already
Okay.
you should shower me with gifts, took me
Mm.
this, paid bill. I didn't have to do nothing. Then when you put a ring on my finger, and now you clamping down like you in control. No, it doesn't work that way. No.
Uh-uh. Uh-uh.
And you think now we're gonna go back together? No,
No.
no, no, no.
Just because time passes doesn't mean things are gonna change. It
Mm,
doesn't. No, 9 out of 10, you're gonna be the same person. It's just on a different calendar day. That's it. It's just a different day.
yeah. So when I got with this guy, this guy very nice and everything, but his personality, how would I say it? He's very alpha male, he's got that stereotypical Sicilian,
Mm,
personality. But it's like he's just a teddy bear, like a big bark,
mm,
but a teddy bear. So, he's been very good so far. Because, we've been engaged since January the
mm,
5th, because that's my birthday. and he had
Okay.
taken me on a ski trip, and that's when we got engaged. But
Oh,
so far, so good.
okay.
And he, his family is very, loving, and it kind of reminded me of my family, very the close knit family. So I don't know. We'll see. But I'm dragging my feet still, because he asked
Hmm.
me, okay, where's it? What? Yeah. He said, have you decided on a date yet? No, not yet, because his son is getting married next weekend. So I don't
Hmm.
know.
So what are your fears? What are your apprehensions for you to not want to set a date?
But I guess being single, um,
What
being
you say?
single, I've been single so long. I love
Hmm.
and I love my life, because I made it. I
Hmm.
made my life how I wanted, So now I got to fit my life and that person's life together. We got to mesh it
Hmm.
together. I don't know.
Hmm. I see why you was. You know what? Some years ago, I'd have been like, oh, that would be nice, to be able to coexist with someone. The older I get, the more I see why so many women feel this the way that they feel. Because now I'm going, do I? Because I used to hear women say this when I was much younger. You hit a stage where you just don't care. It doesn't matter anymore. And I used to hear women say that. I say, what? I want to get married. In your 20s, you think about the pretty wedding day and oh, you don't know any better and all that. And now I'm like, do I really want to do I want to disturb this? Being able to come and go as I want and just be free and cook if I want to cook and not cook if I don't want to cook. And I said, well, I'm gonna do that anyway. But let me see. It's just the knowing it. I don't know. And so I get why I get it. I can't really verbalize what I want to say, but I get what you're saying.
Mhm.
And so that is another reason why I don't want to. I want to make sure that this is truly what I want to do. So I don't want to go. I don't want to do no more than what I'm doing because if I do more than what I'm doing, then it will be considered quote unquote dating or will be quote unquote a relationship because right now I want to allow it to be um it's not anything that's carved in stone. It's not anything. I won't allow it to go because years ago because he's been wanting to marry me for years. And at one point, I was getting ready to entertain it, and he was like, you will make a really good girlfriend. You will make a really good wife. And I thought, oh my goodness. And then one time, this one guy said to me, he said, when we get married, I said, did he just say, he just said married? Oh my goodness. And so this is later on in my 30s, mid 30s, whatever. And I was like, And so with him, when he said that, I thought, oh my goodness, no, I can't. Yeah, I thought, no, I guess I could. No, I can't. No, I can't. And so, but I was still kind of entertaining it. Now I don't want to even get that close. And when I say entertaining, I mean like talking kind of regularly on the phone and kind of making plans or allowing him to trying to entertain him and pull me into it and allowing well, someone I thought was a friend she was almost miserable because I was comfortable with being single. And
Mhm.
she wasn't comfortable with being single. She had a problem with it. Um, Now, she's miserably married again. Uh, Now, I'm still like dragging my feet. And so now I'm at the point to where I don't even want it to almost seem like I'm entertaining it in a way of a relationship. I'm like, okay, let's just exchange notes. And now you go over there, I'm gonna go over here. And we'll see. And then we meet up, and I'll say, okay, this is what I researched, and then okay, this is what it'll be like. You do know that, okay? Now you go over there, I'm gonna go over. I don't even want. I want to just focus, be okay with it, but I am so not wanting to disturb what it is I need to do to work on me. Um, and he needs to do his work too, you know.
Right.
Um, but at the same time, I'm going, I get what you're saying because I'm going,
Mm-hmm.
do I want to disturb this now? Now I'm at the point to where I don't know if I want to disturb it at all anymore, because now I'm out of that toxic zone and now it's just me by myself and I can come and go and now I don't have all the responsibilities. It's just I'm loving it now. And I'm going, oh boy, it's getting dangerously close for me to make this big decision. And now I'm going, oh shoot, do I really want it now? I don't even know if I want it anymore. And now I'm getting frustrated with myself when it comes to that. So, but again, I don't want to I want everything to unfold naturally. I really do. But I don't blame women when they say that they don't want to disturb it. Because
Yeah.
at one point when I really wanted to entertain marriage or whatever, I went through oh no, he's not the right guy. Oh no, I just had a whole bunch of toads. I mean, just so now I'm at the point where I'm like, it don't even matter to me anymore. And I know that this guy is the guy. I know he is.
Yeah. And
I
there's
know.
still toads out here. When I met this guy, I also met another guy. So I was dating. To me, dating means you go out, have fun, and I bring my behind home kind of dating,
Mm-hmm,
right? Ain't
mm-hmm,
doing nothing. But the other guy, he was really nice looking too. But
mm-hmm,
we were having fun and everything, hanging out like at the waterfront, like the little bars and restaurants. And this one evening, and with was another couple with us. He whispered in my ear and said, would I like to go home with him tonight?
mm-hmm.
I turned around and said, no, thank you, and turned right around and kept on talking. And I'm like, oh, is this man a fool? Go home with him. No. Like, this is,
I thought you were going to say that, it turns out he was just kidding. No, he
no,
was serious.
he was actually serious.
Why do
And I'm
I
like,
keep allowing
no,
myself to
no.
be shocked? Why do I allow myself to be shocked?
I said, no, thank you, and turned back around, went on talking. I'm like, is he? And I'm thinking to myself, and I could just feel his eyes like, burning through my neck. Because of the way and I know he was like, I don't believe she told me no, thank you, and kept it. I'm like, no, thank you, no.
Oh,
I am not a casual. Because I never really could, I just could never understand the concept, how that would work in my life, how you have like a casual sex. I never understood how that could work in my real life.
yeah. And the thing is, most women always want to claim that, because they are serial daters and how they could just go back and forth and all. I don't care what no woman says. And even I don't care. And you have some women that are cold hearted enough to do that or has been burned enough or whatever the case may be that has
Yeah,
helped her to get there. There are some women but it's not a whole lot. It's not a whole lot, but there are some. But the excluding the ones, the percentage, the small percentage that's out there. I wouldn't say small anymore. The percentage that are they're out there.
yeah,
There still are a lot of women that still just say I can't do it. Um, but the ones that are claiming that they can do it, follow them home.
I have friends that are like that, and I don't have anything against them. I mean, that's the way they move, and it works for them, but it wouldn't work for me.
I'm not.
Matter of,
I couldn't do it.
yeah.
I know I couldn't do it.
Mm-mm. And
I'm.
then I'm the
Huh?
type. I'm the type when with this with the guy that I'm engaged to now. I mean, you talking about fully vetted. I let him know.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's not what I told him. We have to go to. I said we. I said you need to go to get tested for we could do anything. He was like test.
Hmm.
I was like, oh yeah.
Hmm.
So he got I thought he got a little offended, but I was serious about it because I
Hmm.
don't know who you've been with and what you
Hmm.
did and all that.
Hmm.
So one day at work, he called me and said, let's go out for lunch." So I said, "Okay." So I was like, where are we going? He said, you said I had to be tested, so that's where we going. We're gonna get tested. I said, oh, I know about me. He said, no, we're gonna get tested. I said, no
Mhm.
problem. So
Mhm.
when we got there, the doctor was a friend of his. He was like, um, so we want to do an STD. I said, I know STD, STI from head to toe. I want to know
Mhm.
everything. He was
Mm.
like, oh my God. I said, so anyway, we tested and everything. And like, with the end of the week, I got when came back and got the results and I still was like, okay, we got results. That still ain't ready. I said, how this going to work? We
Mhm.
got tested on a Monday. We got the test results on a Friday. I told the doctor, I don't know what he did Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Oh, the doctor fell out.
Oh my. Yeah.
Jason said, what? I've been with you the whole time. If
Mhm.
I'm not at work, you're at my place, I'm at your place. We cooking, doing something. We do always,
Mhm.
I was like, oh no.
Mhm. Well, you
but
have to
um
be
but
careful.
I
I
was
mean.
just joking at that point. But I
Mhm.
don't know, because it was a buddy at work with me. He and his wife had divorced and he was starting to go out into the dating world. And he and I
Mhm.
talked about that. How do you trust people that they're clean? We don't know, because he used to say that. Okay, you get tested on a Monday and you get your results back, but what happens in between that time? Because he had got burned from his wife because his wife had cheated on him, so he was really very cautious. Hmm.
Mm. So his
Hmm.
wife did.
Yeah. Well, he's like a brother to me, but he has a
Mm.
thing where he is a black guy, really nice guy, but he only date white women.
Mhm.
And it seemed like these white women, well, he said his wife cheated on him, and a girlfriend when he was in college cheated on him. So I said, is this a common thread that black guys cheat and white women cheat? Is that how it really works? He said,
Hmm.
I don't know. He said, I don't
Really?
know. It's like he said,
I mean, he didn't defend her. He just said he didn't know. He didn't defend her.
he said she cheated on him. He said cheated on me. He said she cheated on me with a buddy of mine. He said, I'm done.
Oh.
I'm done with him and her. He said, now we have two kids together. I'm going to take care of, my kids. So we're going to co-parent, but that's it.
Hmm. Wow.
But that got to be hurtful that your buddy.
Buddy. Oh my.
Mm-hmm.
She couldn't stray away a little further. I mean, but the bad. I mean, either way. I mean, it's going to be hurtful. Period. The fact
Mm-hmm.
that um she cheated. And I just don't
Yeah.
understand when anyone cheating. Period. It should never ever exist. But I mean, that it does. But to cheat is already a big dig. It's just a big dig. But to do it so close to home, what did you just have to be with a relative or a close friend I'm like, it's already bad enough.
Well,
Oh,
both of my parents, we were here one time years ago. We were talking about cheating, and my father told me men cheat so they would not that helps break the bond they have with their girlfriend or wife.
I believe that.
Hmm. So that they put distance, they put a breakage in that emotional tie that you have with that person.
I believe that couldn't be. Oh my goodness, I believe that. That's true. And I heard on what's the name of that? I forget. Is it Day Late Dollar Short? Whoopi Goldberg was in this movie, and I forget the guy's name is, but he's a big actor. But at any rate, she told him in this movie, and she was a grouch in the movie. But at the end of the day, he when she left, he left her. He told her he tried to come up with some little lame lie, saying something along the lines of that he didn't leave her for another woman. He got with her after something. And Whoopi just told him, listen, I know you were already with her. One thing I do know, that when a man leaves, a man don't just up and leave and then be with somebody else. When a man leaves, he already has a lifeboat on the side. And I said, she nailed it. A man already has a lifeboat on the side. Because he didn't already, in other words, he didn't already broke that tie. He didn't already
Right.
broke the tie. He's just waiting for a reason. He's hoping that, that they get into it or something, just so he can be able to say, this is why I'm leaving, just to clear his conscience. But he's done. He's already gone. His heart and mind is already out the door. He just waiting for a reason just to clear up his, give him a reason for their conscience. So
Yeah.
he be able to have a reason to walk out there and say, you made me mad. Even if he got to make up an argument, just start one. Just fall for it. Just lean into the argument a little bit. Just a little bit. Even if you're just kidding and you say something, he'll just take that and run with it. You don't say no mess like that. And just go overboard. He'll go overboard. That is true. Because they already got a lifeboat on the side. Because they've been with her. So you're absolutely right. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That's true.
Then you have some men who they not faithful from day one to
Yeah.
anyone.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't have no emotional ties to anyone.
Mm-hmm.
But that's their loss though. Because at some stage of the game, you'll realize that you have never really loved anyone. You just played with their other people's emotions.
And that's a true not. Because how do you go through life and manage to never love a person? And I think back on so much and I'm like, you can't tell me you have ever loved. Because all the things that you've accused other people of doing to you, come to find out you did that to them. That's why when I found all this stuff, I thought, who was I living with? I put off marriage, everything for her. And all of the stuff that she said everybody did, even with my sperm donor. Couldn't find out, oh, it blew my mind.
Yeah. Do you think there was some trauma that went on in her childhood that would have
Definitely.
caused her?
You notice I keep saying my egg donor's mother. I don't. That's how yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And but she chose to take that and use it for the evil. She been doing it since she was a little girl, and that's another reason why I can't. I'm like, mm-mm. And some of the things that I know that she's done, even in her adulthood, all the way up down, all the way up until when my sister was in the hospital, what was it, 2.5 years ago? So this is what you do. And even when I reached out to her, it's not, I said maybe some months ago to tell her I forgive her because of my God, not because of what she did, because of what my God, like I said, I'll go back to another and I'll make peace. And you can tell people what you want them to believe, but I'm making peace because that's the way my God raised me. But it doesn't negate the fact that you and I know the truth. You and I know. Overall, my God, but you and I know. And you can make people think what you want, but when I reached out to her, she was so excited. I said, I was calling to tell you, so, yeah, And see that I said, see that you don't want me. You want access to me. You want what I offered you. You're not excited to hear from me. You're miserable with your golden child. She don't know that I know about her crying every day. Been crying every day since she left. That she's miserable. And he threw her in a rehabilitation center and got a job on the road. So she don't know that. That don't nobody want to know. Don't have anything want to have anything to do with her because they learn people been knowing her truth. It's just that when I walked away, he didn't have nothing to hide behind. And so but she wanted, yeah. It's trauma, but she chose to use the thing. If I could tell you just one thing, let alone the other things, just one thing, you would we can all of us can have trauma, and we all can hurt, but you hurt people by choice. You could be hurt, but you could still aim to try to keep your dignity and try to do right in spite of what you've been through. But to keep this for 70 some years, you keep aiming to step on people and to hurt people. You keep aiming to pit people against it. You keep aiming to lie, to lies. I don't think that she knows. You know how when they say practice makes perfect, it's true. But she does. I don't think she knows how to tell the truth, and I'm dead serious. From what I understand, I don't think she knows how, and I'm so serious. Because I'm like, why would you lie about what is she getting from that? Why would she lie about that? I don't think she knows how. And then she would I look back and I said she was upset because I went over to my sister's house. And sitting next to your daughter that's dying, and you're too busy trying to devour me. And your daughter is lying there dying. She's on life support.
Yeah, but see, that's the part of being a narcissist. They center everything around them, though.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
yeah, she has trauma, but it's like, what do you do with it? You refuse to get
But
help with therapy. I used to try to set her up with it. I'll be no. Okay, well, everything. Listen, you could if you are stranded on an island, and every time a ship goes by, and you go, I'm just sitting here stranded, and it's like you do see the ship going by. It's screaming, does anybody need help? And you just sit there in the trees, and you don't jump out screaming, jumping up and down, throwing, waving some, and then all of a sudden another little boat go by, and all of a sudden something go, and each time it gets smaller and smaller every time another resource go by. It gets small till eventually it's nothing else is going to be there because you keep choosing to let it go by, and because you choose to want to hide from help, because you choose to reach for evil. It's your choice. It's your choice. And the things that I heard, I'm like, you know what? It's one thing when you don't know better. But it's things she shared with me, and I was too young to know these things. I was too young. And it's too bad that she shared it with me. Because when I got older, I was able to connect it and said, that's, she couldn't wiggle out of it. 30 some years later, she couldn't wiggle out of it. Thinking I had forgotten. She couldn't. Or thinking I didn't read the room. You know how you were reading the room when you asked your mother a question?
Yeah.
Because she thought you were playing.
Yeah. It kind of reminded me when I
I
was
mean,
in elementary
I don't
school.
hear you.
Can you hear? Can you hear me now?
A little bit.
Can you hear me now?
Just a little.
Let me see what I can do.
Wait a minute. Is she still on?
No, I'm still.
Okay. Okay, I can hear you. See, okay, CJ.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
When I was in elementary school, there were some girls. They were from the projects. It was like a group of five of like five in this group, and these girls could actually fight, and they fought so much that the boys were scared of them.
Mm.
And there were a couple of times when somebody wanted to pick on me, wanted to beat me up after school, and they heard about it. They would be on that playground at the end of school, and I come out, and whoever was waiting there to beat me up, they girls was come up like they were how girl how the kids would circle around the person of the fight, and they would push me in the back. They would jump up and beat up whoever wanted to fight me. These girls used to tear some butt up and tell me to
They
go
were
on
they were
home.
protecting you.
They always protected me. I was like the little doll baby. They protected the doll baby. So when we got to junior high school, I just one girl who was the leader of the pack. I know she acted a little different, differently. And she was not talkative like she used to be to me. And she was like with her head down, just like she just tried to go off and hide. I'm like, what is going on? About I would say within like maybe 2 to 3 months, and she started showing she was pregnant. So
Mm.
like, so her sister, so she dropped out of school, and this is in junior high, and then her sister dropped out. Then and the other ones they disappeared. I'm like, well, where did they go, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think one stayed, and that one stayed. She was a pretty girl, and she
Mm-hmm.
told me that the trauma that she was going through. Her mother had to flee in the middle of the night because her father was about to kill her, and wouldn't let her mom take her with her. So her father was pretty much tortured, and she had all these whips and stuff all over. She was very light skinned, and I was
Mm.
like, "What?" And so I'm like, "Oh my god!" And how her father, say it takes you an hour to get home, you're walking. You got to get home in 30 minutes, and of course she ain't gonna get home in 30 minutes, so she get beat. So
Dang.
I guess
Let's see.
one of the neighbors caught, him beating on her one time, you know, and so social services got in it. So her aunt, which is her father's sister, got her, and that was the worst mistake. She told me her aunt was well, she said she didn't call it prostituting. They had these men coming in, having sex with her, and the aunt was getting paid for it. I was like, so, and I said when I was asking about the other little girls that was with her, and this was what was going on. The aunts or the grandmothers was prostituting these girls out, or it wasn't the uncles or the brothers, mothers, older brothers, whoever. They were raping these girls.
Oh wow.
There was a lot of that going on, and that's why the girls could fight, because they from a little girl they had to try to fight the grown men off of them.
That is so sad.
It is very sad. And then when I remember in junior high school, the one was telling me what was actually going on. So I'm like, what do you do with this information, right? And she was telling me it was one of the teachers, male teachers in there. It's like they had like a sign or something on them. They knew who the ones they could pick, and he was trying to get after her. He was just crazy.
And that's why when people, and you know what, I remember if like if let's just say I was still around my egg donor talking about this, she would be calling guys nasty, no good, men ain't this, they ain't, like, and let me tell you something. The last time, the night, no, a month or so before I left, she said I was a good mother.
Yeah, they try to make that up in their head, huh?
She would give herself every so often. She would give herself props. What it was she wanted me to say is I had told her this back in late, no, in the early 2000s. That's why I didn't know any better. And I thought, because I know she was in the kitchen cooking and all that, and I told her she used to get up and try to cook and all because we would all be working and all that. And I told her, I said, and this is when she was really trying. And I remember telling her that because I wanted to let her know, let her know I appreciate what she was doing. So she wanted me to, and then sometime a little bit later, that's when she told me she really appreciated me saying that. And I said, you're welcome. I said, because this is all like maybe a month later. And so I agree with, and so she, I guess, yearned for that some more. After that, it didn't feel right anymore. It just didn't. I never told her again. After that, I thought about it and I said, I know what it was. When she let my uncle, the one, her younger brother, come. When I told her I didn't feel comfortable with him being there. And she looked at me like, well, what do you want me to do? This is what she said. What you want me to do? And I was in my late 20s, right before I bought her a house. And I remember sheepishly saying, oh, it's okay. I'll be okay. And I blocked my bedroom door. She still has a problem with my aunt. I remember I know you remember me saying my last thought, memory of him with my sperm donors, him being in the bed with my aunt, and she was 12. I was 3 years old. He was helping me tie up my shoe, and my sperm donor was in the bed. She still hates my aunt to this day, and she was 12. She told the whole every relative that I can remember that I know of. She turned them against her. That's one aunt. She did. She did. Any of the she was threatened by anybody that she was threatened by. She had the way and she could do it and never really left the house. That's how much she was on it, but she would do it, and I would be. But I'm like, what? But you would think she was the best thing ever.
Yeah.
And everybody, kids called her granny. Oh, she loved you and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But you better not leave your man with her. Because if she couldn't have him for herself, you'll be wondering why y'all having problems. And she'd be steadily smiling in your face. and trying to figure out why y'all having problems. And let me talk to him and see, talk to him. Let mama talk to him and make sure all along y'all problems will be getting worse. I had to learn that because she did that to me because she was trying to be with two of the guys
You
that
know,
were near me.
yeah, it's just amazing what these people. I don't know if you heard me earlier because I think I might have gone out. This was very early on.
Mm-hmm.
When I was around, I remember it's like I know I could have been no more than 6 or 7 years old, and we were
Mm-hmm.
having company come up, family
Mm-hmm.
members. And anyway, and at that time we were living in an apartment, and I was laying across my parents' bed, taking a nap while they were getting stuff ready, and I woke up to hands groping me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm fighting off and I saw who it was, and I'm fighting this person off.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I ran out the room, and I ran, where my father was, and I guess with company, he just ain't paying attention to my looks on my face or anything. I said, and I didn't say anything, and it's like I knew if I was to open my mouth and told what happened,
Mm-hmm.
that person would have been dead instantly. My father would have killed him. It's
Mm-hmm.
like, and I don't know why I knew that. I knew what my father's response would have been. I knew it. So I didn't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't say anything to my mother because it still would have been the same outcome. And anyway, after, so I suppressed this. And I guess when I became about 15 years old, and I told my mother about it, it was one of her family members. And she was saying, "Well, I wish you had, could have told me, when it happened." And so anyway, I said, "Well, I told her, I just knew the prayer, and I didn't want that guilt of somebody, dying on me, because of, what I said or whatever."
Mm-hmm.
And so she sat down and we were just talking. She said, "You know what? I think I know the reason why." She said that this is what happened to you. What happened to you was because that person who did it was pissed off and has been pissed off with me for years. And she said, "Let me tell you what happened." So she said, your mother, she said, "My mother, which is your grandmother, minded her business. And this person, well, I'm gonna use this person, you'll get who it is,
Mm-hmm.
came in, wanted some money, and she didn't have the money or whatever. And this person liked to drink on the weekends.
Mm-hmm.
Because she didn't give him any money, because my grandmother also was a seamstress. My mother was home on a spring break or summer break from college, and my mother said she would just near in the next room washing dishes, and she heard the conversation, and then that it got a little loud. And anyway, she heard this pop, like somebody got popped across the face, and she ran in there, and her mother holding her face. And she said she told him, "Listen, if you ever hit my mother again, I will put your ass out of here and kick it on the way out.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not playing with you because I can
Really?
take care of the family. I'm grown. I can take care of the family. We don't need you in here." And she said, when I said that, she said, I could, she said, I could, what I was saying. She said, I couldn't stop myself, but because I felt exactly what I want. But
Mm-hmm.
she said afterwards, her mother kind of felt bad that, my daughter took charge, what
Mm-hmm.
as she had to do.
Mm-hmm.
She said, "I know he was just laying and waiting, to get back at her. And this was a
Mm-hmm.
way of you getting back with me." But I said, "Mom, what made no sense is that dad, if he, because you know how the family, because I said, looking back, they kind of act like they were scared of my father." She said, "Yeah, they were scared of your father. And they took it upon himself that either this person was going to divide me and your father up, or think I was going to side with him, but that wasn't going to happen, or they're going to try to say you're a liar. And if that person said you're a liar, his ass would still have gotten kicked." So he was
Mhm.
banking on a lot of. He was banking on either you ain't gonna open your mouth, or they gonna say you lying, or he gonna say you lying, or I'm going to take up for that person. So
Mhm.
it was banking on three options.
Mhm.
But she said, I wish you had said something then, and so
Mhm.
anyway, the person was dead at the time when I told her. And she said, I always want to go by that cemetery and spit on his grave. I was like,
Mhm.
oh my goodness.
Mhm.
But it's something.
And
Our
that's
prey on children.
prey on children. Prey on children. You know, I say when I told my um um about my uncle, I told this is again this is another reason why I see to help see what this black male worshiping. This is another reason why. Because the first person that touched me, I might have been like, I can remember I was told she used to come and get me when I was 2 because the way, you know, they would always call me Black Beauty and chocolate this and all that. So it could have happened before I was 3. I might have been 2, but I don't remember. I don't remember that far back. But I do remember when I was 3. And it was a, um, she lived in the same apartment complex as us. And because the way I was dialed up, I, would, I appeared to be taken care of. But that's the only person she had a problem with. Nobody else. Until I called her out on it in my 20s. And this is when I learned when she said I was being with married men, she also said that I was being with gay guys. I, and I said, no, no. Which I knew this aunt couldn't have been lying because I didn't deal with this aunt. And this aunt said, yeah. She said, I said, I know. I said, first of all, I told her that I had learned that from one of his coworkers. And I brought that to her that he had a reputation.
Mm-hmm.
And good thing I don't go jumping in the bed with men. Or I'll be running around here thinking that I was dying or something with that. That's that's what I told her. I was 22, right before I went home when I was depressed. That's what I told her. And the guy that I was that had gotten married, she on the phone telling them all this mess. Yeah, she heard about this is what she told the aunt. And about to drive herself crazy, depressed over gay men and married men. I said,
Wow. Sound like she's just really jealous of you.
I said, I but out of all the men, Everybody that ever touched any of her kids, she never had a problem, not one. But that one woman that used to come and get me when I was a baby, your first daughter. And when I called her out, why do you always have a problem with everybody after everybody done told you about, you always have a problem with that one because she was a black female. But the rest were black males. No. But my egg donor's mother, I told her first how my uncle, he was a teenager. She worked third shift. And my aunt, the one I called the big nose and all that. I said more, but at the hospital trust. Um, she turned, so let me by the window, by the wall, and she hated sleeping by the wall. But because she knew I liked sleeping by the wall, she decided she would. Nurse is 6. That's why I had hit a wall. You can't even. I don't care. You can't even be nice to me at this point. You can't eat. You can't even do me a favor. So, because she tried to break up the guy that it took 10 years for him to get my. She tried to break it up because her attitude and this is the other night. My attitude, as nasty as y'all attitude, because I won't kiss up to y'all yet. Now y'all, I ain't been in your business. Y'all sitting around and because I wouldn't. You knew I wanted to sleep by the wall because you knew they knew how scary I was. And so no, I'm gonna sleep by the wall. She hated sleeping by the wall, and she was the youngest sister. She was like, she's the younger sister.
Mm-hmm.
Um, um. So she was like, she's not that much older than me. She, it's probably 5 years or something like that. And she was a loudmouth bully, narcissistic bully, mad because it's just a long. They all sick, but anyways, but my egg donor, out of jealousy because she's the youngest daughter, to this day she don't know how much my egg donor has lied on her, and and deliberately turned her against their mother on purpose and ruined their relationship. She did it on purpose. But see, they also big on being so down for her, even though they don't particularly. She when I, it's so much behind this, but anyways, I when he the next day when I said I turned and looked, you can see a person's silhouette. I
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't look. I was just like paralyzed, and I was 3 years old. And I looked and I told him I was going to tell, and I'm the type of I'm telling. That's why you should. Oh, that's why that KS telling people not to listen to your. That's why.
That's the stupidest thing. I'm
I
glad he
know.
wrong.
And I said, you don't. I said, mm-mm.
Yeah, because what he was saying, I mean, all I can't
But
understand.
see how that reasoning almost made sense.
Yeah, but here's the thing with that, with kitten heels.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what he just about the stuff he was saying.
Wait a minute, it went out. You went out. Uh-oh. Wait a minute.
Trying to
Oh,
listen to him. So they said, so what he
oh,
did
you
was
back. Okay.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Okay, you bet.
Uh-huh. So from what I understand, he used to try to talk to the men crazy until some of them threatened to fly out there and kick his behind. So then
Oh,
he said he switched it up and saw that, well, let's do it this way. And if, from what I'm understand, he got a couple of other creators because he's part of this manosphere crap. If I drag black women, the black man will pay for the show, and that's what he did. But here's the thing: what is so stupid? These men was sending all this money out to them, like cash apps and the PayPal, all this money. He would sit there and belittle these women. But if you actually listen to it, no black woman's going to sit there and respond the way they were doing. So to me, it was scripted, or he paid them to
somebody
act like that.
somebody else said that. They believe that. So I don't know where I read that at. And somebody's was it a whose chat did I read that in? I read that somewhere. I don't know where I read that. I was in somebody's chat. And somebody said, "You cannot tell me that that wasn't scripted." But and I started laughing. I said, "You know what? I can believe that because so many people are trying to get trying to get the bag, as they call it."
Yeah, and he got it. But here's the thing that didn't make sense. If he got the bag, what happened to the bag? Because
Well,
these people had bought this very expensive truck, but yet he was in a studio apartment.
I keep hearing different ones say, "Okay," but that doesn't shock me at all because that's just how that's what they that's what the derelicts do. But I keep hearing because I even heard they say he only had $1,000 in his account, but I heard some say that he was making like 75 per show,
Yeah,
75,000 a show.
yeah, about between 30. Yeah, with the cash apps and because how many people you have subscribed and watched and viewed. So I don't know, but they said he made this much. But they also said that okay, you already knew how he was moving. He was moving like he was a gay guy. So, and then they had photos of some other male creators that he was with, that he had flown out and they went places. So I guess he was sponsoring trips for these men.
But what about the Hispanic? Because I know what I heard on Sherelle's, was it Sherelle's World? Yeah,
Yeah,
Sherelle's World. I heard about that this was not a woman.
that's what I heard too. I heard it was woman from waist up. That's what I heard.
Wait a minute, it's the way you said it. Um, yeah, that's what
So,
I heard.
hmm also on another creator's channel, it was a ladies creator channel. What they did with that 911 recording, played it back. And then it's more questions in it because it seemed like it was uh, more than the Hispanic in the room with him. It was somebody else, and you just had to hear it. And the CPR seemed not to be administered by the person who was supposed to have called. But it's something really shady about the whole thing.
See, and a lot of it is not going to get out. Not if see, it's so much, but I do know it's more to this. It's more to this. It's
It is. He was supposed to be on the FBI list,
yeah, he was.
and some of the and the other ones too. because of all the stuff that's been going down, these hate groups against women.
And that's what this 1204 person. See, a lot of people have been trying to get clout through them groups, through these big what you call these content creators. So they want to get their name, get some things off going over here and all that. And a lot of them do backup pages,
right?
Hide behind through these backup pages and try to hide behind their real pages to try to get money. Try to get money filtering through their backup pages. And I'm like, nah, you might be able to run game on somebody else that don't know no better, but I'll trust. I'm watching you.
There you go.
But see, because everybody trying to get a quick bag,
And you're getting a quick bag of these dumb black men. They the ones sending the money off. It's just stupid.
Yeah. Yeah. But I see it's so it's so much. It's so much. It's some sick people. That's all I think. Sick.
They are.
It's some sick. That's why I don't trust these YouTube streets. I don't.
Yeah, but you know what? And when you start dating again, just ask the guy. Did he ever watch Kitten Hills? And if you say yeah, that's okay. See you later. Because if you sit there and watch them, it's crazy.
Well, that right there would be that should be the beginning and the end of anybody's relationship. Once you ask that question,
yeah,
that should be the beginning and end of it. You watch or do you like to? Okay, all right. But it's been real.
And I've been in a couple of conversations with a lady at work. She's all about it. Was all about him. I'm like, are you serious? You being a black woman, the stuff he said. Well, some of these women out here trying to get high value man. I said, what in the hell is it? What is this made up high value man? What are you talking about? Like these rich guys. I said, they were. I said those women that was on there sitting in bodies was not out there looking for no millionaire. Girl, go sit down. You sitting there preaching that dumb crap.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't. I totally agree with what you're saying because I want to finish this conversation, but I don't allow any cursing on the show at the lemonade stand. But I totally agree with everything you're saying. I just like to keep I be wanting to go there, but I have to catch myself because this subject can make you want to go there. But I totally agree with everything you're saying. With first of all, this is what makes me angry. Because you got women like that will go totally hard for stupidity. Stupidity. And I don't care what part of the globe you go to, you're going to find at least one woman that's going to spit those same words out. And you probably can go to a whole country and not find one man or woman that will back up a woman.
Absolutely.
That stands for what we're talking about in terms of just a woman feeling. But that goes back to what we were saying. If I can just have 5 minutes with Eve in the bathroom, because that was a part of her punishment.
Oh, well, see, I really when I went to high school, I went to I couldn't do public school no more. I just couldn't do it anymore. So I would decide to go to Catholic school,
Mm-hmm.
and we had to take religion every day. And it's pretty much you cover the Bible, kind of learn the different stories and analyze it. My question was Adam and Eve and this forbidden fruit. So why was Eve getting punished for this forbidden fruit? She wasn't told not to eat this. This Adam and God had this conversation because Eve wasn't even there yet at that point yet.
But
And
she was
but
aware of it.
yeah, she was aware of it. But
Mm-hmm.
so anyway, I was like, he said, so the sister Ann said, but is it really punishment? She said, think about it.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm going to put something very sparkly and glittery right there on a table in front of little kids and then tell them not to touch it, it's going to draw their attention. I roped it off like this is something special or whatever. And I'm going to tell them not to touch it. You can do
Mm-hmm.
everything else, but don't touch it. What is the kid going to do it? By nature, they're going to go to the very thing you told them not to touch it, not to touch.
Mm-hmm.
So she
Because
said, okay,
okay.
they touched the forbidden fruit, ate whatever you want to make it to be. Now, because they did that, it opened their eyes to wisdom from knowing from right from wrong. So it's just like if your parent tells you to go to, you're in the kitchen and they see you going to that stove, don't touch the stove because it's hot. That kid may not understand what hot means. And then when your parent isn't looking, they go touch the stove, and when it's lit, and their hand get burned. So now they understand what hot means and what a stove can do. So, so is it? So she said what that was. So she said in her interpretation that was the beginning of wisdom, of understanding about your surroundings. Not
Mm-hmm.
necessarily because you said because why would you put something there for a kid? You invented the earth, you invented everything on here, you put the people here, and then you're gonna tell them not to touch it. But at this
Mm-hmm.
point, they had minds like children. So
Mm-mm.
because it shows until they bit the forbidden fruit, now they understand right and wrong. They had wisdom. So it's but
Mm-hmm.
and it wasn't really was it really a curse that she bear pain through child labor, or it was something that this was a rite of passage of now you are entering adulthood?
Okay, I understand your question. Now that makes sense. Let's unpack this. Now, first of all, Adam and Eve were perfect adults.
They were
Okay,
childlike, were they not?
no, they weren't because
I'm
if they
talking
were,
about in the mind.
mm-mm, no, because Eve, with them being perfect, just like Jesus, when he became a grown man, even at the age of 12, he was able to be in the synagogues with when his parents confined him, Joseph and Mary, he was in the synagogues with grown, well-versed men
Okay.
at the age of 12. So just think now, take him being perfect and make him
Mm-hmm.
an adult. And by him being a perfect adult, perfect. There was only three perfect ones. Those two and him. Now take them and put them on the same mind frame, mind level, adults, perfect adults as him. Now let's go back to the Garden of Eden. They were the same, but Jesus had to grow to that level. And even at the age of 12, he was able to hold a perfectly full, mature conversation. Now, Adam and Eve, they were created as full grown adults. They didn't have to grow to that point. And that is the reason why they were able to be given these directions straight from the gate. So not only that, but Adam was able to be given a really important job when it came to the earth. Because when it said that Eve showed up, everything was already very good. Because notice in the scriptures, everything was good. Everything was good. Everything was good. You notice from Genesis all the way until Eve, to after she was created. And then it said it was very good because she became his helper and his complement. It was very good. So you add some more flavor to that.
Yeah.
So she knew better. But here's the thing. The reason why both of them had to reap consequences, both of them, is because before we go to that, let's not jump. Let's go to Genesis chapter. Let me get my glasses. Okay, let's go to Genesis chapter 2. Okay, it says, so the man named all the domestic animals and flying creatures of the heavens and every wild animal of the field. So he had, it says, and there was no helper as a compliment for him. Okay, so Jehovah God caused the man to fall asleep. Okay, he created from his rib, with a rib. Okay. Okay. Okay, and this is another thing to indicate where they were mentally. It says that is why a man, and this is, I'm sorry, 2:24, Genesis 2:24. It says that is why a man will leave his father and his mother and stick to his wife. Although they weren't the original mother and father. That goes to show that a man, it says a man will leave his mother and his father, because that's where Adam and Eve mindset were, because they set the standard. That is why a man will leave his father and his mother, and he will stick to his wife, and they will become one flesh, because they were the template. And both of them continued to be naked, the man and his wife, and yet they were, they were in shame. It says now, in chapter 3, in verse 1, it says, now the serpent was the most cautious of all the wild animals of the field that Jehovah, which is God's personal name. If I were you, I would suggest you look at Psalms 83:18. You'll see God's personal name. And it says, that he made. It says, so it said to the woman, the serpent, of course, it says, did God really say that you must not eat from every tree of the garden? Notice he posed that question. He didn't say that you will. He didn't say that you will or won't. He posed it as a question to put some doubt there. But notice he didn't go to Adam, because Adam had been around longest. That's why Satan goes to the younger generations to ruin them first. He goes to the younger ones, get them while they're young and naive. And just like with Kevin Samuels, he always goes to the women. Because you said earlier, he couldn't go to the men because the men had threatened to do what?
Roll up on them.
Yeah, exactly. So he said, what can I do now? No, let me go to the women. That'll work.
Let me ask you this question.
Even if they're acting, I can still convince them to go along with it. Even if I just send them a little money, they'll go along with it. A man probably would be like, man, I'm about to do, you better go on. You ain't finna try to, you ain't finna play me and punk me on. That's the first thing they'll say.
Yeah.
With a woman, tickle her ears, make her feel a little special, and say, I'll give you a little money. Oh, all right, shoot. See what I'm saying? Just make her feel a little special. I'm sorry, go on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But you can tell that. Go ahead.
No, baby, go on. I want to hear you.
No, but I'm just saying with the way those women were acting. I caught a couple. They were. It was not the right response for a man digging in on them like that. That they were, portraying.
There are a lot. There's a lot that will, because what we talked about, what we've experienced with women, and there are like with my egg donor. There's a lot that will in the woman that you experience on your job, right?
Right.
There
Yeah,
are a
but
lot
the here,
in real life that will, unfortunately, and a whole lot of my relatives. Unfortunately, it's sad. That will go along with it. But then there are a lot of these days. There are a lot will do anything just to get the bag. So I really believe that too. That they will go
I
along with
mean,
it just to get a little extra money. Look, I'm just doing this just to pay my light bill. I get it. I believe it. I believe it.
yeah.
I believe that. I do. Um, so he knew, okay, I can't go in on the men because they go, I might have they're gonna they're gonna roll up on me and
Yeah.
see
So I go
real
in, but he went in on the way. I'm going in by using the women. I'm going in and the men because the men are going to send me the money to watch the show. As I drag them, they are cheering it on just like a gladiator. So
yeah,
they were sending him cash apps and whatever else. But you
yeah.
know, with the, I mean, here's the craziest thing.
Mm-hmm.
Why would anybody sit and still to me listen to a man who's been divorced twice, has a daughter, and what I hear didn't take care of her, didn't pay child support until he got the bag, paid off his child his arrears and child support, and he lied about his age. He was like what 50, come on, almost 60. Then he gonna tell women they're gonna die alone. So yeah, everybody's gonna die alone at some point. But when you tell like he's saying, oh, there's gonna be nobody in your life. But here's the thing, like most. If there are women in the nursing homes, they always have family. It's the men who's in there don't have anybody visiting them.
Mm-hmm.
So who's dying alone?
Or
It's
if
just
they consider if they're with the woman physically, they're not alone. Yeah, yeah. Because
and then and then this man he had no degree, but he lied about that. He did work. He was a chemical engineer. He
yeah,
had
I
no
heard
degree.
that. I heard him say
He was
that
working at
on somebody else's show.
Yeah, he working at Outback and all these little restaurants, being a waiter, working at a kiosk, trying to perfume at the mall. And but he had, but he gonna position himself to say that he's like a life coach. Well, he have any credentials? Did he?
No, he didn't. It's just people were signing up for it with no didn't ask for no data. But if a woman call in and say something, they'll say, "Where's the data? Give me the stats. Give me the." We can show them the data or whatever, and they'll still say, "Well, that's what the white man said." That's their follow. It never fails.
Yeah, either he. But I mean, the stupid stuff that was coming out of his mouth that showed he wasn't qualified to even take the trash out.
Yeah,
It's simple.
yeah. And that's the reason because, but see, like I said, it even mentions in the book of Genesis, it says there's nothing new under the sun. It's
Yep.
nothing new under the sun. So it's the same thing that Satan did then. They're doing it right here on YouTube. This is the same thing. And just like they pose questions today to women today, this is what they're doing. This is what Satan did. He said, right here, what did he ask? You must not eat from children. Oh, let's go up a little further. When he said, did God really say that you must not eat from every tree of the garden? He's just asked the question. He didn't say, well, God shouldn't have told you that. He didn't say that. He said, did God really say that you must not eat from every tree of the garden? That was just to throw her off her kilter.
Mm-hmm.
But see, the thing is, when we read things, if you're trying to say something, sometimes I can't hear because it's sometimes I get an echo. But when we read things, we look at it like, oh, it was just written, and then the next day. We don't know how long she was looking at this.
That's
It could have
true.
been hundreds of years that she was marveling at this fruit. And he was sitting back marveling at her, looking like, I'm gonna wait. He reading the room. See, like we as humans, we have to sleep. Spirits don't. So just like we sleep and he's sitting there reading and thinking, just like Dante today. He watching, he thinking. And he just reading the room waiting, saying, not today. Let me give it a whirl. Just she almost there. However many hundreds of years, we don't know. However long, just she percolate. Let me let it percolate a little longer. And that's what he was doing. So at the right time, he said, I can't go to Adam. He's a man. And men are not affected by what they hear. Women are. You think he wasn't thinking that? We know that as imperfect human. You think he didn't know that?
Yeah.
If we know to go to the younger ones, because younger ones are more impressionable. She came after Adam. We don't know how long Adam had been living before Eve came.
True.
You think
But
he
you
didn't
know
know to go
what?
to the most impressionable one? I'm sorry. You said what now?
But you know what? When I was in high school,
Mm-hmm.
that's because I stay in trouble all the time. I'm always into something.
Okay.
So in the religion class, Sister Ann said, because I was always asking questions about this Adam and Eve. I wanted to stay on Genesis because we would need to know some stuff. She said, "Let me show you something else." She gave me a book, and it talked about Adam's first wife, Lilith. And Lilith and Adam was made, according to this book, at the very same time in the very same way from the earth. And he kept telling, he kept on telling, he wanted to be in charge of Lilith. Lilith, like, dude, we on the same level. We're gonna do things together. Ain't no you over me or none of that. We're not doing it that way. And he kept telling on Lilith, telling God on it. So she got married one day and thought Adam was just so stupid, grew wings and flew the hell away from his ass. But that was a really interesting book that Lilith, because it's somewhat mentioned in Genesis, but not by her name. But it talks about, it kind of mentions that about the first wife of Adam. I think Genesis 1:27, something like that. Yeah, but it's really and in the Jewish religion, I think they speak about it more.
Okay, because in 220 let's look at after Adam had named all the creatures and all that, and Genesis 2:20 it says so the man named all the domestic animals and the flying creatures of the heavens and every wild animal and all that, but for man there was no helper as a complement for him because he noticed there was twos and all that. So, and I would suggest you look up these scriptures so you can say you verified it yourself. It says, so Jehovah God caused the man to fall into a deep sleep. And while he was sleeping, he took one of his ribs and then closed up the flesh over its place. And Jehovah God, which again is God's personal name, built the rib that he had taken from the man into a woman, and he brought her to the man. Then the man said, this is the last bones of my bones and flesh of my flesh. This one will be called woman, because from man she was taken. That is why a man will leave, and that's when I read, that is why a man will leave his father and his mother, and he would stick to his, like that. Then that's when we went over to talk about when in chapter 3. And again, this kind of like just from chapter to chapter, but we don't know how many years this went by. But then that's when what's his name? Satan. That's when Satan posed that question. Did God really say that you must not eat from every tree of the garden? And it says, at this, the woman said to the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden. Now, here's the thing. Notice what he said. He said, at this, the woman said to the serpent, she said, we may eat of the trees of the garden. She was letting them know, yeah, we can. But God has said about the fruit of the tree that is in the middle of the garden. So she was well aware. She was correcting him. No, we can't. He didn't say we couldn't. No, he just said specifically the one in the middle of the garden.
Uh-huh.
He said, then she said, you must not eat from it. No, you must not touch it. Otherwise you will die. She was correcting him. But note, he was already knowing, no, you're interested in that one over there. Because every day you walk by it and you marvel at it. So it's one thing to walk by and look at something. But see, she's walking by and she's marveling at it, not touching it, but just walking by while it's hanging and just, go by and walk by, walk by, I wonder. Because, see, she had been taught by her head. He got the instructions from the Almighty God, Jehovah. She got it from her head. There's a difference. That is why it's so difficult for a woman to respect her. That's why, to this day, even in Ephesians chapter 5, it suggests you look it up. The first thing it says, when it tells a man what to do in order to take care of his family, first thing it tells him what to do, how to love his family, how to love his wife and his family, what to do, how to take care of them, according to the way that he takes care of himself. But he has a job first. He gets his instructions first. So when men get to, yeah, you're supposed to, well, you do know you're supposed to get your instructions first. Then mine comes second. That part. Just so you know, since you want to holler, a woman is weaker. Yeah, you're weak too, sir. I'm just a little weaker, only because I'm feminine. That part. Okay? You're not better than me. I'm just weaker because I'm feminine. And your job is to make sure that I keep my respect. And so that way, you are supposed to take care of me spiritually too. That's where that comes from. Because Adam had the instructions first. Why? Because he was created first. And so whatever spiritual instructions he got, and when she was created from his womb, his rib, he had to teach her what the requirements were, because that was a part of him to become one in every aspect but physically. And when I mean physically, I mean literally joining your bodies together, literally. So many people say physically too. I'm like, do we really have, okay, I mean, literally speaking, you cannot literally join your bodies together. And that is what I'm talking about when I say that. So that's why the man's supposed to take care of his household, even spiritually speaking. So that is what, so she got her information from Adam, although she had a spiritual responsibility to have a relationship with Jehovah God too. But she got her, so Satan was sitting back thinking, I think I'm gonna try to work with that. But she still was supposed to have a relationship with Almighty God as well. But because she chose, and I'm getting people say, well, didn't God know everything? Yeah. And we'll talk about that. But it says, at this, the woman said to the serpent, but God has said about the fruit of the tree that is in the middle. And then it says, we must not eat from it. No, we talked about that. At this, the serpent said to the woman, this is where he starts to lie. You certainly will not die. For God knows that in the very day you eat from it, your eyes will be open and you will be like God, knowing good and bad. So that's when I be saying to people, see, Satan, he blesses too. Because in John chapter 8, it said he's a God of the system, lowercase g. He's a wicked God of the system. 1 John 5:19. For we know we originate with God, but the whole world is lying in the power of the wicked one, which the wicked one would be who? Satan. So the thing is this. He said, now she said, you must not even touch it or you will die. And that's what he said, to use the serpent like a using him like a ventriloquist would speak. Because people say a snake can't talk. You're absolutely right. Trying to, water down God's word, the Bible. You're right. It can't. You're right about that. It was Satan speaking. So the thing is this. He says, for the thing is, your eyes will be open like God. Now, the thing is, he said you'll know good and bad. The only way he only told this much by saying your eyes will be open, knowing good and bad.
Right.
But you can't see into the future unless you're using some omens, some sorcery, fortune teller, voodoo, dealing with demons. That's about it. But see, that's something that's detestable to him. But for us, knowing good and bad, you'll know it. You'll live it too. See, Satan's blessings comes with bad consequences and strings attached.
Yes, it does.
So my thing is, that's what he was saying in terms of the difference with Jesus and Adam and Eve, those three perfect people. That's why when it says when Adam messed up, it would take another perfect man to come to fix with that, to balance the scales of what one imperfect man messed up. It would take another perfect man to come and fix it, to balance the scales, to be able to save our lives, because one perfect man jeopardized our lives and another perfect man had to come and save it, which was God's son. That's John 3:16. We all know that.
Right.
So the thing is this. I'm sorry, Sri, go ahead.
I was just saying, and if you just analyze the both, one was born from the soil, the dirt. The other one was born from a woman.
Yeah,
So
from a woman.
Mm-hmm.
And he was perfectly protected. Now, he didn't come through the loins of a man.
No.
But he was born from a woman. You're
Right.
absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And people say, well, why is it that you asked a beautiful question? I like what you were asking earlier. Well, how is it that when, they had to have had childlike minds, because, and this makes perfect sense the way you asked this. This was really sharp. I like the way you asked this. But to make sure we understand it correctly, like when you tell a kid, don't go when you go in that kitchen, don't touch that stove. First thing you want to do is touch that stove. Or you can tell a grown person, don't look in that box. The first thing we do is look at that box, like, what's in that box? Don't look. You can look in any of these filing cabinets at work. Don't look in that. First thing we want to do is,
yep,
what a boss got in that filing cabinet. That's what we do. We inherited it from our imperfect parents, original parents. Makes perfect sense. So the reason for that, it's equivalent to, for instance, and I've used this analogy before and over, if we bake a cake, and the cake, it can be just a cake, but if it can be, the cake can be possibly the best ingredients ever. But if you bake it in a pan that has a dent in it, when you bake that cake and you take that cake out of it, what do you think that cake is going to have in it?
The dent.
And then you say, oh, that cake has a dent in it. And you take that cake pan and you make another cake in that same cake pan. What's going to happen with the second cake?
Same thing.
Every time you do the same thing, it's going to be the same. You bake however many cakes you bake in that pan, it's going to be the same dent at each cake. Well, that's how it has been all the way down to today, from Adam and Eve's sins down to right now as we speak. We're their descendants. So with that same mindset, with her marveling at that fruit, that forbidden fruit, what has happened? We are still marveling at, as adults, not with my kid mindsets. I mean, you're a genius. You've told me what you do for a living. I'm like, good night. You don't have a child mindset. You tell me, how what you expect of men. You have standards, everything. You took care of your mom. You name it. You don't have a child mindset, but you still wonder what will be in that file cabinet. So just times that by whatever if you were perfect. Adam and Eve. But because they were flawed, they sinned and messed that up, and they passed that all the way down to you and me together right now, all of us. And us as adults, we, from little kids that would touch that stove to adults that are intelligent. You, for example, you, very intelligent, very smart, standards. You would wonder what is in their filing cabinet, that dent in that pan. So who could fix that? Another perfect person that could do it right. If Adam messed it up, it would take another perfect man to fix it. And that would be who?
Jesus.
That's it.
So it's been fixed.
So it's been fixed. But is it perfectly done with the world being the way that it is?
It's not perfectly. It's fixed as far as you've been forgiven for your sins, and because you're going to keep on committing sins as long as you're human on this earth.
That's a good. Okay, you're good. You're good. Okay. So let's look this up. Let's look at Revelations. A lot of people run from this book, but this is so soothing. I love this book, this part of it. Revelations 21. You know what? Let's look at this one, because this will help you to appreciate this. So that way you can say, oh yeah, this is it. Notice here in 2 Timothy 3:1-5, along with 1 John 5:19, we talked about the whole world is lying in the power of the wicked one. Now notice this. It says, but know this is in Timothy, but know this, that in the last days, critical times, hard to deal with, will be here. For men will be lovers of themselves, lovers of money. Now, you touched on that, what the girls acting on. We're talking about getting that bad. Many other times, but I like how you brought that point out. Lovers of money, boastful, haughty, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, disloyal. We talked about that earlier. Having no natural affection. We talked about how parents can allow their kids and daughters, we were talking about, can be touched and be overlooked, that so narcissistic and still think they're great parents. We talked about that. Not open to any agreements. We wonder how some of these groups can think in this way, and just it's staggering as to how they could conclude with these mindsets, and yet still think that they're perfectly fine. Slanderers, says, can go around slandering people and think, oh, so I'm perfectly fine. I'm still, my life will still be accepted, and I'll be totally forgiven. So what? It's fine. Okay. Yeah, he came and he died for our sins. But the thing is, it's something we have to do before our sins can be forgiven. It says, without self-control, fierce, without love of goodness, betrayers, headstrong, puffed up with pride, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God, having an appearance of godliness, but proving false to its power. And from these, turn away. Now, notice what we talked about earlier. Now, listen to this. It says, from among these arise men who slyly work their way into households and captivate weak women, loaded down with sins, led by various desires, always learning and yet never able to come to an accurate knowledge of the truth. Not just some truth, because notice that Satan, remember he asked that question to kind of throw Eve off her kilter a little bit. He said, is it true? And here's the thing. What he asked her, he wasn't lying. Is it true that God said? And she said, yeah, I mean, yeah, he said he don't want to eat. He said we can eat it from just the one in the middle of the garden. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can eat from the tree. Is it true? He didn't start off lying right away. He just wanted to pose it. Is it true? Just like some may say, should you believe your daughter if, let's say we get together and she's 5 and maybe 10 years later, she says that I saw her getting out the shower. And we have 2 kids. Did you believe her? And if so, what we gonna do? How you gonna respond? I'll leave. Really? What you gonna do with my 2 kids? And I'm doing the work. What's gonna happen here? Well, we have to bring. You got to go. Now I just saw this clip on somebody else, and my mouth was open. I couldn't see how their reasoning makes sense. He just posed a question, and see how that made sense. And when he finished wrapping it up, you know how many people fell for that? But guess how many? Who do you think that really impressed upon first?
But see, to me that was code for men. This is all you got to say, because he's from what I understood. I didn't hear him exactly say, but others are saying that he was one of he was on these panel discussions a couple of years back, and he that the age of consent should start like 16, 15 years old, because the guys were on there talking about as soon as the girl have her first period, then she's good to go.
Okay, Liam. Yeah, so you said it was a code for men to be able to use that. It's kind of like okay, to keep control and have game or whatever.
And
whatever for them to benefit.
Some of them because some men target women with children.
Exactly, which is what happened in our household. It makes perfect sense. I believe that. But that was a code for men to operate, to be able to use against who again?
Yeah. Women.
Narcissism stems from demonic forces. You do know that, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so we're bringing it home. We're condensing it all together, right? So that again, stemming from Satan, to slyly go against the women in their households, right? Which is what Satan did to who? Was it Adam or who?
Eve.
There you go. Nothing new under the sun. So this is why I'm so big on women doing the work. Not men. Don't get me wrong. Not just women, men too. Because there are some very, look at this Amber Heard. Come on. It's some very, look at my egg. Listen. Now, my sperm donor wasn't no better. Don't get me wrong. He ain't no better. It's only because I don't have a lot to operate off of because he wasn't around. But the little bit I do know, that was a blessing. Hidden one. So, but my thing is not just men that, but in this case, I'm saying as women, we have to stop always saying, look over there and stop pointing over there, stop pointing over there, stop pointing. Oh, because I see why women can point. Get it? But I'm so big on self-accountability. Because if we work on ourselves, so like Mother said, you can tell by the way he walk into the room. He ain't for you.
Yeah.
Okay? Do the self-work. You ain't got to go on several dates and get your heart broken, all that, and know or him touch your daughter or your son or whatever. No, he wasn't. The way he walk into the room, the way he wear his clothes, the type of clothes he wearing, you'll know. You'll know. Okay? You'll know. On one strike, you victim. You're done. And not just literally, I'm talking about emotionally, mentally, even as a friend, you're done.
Yeah, I agree 100% with you that women do need to work on themselves, and they need to understand. A lot of them need to work on themselves to untrain what they learned as children.
It's indoctrinated.
Yes. For instance, this lady I know, she don't see anything wrong with what she said. To me, it's just like she was bragging. She was telling you about, and when she was in her early 20s, she used to date this guy who was a pimp, and how he used to get money from all these other women and to take her out. And she just smiling, and I said to her, as she finished telling the story, I said to her, so off the backs of women, he got money to take you out, pay for his car, and where he was living. I said, I said, do you see anything wrong? Well, they're stupid. I said, okay. I said, a lot of them, the act is stupid, but why were you with a pimp? But she went across that and talked about, I asked him how much money could he have gotten for me if he had put me out there. And I was like, why do you even ask that question?
Why are you entertained? Why would you put yourself in that same room?
But what I'm saying, this is how she was conducting herself, as that you're looking up to a pimp. So you can imagine the guys that she dated, and she wonders to this day why she can't, after a month of dating a guy, is it over? Because it's over because you don't have, your own self-respect of yourself. Because you put yourself out there, accept anything they throw at you.
But my thing is, what are you giving off in order to bring these type of men to you? That's what space are you operating in to even be? You understand what I'm saying? Where are you?
I don't. That's what I don't get. I mean, I'm like, who are these people, right? She just meet them, and I don't know. To this day, I'm still trying to figure that one out. But she and I have clashed a lot because she and I just don't operate the same. For instance, and she knows my younger brother and I are very close. Mm-hmm. And he's been trying to school her, on how men operate out here, but that's just going over her head. So was one particular day she had come over my house to visit. My brother was over, and she was like, well, let me go because I've got a date. And I was like, oh, you got a date? So I said, where y'all going? And she said, to Lithium, and that's a place in Maryland, and that's like on the way to like one of the airports. So I said, but it's like a, kind of a rural area, right? So I
Mm-hmm.
said, well, what's out there? I'm thinking she's gonna say some concert or something. Oh, we going to a hotel.
Oh.
I said, oh, what? My brother looked at me. I looked at him, and he had that expression, "Don't say any more, ask her any questions." But I had to. I said, "What? What? The restaurant at the hotel? What do you?" No, I'm going to stop and get us some food, and we're going to the hotel. I said, "This is the first date," and she looked at me like, "Well, what's wrong?" I,
Wow.
I, I mean, I'm like, "Who
You
goes
think
to
maybe she didn't
a
know any
hotel?"
better? You think she don't know any better? Because some women
Yeah,
really
she knows
truly don't think,
better. She
huh?
knows that. She
Oh, okay.
tried to lead with sex.
Okay.
And it's, to me, that is, because see, she thinks that, I can get him interested in me that way. No, you can't.
You get them interested in that, but not you. See
Yes,
that
and
again, that is there's a drastic difference. Yeah. Okay.
hmm so and she'll see him for about a month or so, and it's over. Because he done gone somewhere else. Because I wouldn't want him, and he don't want you. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all came together on the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
You can't build anything like that. So you got that going on. You have women who the pick me's, you know, jumping up and down, pick me. I'll do anything you want me
Mm-hmm.
to do. Then you got the mammies out here. I mean, it's horrible.